In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice, a flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate this elusive medium. His melodies, a symphony of science, had the potential to shift the very fabric of reality. However, a sinister force lurked in the shadows. The Einsteinian demons. These creatures thrived in the distortion of space-time, causing chaos and disruption. The world needed a hero, and Miller was ready to answer the call. With his flute in hand, Miller played a tune that echoed through the cosmos. Each note, a shot of pure ether, struck the Einsteinian demon.
All right, lads and ladettes, hello and welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, episode 112. Before we begin, we're obviously going to watch Proud's new intro. So here we go. Take it away, Proud.
Hi guys, as requested, here is the original video with original audio for one of my TikTok lives where I managed to capture the lunar wave. Hope you enjoy this and put your comments in the boxes. Let's have a bash down here. Fecunditators. Some interesting features. Life, mate. Fucking hope so. There's plenty of water up there now. Now I've learnt that you see the wave? There's the wave. Look at that wave. Okay, now I've got the main wave. You seen that, guys? Shit.
All right, boys.
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre,
Shout out to the level heads.
Back with like Floyd Mayweather with this shit.
Always fucking Floyd Mayweather.
If you tackle LeBron, that doesn't mean you beat him. Still crossed you up. He was still going to dunk on you. You can't stop what's about that.
So it's not even September 29th yet, and people are seeing two moons in the sky already. So what is this about, y'all? I thought September 29th is when we were going to start seeing two moons. Why are we seeing two moons in the atmosphere already? Now, I be telling y'all, Florida got all the signs. Florida got all the action. Are the end times only happening in Florida? Because, man, Florida's going through it, y'all. But this is not the first time we're seeing a couple of moons in the sky. Throughout the years of me posting, I've been showing y'all that people are seeing multiple moons in the sky. So why is it now that the government or NASA come out talking about it? Because people are noticing what is going on. Everything that we have been taught is a lie.
Second moon for a limited time. Astronomers say an asteroid will come close enough to Earth to temporarily enter its orbit at the end of the month. Let's bring in astrophysics professor Adam Frank from the University of Rochester for more. Adam, what can you tell us about this so-called mini moon, and how does this work?
Yeah, so the idea here is that the solar system, which we think of as being pretty chill, just planets going around in circles forever, is actually pretty chaotic. And there's a lot of asteroids and comets flying around, and it's pretty dynamic in a lot of ways. And what we're having here is a asteroid, which is basically a flying mountain in space that usually orbits close to the Earth.
Okay, so how close are we talking when we say this asteroid is coming into Earth's orbit? Do we have to be worried about this?
No, not at this point, luckily, because if something this size were to hit the Earth, it would be an apocalypse of of a biblical kind. So really here, what we've got is something that's at about the moon's orbit or so, It's about that kind of distance. So we get a little teeny tiny little moon for about 2 months.
What? How have I never heard of little teeny tiny moon before? That's so crazy. Can't wait to find out more.
Why would the light obvious the creator? If the glove don't fit and
You've been in your mentions all week, right?
They have to earn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong. What they're hiding flat.
All right, lads, there appears to be some audio issues going on here. I assume they're going to restart the space here in a moment. See what happens.
You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're nihilist. Guess you're lying for the prize and they entice.
All right, go to plan B here. All right, lads, I'll be honest with you. I don't have a backup plan for, entertainment or whatever. So we're just going to chill here for a minute, and I'll see if I can put on some background beats from my boy Toby. I'll be chill and wait. All right. While we're waiting, boys, we're gonna look up this two moon situation here. So I have not heard of that, and that's crazy. Two moons. What? No way. This is the actual story they give. The second mini moon will start orbiting the Earth this weekend, but but will asteroid 2024 PT5 be visible? What the hell? Dude, look at how they roll this out like it's no big deal. We're temporarily getting a second moon. What the hell? Oh, it's a little baby moon, they say. Oh, the dude in the video made it seem like it was a big moon. All right, they're resetting the Twitter space now.
Yeah, I think a restart is necessary.
Yo, what up, Ken? I'm live right now.
Are they got us another space started?
Yeah, they're gonna reset it
Sorta live.
eventually. At some point. I guess they're hoping it fixes itself, which is a waste of time.
Yeah. Well, every time it kicked me before, the link would say start listening, and I'd go back in, and it'd take a little more than 5 seconds, and it'd kick me out. I kept doing that, but this last time, it says discover more spaces. So I can't even rejoin to see if it'll keep me from being kicked out.
Yeah, we just gotta give him 5, I guess.
I've been waiting for this space to start. I can only take so much of fucking Peter and Omnivore. Whoever fuck Omnivore is, I can't stand that son of a bitch.
Quite.
Yeah, dude, smarmy as hell.
Yeah, he's a condescending little fuck.
Dude, he
I told him too.
condescended so hard last week to Pizio about Wang, and then got absolutely bodied and ran out of the space, bro. Literally evacuated. And then he comes back the next week, right? Like, oh, Shane Optics. Like, bro, you got cooked on that 6 months ago. What are you doing here?
What's up, fellas?
What up, Zave? Just waiting for the reset.
Yo.
Resetting. Dude, tell me more
Okay,
about
I'm
this.
just glad.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just glad it's not me having technical difficulties again. What's the deal with the moon thing going on? Is that Rahu and Ketu or a fake alien invasion? What the hell's going on?
I watched the intro Proud made and I was like, wait, what? There's a second moon now? But I guess it's a little tiny dot in the sky. And what the guy was showing in the video was like not what they're saying is happening. So I'll have to get some clarification,
like,
but it looks interesting though.
That rock is supposed to be like 33 feet, curious number, by like 18 and a half feet. And it's supposed to be in our sky for 57 days.
Nice. That's badass.
I'm just trying to figure out how they know all that shit.
Right. I just want to know what the real story is. We know that's the official BS. So what's really going on?
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, normally if they have something coming near Earth, as they so say, oh, something's going to come by, it's close enough that it could hit us, or, just, throw out that fucking fear. But this one, they see it coming from a long ways away and say, oh, it's going to drop in and fucking orbit for 57 days.
Right. so nonchalant about it. Like, yeah, just fucking mini moon. Don't worry about it. Like, what?
Fucking 2 moons. These some bitches know something and hiding it.
Well, that thing, that thing is brighter than Venus, I'm noticing these days. It's trailing the moon right now by about, 15 degrees in the sky.
Can you see it with your naked oculars?
Yeah, when you're looking at the moon, the sunset to the west, and it goes down, I just said it was following the moon. It's following the sun right now by about 15 or so degrees. So, about almost an hour after the sun goes down, you look in the direction of where the sun went and you'll see it bright as fuck right in the sky. Or that's Venus. I don't know, man, but to me it looks a lot brighter.
Either trying to tell me, oh, well, they see it and they know its trajectory and they can calculate with extreme precision.
Only because of its mass, Kenbo. Only because of its mass. You know that. Right? Because it uses Newtonian mechanics to predict its path in space. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. 33-foot rock, 18 and a half foot high.
33?
Right.
Is it really 33 feet? Is that what this
Yeah,
said?
33 feet wide.
All right. So
now, Illuminati confirmed.
So now I'm thinking it's not a real. Automatically, I'm like blue beam rock.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody said that they heard it's like as tall as a giraffe, 33 foot wide, as tall as a giraffe. So somebody looked up giraffe and it's like so many meters, and they did the math on it and it was, or converted it, and it was 18 and a half feet.
What are the chances they're pulling off a fake alien invasion? It's too early for that, I think. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think so. Fuck
Really,
that.
dude? Wait, hold on. Do you guys not remember what happened like a year and a half ago with like fake COVID and like one Asian guy falling down on TV? Hold up.
And every state in the United States had 33 cases at once.
You guys are like, nah, never. Whoa. Like, calm down. Remember, most of the world is fucking retarded.
I've still got that video file with all the TV stations talking about their 33 cases.
Look, every hospital has exactly 33 sick people. What are the odds of that, guys? That's crazy. Actually, the only thing those hospitals had in common was 0, the number of real COVID patients, because nobody was there. They made it all
Yeah,
up.
precisely.
That's why I'm super hesitant to put stock in a 33-foot fucking space rock that's going to terrorize me and mirror my moon for a little bit. It's like just
All
Luna,
right.
Luna sub 2.
He's back up. Let's try him again.
That was horrendous. I'm gonna give it.
We locked in 18, 23. Revelation reach and get a C, medicated me, generate disease 18, 23. Pharmacy to creep, patient get deceased, elimination leaves, taken by the beach, running around like a head chopped off, won't shut it down for the feds, the cops won't dumb it down for the people. I'm so sorry, that's your ego soft. Fun around cause the sky's a clock, won't shut it down unless I get off. Can't gun them down cause the word my Glock. And thanks to y'all, we can't be stopped. Like us suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving the stock, yeah. Back on the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Black us suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving the stock, yeah. Back on the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. 1984. Knocking at the door, should've read George Boots Park.
Are y'all with me?
84.
I'm hating Elon free flat on Fridays.
Better bring your sword. Better than veteran. Don't wanna let him in. Ain't got a choice, but to let him in. I float in the ethers. Coming through speakers. You're talking to sing speaker, but you're not about it. Fact, legal confounded with thoughts of profound. To people they drown. No wonder what sound is a perturbation, reverberation. I heard the hate and I swear to fake and absurd debate. When people still in the matrix station, waiting for station to say it, taking a bait, regurgitate it. Like a suburbans they watching. Back always living the stock. Back when the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain. We locked in. Like the suburbans they watching. Back always living the stock. Back when the merchants.
Yeah.
Denver, yeah, stand up.
That lads, what up?
Black boys, bang. Let's go. Hard body shit.
Ever since my birth, my dick got mad girth. I'm chilling with my people talking about that flat earth.
Last night, your boy had some sex with a nice girl.
Did the Titanic really hit an iceberg?
When other people spend their life chasing wealth.
Me and my boys, we chased that ice shell. Fuck a globe. Not a part of the system.
Trying to keep us down, but whoops, you missed one. It's really sad to see all these people mad at me. Cause I just figured out there's no such thing as gravity.
Yeah, NASA.
Fridays, part 3.
Forgot everything I learned in class.
It's a storm of information like a monsoon. Lying mother, no one landed on the moon.
Not a straight answer, what is you saying? Out with the old like that human-sized penguin.
The earth is flat, the earth is flat. People around the globe know the earth is flat. I don't care about this, I don't care about that. Run it up, level heads, we live.
Keep it G like gravity. All I see is density and buoyancy. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is fake, and it's based on a fallacy. Shout out to the flat earth haters getting flat smacked every single time they debate us. Haters. Welcome to your new reality. The earth is flat, and there's no proof of gravity. But once upon a time, it was all just one big lie. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is Photoshop, cause it has to be. Really got a lot of nerve. I think I'll see Waldo before I see the curve. Still talking about gravity, Einstein? How about you show us the bending of space-time?
Yeah, do it!
What happened to the baseline? Dodging the question, are we? Okay, fine. Nah, man, but the globe's already been proven. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize you were that stupid. What do you mean? I studied it in college. Oh, you mean that blue pill you call knowledge? Are you ready to step out of the Matrix? Or are you just too dumb and complacent for this to make sense?
Matrix, let us go!
I'ma keep it G like gravity. All I see is density and buoyancy. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is fake, and it's based on a fallacy. Shout out to the flat earth haters getting flat smacked every single time they debate us. Haters.
What up, haters?
New reality. The earth is flat, and there's no proof of gravity.
We see you, Anonymous.
Wait, what? Oh no, I was talking about the theory of gravity. The law of gravity is still in effect.
And reptilians. Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays. I'm your cruise director, Proud Flurf, and Sacred is our host. Welcome. If you have any comments, questions, concerns, or ad-homs, please grab a mic and say that shit with your chest. We do not tolerate disrespect or racism of any kind. Welcome. No, we are not astrophysicists, but we have debated them. Thanks for joining, everyone.
Bruh, Elon. Chill, my man.
Like, what was that about? Did y'all tweet at him today?
Y'all was in his replies or something?
Tagging him in Flat Earth Fridays.
That's the only time he really on our head like that. I mean, I just want to talk about the moon. Both of them.
All three of them.
All three of y'all. It's episode 112 of Flat Earth Fridays. Level heads, what up? Thrice in a blue moon. Hashtag free Flat Earth Fridays, but we in here. 112 on their head. They can't stop it no matter how many times they pull that plug. Nah, we tap into the ether game. This is free energy over here. How you feeling?
I'm feeling etherical. Don't let the media gaslight y'all about the hurricanes happening in Florida. It's been sunny all day, y'all.
What? They lied to me about a whole natural disaster?
If you are in the pathway of, what's her name? Helen?
Shout out to Helene.
Helene, oh gosh. Yeah. Somebody find
we don't want to assume the
the
gender.
reason. Oh, they, right. They. Sorry, Brendan. Yeah, if y'all are in the path of that or in any way, shape, or form affected, you know, prayers to you guys for sure. Let us know. If y'all know why they named hurricanes after people, please let us know that too, because that's telling.
And then when y'all done with that, I need you to demonstrate a hurricane on a sphere. Use Coriolis too while you at it.
Oh, you ain't say they would have homework now. You ain't tell them they would have to do homework now.
And it gotta spin the right way. Matter of fact, make two of them and do it simultaneously. Hey, I did hear that some people was stuck in there. So yeah, shout out to y'all. Prayers to anybody that is dealing with that stuff. It's kind of crazy. Wondering why this is happening 2 days before we about to have 2 moons, an additional celestial body in the sky for 2 months. Coincidence? Random? I don't know. You tell me. Come grab a mic and let me know. But before we get to all of that, let's say what up to all the people in the building. I see Alan in here. What up, Alan? My guy.
Yo.
How you feeling, brother?
Feeling great, man. Can't wait to go over Newton's newly discovered equation from the Principia, one of those Principias that was redacted. We found a missing page from our scholarly efforts. So definitely looking forward to that.
More suppressed info, huh?
Yep.
We may apply those equations today. We may do that tonight.
We are going to get experimental verification of their correctness.
Stay tuned. We got Sweet in the building, Orwellian in the building, Ron Boston in the building, Stone, my guy in the building, Mister in the building. I see Ken in here. I see Shinku. I see Shane. What up? Cug the Rambler. I see you. Damn Blue. I see you. Prometheus in the building. Playing the truth in here. Zen Lance, Brock, Leliana, the ambassadress. What up, Lely? Canadian in here. Chris in here. 9 Rev, Zion Lion. J. Rod saying fake. Mr. Xavier, what up, my boy? Building 7. Bill. Howdy, Bill. Matt Lump, what up, man? Yeah, we lumping up these anti-flirts. You see it. What up, Clyde? Brian, all cash, no credit. Lynn, I see you. Globe Skeptic in the building. All day. Malka in here, Mac in here. TMOG. Erica, I see you, AI. Crash Can. Only an anti-flare is crashing out, man. It's crazy. The timeline is sick, boy. Home, I see you, Corey. Barbara Dan, Chris. Flat on the XRPL. Mike in here, Luke in here, Marty in here. Ash, what up? Thankful, what up? Journal, Ethereal. Ed, Malachi, what up? My G. Who else you seeing here, Proud? Some Anons?
A couple 5-ball, couple. But butter my biscuits and call me. No, actually, don't do that. Welcome, Buttered. Welcome, Eric. Nominal, Joshua. I see Dot Riz. I see a couple new people in the building. Is that Gary? Is that Gary? Like the Scottish Gary? Cunning Druger. I like that play on Dunning-Kruger. If y'all didn't peep, that's interesting. Jason, White Wolf, Ed, Jose. We got Grouper King in the building. Kingsley. Emoli, welcome. Lynn, Globe, Skeptic. That's not English, but why? Marty, Luke, Brian, Ominous, St. Williams. Welcome, Bill. Welcome, Mike. Clyde in the building. We got the Keon baby. I don't think that's our Keon, though. We got Hoffman in the building.
Keons, too? 2 moons, 2 Keons? Yo, this is crazy.
The Freemasons warned us, bro.
They come out in waves. I see Zetetic in the building. Innocently Ignorant. I see Corey, Canadian Patriot, Triggered Toby, AI, Homegrown, Colton in the building, The Rambler, Tommy, Mac, Malika. Hey, Betty. Welcome. If you're just pulling in, if you're just joining us, I see Night Sky Patriot in the building. If this is your first time stumbling upon this space, this is Flat Earth Fridays, where we discuss the nature, the shape, the geometry, the physics of our world that we reside on. If you agree or you disagree, join up. We take opposition and we love a challenge. If you hear us talking about something that you want to change the subject, feel free to come up, grab a mic, and raise your hand.
Hey, man, I thought it was tripping. I was seeing all the level heads filing in here on the first space we opened up. And everybody was just running up out of here. I'm like, what, they don't like the intro? You know we got the hardest intro in spaces. Y'all know Flat Earth Fridays got... Come on now. Matter of fact, tweet at me if you know somebody got a harder intro than Flat Earth Fridays. Come on. Let's be for real. I'm like, 7 people? Shout out to y'all for keeping on our toes, though. You can't stop it, though. We still in here.
Technically, we started on time. Ish like.
Ish
like.
Ish is important. Come on now. We on bot people time.
There's a couple things that happened in the weeks happening around space and space exploration. Y'all know the astronauts that got stuck by Boeing? I can't wait to smell that lawsuit, 1. But 2, the alleged astronauts that got stuck in space, I think they made their way back home. I'll find the clip, but...
Did they? I thought they were still stuck up there.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was talking 2028. They was going to be able to go back up there and get them.
They finna crash the ISS, but before they go, they want to get somebody stuck up there. What a way to be remembered.
Yeah, I'm gonna look out for the interviews of what they had to endure while they were stuck in the vastness of space. Also, Elon had a spacewalk. Oh my gosh, yo, I need an honest Glober to look at this footage and tell me that the footage does not look a little suspect. Like, I know we all have our disagreements whether we believe space is real and whether they're out there. That's not the question. I'm not asking you if you think space is real. I'm asking you if the footage being presented from Elon's space test walk, where they took the little pod out there and they stood outside the cabin a little bit.
Say his name too many times, bro. He already on our head.
They've tested their little mechanical new features of their suits, but y'all gotta tell me, does that footage look crazy? Does it look legitimate? Does it look like, would you look at this and think, like, what movie is this coming out? Like, what Tubi Netflix quality is this? Like, I just want Honest Glober to at least admit that the footage could have been better. For some reason, it just looks a little odd. It looks very mechanical, robotic. Ugh. And I'm a cyborg, so for me to be judging a fellow cyborg is, it's saying a lot.
You know it's real when it looks so fake.
Elon Musk.
So we got Elon footage. Yo, y'all gotta tweet at me. I gotta see that. So send me that. We got hurricanes. We got 2 moons. What else been going on, man? It sound crazy out here. Is this like the end of times?
What the Bible
I just
say,
want to
y'all?
know. How do y'all feel? Y'all been having any strange dreams lately? How y'all energy? Balance? Tip to one side or the other? What's Mother Nature doing?
She has not visited this week.
Had a little bit of rain on my circuit. Not that much.
You gotta get them waterproof upgrades, my guy. Oh, is that Morwan? I see a bunch of new faces in here. Welcome, guys.
Hey, we went really techie last week when we got into a nice conversation with PhD Bennett. Shout out to PhD Bennett for coming and dropping a lot of knowledge on us last week. Dr. Cassander. It was PhD night, not a PhD in sight. Just in the mentions. Link in bio if you want to go catch that replay. So we figured we keep it nice and chill this Friday, kind of open it up for discussion. You heard Proud lay out a few topics of this past week. If anything else happened, grab a mic, let us know what's going on. It's Flat Earth Friday. Shout out to the level heads. We in here 112 on their head top. Let's slide to the Presidente. Rum Boss the Bear, what up?
Yo, got stories on stories for you. I've been hanging out with Mr. All day or since yesterday. I talked him into coming to Flattoberfest, so we flew into CLT, and that's where our layover was before we flew over to our spot. Then I drove last night. I drove an hour back to the hotel to pick up a stranded flat earther because the storms were coming in. We're in South Carolina, and man, it was like the rain just going in the rain. And then last night, like at 2 a.m. or maybe 3 a.m, the power went out. And we have not seen power in the area all day long. And that includes all gas pumps, all the lights, like all the traffic lights just cold off. So people are driving around, they've got their gas cans hanging out, just going whenever they want to go or however they want to get around. And we were looking for breakfast and all the places were shut down. Everything was black. We finally found a Waffle House that they were just cooking on gas. They had no electricity, so the vents weren't going. It was humid in there. It's like hard to breathe in there because they were just cooking. And they were passing out paper menus that said emergency bowl menu. So you could get like your sausage, egg, and cheese, your whatever, bacon, egg, and cheese, ham, egg, and cheese bowls, or a cheeseburger bowl for like $11.95, and that was it. Just now, as you started the space, we drove 50 miles to get gas and like 24 packs of water for the fam because everybody's chilling over there. The place that we were supposed to have Flattoberfest, Karen B set it up to be outside, and that place didn't answer their call. She couldn't get a hold of the owner, nothing. So we drove over there. I didn't go personally, but some people earlier drove over there. There's trees down all in towards the entrances, and it's like flooded. So everything just got put on big hold. And Mister's going to grab a mic in a minute because he found some radar video that showed some really crazy anomalies, like strange spiral patterns. And you were saying a second ago, what's going on with the weather and like end times type stuff. It just gave me a brief glimpse of if there was an all-out power grid down and the gas is gone and everything's turned off, there's a vibe that happens with people where it gets real uneasy and everybody starts kind of tripping out and sort of itching. And it's only been like 20 hours. So anyway, if you have questions, ask me. We're trying to figure out what to do for tomorrow. Witsit came in late. His stuff got all flipped around. He went to his Airbnb earlier and there was a tree down across the power lines to the house. So he's, dead in the water. Other than that, we're just keeping our hearts up, staying cheerful anyway, and getting together. We're all meeting up behind one of the hotels, and the hotel's letting people pitch tents there because it's dry. And Dr. Law came with his trailer, and he's cooking food for people. But yeah, that's all I got for now is just surviving.
Wow, that is crazy, man. So Flattoberfest is this weekend?
Yeah, it's today. It was supposed to start at 3 p.m. and tomorrow, but they're going to push everything that was supposed to happen today. They're going to push it to Sunday. And yeah, we got speakers supposed to be speaking, but everything right now is just sort of up in the air, but we're ironing it out.
Hey, man, shout out to you for being such a good guy, helping the people out while they out there. I know the weather's probably crazy, and it would have been so nice, like to have like an outdoor event. It's cool that they get to push it an extra day so everybody kind of get the activities going. But what do you
Yeah.
think, JT? You think that there's a relationship between like all this stuff that's going on and like the moon that they're saying that's predicted to be in our sky?
Yeah, I heard you mentioning, that event, that celestial event with whatever that is, they're always trying to like hide, like spray the sky, make everything, so you can't see the sky, make an event like, hey, look over here. Don't look at that. Look over here. It's definitely something's going on because just the vibe, you can feel it. And then wait till you see those radar anomalies. That doesn't make any sense. And then we were driving around, just looking around for, gas earlier. And there's like, I saw 4 or 5 power poles snapped. And I know these things are rated for some pretty crazy high winds. And the locals were saying, I've lived here for 25 years. I've never seen any weather like this. And I know it's a hurricane blew up in here, but at the same time, I don't know, man. It just seems like some of this stuff's not natural.
Yeah, man, I got questions. I mean, we could just say coincidence, but the timing is crazy.
It's crazy, JT. I've been here for 25 years too.
Say it again, bro.
Wow.
I was saying I've been here for 25 years too, and it's a little bit of both. Like I think the worst for us is definitely the flooding. It gets crazy flooded here. We're already below sea level, so 30 minutes of rain and you're looking at a couple inches of water, ankle deep, But that wind and the trees falling, I know that gets dangerous.
Yeah. And I'll say one more thing that's not so negative. Even though this storm came through and the power's been out all day, I have seen quite a bit of kindness. People letting, excuse me, and you go ahead and, just checking on each other like, hey, were you next in line? I mean, like crazy lines where, you'd think people would be tripping and getting super aggro. And when I talked about there being a vibe in the air, it's not that people are angry or anything like that, or it's just a little bit of like awkwardness and anxiety. But, because normalcy is not present, but people, that level of humanity is still showing, and just the eye contact, the conversations with different people about the weather, that's good. And I mean, thanks for y'all's prayers. We'll make the best of it. It's been dry for, it stopped raining, and this evening's been beautiful. The storm, of course, blew through. So now it's just all these power companies trying to get the lines back up. Because when I say I saw 5 power poles snapped over, that's crazy. They were like lines were laying on the ground, power poles were laying over fences, and it's just crazy. But yeah, thanks for checking in.
Hey, JT, a little sidebar. Me and Power was talking about this the other day. Though, like when you're out there, looking at these light poles, do you see any that's like the strange color, the ones that look like a blue light or a black light? Have you seen those?
Only online. I know they were putting a lot of those blue lights up, which is really weird. And mostly, I think, in city areas, too. Because, I mean, we've looked into it a little bit about the possibility of them making all of us some sort of grid or some sort of grid system in the sky, that everything's linked up in a weird way for nefarious purposes. But who knows what this, I mean, I don't think the 5G towers have even been cranked up to their full potential, or what their plan is. Because, you know, the pandemic happened, everybody went inside, you can't come here, stay 6 feet apart. Then the next thing you know, we're looking up and there's 5G poles everywhere. And here I was today, next I could see a 5G tower, and my phone was on satellite SOS mode only. And my phone's been coming in and out of this strange service where I'm like standing next to a 5G tower. I'm like, what the heck is going on? So I don't know if that answered your question.
You saw a little satellite emblem at the top where it normally says 5G?
Yeah.
Yo, that
So,
happened to me for the first time like 2 Fridays ago.
yep. So right now I got 5G plus with a couple bars, but I probably about 10 times today. And now check this part out. 10 times today, it went into that SOS satellite mode, but then my phone was acting weird. So my old phone, I broke it, and so I got a brand new iPhone 16 Pro. It's supposed to be just is ready, but my apps, I know how they're supposed to work. They weren't opening right. Google Maps was acting super weird, where it told us like no service or no. I had signal, but it said Google Maps couldn't get me mapped around. And opening even my Photos app. I was trying to show somebody a photos. So it's like, this thing is weird where my whole entire phone wasn't even acting right when it should. So anyway, there's that.
Hey, well, shout out to everybody at Flattoberfest. If you guys got any like cool content to share from over there, definitely send it through. Post in the purple pill. At least we got that. At least we got our purple pill.
Yep.
Dope to see. And shout out to JT for giving us the play-by-play.
There you go. And I might live stream tomorrow if it's pretty weather and we do get together. I might live stream some of it. So watch for youtube.com/@RunBostonBear and see if you can see something. But yeah, that's all I got. Drop the mic. I'm going to drop down, go get some food, and catch y'all in a bit.
Ooh, that'll be dope. Shout out to you, JT. You, man, what up, bro?
Hey, I just want to piggyback off of what Run Boston just said. So if you look in the purple pill, I posted some videos. They were the last videos I saw in the middle of the night last night. I was kind of scrolling through, sitting in the hotel, a little anxious about the Flattoberfest. And I was just flipping through Instagram and I seen Clark Payne and he's showing these, these images of the radar. And so I don't know, I think it's only linked to Instagram, but you can see what the videos are and you see the radar patterns. And the fact that they predicted this was supposed to hit Florida and it just happened to hit Spartanburg the worst, right where they're doing Flattoberfest, and then your space is getting shut down. They're coming at all angles, bro. They're mad at us. And that's just my assumption. But I was going to post a bunch of stuff from Flattoberfest. Obviously, everything's been postponed. Karen B, wherever you are, get out here. We need your help. And, well, oh my gosh, I got sidetracked because Run Boston's trying to take pictures. Just be prepared, because the fact that the power's gone out, everything was crazy down here. And driving 50 miles just to get gas is pretty gnarly. There was one other thing that I wanted to say that was really important, but obviously I forgot what it was. So just imagine that I said it and that it was really profound and that you're all like blown away right now. Cool?
Dude, you just blew my mind, bro.
Dude, insane. Like, isn't it? No, it is pretty nuts though. So like it's along the lines of the people are super loving down here. It's been really good to see, but just be prepared in your own town. Make sure you got food and water. Oh, that's what I was going to say. I was going to post pictures of it and everything. And I know JT said he was going to do a live stream. He ain't doing no live stream, dude. There is no power. They're going to be shut down for weeks. We can't get cell service down here. So if there is any flat earthers out there that are in the Spartanburg area that don't know where to go because everything's been shut down and you don't got no service, if you somehow get this, head over to the, I think it's the Hampton Inn. That's where all the flat earthers, they've been kind enough to let them post up in the back and pitch their tents and shit. It's just been crazy, dude. It has been crazy for sure. But I love this space, love all y'all, and that's all I was gonna say. Look in the purple pill for those videos from Clark Payne.
Yes, sir. That sounds dope, man. That event sounds wild out there. Crazy how, man, they got like thousands of satellites and we still having issues with connectivity. 2024. Y'all believe this?
Duh, Sacred. The hurricane's blocking the satellite signal because the ionosphere isn't bouncing the signals propagating properly. Of course, that's Glober 101.
Dang, where did Proud get her Glover degree at, dude? That was nuts. The hurricane's causing turbulence in the ionosphere, which is affecting the wave propagation from space, boys, obviously. Well said, Proud.
I just pulled that right out the ether. See how easy it is, guys? These Globers come up with their theories.
And if you add a little touch of condescension to it, like the gaslighting, it makes it seem like what you said is like infallible. It's like, oh yeah, of course the ionosphere is getting thrown around by the hurricane. Duh, my bad. Didn't mean to step.
You gotta end it with you big dummy.
Of course I went to kindergarten and learned about the ionosphere and condensation. What do you mean?
Leliana, the ambassadress.
Hey, my God, that was like almost traumatic listening to everything that's going on with the Flatoberfest. Yeah, it makes you wonder, huh? What the heck's going on? I think Miss Stair might be right about what he's telling us. Wow. Yeah, because I was looking for some footage on Instagram and I couldn't find any. And I was like, why isn't he posting anything? Now I know. Holy moly, folks. Well, it just goes to show we're right over the target, people. I'm telling you. But you know what? Nothing's going to stop us because every darn thing they do is just going to push us forward, more and more forward. And that's just how it's going to be. So, yeah. I know, Sacred, I tell you this every week, but you just attract such a wonderful energy to this space, and also Proud. You know, whenever I address Sacred, I'm also addressing you. It's just that I think Sacred is more vocal, and so, you know, I tend to just use his name more. But please remember that you are part of it also. Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, to anyone coming new over here, that Flat Earth is more than just Flat Earth. You know, we all came here to Flat Earth first and foremost because we wanted the truth. And Sacred, Proud, you guys embody this energy. And you know, with truth comes everything else. Like, you cannot really have truth without justice, right? Like, you have to have justice with it. And you can't have justice unless you have clarity and objectivity and discernment. How else are you going to arrive at justice, right? And then I think also what brought us here is our humility to know that, hey, you know, we weren't smart enough to figure it out, and now we know something, and we're going to embrace this new knowledge that we found, that the Earth is not a globe like we've been told. And I think, you know, most of us are patient with people that still doubt Flat Earth because we were there once, right? So it makes us cultivate patience, makes us cultivate calmness, and makes us cultivate just focus on the goals in spite of people making fun of us or whatever. We cultivate compassion because we were there once. We cultivate unity and love because I think that we started out as a smaller community, and so we rely on each other for some kind of camaraderie and community, so it brings us together because we get attacked together, right? So we come together to support each other. And I think that we want the truth because really we want peace and we want goodwill. Why else would you want the truth, right? So there's no unhealthy competition among us. We all help each other. We support each other, as you can see. Sacred is always lifting up all the other people in the movement. And I think also, the thing that I've noticed amongst the people here is that everyone's got a great sense of humor, and they bring a ton of joy to this whole movement, to this whole, whatever is going on with us. And I know in my heart that great joy and that great bliss is our birthright, and that's what, in essence, we're all after, that bliss. I mean, when a child wants to eat ice cream, it's really looking for that bliss, and as adults, whatever we want, we're all looking for that bliss and whatever we think is going to get us that, and the fellowship that we have here is priceless, because I think that, we're creating this beautiful family based on truth and spirit. So just wanted to tell the new people that when you enter this space, you're getting way more than just the science and physics of flat Earth. You're getting all this other energy that's going to lift you up so much, which I feel is so vital and so meaningful for our overall health and our overall well-being, physically, mentally, emotionally. And having said that, please continue supporting this space by attending and telling your friends about it. This is one of the best spaces ever on Flat Earth. It's the oldest one. It's the one that attracts all the heavy hitters, the big people in the Flat Earth community. Even Flat Earth Dave comes in here, even though he's been, pushing Flat Earth longer than all of us have been Flat Earthers. So it's a great attraction for everybody. This space is just so great. And then we have our wonderful 5 teachers. I'm going to post their names in the purple pill. Most of them are here. I see Alan, I see Stone. I thought I saw Shane earlier, but yeah.
Yep,
and then
he's right there, a couple lines down.
Oh, yeah, Shane's here. And then, there's people like Ken and Brian that host pre-game space during the week and also during the day. So, go to their space. And then we have our own community talk show with the Phone Booth podcast. So check those out. I'll put all those names here. And then also, there's Justin, who is fighting for justice and holding NASA to their NASA's feet to the fire, almost single-handedly. So I'll put his name down there too. And then, of course, there's Flat Earth Dave. He needs our support also. So yeah, folks, come in here and just have a big old helping of the big pie of bliss, because there's tons of it here. Loads of love, and you guys can pass my mic on to others. And Mr. Air and President, please stay safe. We need you guys. You guys are the pillars of our community. And tell Witsit to stay safe and all the other flat earthers to stay safe. And I look forward to footage from the festival whenever it happens. So love you guys, okay? Take care, bye.
Hey, Liliana, I wanted to say thank you. If I can't live stream, I'll record videos and I'll upload the videos later. And then last thing, Dave was really concerned. Dave Weiss was concerned about us and was like checking on us. He texted me earlier, was like, is everything okay? How's the weather? And then he did he FaceTimed me and went through the crowd and was like talking to people. And it was just really cool to see him take the time to love on us and check on us. So thanks for letting me add that.
When you upload it, will it be 128 gigabytes or will we get to see it?
Bro, I still need help in the audio visual department on how not to have multiple gigabyte.
Oh man, I laid down a big giant tutorial for you. Go soak it in.
Thanks, Stone. I watched some of it. I'm gonna soak that up. Thanks.
I really hope that we get to see what's happening with you, though.
Hey, check the purple pill. I dropped a picture of Mr. and I. I mean, we have been having fun. It's so good when you get with like-minded people and actually meet them, and you're standing just face to face talking about truth. So even though all this stuff is kind of like gone crazy, there's still that good vibe. And I'm glad Flat Earth Friday started. Maybe I can get some more people to hop in. Maybe Witsit will pop in later once he gets settled. But yeah, I'll be in for the long haul. 200 milligrams of caffeine like 40 minutes ago because I knew it was going to be a long night.
Yo, look at these two G's in this picture. I'm putting that up in the space, dude. Look at these guys. Look, so Dude, Mister was talking to us when he took this picture because he was talking to us. Then he was like, "Oh, hold on, dude, he's taking a picture of me." And he threw me aside.
Yeah, distracted him.
Matter of fact, JT and Miss Stair, if you see anybody over there that's kind of hanging out tonight, let them know that we're live and pop in. We'll grab them a mic and they can kind of talk on Flat Earth Fridays if they haven't been here, if it's their first time or whatever.
Yeah, your mission is to bring us new flat earthers, 3 each, please.
Hey man, I'm already ahead of the curve on that because I had said to them like, "Hey, are you on X? Have you checked out Flat Earth Fridays?" They're like, "No, what's that?" And they didn't even know about Ether Cosmology or Discord, and I'm like, "Okay, guys, you've got to catch up to."
You better educate all of us on everything.
Yeah.
It's amazing, dude.
So all they're doing is surviving with the Flat Earth app, which is cool. But I'm like, bros, if you have time and you can get online, there's communities and there's resources and there's connectivity to be had. So I'm definitely going to be schooling people on EtherCos and Flat Earth Friday. So maybe if it doesn't happen this week, next week we'll have a bunch of fresh faces.
Nice.
Awesome.
Goes back to what Leliana was saying, and as always, Leliana, thank you so much for grabbing the mic, coming to talk to us. We definitely love you, and you also have that just a great addition just to the whole squad. But it goes back to what you were saying with like the camaraderie and the unity and the community within the spaces and stuff like that. I keep telling y'all, back when me and Proud started this, it was like 10, 15 people, if that, like on a good day. And now, like, you could pop like anybody in the community. You could just see 40, 50, 60, 70 people just all like just supporting each other. And it's such a dope thing. Matter of fact, I was just in the Ken and K show yesterday. Y'all ain't never been to the Ken and K show? Come on, y'all gotta pull up to the Ken and K show. Boy, they was going crazy over there, man. It's such a dope balance. K's funny as hell. Ken don't put up with nothing. I mean, they run a tight shit. We might start implementing some of that what they got going on over here, because we be letting these globies run wild, and they have a zero tolerance for any like obfuscation, interrupt. Like none of that stuff is going on over in the Ken and K show. So popping over there, that was a dope listening experience. Shout out to you guys. And shout out to y'all for supporting everybody that open spaces, and especially in the Flat Earth community, the truther community, the level head community, whatever you want to call it, man. We all here together, and it's such a dope thing to witness.
Yo, Sacred, it sounds a little bit like your mic's getting cut, like it's cutting you off a little short. But other than that, like the audio levels are fine.
Hold on, let me see if I can adjust. I'll be right.
Yep.
Hey, while he's adjusting that, I want to shout out. I don't know if somebody already did, but Brian Sweet's been throwing up spaces and carrying them for a while and inviting people in and having the conversation. And it's just been great. So thank you for doing that. It's been great to listen.
Yeah, Brian rules with an iron hand. So does Ken. I love it.
Appreciate the support, man. Hope you guys are doing safe down there, man. Bring plenty of towels. Dang, man, what's up?
Were you guys at a different space? What do you mean rules with an iron fist? You mean talks to the dregs of the globe for hours? I'm sorry. Which people are you talking about?
Man, I let these guys talk way too much.
Way too fucking much, but that's just me.
Gotta let them get their voice out, otherwise they say I stifle them.
Oh, let me stop you right there, Brian. Here's the trick, right? When you say, when they say, my answer, who gives a fuck? Already all done.
I know. I'm trying to tune her over news. I'm trying to be kinder, I don't know why.
That's not what that is, though. That's not. You're not showing kindness to people with that, though.
Trying to give them a chance, get off their chest. Don't think they didn't get the fair shake. But man, they cannot answer a question.
Hey, I want to say something to that, because there's been a lot of growth in the spaces, and it is pretty crazy how many people down here at like the Flattoberfest, there are a lot of the old school Globebusters gang and stuff. I have no idea who they are. They don't know who I am. And so to be able to introduce them to the Flat Earth Friday stuff is super cool. Unfortunately, we can't even get on the internet down there to introduce them to the space. Otherwise, I would be doing something live right now. But what I want to say to that is I've really been doing a lot of studying into principles, spiritual principles, and things that could help this community. Last night I shared in Ken's space about taking on the idea of principles before personalities, rather than, keeping the idea that we're truth seekers. Let that be the bonding thing and not let personalities get in the way, because we all have egos, right? And then another principle, spiritual principle, would be attraction rather than promotion. That we don't need to promote the truth, though, or defend it, because it's like a lion, right? You let it out of its cage, it'll defend itself. I've been saying that for a while. But keeping things green is something that Xavier said last night, and he's absolutely right, because it's those newer people that are going to be taking this community further and growing this. And I've said it a lot, we're kind of at the golden age of flat earth, where it's still on the fringes, but it's gonna tip, the scale's gonna tip, and then we're really gonna have to hold on to those ideals of principles before personalities. Because could you imagine if someone like Peter really became a flat earther? Now we got to deal with him as a flat earther. So we got to keep ourselves humble and in check, because we will get a lot of different personalities. And I think that, Brian, your attempts to at least be nicer, look, there's a difference between being loving and tolerant and being polite and agreeable, right? Like, I'd rather be loving and tolerant and tell you the truth than polite and agreeable and get walked on or be treated less than, because that doesn't actually work for a functional group. So hopefully I can get some of this a little bit more dialed in and be able to put something together for you guys. But I just wanted to share that, because this space is growing and it's so beautiful. But we do got to keep our cool and stay humble.
Mister, if you were sweet enough and like loquacious and the best orator to convince Peter to join Flat Earth, I would hold that against you personally.
Oh yeah, no, I just used him as an example because he's like such a dick.
That would be like your fault, like forever for me. I'd be like, Mister, the other reason I gotta listen to Peter or whatever.
You have my word now. I will not bring Peter. I will not. No. He just messaged me. You guys still think it's Kurt?
Oh my God! Shut up, dude. That guy is so worthless. I had to blog him. Like, how do I tell you that your opinion is worth less than the breath it took for you to say it?
Hey, Mordawan left you guys a bunch of love letters down here in the replies. Check it out.
That's just his way, so we'll talk about him.
Man, that guy.
Did Sunshine have her hand up? Let's see if she wanted to chime in.
I just wanted to know, obviously the moon cycle is over and everything, but is there something going on that is really bringing the mood down? Because I tell you, I just haven't wanted to leave the house or get off the couch for like days.
Sunshine, that's exactly part of what I wanted to talk about tonight. I wanted to see if anybody has been feeling off, they've been met with irritability, or you've been irritable, or just the balance of just energy. I want to know if this is something that people are experiencing because of everything that's happening in the skies. Maybe is that that's your experience so far?
Yes, and I'm in Michigan and I'm leaving for South Carolina tomorrow.
So the equinox was last Sunday, and usually that's when like seasonal depression kicks in. So if you've ever been affected by that sort of thing, that's like right around the timeline of when that starts.
Also, I don't know if you guys are into astrology, but there is a little bit of planetary alignment and being in Venus that causes a little bit of moods to shift and like your atmosphere to change.
Dude, what does astrology say about double mooning up or whatever when you get like the lunar period, or when you get maybe what, you got a double node now? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, it depends on how it's affecting you based on your signs, but it's more so like an internal battle with like what you're supposed to talk about, what you're supposed to do within your own reality, like for those type of questions. Like if it's your node or if it's your house, or if it's your planet that you were born, like your rising sign, like things like that affect you differently than everybody else. I could find some more clips to post about it. Some people don't really like astrology. The billionaires, though, guys, the billionaires like astrology.
I like it way more than I like fake pseudo astronomy. I mean, you know, pseudo theoretical scientists guessing wildly at lights in the sky is less interesting to me. But you know,
I
personal
know the
choice.
Globers are in the comments like, how do you believe in astrology if you don't believe in planets?
It's like, oh, I remember when I was a kid and I used to believe in astronomy too, like, and all that nonsense, and lights in the sky and mass and gravity and black holes and nebula. Like, oh, that's so beautiful and like, what a wonderful canvas to paint my historical, whimsical mind and fantasies on. But like, no, here in reality, back here in the lab frame, fellas, right? We know none of that is real.
Just wanted to say something quickly to Sunshine. Sunshine, you know, oranges is supposed to lift the mood up. I don't know if you have orange juice or some fresh oranges. You can even kind of squeeze the peel and smell the, you know, the oils in the peel. If you squeeze the peel, the oil will come out, and you can just spray it on your palm or something. And also vanilla. Like, I don't know if you drink coffee or something, maybe you could put a few drops of the real vanilla essence, because vanilla brings joy. So yeah, and the aromatherapy, you know, also if you have fresh lemon, you may want to just make yourself a little lemonade or something with a little bit of raw honey. So yeah, lemon, orange, vanilla, they're all like they increase joy and cheerfulness.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly believe that there's some type of connection between things in the sky with how we feel, the frequency, you know, that resonates with all of us. There's got to be some type of connection. Um, and I think we got to make sure that we protect our energy and acknowledge it, and just know that you know things happen for a reason. It ain't just so coincidental and random. And shout out to Liliana with those for those natural remedies. Love holistic.
Well,
So
I'll tell you real quickly in a couple of sentences why plants and herbs really help is that bacteria, you know, the plants cannot do without bacteria in the soil, right? And bacteria, they adjust and they, what do you say, not evolve, but they, what is the word when you, Stone, what's the word when you adjust to things? Anyways, adapt.
Compensate,
Adapt, sorry.
progress. Okay.
Adapt, thank you. Yeah, so they adapt really quickly because they're making new generations every 15 to 20 minutes. And so all that intelligence of adaptation, they pass on to the plants, which is why it's important to eat organic plants and, you know, organic herbs and stuff. And that's why plant remedies really work, is that they're getting all this intelligence from the bacteria and the soil that are constantly adapting and adjusting. So no matter what's going on in the environment, the bacteria will keep on adapting and adjusting their own, you know, bodies and their chemistry and everything. And then they give that to the plants, and the plants give it to us. So I have a lot of faith in herbs and plants.
real quick, something completely anecdotal to what she just said. I've heard that if you suck on the seeds of your plants before you plant the seeds in the ground, whatever nutrients you are lacking, the plant will try to supply them. Now, I don't know that that's true, but you suck on your food seeds for 10 minutes before you plant them in the dirt. And that could be total, just, you know, anecdotal, whatever you say it is. But it seems like it might be a real thing.
No, it's because the bacteria pick up on your everything that's in your saliva, you know, and that's how they keep adapting and making their own chemicals. And yeah, bacteria, they are really the foundation of life.
Yeah, y'all gonna have everybody in here sucking on seeds. Pause. No, Diddy.
Seed suckers.
No lie, I'm gonna try that.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you suck on the seeds of your food. Like if you got tomato seeds or you got pumpkin seeds, suck on them and put it then for 10 minutes and then plant them. because supposedly they, it absorbs whatever nutrients that you're lacking. It will try to make up and provide for those. And so your seeds will be customized, your food will be customized to what you need. And that's
Almost like you're
completely,
coding it before you plant it. That's crazy.
I just
yes.
posted that information up in the jumbo. Yeah, if you suck on it's like about 10 minutes and stuff. You're making a food that's going to be good for you and such. So yeah, it's true. It's true.
Hold on, let me read this for everybody. Do I sound good now, Alan?
Yeah.
Better?
Yep.
So it says plants have super intelligence. If you put your saliva on the seed of an edible plant and then place it in the soil, something miraculous happens. As the seed absorbs your saliva, it begins to read your DNA and structure its own genetic blueprint to be superfood based on any deficiencies or requirements that your DNA is signaling. This powerful ancient connection between humans and seeds is not acknowledged by mainstream academia, of course, due to the potential power it could have in agriculture if applied on a grand scale. You could literally, according to this, which probably wouldn't hurt to try out, right? Program your seeds to be beneficial specifically for
Things they don't tell us, bro.
That sounds like when you're with child and you breastfeed, your breast milk changes to adapt to the baby's, like, whatever they need. Even if they're just like, can I say nipple on here? Anyway, it sounds like that. It sounds
Oh
like
my
nature.
God, the
Literally like
N-word Proud. What the hell?
Sorry, y'all. TikTok's so strict. I forget. I'm so
You
used to
can show
TikTok
nipples,
strictness.
but you can't say nipples. You can't do that.
Still on a hard LE.
The baby breastfeeding thing nozzle.
7 moms just unsubscribed to the whole
will
show.
capitulate to the baby's needs through osmosis. Yeah, you're talking about the baby feeding nozzle. Proud. I've never heard of this other thing you said. It's disgusting.
Right, the nozzle is self-adjusting, self-correcting like the moon.
Yep.
Man, birthing people and nozzles, huh? Man, what the heck is going on?
I mean, like, what even is a woman, Brian? If you can't answer that, then you should be the Supreme Court judge or whatever.
Assist woman, Shane.
Yeah, someone tried to call me a cis male. I'm like, what the hell is that? No, I ain't that. I identify as punch you in the face if you say that again.
But what are your pronouns? Please self-identify.
Rich and wealthy?
I always went with fuck and off.
My pronouns are beep, bop, boop.
I like beep bop boop.
Man, y'all are funny. Hey, you talking about nipples made me laugh. But what's the deal with what's the deal with society that at that point in time when they were shaming women for breastfeeding publicly, like making them feel disgusting? That's like giving them the nutrients they need for life, helping them with their antibodies. Like it's the best thing a mom can do. And they were trying to shame women like they were sluts or something.
Because it's
silly.
important. It's important. That's why I actually started to become a truther all this health stuff, man. This is right in my it's important, man. They try to destroy the woman. The woman is the bringer of life into this realm. They want to do everything to beat down the woman. They want to take them right. They want to make them think that they can do something else instead of what they were brought here to do. Be a woman. Bring life into the
JT,
world.
you wouldn't mind being, in IHOP and looking over and seeing a woman lactate? Like that wouldn't bother you? While you're trying to eat your waffles?
No, it wouldn't bother me. I mean, if she has it out and she's feeding her baby, and I saw the corner of my eye, I mean, it happens in my hometown. I'm like, okay, she's feeding. I just don't look out of respect because she's not my wife, and I'm not gonna look at that. But if she's doing it in public place, man, that's what it's supposed to be. Like as human beings, we're supposed to feed our children when they're hungry. Now, if you got a little cover or a little blanket you want to put over yourself, that's fine. But what if the baby doesn't want its whole face covered? I don't know. I say go for it. Feed your child. Anyway, that's my opinion.
Well, I think you guys are focusing on the wrong aspect. The problem is weaponized social shaming and how now it's been turned against us. Like how it used to be in the back is they used to choose the target and then they can wield it. And now we're just a slave to what they put in front of us. Where like we can take back social shaming and go back to shaming retards so that they become smarter, or people who can't read or stutter or whatever, so that they go and read, so that you don't have people getting word salad chance who are going to get social reinforcement or whatever.
They wanted to take you off that so they can get you on that Infamil and all that baby formula, which is just nothing but poison for your child.
Similac. Sorry.
I say if you see a woman breastfeeding at the IHOP, you ask her for a shot in your coffee. Like, let's get some of that protein.
I ain't there, man, but I feel your passion.
JT's 4 children deep. Who is like, would that make you uncomfortable? He's like, please hold my milk.
Oh, it's sweet, man. It's good stuff.
Yeah, she
Look at those
Liliana.
level heads with the nipple earth. They're nipple earthers.
Liliana's talking about vanilla. I say go straight for the breast milk, dude. You know, that'll cheer you right up.
There are some similarities with the shape of a tit and the dome earth, I will say.
Well, now definitely unsubscribe. That's a curse word or something.
That's why we stare at them.
Have you seen that meme? Not in mind.
Sorry if it's loud. I'm inside waiting on food still. It's been, I feel like almost an hour. But, Sacred, you were talking about this, this space kind of being about checking in on everybody, what's going on, what's the vibe. And honestly, y'all, no matter what we see, no matter what happens in our own private lives, our world, so much of this stuff is going to have to do with mindset. If things look like a tragedy is happening or some sort of injustice is happening, we still always have the ability to choose hope. Even if things look dire, you can get out of your immediate area and try to figure it out. You can have hope. I think that we're more resilient than we know, especially being truthers, because we've looked into so many different things. Just don't forget to not fall for some of their tricks of trying to get us angry or trying to get us extra anxious, because, man, we're survivors, and I'm proud of everybody for going on this journey of truth.
That was very presidential of you to speak like that. That was a great oratory speech you delivered. Thank you, sir.
Sometimes you talk dome titty earth, and sometimes you talk about hope.
Yeah, I like how you brought it from dome titty public milk right back to presidential elegance and professional.
That was a crazy transition. Only Ron Boston can do that. Only him.
Well, bro, if you're not motivated, hopefully, by titty milk, I don't know what will. Like,
the most powerful motivator known to mankind.
For real. And to Sunshine, she said something about, is there a mood in the air?
Is that how we got here? Was it her fault?
Well, no, I would say gratitude is it's like a superpower, like,
you were going to say
gratitude.
super fluid. You were thinking
it's super fluid, superfood. Gratitude is the breast milk for the soul, is what I'm trying to say.
I like that.
Yeah.
That was a decent recovery, actually.
Yeah,
That's the title to JT's next book.
Take a pull of this.
Nice attempt.
Hey, last thing I'll say before we get to Orwellian, I think babies create a vacuum when they're on the nipple. They're demonstrating vacuums, and not even a globe earth.
Is it pushing or are they pulling?
Toroidal interaction.
To avoid sexual interaction, it's actually going both ways simultaneously and simultaneously.
Yeah, dude.
Orwellian, what up?
We said we were about to check in with the Ethermobile. What's good, Orwellian?
What's going on, guys? Yeah, I'm actually in the Ethermobile right now, so hopefully you can hear me. I'm just picked up a couple of the mini-me's on the way back to the house. Yeah, man. I like that. So, gratitude is breast milk for the soul. That needs to be on a T-shirt, a hat, a bumper sticker, all of the above, bro. That was great. Nah, enjoying the conversation, man. Yeah, Elon needs to quit messing with us. What up, level heads? That exact glitch happened, I don't know, it's probably like 2 months ago. and it hit half the audience was having issues, half the audience wasn't. It was ridiculous. At least this time everybody was getting it. But nah, man, just try not to hit a deer because they're out. Sun's down out here and it's starting to get cold. Headed back to the house. Probably gonna lose you guys here in a minute, so I just wanted to say what up and let you know I'm gonna carry you guys all the way there. That was crazy. Hold on.
His ether mobile runs on pure breast milk and it's getting low. That's
incoming.
Sounds like he's whipping about 60 miles an hour on a country road with one window open, and then his speed radar detector just went off for a comment.
Protect Orwellian and the Ethermobile at all costs.
Did he bounce? Oh no.
That was a radar detector.
Right? The whole scene I painted really happened, right? You were there with me, right, Brian?
Hey, while we wait for Orwellian, two things I just want to add as a little bit of a sidebar. One, I see that Proud shared an observation that Taylor made at Lake Pontchartrain. I don't know if y'all seen that, but that went a little crazy on the timeline. I don't think they like what she captured from that drone, Proud. I don't know.
Yeah, now I'm gonna scroll the comments for any globe trolls with actual evidence to support what they think is wrong, and maybe we could go over that later, y'all. So
Wait, is that our Taylor who went to Lake Pontchartrain, the fabled only place you can see curvature with your eye, and took it with a drone, and behold, there's no curvature? Is that what happens? Is that what I'm looking at? Oh, she's the best. Wow.
I think that's what happened, eh? I think the flat earthers are taking Lake Pontchartrain back.
I mean, if the globe takes it as Earth curvature, doesn't it make the Earth like a really tiny ball?
No, that was the one place where paper towel roll Earth was visible. You had to go there to see it. Everyone knew it was the only
toilet paper roll Earth.
Crazy. Dude, Democ was right the whole time. Toilet paper Earth. Nailed it.
Surprisingly right.
Dude.
let's not bully the tiny Earth creationists.
You bigots. Hey, the other thing I wanted to maybe throw out there as maybe a little bit of a topic is kind of going back to what Stone was talking about a couple weeks ago with how some of these things in orbit don't seem to align with how they explain gravity and the quote unquote force acting on it. And I was just thinking, I mean, maybe they have some type of mathematical, I probably should say, way to describe these motions. But just like how we're saying, like, you know, the sun affects the moon in a different way that it affects the earth, even though science try to say that the sun pulls on the moon earth system. Convenient, right? But we can get back to that three-body problem in a minute. But what happens when, like, you have this body, which they're calling it like a mountain? They call it an asteroid a mountain, and saying it's going to be a moon, right? And it's within the sun's orbit, but then the Earth is affecting it, allowing us to see it for 2 months. This is the official explanation. So the Earth has enough, I guess, some type of force that they can act on the asteroid to pull it around in a horseshoe shape. And then they're predicting for the second moon to veer off in a whole different direction out of the orbit again. And it's just interesting when we're saying, okay, why doesn't the sun affect the moon in a specific way? And now we have this small, tiny little mountain asteroid, and that's able to break away from the Earth orbit perfectly fine. So, I mean, maybe there's a physicist in here or somebody that has some ideas about why the moon isn't affected in the same way. Maybe they have some abstract concepts that they can describe with numbers and coefficients and letters and things like that they can explain it away. But it's just an interesting thought. Moon can't come out of orbit, but this asteroid moon can, apparently. At least that's the prediction. I actually wonder if the moon is going to stay there. They just say it's predicted to leave in about 2 months. What if it don't go nowhere? That would be kind of crazy. That's another thing to throw out there. Maybe we could talk about.
Sometimes the Earth just cops a new moon, bro.
So
went down the moon right and just grabbed another one.
Isn't that how it copped the first one, though, in exactly the same instant?
So
No, it was a different cop.
Just read up on moons.
How did it come speeding over here? And decide to just pass the sun and hang out with our moon and just kind of chill out there and not like come over here and end us.
Elliptical orbits, bro.
Oh, orbital mechanics. I'm sorry.
I thought Jupiter's asteroid belt, or like Jupiter's gravity, was supposed to stop asteroids from coming towards Earth. That's what I learned from the Globers.
Yeah, all the ones that it doesn't, it stops. All the other ones it stops, I think.
Somehow it's going to orbit us 57 times and then leave.
It's gonna slingshot itself around 73 times and then bounce.
You did not.
And you know what's so crazy about that? One more thing I want to add in. It's supposed to be like Stone said, 57 times we're supposed to see it come across our skies, right? And I know they're probably going to try to explain it away through orbital motion that they can't detect, whatever. But what's interesting is I put it in the clip. I don't know if I think Alan played it in the beginning. I might play it a little bit later on today. But the physicist that they brought onto the news, I guess the news reporter asked the physicist, what's about the distance of this second moon? He said about the same distance to the moon, the actual moon. So I'm like, wait a minute. They get that close to the moon and they don't got to worry about it like hitting, like it's just cool, like it's at the same distance from Earth as the moon is, and it's going around that 57 times and nothing happens.
It's going to do it at 240,000 miles away ish, and then it's going to leave. Like it's got somewhere job to go to later. See ya, punch out.
But it ain't going to hit us.
220,000, right? No, 239,000, and then this is going to be at 240,000.
Well, I was just pulling that number out as part of the average, but he's saying roughly moon orbit. That's the figure. Yeah.
We'll get that close.
You know what they'll say if it ends up being delayed and like lasts longer for some reason, right? Shane setting you up for a pre-dunk, brother.
Oh, I went to go get fruit. What happened? Sorry.
Another failed prediction.
I said, what the astronomers will say if it ends up lasting longer than 57 days, right?
That they predicted it the whole time or whatever?
That it's just perturbed. It's just
right. Dude, like, so I made a prediction and then I got a perturbed jab. And then it was the right so much to tell the story.
Yeah.
Did you hear that? Did you hear when the lady said, "Well, how come it doesn't come down and hit us? Aren't you worried about it come down and hit us?" Nah, it's all good. It's just a mountain up there.
He just hits her with a nah. He's like, "Nah, baby girl, it ain't shit."
Nah. Don't stress on it. We're good.
This one's no danger. It's like, so that explains the moon, right?
Dude, all the other ones that are gonna be like that we don't even see, that no one's even seen, that they're just like, oh, you know what? It's gonna be within 70 Earth radiuses, but better keep an eye out, boys. It might get you. It could be the dinosaur killer. Could be the one. If the glove fits, it killed all the dinosaurs. And we never even see it.
Dinosaur killer.
Yeah, here we have an alleged mountain that's at the same orbital radius as the moon from the Earth, and they're like, nah, I mean, it's all good. Okay, bro. TY, thanks for the heads up, dog.
TY.
Did you guys see that movie not too long ago, Don't Look Up?
Yeah, that was sad.
I love that movie, yo.
Right? So, like, it was an asteroid that was going to come and destroy, and they were like, all right, the plan is pretend like it's not. Everyone just, like, go about your business, like, fuck it, what you going to do? And that was the whole plan. And that was the whole movie.
Yo, are we in that plot? Yo, is that the plot that we in right now? Is this the beginning of the plot? Yo.
That showed how much that the elites think we're idiots. Like, that movie just shows that they're laughing in our face. Like, that's what they think of us. And I know you guys peeped the Elon Musk, Steve Jobs character who left everybody at the end. Funny.
Yo, what if they're literally panicking right now and we over here holding the space today? Yo, we got 57 days to live. We gonna tell them 2 weeks before it happened. Yo, send everybody that we know that's running the music business in Hollywood and everything to jail. Make sure that make it seem like they not around. Like, but we really figuring this out. We really.
Yo,
like what?
Not to mention that was during election season. Oh my gosh, yo, I'm shaking in my boots.
Cybernetic.
Yeah, that should be around November, right?
Bro, this is too. Is this a coincidence, bro? Come on.
Antichrist, what?
Distraction against the next rig.
Don't look at the bell box.
What is going on?
Hollywood is the truth, and the entertainment on the news, and the truth in Hollywood.
Aliens got a big bag of popcorn. They just chilling. Like y'all see this? This season of Earth is crazy.
Dude, it started out with aliens at the mall, man. Everybody forgot about that.
Yeah, I just don't have it in me to pay attention to all the psyops, to be honest.
Now we got asteroids floating above us that, yeah, they're good. Aliens at the mall, no one's going to stress on it. Went away in like 3 days. We got an asteroid going to hang out for 56 days and somehow just say, all right, I've been here. Y'all were cool. I got to go. Peace out.
Gotta go.
Dude, I hope it doesn't tell its asteroid friends like our location, and then they come over and trying to hang out and accidentally crash into us and kill us all like they did the dinosaurs.
I mean, that would be wicked bad, dude.
Illegal asteroid migration.
Yeah, we can't let that asteroid leave. It's a security risk.
Dude, that's what they're saying. They're going to put it out there, and they're just going to leave it there and pretty soon.
But like,
we've always had 2 moons.
Dude, I don't get how like the moon that we have somehow got locked in geostationary, like facing orbit through the same it was an impact, then it was an accretion, and then it contracted around over like years, and then it stayed in perfect orbit. But this moon can come in, do the same thing, have no effect, whip around, hang out for a couple of rotations, and then bounce with no problem. But our moon, same circumstance, trapped forever, lunar phase locked for perpetuity. This rock, I mean, dude, I just don't get it. Someone make it make sense.
Well, I think
Big
this asteroid is
Shane.
only
Pick up a book.
the asteroid is only the width of like 75 flamingos, so it's probably just not big enough to be stuck.
Dude, they said it's 30. They said it was 30.
75 flamingos. What is that in Honda Civics?
Dude, they literally said it was like 33 feet by a giraffe. They compared the height to a giraffe.
But how many baby terrestrial meridians is that? I don't know how to make any sense of that.
Whatever it is, we're not going to use the metric system.
It's an interstellar Amazon delivery.
Bro, was it really 33 feet?
Yes, 33 feet.
Wow, come on. Elite, y'all just playing in my face now. Everything 33, everything 6s. Bro, y'all just playing at this point, bro.
Dude, and somebody did the geometry on giraffe, and it was like it was one of their numbers. I forget which one it was, 66 or 30. But yeah, it was crazy. 33 by a giraffe.
This will be the only migrant of our generation that will actually satisfy the definition of the word migrant, in that it will actually go back whence it came.
Wait, is there a full extended version meaning of that word? I thought it meant not that.
How many baby terrestrial meridians wide was Nibiru again when that was supposed to be coming with it back in its crazy orbit? Wasn't that here for like that amount of time or whatever?
You know, like the migrating bird. They show up, they hang out, they light up the hibachi a couple times, they piss off the neighbors with the noise until dawn, and then they fuck off. I mean, like, when is that going to happen with the rest of these 50 million migrants? Finger quote, migrants. When's that going to happen?
The video I had posted was saying basically that the moons, like this story of the asteroid coming into our orbit and then leaving in a couple of weeks, months, was the cover-up to what they originally found, which was there was an asteroid projected towards Earth, and then allegedly it self-corrected. So it had all the science heads like shook, because it's like, yo, like a self-correcting asteroid, like something about that clearly sounds wrong. And whatever, I gotta go look and see which institution found it originally, but they're trying to cover up the fact that it originally self-corrected, and then they're trying to move to, well, now it's just gonna come in our orbit and leave.
Yeah, so how is it when it comes to that nomenclature, they decide that the path that's more towards the collision path with Earth is the correct one? Did it not just go off course, or did it get back on course? How exactly do they see that?
Well, have you heard of the Himawari stone?
I was just about to say, JWST is out there working. Allegedly.
Man, none of these globes even care about this. You got a big old rock out there that's going to just stop at our moon, hang out for 56 days, do some sort of U orbit, and then leave. Dip out. Peace out, guys. And they were like, what?
Dude,
Hey,
there's like maybe there's a threshold for galactic accretion and like lunar propagation. Like maybe that it just goes around that threshold just a little bit before it gets sucked in to stay forever. Like I'm trying to figure it out.
At almost the exact elevation of the other moon, and nothing.
Right there. Just 238,856 miles away. And we ain't going to pull that thing in. It's just going to hang out there with that big old, okay, whatever.
And it's moving right along the ecliptic with everything else. What are the fucking odds of that? Hey, 1 in 360, even at a single degree resolution of odds spread.
Wait, are you saying that if we were to align it, it would coincide with solar periodicity, like things in the sky? Wait, did it happen just after?
Just like that, yeah.
Wow. That's a theory that never lets us down. Yeah, gravity.
Thanks, Newton. Big Newt.
Actually, because of Newton, guys, honestly, in the mass of that 33-foot, 2 giraffe-wide asteroid, we can actually use the mass of it to predict its path in 3D space because of Newton's law of gravitation and how important mass is. What do you guys think?
I can't believe they went 33 by a giraffe. I was like, really?
Like that. It's actually 2 iterations of 33 because by their definition of a giraffe, it's like 9 plus 6 plus 6 or whatever.
Hold on, was it big giraffe or little giraffe?
It was big giraffe. It was a big one.
It was a big giraffe.
Oh my god! I was like, okay, 32. Really? You had the skill to give me 33, but like, what do we say? I don't know. Put a giraffe up there. But they did it. And they did it. 33 by a giraffe.
That's where Jeff
Totally.
Toys R Us went.
That's just like when they were like all the hospitals are sick. Every single one of them has 33 sick patients or whatever. It's like, really?
Hey, I see we got a Texas cigar up here. You want to add anything in? Got any
Yeah,
ideas
what
about
up?
the second moon and maybe some of the influence on some in the environment, or any thoughts?
Oh man, I am not up to. I enjoy listening to you guys. You guys are leaps and bounds ahead of me, and that's why I'm listening to you. I'm sitting in my backyard, letting my dogs play, smoking a cigar, drinking a Stella Artois, and earlier I don't know.
Artois. I like
Artois. Yeah,
Artois.
I was getting fancy with it. I've been working under my damn truck all day, fixing the clutch, or not fixing it actually. So I got a new one coming tomorrow. But
And that sucks.
yeah, it's a part of owning a 60-year-old vehicle, but the points won't burn up during an EMP. So it does run well and it will still move. So I got that going for me. But yeah, I'm just enjoying listening to y'all, and I hope y'all are doing well, and gonna sit here and enjoy my cigar. If I hear something that I'm smart enough to reply to, I'll jump in.
What's gonna happen to the tides, man?
Yo, so one of the times I fell asleep, I heard Piezo came in and schooled everyone on like the tidal lunar acceleration ratio between the gravitational influence of the sun and the moon, right? Did you guys go over that?
That's what I was just talking about. Like, why doesn't it affect this second moon in the same way? Shout out to Piezo too, because he was part of that same conversation with Stone.
Yeah, well, we took that paper from Bennett, which I use on my tides thing, and like the tidal lunar acceleration ratio is like somewhat established, always between 2.1 and 2.3, I think, which means it always exerts that much more force than the sun, even though the sun is that much more massive and has that much more gravity, which is crazy when you think about it. And then you start thinking about how they actually argue that when it's close to the sun, it has more, and then it has more interaction. So like now, all of that goes out the window, and this little 33-foot rock 2 giraffe thing is going to ignore all that and do its own thing. I guess there'll be new rules later that they'll retroactively tell us about.
More of that post-diction stuff.
Yeah,
and by then, we predicted it the whole time.
I was going to ask about the equigravitational potential offsets for the theodolite lads. Like, are they going to have to do? Are they going to have to resurvey now?
Every measurement on Earth will now be wrong. Yeah, you're right.
We'll deflect the vertical.
Deflect as we please.
Well, no, we're going to deflect as the asteroid pleases today. We're going to be a little bit harder left because the asteroid's over there.
Dude, you know what was crazy is I took out my theodolite earlier and dropped my plug bob, and it was swiveling around, and I couldn't figure out why. And it turns out it was tracking Mount Meru. It
was swiveling like a fucking compass needle.
Yeah, dude,
it wasn't laying level.
No, dude, it literally turned into a pendulum. I was like, what do I do? I had to call up multiple globularists to get a fix on what I should do.
I had to get a 3-star fix. What I had to do real quick by plotting circles of equal altitude only on a sphere, boys. That's what I had to do.
I thought you were going to tell me it was hammer time.
I love how our new homie's drinking a beer, and it's called Stella Artois. I've had one of
Belgian.
those. I've had one of those one time.
It's the only beer that don't give me a headache now.
That's because beer's kind of poison, but it's cool. It's good tasting poison.
I'm sure this cigar is not the best for me either, but they are both very relaxing.
Also poison, yeah. It's okay.
Well, if you're really into beer, I would recommend one for you. If you live in Texas, it's likely you'll be able to buy it there. It's called Chimay, Chimay, Chimay Trappiste, after the Trappist monks in.
That sounds like dog shit. Have you boys heard of Modelo?
I actually don't really drink beer at all, but I was kind of this is the couple days of the year passing of my sister. So.
Oh, sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, so just having some beers for the occasion.
Gotcha. Well, the Chimay Trappiste Ale is definitely something to behold. They cork it with actual cork, and they come in pints usually. And there's a secondary fermentation process going on in the bottle when you buy it. So when you take it off the shelf, keep it upright and treat it like an egg. Keep the sediment on the bottom, doing nothing, and pour it real slow and real cold. And when you do, especially the blue one, you'll find that it has an aftertaste of black currant. It's absolutely sublime. Chimay Trappiste.
Rainstones, describe that. I wish I had me one.
Dude, I just thought that, but then my next thought was I can never find something that I don't have any hope of pronouncing. So there goes that thought.
I gotta baby this thing on the way home. I don't know if I can drink that beer.
Well, you can let it settle again for about a week once you get it home if you have to. But you know,
I'm gonna drink some beer next week.
well, you know, stagger it. Buy them last week for this week. You just set your schedule. It is what it is.
I want to taste something that I later describe as sublime.
I just infused some vodka with Concord grapes. 3 liters of vodka.
Oh, I bet that's awesome.
Concord grapes. It'll be done in a couple weeks. And it turns dark purple and it tastes like grape juice.
Sunshine, did the dark grapes had seeds, and did you let them soak in saliva?
Did you tell those grapes how to go?
It's only to plant them, man. But yeah, they should have seeds, man. If they can make they can make fruit seedless, they can make you seedless.
I mean, do you use deodorant?
Yo, was that big ghost friend in the house? What's up, Ghost? Young Ghosty? What's good, brother?
Hey, what up, man?
What's up, brother?
Hey, Ghost, what up? Welcome to Flat Earth Friday.
Brothers and sisters, how you doing?
Doing great, sir.
Doing very good. Doing all right. Nothing. To some people.
Tell it. Yeah, right? Anytime somebody asks who you talking to, you got to say the level head.
Level head, damn it. No, she's over there talking to her sister and stuff like that. Yeah, dude, I've been listening to you cats for a long time. You guys always been fucking legit with trying to basically get to the bottom of the bullshit, and everybody that comes on here is basically kind of seeing through the game, you know, the whole game of everything, you know, every kind of layer, every kind of aspect, every kind of walk of life, whether it be government, law enforcement, I mean, law enforcement kind of government, but medical, education, everything. Everything is kind of coming out to like really start to show its ugly face. And I'm happy to have you guys around to bounce ideas off and everything like that. Totally on the whole flat earth thing. And we're definitely not spinning on a fucking ball. A lot of people around me kind of have a tendency to kind of like look sideways when you say something like that, but it's all good. I know what I see. I know what I can kind of look at. I've asked so many questions. I've listened to you guys. I've done my research left and right, blah, blah, blah. But there is one thing that's like kind of caught my ear. Has nothing really to do with flat earth. But Sacred, you might be kind of like, or looked into it, or many people have probably, but the emerald tablets, right? I'm sure everybody's kind of looked into it. But
yeah. We talked about that a couple of times.
Yeah. If you fucking break down that chapter 8, you break down that chapter 8 where it talks about a vibration and that word, right? And I know who's that? Stone. I think Stone talked about it, about that word Kaninigan or something like that. And in that kind of that word, it said in that chapter 8, it says something about that word that man can say that these, quote unquote, beings and cannot, and how that chapter 8 is unbelievable. I don't know if anyone broke it down, but really weird, really weird shit. But I know I think Stone talked about it too. But anyway, I'm just happy to be here. You guys are cool. All good.
Here.
Shout out to Hermes Trismegistus.
You should change this space to backslapping Fridays, not flat Earth Fridays.
Not Gary.
Yeah. It's just a backslapping.
Pull that Gary up here.
You got a problem with positivity?
It's just a load of backslapping stuff. You just all.
You still in aerospace?
Well, shit. Give us something to fight about.
No, it's just funny. I've been listening for ages. It's just really funny. You just backslap each other.
We're supposed to hate on each other? We're supposed to show love.
We're proud of you for listening. I'm happy you're here.
Thank you.
Thanks for the follow.
That's fine.
Gary actually won a Platinum Plane Award.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Oh, did he?
For a lie.
What did he win, Sacred? What category?
Oh, damn. Do I remember? Hold on. Let me go get it.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I remember what I won. You remember what you won. What'd you win, Gary?
You tell me.
I know what I won. I don't know what you won.
Gary, you supposed to know. That should be hanging on your fridge, man.
So I just made a comment. I just think you should change it to Backslapping Friday, because you don't get any Globers on here, because we just get shut down and laughed at and just abused.
So Gary won the most likely to space and drink.
Now, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, there you go. It's the same old every time.
And you know what's funny? You know what's funny about that? Is I won Globee Troll of the Year, man. And I told everybody he's a drunk. He won an award.
Yeah, you did, yeah. And everybody keeps repeating it because
Tell me that isn't the best troll game of all time, man. Tell me who's better than me, man? Who's better than me? Nobody.
What's your drink of choice, Gary?
It depends what mood I'm in, really. I agree with the chap who was on earlier about the Belgian beers, the Chamays. They're really, really good. They're made by monks in Belgium and Holland.
Yeah, that's true. They are just over the border there.
Yeah, they are very good. I've been there a few
by real
times.
monks?
Pardon?
By
Yeah,
real monks?
they've been made by Trappist monks for a couple centuries now. Yeah.
Yeah, they have. Yeah.
Chimay. You just look it up.
Yeah.
Chimay. It's awesome shit.
There's Duvel as well. Duvel. There's lots of them because
Spell,
monks like to get pissed because they're
There's nothing else to do.
nothing else to do. Yeah.
spell that again for me.
Duvel.
No, Chimay. Chimay.
Yeah. There's a few. But shall we get back to that 33-foot
Mountain.
asteroid
Giraffe head.
that some people are calling a mountain?
Oh, Gary, let me ask you, do you feel like there's any relation between that moon showing up in the sky soon and like some of the weather that we have?
No.
Do you think it's going to affect anything on Earth at all?
No.
Do you think it should?
No. Do you want to ask me why?
I would like you to elaborate. Yes, please.
Because it's 33 feet tall and wide, and it's further out than our moon that is much, much, much bigger.
No, actually, it's like 33 by a giraffe, and it's going to be hanging out right next to the moon.
Is that Brian?
You don't know my voice by now?
Yeah, I do, mate. Yeah, I do. Yeah, so yeah, somebody did say giraffe, but it's about 33 feet around in circumference
By a giraffe.
diameter, and a probably 2 giraffes high, 3 giraffes high. But that's irrelevant because it's so tiny it can have no effect on the Earth. No effect at all. It's come in.
Gary. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it's come in through space, which I know you don't believe exists, but it's come in and it's entered the orbit of the Earth, and it's been captured by the gravitational pull of the Earth. But the speed it's going...
So it got trapped by the gravitational pull of the Earth and stopped at the
No,
moon?
I didn't say trapped. I said it's been pulled in.
I think you said trapped.
No, I didn't. I said it's been pulled in.
No, we heard you say trapped. I think actually that's what you said. We have to hit you with the rewind.
But
okay, even if I said trapped, it's been trapped. So let's carry on talking. So it's been trapped in by the gravity of the Earth, and it's traveling at a speed, and that's why it will have a big ellipse orbit of the Earth, and it'll accelerate in that ellipse because it's getting a smaller and smaller rotation, and then it'll accelerate out just how rockets do, because that's what rockets do as well. They use the gravitational pull of the Earth to rotate around the Earth and then speed up and fly away.
There is no gravitational pull. That's what Michio Kaku said.
Why is there no gravitational pull?
He said it doesn't exist.
So you can prove that from your own experiment, can you?
Relativity, bro.
No, that's what Michio Kaku said.
No, so can you prove that from your own experiment? Because that's what you always ask Globers. You always ask, can you prove it from your own experiment?
Well, you can't prove a negative, but what we're asking the Globers to do is to isolate it. But that didn't come from the flat earthers. That came from
You know who Michio Kaku is, Gary? You know who that is?
No.
Oh, you don't know who that is?
That explains your
theoretical
reaction.
physicist.
Aren't you an aerospace engineer?
I am, yeah.
He deals with space.
No, I'm an aerospace engineer.
No, he's saying that Michio deals with astrophysics.
You asked me a straight question, and I answered it straight. No, I don't know who he is. Why should
Yeah,
I?
so he's just like a top name in the physics community. So this is like his claim. This is a globe Earth believer, but his
So
claim is that it's
why
not
should I know about
provable.
him?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were a globe Earth, Gary.
So why should I know about him?
Because he's a popular physicist.
There's
You
lots.
shouldn't have to know about him, but he's
There's
just a popular.
thousands and thousands of them. So why should I know about one particular one that you just asked me a question about?
Because he's the guy who keeps getting all the interviews.
Yeah, you're learning about him now. I don't know if y'all can hear this. Let me know if y'all can hear
So
this.
you're switching.
Let me know if you can hear this, or if it's too low. This is Michio Kaku, the theoretical physicist.
All we have the theory of gravity. Gravity keeps you on this floor. Gravity attracts everything around its vicinity to create gravity around the Earth. Or, as we say in our astronomy courses, when we teach our kids, gravity sucks. Gravity sucks evenly. It pulls everything to the center. But then Einstein gave us a different picture. Gravity doesn't suck at all. We tell our students, we lied to you. Gravity does not pull you to the floor. Space pushes you down. Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No, there is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. All we have the theory of gravity.
They lied.
That's a tiny bit low, but yeah, I can hear that. But yeah, that's like the physicist, Gary. So when we say like, it's not provable, that's just their claim. That's science's claim.
Elon got everyone with the double mute.
Gary must be in an elevator.
Hey, when's the
you've muted me
earliest?
again. That's the usual.
When's the earliest human written in history star travel by like navigation by stars? When's the earliest? I've heard multiple different dates. Does anybody know?
Why are you changing the subject?
When Shane gets back from walking his dog, he'll probably know.
Oh well, the subject that you're talking about, because you're talking about some silly stuff. I can ask you, Gary, if you're a the Glober guy, if you want to. I've asked around, not asked. I've asked the internet, and I've got three different answers. Some people say 30,000 years, 10, 6,000 years ago. So all I'm saying is, in all those years, again, nothing's changed. It's the same patterns everywhere.
Is it?
Like a planetarium.
So it's exactly the same, is it?
It is.
Well, you can see it in things like placement of pyramids and other structures on Earth according to the shapes of the constellations in perfect proportion, and they're still like that today. So yes, Gary, you can see that.
Always been the same. or not.
I find your comprehension of the actual world and how old it is, and how things so far. When you're driving along a motorway or your freeways, and you see mountains way in the distance, and they're moving really slowly as you're driving at 70 miles per hour.
Are you going to lecture me on parallax, Gary?
I'm not going to lecture on anything. I'm just asking you a question. So when you're driving at 70 mile an hour, and those mountains that are 20, 50 mile away, and you can see them, they're going very, very slow, aren't they?
You can see 20, 50 miles?
Gary, those mountains aren't going at all. You are.
Wait, you said
exactly, yeah, but they appear to be moving past your point of view very slowly, don't they? Yes or no?
You mean slowly in terms of a geologic time scale or slowly in terms of a muon decay time scale?
I mean, your visual capability when you're driving and you're passing those mountains. Don't try and dodge the question.
Yeah, but Gary,
it's not
you're
dodging.
talking about the Earth rotating.
I'm talking about distance. No, I'm talking about distance.
You're talking about the Earth rotating around the sun, the Earth rotating
No, I'm
itself,
not.
and
No, I'm
every
not.
individual
You're lying.
star out there going
lying.
at what? To
You're
what?
lying.
The star is going where? Where's the star going? Is it going north? Is it going south? Is it going east? Is it going west?
You're doing
It's going
the
in space and you
usual.
have no clue, right?
You're doing the usual
They say that
stuff.
they say that
again.
that star is going where, bro?
Can you
Where's
answer my
that
question?
star going?
Okay, hold on, Ghost. You asked a couple questions, so ask one question for Gary, and then I think he said he wants to just clarify something that he feels like you're not saying correctly from what he said.
That's
So
absolutely
just ask
correct.
your question.
Thank you.
Ask your question.
No. I understand what he's saying as far as visual aspect. And when you see a mountain, and when you're going at whatever 100 miles per hour, yeah, you can see that mountain, and that mountain is not going. It's the same thing. I can say this, okay, Gary. If me and you are in a car, all right, and we're in an enclosed car, there's no air getting into that car, right? All right, and we're going at 100 miles.
It's not an enclosed space. There's air
I'm
getting into that car.
I'm giving you a just a little freaking example, okay? All right.
Carry
If
on.
we were in a car driving down a straight path going 100 miles per hour, and there was no air coming into this environment that me and you are in, and I smoke a joint, that environment is going to be what? Filled with what? What's that environment going to be filled with? Right?
It's called the Jamaican hot dogs.
What is that? What is that environment going to be filled with? All right.
All right,
So then, when
let Gary reply, and then he'll pass.
All right.
It wouldn't be one I'd like to be in. I'll tell you that.
Come on, Gary. You know you would like that. Come on.
I'm not gonna tell you try it, bro.
I've never tried it ever in my life, and I never will.
All right.
Nailed it.
All right. But anyway, all right. Anyway, so Gary, me and you, we're chilling, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
All right. You can't even see me because it's too smoky. You're like, I can't even see you. You're talking about flat earth, blah, blah, blah. I said, well, why don't you open a window and create a vacuum? What's going to happen to all that environment? What's going to happen to it?
That's so funny. I really don't get your point. I really don't get your point.
What do you mean? If you crack a window and we're going 100 miles per hour, all right, you crack a window, that environment now becomes all clear because all that smoke goes out of that environment.
So
it's the
what's that got
same
to do with what
environment.
we've been talking about?
It's this. That's what I'm just. What are you talking about? It's something else. Yeah, it's something else that I'm talking about.
Yeah,
it's not exactly what we're talking about.
So are you, Gary?
It's okay.
Subject.
It's so you're talking about distance. You're talking about stars. All right, I'm talking about stars, and you're talking about. I'm talking about navigation. I was talking about navigation, and you're saying that what? That in 6,000, 10,000, you give me a number, and all that time, the stars haven't moved. They've always been in the same pattern.
No, they've not.
Like a planetarium.
We have maps of them. We have maps of the stars going back years and years, and they
like a planetarium. Have you been to a planetarium?
I have, yeah.
Okay.
So what's
there
your
you go.
What's your point?
That's the environment that we live in. You don't even you can't even fathom you can't even have the open mind that you are just an ant with clothes and fancy fucking shoes. You have no fucking clue. You have no clue. Were we created by another being? You have no clue. You have no idea because of why. All the knowledge that has been fucking kept from humanity for the thousands of years. In the Vatican.
How many thousands?
I would say a lot of thousands of years.
If it's been kept from us, how do we know?
Why
Is
would
that more than
humans
4,000
want to
years?
control?
Is that more than 4,000 years?
If it's been kept from us, how do we know?
Exactly. Well, there you go.
How many thousands of years has it been kept from us?
That's such a moot question.
Yo, so is it greater than 5, greater than 10, greater than 50?
Well, Gary, do you believe in God? Do you believe in another? Do you believe in a higher being?
That's how we got into this problem.
I believe in
talking
a
about
higher
belief.
Yeah, you're talking about a belief, yeah.
No, I'm just saying, do you believe in a higher being? Do you believe in a big bang, or do you believe that there was a creator in this realm that we find ourselves in?
Do you believe in creationism then?
In creationism, I would have to have a little bit better explanation of
that. Isn't that what God did?
I don't know, because I don't know the definition of creationism. I would have to look that up.
So you believe in God?
I do believe in creator, yes.
So that is the basis of God, creationism. God created the world, the universe.
Okay. All right.
So there's two schools of creationism. One school believes that God created the earth and the universe 4,000 years ago. And then there's another field of creationism that believes that God created the world millions of years ago. So do you know your subject at all? Do you know anything about creationism?
Which one?
Do any of you?
Yes.
Because
I actually understand. But it's more like 6,000 years.
I'm asking serious questions.
I agree with you. You're 100% right. Which one are you?
I'll be absolutely honest. I'm a bit borderline.
Millions of years ago. I've never heard of that. Millions of years.
Well, there's creation
ago.
There's long creation.
They believe God created everything, but they also believe He created had a pocket. Yeah, they think God had a pocket full of marbles and threw them out there.
Well, Gary, this could be a simulation too, Gary. Again, it could, if you're talking about, if you're the one of a million years old, right? And this creation has been reset and over and over and over and over again, kind of like the Matrix idea, right? Where he finds out, hey, he's the sixth generation or whatever, sixth version of humanity to get to this point and understand. You know, you understand what's going on. All right, now you have 23 and 23, and then you create another simulation.
You know, there's stories and films, don't you? And
tons of that
reality.
stuff.
Yeah.
No, I know that. I understand that, but I'm just saying, you don't know. You're talking about something.
No, I agree.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I understand that. That's what I'm saying. But again, with the whole thing of the Bible, again, I'm not saying the Bible isn't a good book and a good book to follow and have, again, basic instructions before leaving Earth, kind of whole thing. But what I'm saying is,
shout out to Wu-Tang
again. Hell yeah, right, dude. Al, yo,
what up,
Alan?
I'll tell you
boy
what I
ain't listening
believe.
to Liquid Swords right now. What's good?
Can I tell you what I believe?
I listened to that probably 5 years ago, and that's where that Bible hit me, and I was like, "Get the I had no clue, dude. I listened to that shit so many fucking times, no clue.
Can I tell you what
Just
I
bobbed my
believe?
head.
I'm
Duh,
just
duh,
asking
duh,
again.
duh.
Can I tell you what I believe? I'm just asking again.
Yeah, go ahead, guy.
Yeah, I believe the way that the Bible says we should live our lives is correct. Do I believe in the all of the stories in the Bible? No, I don't. Do I believe in God? I'm not sure. My cousin's a priest. We have these discussions quite often.
Wow, that's interesting. That would be pretty cool to hear those.
My other cousin is a flat earther and believes in every conspiracy on the world.
What's wrong with that,
Cousin's
Gary?
a flat earther. Yo, shout out to your cousin Gary. Let him know where we at.
I'm just saying you don't have to presume that globers don't know or talk to people that have different opinions.
Ghost. Who do you trust more, the Bible or the government?
Nah, hell yeah, the Bible.
How can
Definitely.
I trust a book?
I know it's. I understand what you're saying, Gary, because I'm the same way. It's a book that's been touched by man's hands, and everything that man has
Exactly.
touched in this realm, man has corrupted, and we all know that. Everyone in this room kind of understands exactly
100%
where we're
agree.
coming from. To that, 100%.
agree.
Everyone can say that.
Who created the education system?
Don't say the
there you go.
Rothschilds.
Oh, well, who else would it be then?
Don't say the Rothschilds. That's absolute.
No, actually, it was the
bollocks. We had
Rockefellers.
education in England.
Didn't it come from Prussia?
Years and years before they were even on the earth. That's absolute garbage.
Well, here endeth the lesson, eh?
No, it's true. Think about it. It's absolutely true. Just think about it. You're talking about the Rothschilds.
Actually, no, I was talking about the Rockefellers in the context of North America.
Rockefellers. Well, BB Baba. Rockefellers, Rothschilds, whatever.
You know, the one that funded all the universities.
They're still an American organization.
The Rothschilds are not American, might I?
Oh, right. Who are they then?
Hey, Gary, can you...
You need to do your homework, Gary. The Rothschilds are of
mic?
European origin.
They're what?
Can you get closer to your mic? You sound a little really distorted right now. You were fine earlier.
The Rothschilds are of European origin. Rothschild is actually Prussian for red shield.
Americans are of European origin.
Not like a traceable family line where
I am
certain brothers
definitely
were put
not,
into
Gary.
positions to control government through the UK all the way through Europe, long before anybody thought about America.
Proud
You know what I mean?
Every American.
If you don't know anything about the Rothschilds, you need to do a little bit of homework before you continue to speak on this subject, Gary. That's pretty sad.
Hey, Gary, can you do us a favor? When you're done talking, can you mute your mic? I think I'm hearing a feedback every time people speak while your mic is open.
You're hearing what?
You have every time you're done speaking, you have to mute your mic.
Well, it's not from my end because it's silent here.
No, it's definitely from you, but also maybe move your mic further away. Maybe it's too close because it just sounds really distorted and low.
Right, I've just moved it further away. That might be better then.
The distortion's way better, but it's super low now.
Yeah, we need some gain.
You need
So you gotta tell the government and get you a new device.
Oh, that's entirely different. That's much better.
It's in the same place.
I don't know, whatever. It's great now.
Right, it's in exactly the same place, apart from I've took my thumb off the
No, Flat Earth IP.
So I just want to say proud Earth again. That not not every.
No, you're back in the DS zone, brother. We can't hear
Gary,
you.
stop messing with your phone or your mic, man. You gotta just leave it in one place and don't touch it.
I'm not
Otherwise,
doing.
we can't hear you if you keep messing with your device.
I'm not doing anything with it.
You're solid now.
Keep it just like that. Don't touch it. But you gotta mute your mic because we
Right,
want to see what Jonathan has to say. So go ahead and give us your last thought, and then we're gonna move on to Jonathan. Go ahead, Gary.
So can we get back to the 33-foot moon, because that's where it started, and then it morphed off. So why do people think that will affect the Earth?
We were asking you what you thought.
I told you I didn't think it'd do anything.
Okay, appreciate that. Let's slide over to Jonathan. What's up, Jonathan?
Okay.
Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, my brother.
Bye.
Hey, how's it going, Sacred? So I wanted
good,
to,
man. Feeling good. I'm charged up.
yeah, good. I wanted to brag on the Bible just a little bit. I heard, I think, Ghost Fern and Gary talking about how it's a good book to read. I think it's even more than that, and the reason is because when you look at the history of the Bible, starting with the Old Testament, which is hands down one of the best preserved documents that we know of because of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Comparing those to the scriptures that we know, they are exactly the same. The reverence they had for the Word of God is very high, and they made sure that it was preserved. As far as the New Testament goes, there are manuscripts and pieces of the Bible that were found very, very close to Jesus' time. And there's a thing called the Textus Receptus, and I may be telling you things you already know, but I just wanted to kind of go over this real quick. The Textus Receptus is a collection of scriptures and fragments of manuscripts, and what they did when they translated what they did when they made the King James version was they used this Textus Receptus. And for every single verse, they would collect up all of the fragments that contained that verse. And any of the manuscripts that contained something that was worded a little different than all the rest, they would discard that, and they would go with the majority. And so, and the King James and only a couple of other Bibles used that method. All of the other Bibles use just a handful of older and more complete manuscripts that were found in dry climates, like the Sinaiticus, or there's a few codexes that were very, very old, but they're leaning on just a few examples of older Bibles, whereas the Textus Receptus has tens of thousands of manuscripts that it drew from. So I have a lot of confidence in the King James in particular. It started off at a time when spelling was not standardized. So there was a revision of it, but only to standardize spellings of words. And there may have been one or two others, but it was very minor things. Sentences were not reworded. It was just updated in very minor ways. And so I think that in the book of Psalms, it mentions that God holds his word in great regard, even higher than his name, or that he preserves his word, rather. And so his hand is on history, in my opinion, and he has guided the translations of his word, because how else can Jesus say something like about the rich man and Lazarus, the story of the rich man and Lazarus, he said in that story that the rich man was pleading with Abraham when he was in hell and Abraham was in a place of rest. And he said, let me go back and warn my brothers so they don't come here and suffer this fate of mine. He said, they have the book of Moses and the prophets. If they do not believe them, then they won't even believe you, even if you come back from the dead to warn them. And that's just like, that statement floored me. And so what that means is that the word is powerful, it's sufficient, and it is, you know, if God did not preserve his word, how then can he say something like that and put it in such regard? So yeah, I just think if you study the history of the Bible, you'll find that it's more than just a document that man has had their hands on and has corrupted. I think there's a whole lot less of that than you might realize.
No, and thank you, John. That was really good because I didn't. What was the receptus? What is it? What was it?
Textus receptus.
Textus. All right, cool.
Yes,
I'll look that up definitely. I never heard that. I'll definitely look that up, and I should rephrase that. I shouldn't say it's a book. It's a very good book that a lot of people really should dive into because there's a lot of lessons in that book that again teaches you to treat the other human being that you see across from you kind of, from what I gather. I know there's some things about, slave talk and this and that and blah, blah. Again, there's a lot of things that people talk about as far as 700 books that were out there that came and they were just like 66 books came from those 700 books. Now, again, dude, I'm not saying anything bad about it. I'm not trying to look like the Antichrist or anything like that, bro. All I'm saying, I'm just questioning things. That's all I'm doing. I'm just saying, hey, look, humans can't get a story straight from a week ago, a year ago, 10 years ago, 20, 50, 100 years ago. And I understand the whole thing about books and this and that and blah, 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 and blah, blah. I get it. All I'm saying is man definitely corrupts and manipulates every single step of the way and at every level. So you have to be, again, I appreciate that, and I'm not even trying to say anything bad about the Bible at all. I'm just got questions, this, that, blah, 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 blah. And again, very great book to dive into and get lost in and come out possibly a better man just because of the teachings in that book. Whether you follow all that book in the rules in that book and the teachings in that book, you can follow something in Art of War and say, hey, look, I'm going to follow this over here.
Can I
And
jump
then
in
you
for
can
1 second, please?
follow
Because I'm
this
about to
over
have to
here.
go.
But cool.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to. Oh, my mic's broke. Okay. I just want to say I'm with my friend that works at NASA, my neighbor, and I'm trying to prep him up, give him some drinks, and get him to share on here because he's moving tomorrow. So I'm like, okay, I'm trying to get him to come share what he shared with me about how all these people at NASA are flat earthers. Half of them don't. Well, actually, most of them don't believe the moon landing. Half of them are flat earthers. So I'm trying to get him to share, but I'm trying to kind of prep him up a little bit.
What's his job at work?
He's like contracted to build these planes or something like that.
Yo, can we have some Taylor appreciation? Look how much work she putting in. She taking it back
You-
like Pontchartrain. She got NASA on the line. She got
Yo,
the
I
drinks
second that. Can we
pouring.
give her an award, a
The
title, and a
only reason
position?
I'm with
Show
him,
Taylor some love.
hold on. The only reason I'm with him is because I'm trying to get him to tell y'all. So
We'll
I'm trying
call
my
you
best. I have to
Janie
wake up
on the
so early,
spot.
but I'm about to go to the bar. Yeah,
So
You
did
should
you
have told
clean
me
the
to shut the fuck up.
toilets?
to be continued.
You
So
didn't
what
give an explanation of what his job was.
what position do we give for Taylor? So we're to have
I
ambassador.
have to
What's
go 1 second.
We'll call her Janie on the spot.
I don't know what that means, though, to be honest.
As in
What's
the
the NASA
expression Johnny on the spot?
Nah, it's not cool enough.
Not cool
Still
enough?
missing me.
All right.
If he's with you right now, Taylor, and he doesn't have X, so you have to like give him your phone, we'll all shut up so he
Yeah,
can talk a
what?
little bit.
Yeah, please.
Or if he
What's
wants
his
to sign
job?
up for X on a burner.
He's a contracted aircraft manufacturer, Gary.
What's one of those?
You Google it while you're hanging
Is
tight.
I
it a
guess we'll have to hear
contracted
from him, won't we?
aircraft manufacturer?
We might want to get that answer from him then. Hey, Gary, instead of asking us in the room, we're not
What's a
working his job.
contracted
We don't check
aircraft
into NASA. We don't get the
manufacturer?
paycheck. We don't punch in Florida. You got that part?
You guys don't get a NASA paycheck?
I'm just asking a simple question. What's his job?
I left mine at the pool.
You guys are doing the wrong kind of shilling, I think.
No, because if he's real, then get him on.
If he's real. Are you real, Gary? Prove
I'm
to me that
talking
you're
to
real.
you.
But you could easily be an AI, so prove to me that you're real. Actually, you know what? I don't care. That's fine. It's fine.
Take a
That's
picture
that's
with
a
a fork.
ridiculous answer.
You gotta take a picture with a fork, Gary.
Pardon?
To prove you're real, you gotta take a picture upside down with a fork and then write on a sticky note that you're a globe earther. To prove you're
Right.
real.
So you do that first, then.
You want to see me upside down with a fork
No,
and a
only-
sign that says flat earther?
Yeah, only
No,
Globers have to do
I'm
that. That's
questioning why you're asking this really, really silly question.
I was matching your energy with prove he's real, if he's real.
I think what she meant was shh.
Yeah, exactly.
Jeez. Yeah, we'll give Taylor a second. I don't know if
Yeah,
she can hear
Taylor,
me.
make it happen. Just hand him the phone. See what he has
Yeah,
to
hand
say.
him the phone.
That'd be hot.
What's his job? What does he do?
I think she's coercing him, guys. She has to get him pumped up full of liquor before he realizes that he's in a flat earth space.
Then just ask what his real job is.
All right, back to me and Gary in the car smoking a joint.
No, for the love of God, anything but that.
Just what's his real job?
Gary, we don't know. Stop asking, bro. Just chill out. Relax.
Why can't we
We've
ask
never
him?
met him.
You're on full repeat, bro. Just relax.
We've never met him. I think Taylor's with him right now, physically where she is. So she's trying to convince him to come on her phone to talk to us. So we're waiting for her to just talk to him.
Yeah, okay.
You seem unconvinced, but okay. Let's let Winsome chime in and then see if Taylor was ready after that.
Sure.
And we're gonna rotate some mics. So I think we got some requests. But yeah, go ahead.
So it's just going to disappear now into the ether.
Hey, Gary.
Great use of that analogy.
Hey guys, it's Scott here from Winsome Kind. This is my my band's account. I'm a musician and a farmer. I'm from Canada, living in Saskatchewan right now, where it's beautifully flat and you can really see the horizon out here. It's a beautiful place to live and to really
What's the
appreciate
horizon?
this beautiful.
Gary, don't interrupt, Gary. Don't interrupt.
Okay, I'm really
beautiful.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I won't.
No worries, Gary. You know, you can mute your mic if you want when you're not talking, but it's up to you. But this is actually my first time tuning in to Flat Earth Friday, so just stoked to be here. And I had the pleasure of meeting Dave Weiss in Acapulco back in February. Got to go to the Acapulco conference there and play some music. So just big fan of. And fairly new, really, to sort of the whole, in the last, really, it was sort of, since 2020, 2021, it's kind of when my eyes started to open to sort of all the lies and the deception and the stories we've been fed since we were since we were kids, and through media and all that. But really, what I wanted to say real quick here, I'm not sure if anybody's familiar with the Here for the Truth podcast, but it's a fantastic podcast. There's a couple guys that host that, and they recently had an author on their podcast named Mark Gober. And he's been writing these really amazing books. The first one he wrote was called The End to Upside Down Thinking. And his most recent one, I think it's his 7th book. It's actually called The End to the Upside Down Cosmos. And so in it, he does a real deep dive. This guy, he's educated at Princeton. He sort of comes from a very, quote unquote, kind of normal background, as far as his education and stuff. You wouldn't really necessarily think he'd be somebody that would be questioning the globe model, as a globe skeptic. But he really lays it out in this book of his, The End to the Upside Down Cosmos. And he just did an interview, like I was saying, on this podcast called Here for the Truth. So if you're not really sure, you're still on the fence, or you're looking for more information, I would go check that out. If you're somebody that you're just, you're not sure, maybe yourself, Gary, and you're not really, you're not willing to go there yet and let go of the ball, so to speak. But in it, he literally destroys the ball. And it's like a 90-minute conversation, I think. But he just lays out sort of all the facts of why the globe doesn't make sense. And he's not claiming to know what it is. And I think any quote unquote flat earther would sort of say the same. Like, I don't know exactly what it is, but I certainly know what it isn't, based on what we can observe and what we know. So anyway, I kind of just wanted to chime in and just say, yeah, thanks y'all for hosting this space and just having fun listening. And my wife and I, we actually make music. This is our band account, like I was saying, and we've got a song out called Love Over Fear, and we drop a little flat earth reference in there. And if you want to go check that out, you can too. But thanks so much. Cheers.
I'll check it out.
Did you say that you met Dave Weiss at Anarchapulco because you played at that event? Are those two things you said? That's really awesome, actually.
It was cool, man. Yeah, I've had the pleasure of performing at Anarchapulco a couple times now in 2022, and then we were invited to come back in 2024. So it was super cool. Dave Weiss gave an incredible presentation, super condensed. It was I think he had 45 minutes, so he had to really condense what he was talking about. There's just so much to cover, but he gave a really great talk, and we actually ended up staying just down the hall from him in the same hotel, and got to chat with him a bit and kind of get to know him a little bit, which was really cool. So I felt very blessed for that experience, and just to get to know him a little more.
I heard that Anarchapulco participants were 80% flat Earth. Can you confirm or deny?
Oh, 100%. Absolutely. I would say the majority of people down there, 100%. During his talk, it's I think everybody was, at least willing to entertain it. There was a few people that are just, some people just find it really hard to let go, right? Of the programs. They're so embedded, and they're so,
Larkin Rose, per instance, perchance, maybe?
Yeah, Larkin Rose, absolutely. He was one of the guys. He's still, I'm not sure if he's got, if he's opened his mind since then, or if he's willing to consider that the globe is a complete
I heard he spent
fairy tale.
Most of the last event standing outside because he wouldn't listen to flat earthers, and because everyone was a flat earther, he spent all of outside, and I think all of the event outside. But I don't know. It's a shame because his Candles in the Dark was hugely inspirational to me, and is a huge a turning point to statism, to the how they introduce globularity. It's the whole how to talk to someone in a cult, and that dude refuses to see it. The architect of it refuses to have it used on him. It's wonderfully ironic.
Yeah, I agree, man. It was I noticed that he gave a great talk. He's such an intelligent guy, he really is a smart guy, and he's doing some good work. But I found that really fascinating too, that he kind of sat in the corner and seemed very antisocial, and I'm not sure. I maybe he just got a bit triggered and he wasn't quite sure how to deal with it. But it surprised me too. I was sort of a little surprised. I watched his recent film, The Jonestown Plantation.
Yeah, excellent.
It's a great film, and he's a good writer for sure. But yeah, obviously he's got some hurdles inside his own brain that he has yet to jump.
Dude, he has to go through the same like process, the mirror, the wall. Like he has the exact process described in seminars that he teaches, and he refuses to go through it. That's why it's hilarious. My God.
Well, maybe that's just part of his journey, right? Maybe that'll shift for him at some point.
But the other thing is like his arguments are like tier 1, and he has in his friendship circle all of the highest tier flat earthers that you could ask for, and nobody has told him shit. Now, what does that tell you? Like, what if he doesn't know any of the arguments, yet he knows all of the flat earthers?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I try to talk to friends about it sometimes and, bring it up. And some people just are really, really opposed to it, right? They're just, for whatever reason, they're just like, it just gets them riled up and it gets them mad. And you're like, well, what? Like, I'm just questioning something. I'm like, it doesn't make sense. Like, we can see too far. Like, water finds level. Like, we can't measure.
All of his friends did that. All of his friends were like, you're too hostile.
Right?
I'm not going to tell you.
Anyway, yeah, so. But it's been cool. It's been a really fun few years. And I tuned in to Dave's space there where we got the 200th, user on the Flat Earth clock there. And that's like super cool. So.
Just a question. Did you watch the sunset in Acapulco?
Oh, many times.
Yeah. What happened? What did you see?
Well, personally, to me, it seemed like the sun just kept moving farther and farther away. And eventually it disappeared from my perspective,
So it
and
got
I couldn't see it
smaller and
anymore.
smaller. So it got smaller and smaller, did it?
Well, no, we watched the sunset over the ocean. Have you ever done that? It's beautiful. It's been
Yeah,
like
I've
one
done
of the
it
most
many times.
Gary's a
No, I'm asking a serious question to somebody who's been in Acapulco that faces west. So, yeah, you've seen the sunset, and you said it seemed to get further and further away.
Look, man, I'm not going to try to convince you.
Wise decision.
Yeah, good move.
Dude,
So
shout out to
you
you,
go,
Win.
Observation.
If that's all you got, then you got to do better than that, man. To prove the globe, because that's not going to do it.
That proves the globe.
It doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove the globe at all, man. But
yes, it does.
Nice try. How exactly does it prove the globe?
That's an advertised statement of ignorance on someone's behalf. That's not art.
Hey, listen.
Give me your observation. Be honest. What did you really see?
I saw the sun get further and further away from me and disappear over the beautifully flat horizontal water.
So it disappeared. Did it get smaller and smaller as it got further away?
Well, I think you misspoke. What you meant to say was you saw the sun appear to set, but actually it was you rocketing backwards faster than the speed of sound to give it the illusion of it having to appear. Like I think that's what you meant.
Exactly. Hey, listen, guys. I just got home from work here, and I'm gonna go in and say hi to my kiddos.
So you don't want to answer it truthfully.
Hold on, Gary.
I'll let you guys take it from here. But I really do appreciate the time, and thank you so much for letting me speak for a few minutes. And you guys have a fantastic night. All right. Cheers, everybody.
Shout out to you, Winston, man. Real quick before you go, how did you hear about Flat Earth Fridays?
Through Dave. Yeah, through Dave. Just on Twitter. X.
Yeah, Dave doing the work.
X here. He was saying, keep going strong on Flat Earth Fridays. I was like, I got to tune in and just check it out. So.
That's awesome, man. I appreciate you, man, coming to speak. You always got a mic over here whenever you want to come talk. Shout out to the fam over there.
Cool, man.
Feel free to drop the interview and the book in the purple pill so people can reference it.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll try to do that.
Want to check that out.
Yeah, I'll try to send a link to that podcast, and you guys can check that out in the book too. It's fantastic. I can't wait to. I haven't read it myself, but it sounds like it's going to be a good read. So
super dope. Last question for you too. What was the first aha moment when it came to Flat Earth?
For me, it was not long after the COVID stuff. All that stuff started, and my wife and I. I think we started watching the Lost History of Flat Earth, that huge 13-part series.
AWAR.
And yeah, exactly. And I had a moment. I was doing dishes in the kitchen and watching something, and I think he was just talking about the properties of water, you know, and the physics of water. And for me, it was just like a light bulb moment when I really like contemplated the physics of like what water does when it's at rest, whether it's in a bathtub or a glass or a lake or an ocean. You know, it'll always find level when at rest, and it needs a container. So that was the one that really opened up, you know, the door. That was the key for me. And then
it's a pretty good series. I transcribed every word.
Cool.
Cool,
man.
I'm glad you walked the same path, and that came from a COVID awakening right to me. So like we're of the same breed, I think.
A lot of people said the same thing, man. That was like the first pathway. I don't want to hold you up, man, but shout out to you, man, for pulling up.
Cheers. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. I'm going to tune in again next Friday for sure.
Right on,
I'll catch you later. Thanks, guys.
Win some con, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Gary. You might want to invest some thought in learning how to spot somebody who is not interested in debate. There's a big line drawn on the floor, and you need to
none of you are.
Face and where it is.
None of you are.
No, we don't have open debate challenges on several topics partly published on the databases. That's correct. We're just sitting here
Certainly not on such pedestrian straw man points. No.
None of that was a straw man. You don't even know what a straw man is if you say
Oh yeah, you don't know what I know, Gary.
Gary, no flat earther says that you have to have a sun get smaller and smaller.
Oh, yes, they do.
No, you don't. And even on the globe, it still requires for the sun to get small. But we can still demonstrate that same observation over a flat surface.
I've got lots of
to a
evidence
globe.
where flat Earth.
Gary, what did I just say?
So
What
I'm
did I
getting
just say?
over talked. I'm getting.
Gary, you're not getting over talked. You're talking through me as I'm speaking, and I'm not gonna allow that to go down because it's not a good listening experience for the audience. So when someone's finished talking, then you could chime in. But you got to hear what I'm saying. What we said was the reason why it's not exclusive to a globe, because we could demonstrate the same observation over a flat surface. You understand that? You can open up your mic.
I said I understand it, but I don't believe it because no one has ever shown proof of that.
So if I show you
shown proof of
that demonstration, then will you accept and concede that it's not exclusive to a globe?
Depends what the demonstration is. If it's reality and it's actually a video and not just one of Shane's models that he takes from a globe Earth.
No, it's a demonstration. That means someone was able to reproduce the phenomena on a local scale.
I'd really like to watch it. Yeah, see it. Yeah, I would.
All right, I'll see if I can find it for you. I'll send it to your DM.
Cool. There's one up in the nest right now, and there's another one coming up, and there's a whole list of them. For one in a warehouse, one in a laser with a net, one outside with a person. I mean, what else you got? Never mind. It's fine. It's not for anyone else who's listening. Sunsets, right? We own sunsets anyway.
Hey, Sacred.
And shadow sets. We
Proud's
also
requesting.
Bring her up. I can't see, Ken.
I can't bring her up.
I think, you know what? Proud, whenever you got to like not leave before I take your co-host, you just kind of drop down. So let me try to reset. The space crashes. My bad. Blame me, Elon. Be right back.
I'm going to blame Ken because I see he has co-host. He's actually the anchor for all of us right now. And if it fails, I don't know who else to blame.
I blame Ken's lighter.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Can
the catalyst.
Blame the lighter.
Can I just add something from my perspective?
Well, I prefer you didn't, Gary.
I'm just asking you if I can.
No.
No, so.
No, thank you.
Why?
Oh,
well, that's a different question.
Yeah,
so,
further question. Yeah, that's not really required to answer. But
I just want
because it's not yes.
I just want to.
Why was the purpose of asking to
perspective.
ask a question if
Yeah,
you're just going to ask the fucking question anyway, guy? What was the point?
No, my point is, I want to give you my perspective of what I've actually.
You just want to talk at us. You don't actually want to engage or have a conversation or listen to what the answer is. Is that what you're saying, Gary?
That's absolutely
well, that's what you
rubbish.
just said. You said, "Can I ask you something?" You said, "No." You said, "I don't give a fuck. I'm going to talk at you anyway." And then here we are, right?
Hold on, Gary. It's not your turn to speak. We do have Robert up here as well, and then vibrating. Also on mic. So just 1 second, Gary. We'll come back to you. Let's see if Robert wants to have a chance to say something. Robert, what's up, man? Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays.
Got to hit that mute button.
Robert Rush?
Maybe he's busy with his bride. Can anybody hear him?
Negative.
No.
We're gonna have to rotate some mics, guys. So if you don't want to jump in anymore, drop down, and we'll bring you back up.
So what up, Vibe?
Well, I'm good, guys. I'm just listening away. I had nothing really to say.
Are you affected by any of the weather?
Up here in Canada, no.
Oh, okay.
I'm far from the oceans.
Brendan, do you think that there's a relationship between like this new moon and all this crazy weather that we got? Or the second moon?
Huh. I always think there's something up with the moon and what's going on with. I've never really looked into it, like the weather, but the moon and its actions, I look into it more of like how it affects us humans, if that makes sense. Like, I mean, with our emotions, our feelings.
Yo, the one thing that I couldn't really understand, and I forgot to screen record this during the April 8th eclipse and shit. But the morning of April 8th, right, I go down to local beach area. I get the sunset, or sunrise, sun coming up for me, whatever. However everybody wants to put it. But catch the sun coming up. Don't see the moon anywhere. Everyone's like, oh, it's the new moon. You can't see it. And it's like, oh, yeah, you go fucking stroke another one. So the whole time I'm there for a couple hours, blah, blah, during the day. I'm like, I still don't see no moon right in the morning. So like 10 o'clock, some dude is walking and he's like asking questions about it. And I'm like, yeah, you got one of those moon apps? And he's like, yeah. And my dumb ass just forgot to record it right there. And he puts it on there. I'm like, shouldn't we see it somewhere? And he couldn't find the moon anywhere on that app. Not saying that oh my god, blah blah blah. I'm just saying it would be fun to fucking record it and be like, hey, look, it was on the app. They couldn't find it. Blah blah. But anyway, as I leave and I go into another area to actually catch it with the P1000. I forgot how many. I don't know. Forgot who else has it in here, but there's a couple cats in here that have it.
I got a P900.
Yeah, kind of same thing. Yeah. But you have that. I have that 2 solar filters on there, and you should at least see some sort of kind of like outline of the moon kind of as it passes through there. You see it on the outline on the sun, obviously, because it's the outline of that area. But you don't see any kind of outline or any kind of like light coming at all on the right side. I just found that very, 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 very fucking funny. very hilarious and 100% proof. And if I had my IR lens, which I got probably like 3 weeks later, I probably would have been able to catch definitely that it's definitely not the moon crossing at that point, because everything points that is bullshit.
Oh,
That's
you're
just my
talking
take on
about
it.
during a new moon phase when you see both. I think that's what you're talking about there, right?
Yeah, well, that was that April 8th, kind of whole thing of, oh, it's the new moon and you can't see it and it's coming across the sun and blah blah blah, and it's causing that eclipse.
I get you now.
Like
Yeah.
I didn't go upstate New York. I'm on the East Coast, but I didn't go upstate New York, where they were, or whatever, a little bit past that, where the whole path was. But I guarantee you, if you had an IR lens and you caught that on approach, you wouldn't have seen a fucking thing. Guaranteed.
Or even when I track the moon all the time. Or even when the sun's supposed to be fucking right in the middle of daylight in the other side of the world, and we have the moon, and the moon's shining, and they say like, oh, it's projected off the fucking sun and blah blah blah. That's why it's so bright. Like, there's no fucking way. Like the light does not.
That's like right now. We need everybody on. Like if you had the flat Earth map, right, all kind of positioned out, and kind of we had our little positions kind of geo-tracked and everything like that. If we could say, hey, look, where's the moon supposed to be right now, right? Like I forgot, Dave, you could fucking, or whatever, I could probably bring up the flat Earth map right now. But the moon is supposed to be somewhere, right, in the globe, right, and on the flat Earth map, right? On my moon map simulator, it's saying that it's going basically around the globe right now. It's like, I don't know how I would say it, but yeah, I don't know. I'll snap a shot. I'll snap a shot and then I'll post it.
Oh man, I've seen the moon come late at night after the sun, and then a week or two later, the moon is more west than the sun is. I'm like, I get they have their different paths and they do different things, but it's crazy to see the moon in front of the fucking sun. Like I have multiple videos and multiple pictures of it, and like weeks before I get those pictures, the moon was way, way more east than the sun was. It's weird.
Yeah, I mean, if you if you want to see my insanity behind what I think the sun and the moon is, basically, you can search in your search bar in X, night light and heat lamp, and you'll see all my pictures out there. That's just basically all the pictures of just the moon that I've taken, the pictures that I've taken, all that stuff, just whatever.
What do you think of that shadow that was on top of the moon last week?
Again, I didn't understand that. I took a picture. You can check that out too. I actually posted that. And I'm like, I don't understand this. The shadow is on top of the moon. And if you're saying that the sun is behind me, behind the globe, then where the fuck is the shadow coming from?
Exactly. I was out fishing, and I always keep my camera in my car. I was done fishing. I was walking up, and I'm like, what the fuck do I see? What am I looking at right now? I see the moon.
Yeah, exactly.
What's going on? So I grabbed my camera, I zoomed right in. I'm like, no, man, that's a once in a lifetime type of sight right there. Like you don't see that even like once a month, once a year type of shit.
No, because you're looking at it, you're saying this doesn't make sense, right? You're looking at it saying there's a shadow on top of the moon, and I'm looking at it. How is there a shadow? What the fuck is blocking that light?
Exactly. And that was like, I think about 11 o'clock at night. The sun was supposedly maybe up what they say should be in Europe by now from where I live.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Exactly.
it couldn't be the sun.
No, and exactly that. It came down. Hold on 1 second. I'll mute. I'll mute, but somebody else pick up. But let me get the time on that on my picture on my photo.
Did you see that, Sacred? Sacred, you there?
My bad. I'm trying to like rotate some mics and handle some back office stuff. What are we looking at? Is it posted up top?
Did you see that picture of a shadow on top of the moon last week?
I was just actually retweeting something from Orwellian. I don't know if it's a shadow or not, but if it is, where is it coming from?
Right, man. Like I said, I was telling him I was fishing. I came up and I'm on Lake Ontario in Canada, right there. So I have a perfect vision of it. And I'm just like, what the fuck is that? What is that? And I get my camera out, zoom right in, and it just definitely did not make sense.
Did you post it so we can see?
Yeah, it's on my page.
Yeah, I got the timestamps right now. So I'll post. Where do you want me to post those, Sacred?
You got a purple pill, a little chat box. You see it
up top?
Yeah, there's a little purple pill in like a little chat box for the spaces.
I'm on my phone, but
you don't see it.
Oh yeah. I got you.
Yeah, post it there, and then we can share it up top.
All right. Those are two shots. Those are two shots at what's on 10:40. Yeah, two shots at 10:40, and the sun went down at 7 o'clock. So even if you're saying, that the sun went down from visible view from my eyes at 7 o'clock and then just miraculously looped back around and started shining the ass end of that moon, that shit ain't happening. It's not happening. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I just posted my 2 pics.
We also got Taylor back. We got Bill on stage. We got Jonathan, Colton. Taylor, did your science NASA friend come? Is he drunk enough to talk?
She has her hand up, right?
I thought Taylor was up here.
Yeah, I see her.
Hey, I'm up here. Hey guys, what's up?
Can you
We're
hear us,
talking about
Stella?
your Pontchartrain vids.
We're just talking about rockets and stuff.
Oh, he's available to talk, your NASA friend?
Sounds like he's available to talk to her.
While we wait for Taylor to keep pouring them.
Oh wait, can you ask me the question again? I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
I know we just wanted to see if your friend was willing to talk to us or if he was drunk enough to engage.
Yeah, no, I asked him. Yeah, let me ask him again.
If anybody has a specific question that they want to throw to the NASA guy, that might help.
No, I just want to hear about his work experience and what he's hearing from other people about their worldview.
I'd love to have a talk with him about satellites, just to say.
I put in a FOIA for the SR-71 Blackbird. I think a 15,000 mile trip that it took, and coming close. Yeah, I'm getting kind of a little bit of feedback from the government, but it's probably not going to get
Hey guys, y'all here?
all the data.
Yeah, I can hear you, Taylor.
It's interesting.
Okay, so here. Do y'all have any questions just for people? You know, someone that works at NASA. Is there any questions? Just no doxing questions because I don't want to dox myself either. So just any general questions for somebody who works at NASA.
Yeah, if he could just tell us about his work experience, what he's doing, and what he hears from other NASA employees about their worldview. That'd be a good start.
So what I do at NASA is I basically assemble from the ground up of the core stage rocket. So what they're trying to do is go to the moon and eventually go to Mars. What I do in the area is just a lot of structural build. So we build the rocket from the ground up, basically. We, I mean, it's really straightforward. A lot of the work we do there, people could do straight out of high school. It's not hard at all. It's very simple. It's, I mean, of course, run by Boeing and NASA at the same time. A lot of people at the facility, they do believe in all the, you know, conspiracy theories and all that, but of course, nobody has true hard facts of what it is. Everybody's got their own thing. I mean, that's really about it. We just do a lot of assembly work. We just build the rocket all together and then we send it to Kennedy Space Center and they do their thing over there with keeping up all the cleanness, you know, keeping the rocket straight, and then finally assembling the rocket into one piece.
Do y'all have any other questions?
Yeah, definitely. So you don't have to like dox us, Mr. NASA, but in your opinion, when you work on the rockets, you know, you and some of your crew members, different stages of the rocket, do you feel like it's compartmentalized? Is it like do you guys check in with the first stage and then the second stage and the third stage and then you guys all come together to make sure it's built? And then when you guys send it to Kennedy, do they check in with you to make sure everything's working? Or like, is it compartmentalized, like where everybody has their own separate job and you guys don't interact? Or is it more open?
No, it's the entire facility is open. I mean, there's multiple areas throughout the MAF facility that, you know, you got forward structures, engine section, final assembly, tail. That's really about it. And they just started an EUS program that's supposedly supposed to be, you know, really great. But I mean, I can go anywhere in the facility. Anybody that's inside the facility can go anywhere. I know that the NASA engineers and all the people have their own separate building, and they're not allowed to go into kind of like the Boeing work areas. The reason that I don't know, I mean, that's never really like come to my mind or bothered me. They like hold somebody's hand and like walk around and see what they want to see. They just have to have like security or someone with a clearance to come in. You know, of course, Boeing has
It's a
been there
little
for
robot-y, Taylor.
so many years, so they have like family days.
Oh, it's roboting? Yeah, we might have to walk around. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. We could hear for the most part.
Um.
That's very interesting. A lot of
Oh, okay.
like employees say it's
So,
compartmentalized.
so what was interesting? Yeah. So what was interesting to me, like, I was really curious, like, you know, how many people at NASA believe, you know, like everything that they say, because like you know, I'm naturally like conspiratorial minded, so I just, you know, like to know like the interesting stuff or whatever. So like, how many people do you think like actually like believe everything? Like, you could be honest, and you don't, you know, they don't know who you are, so you can just straight.
I mean, for the most part, I'd probably say about 80% of the people, of NASA people. I mean, I can't talk about NASA people, to be honest, because I don't really work around NASA engineers. Everybody that's on the floor of building the rocket is 95% Boeing people. We have like a third party company called like DCMA, which is what every Boeing, Lockheed Martin, NASA, they have a third party company that comes in, you know, verifies our work, make sure we're doing it right according to the drawing. For the most part, a lot of people do believe that we're going to the moon. And there's a lot of people, of course, everybody has their own opinion of the conspiracy theories of what's going on.
How many of them do you think like really went to the moon though? Like,
I couldn't really say how much I think. I mean, based off it from the floor, you know, there's
not what you believe, but what they believe. Like the people like at Lockheed or Boeing or whatever. Like
Lockheed, we don't have access to Lockheed because that's a separate company from Boeing. So we can't just walk into Lockheed Martin's area and be like, oh yeah, y'all are doing this and that, blah blah blah. That's something that we can't do. I mean, of course, if someone from Lockheed was like, oh yeah, you can come over here in an area, then sure, yeah, they'd bring us over there. But we'd have to like get the okay to do that.
Like, how many of them believe we actually went to the moon? Or do you think, like, how many of them believe that NASA's maybe not been honest about everything? Which a lot of people believe, even in the general public. But
so, I mean, a lot of people back in the day don't believe that we went to the moon. But now, since we have the technology that we have now and all of, you know, the resources that we need, then of course it's believable that we can go to the moon. I mean, we've seen SpaceX, of course, of how they're just running through rockets and sending them up, sending them down, landing on their own. It's definitely believable now that we can go to the moon. Back in the day, it's very questionable if it was true or not. I mean, I believe that we're going to the moon, of course, you know. I mean,
but like that first moon landing, like when we didn't have the technology really, do other people think that like that could have been hoaxed and then now we have the technology?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, back then nobody really believed what was happening back in the day, of course, because, you know, there's a lot of brainwashing going on in TV and programs and stuff. But now in the world that everything is so open, you can basically find anything you want on the internet.
Mm-hmm. My last question, like, do any of your employees believe in flat Earth?
I wouldn't say a lot, but a good amount of them, of course, believe in flat Earth. Everybody has their own opinion on everything.
Yeah.
So some people believe it's a globe Earth. Some people believe that it's a flat Earth. You know, I mean, you
shout
can
out
look
to
at
you
it
for
as,
not
you know,
firing
back in
them
the
for
day, we
having
see
an
pictures
opinion.
of the Air Force.
Yo, that's awesome. But how do you know?
I was just saying, shout out,
Wait,
shout
what'd you
out to
say?
him for not firing on employees for having a personal opinion.
And how does he know their personal opinions? Did you discuss it with each one of them?
Wait, you said, I think we're getting bad signal. You said, how does he know they're flat earthers?
Sure, yeah.
My phone's cutting out. How do you
Yeah.
know they're flat earthers?
I mean, people talk about it every day. You know.
Really?
Everybody talks. You know,
Wow.
they say what they believe. I mean, that's just the way the world works. You know,
What's one of their main like points? Like, what's one of the main points that they use to say the Earth's flat?
So one of my buddy, I mean, he's really big into conspiracy theories. You know, of course, if you look at pictures of the old Air Force presidential planes, they have the emblem on doors of, you know, the flat Earth. Of course, yeah, that's one of them. I mean, it's all about where you can find the facts. He showed me a lot of stuff. I mean, I can't really speak on the stuff that he finds, but he does prove a good point.
Yeah, there's a lot of
facility isn't secret at all.
NASA like abort. I don't think we can hear you, Taylor.
Yo, how come
pictures of the facility inside?
roboting like crazy? How
United
come at
States
every other
fly
job
at
nobody
any-
talks about it,
Hold on,
but at
Shane. Hold on,
NASA?
Shane. Hold on, Shane. Hold on. Taylor, can you hear us, Taylor?
It's not kind of at the higher levels that some of this stuff happens. But did anybody have another question for him? Because I don't know how long.
Hold on, Taylor. Can you hear us?
So does anybody have a
Because
question?
it's like roboting a little bit.
Taylor, can you hear Sacred? I don't think you can hear Sacred, but it's like roboting on
I
your end.
can't hear if anybody's talking.
You can't hear Sacred or Proud?
No, we got to drop her down.
They're
and
just
bring her back.
talking about how you're
Okay, let me,
roboting a little bit. Yeah, you should come back in.
Yeah, well, we're right here waiting for you.
Yo, do you guys think it's crazy that all the other jobs nobody talks about flat Earth, but if you work for NASA, it's like coffee table talk and everyone's getting water talking about flat Earth?
That does seem kind of organic.
Like what?
I would talk about it if I worked at NASA or worked with that type of technology. I would be out there asking questions in the whispering hollows.
Okay.
You think it's legit?
I think I'm back. I was just asking if anybody had any questions for him real quick while he's here. I know we never get to talk to anybody that works at NASA, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I got one, Taylor. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So,
okay, good.
So two questions. One, does he work on NASA base or he's just like a contractor? And two, if he does work on the base where you gotta like punch in your key code and get like specific access, do you see anything operating in space while you're on location?
Let me answer the first question first. So a lot of NASA employees, from my understanding, are contractors. But you can answer is there a NASA facility there?
So Boeing is contracted with NASA. We aren't NASA. We're Boeing Associates, Boeing Company. Do we see anything from space at the facility? No, we don't. The facility we work at is just the assembly facility. So we build the rocket with our hands.
But don't most of the time rockets get built by contractors?
No.
So just some of the time?
We have contractors from third-party companies, but they're working with us.
Oh, okay.
So I'll work with a contract. Like he'll be my partner for the day of doing the job or something.
Don't they get a lot of contractors to do?
Not really, no. Most of the people there are strictly that's building the rocket is an actual high-up company like Lockheed Martin and Boeing. We'll have contractors coming in for Boeing. Like Boeing will hire contractors to come in and do some work and stuff here and there. But for the most part, it is basically just strictly higher up companies that do it.
So when you go to work, is it Boeing sign or is it NASA sign?
It's both.
Boeing.
Yeah.
Both?
Yeah, it's both.
Both. Okay.
I mean, it's Boeing and NASA is together on this, and also Lockheed Martin doesn't. Back in the day, Lockheed Martin had a bigger part than what Boeing does now. But Boeing outbought Lockheed Martin, so now we have the face of it.
Mm-hmm. And so, do y'all see anything from space? I guess that's what his question was. Like, do you see anything from space, or is it just like the parts you're working on?
I mean, we'll get emails and stuff from what like NASA's doing around the United States, but it's not anything of like any video proof or anything. It'll just be like a little update of like, hey, this is here at this certain point. Look at this cool picture that we took in outer space. It's not really like we don't see any live video proof of anything. For the most part, nobody really cares about it. That nowadays everybody is just working up to the dollar, trying to make money where they can make it.
See, y'all heard it. Now, when we say that, thank you for saying that, Mr. NASA. When we say that, oh my goodness, the anti-flat earthers crash out. Oh, you think I'm like, no, like people literally just are going to work to get their paycheck and to go home to feed their family. Like not a lot of people is like
I got another question.
really thinking about it. I got one more question for him.
For Mr. Boeing.
Yeah. One thing, Taylor. What was I gonna ask? What about the flat Earth doesn't make sense? And thank you for speaking with us, man. I really appreciate it.
Does it make sense? I mean, it has its pros and cons. Yes, there's people that have provided proof of it, but at the same time, it's questionable proof. There's people that have tried to show their proof and it failed. For me, I'm not. I mean, I'm just working there because I like working mechanically. You know, I'm there to make money and do the best that I can do at what I do.
Okay, I got one more question there. And it has to do with doing what you're doing. How much and what kind of feedback do you get from NASA regarding the performance of your product? Like, and technical snags, other things they want improved because of what happens during its use? How much information do you get back from them about that?
So back on the third party of DCMA quality, of them verifying our work, that is really our only, I would say, feedback that they would give. So if I'm doing a specific job one day and they come watch us do the job, make sure we're doing it right, then we're good. And they're like, okay, yeah, y'all did it good. Y'all are good to go. And then
Okay,
we'll just
so
launch from there.
all of your QC is pre-launch. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so once it goes to Kennedy Space Center in Florida, that's where they do really heavy digging of all the work that we do at MAF. Because MAF is strictly just building the rocket piece by piece. Once it goes to Kennedy, then they do heavy inspections of everything to make sure that everything was done right and all of that. And Kennedy is really run more by NASA than it is by Boeing.
But again, all of the processes you just cited at Kennedy are also happening pre-launch, are they not?
Yeah, they're all the processes are being looked over at Kennedy. They have it's their job to do that.
Okay, so you're not hearing back from anybody regarding parameters and how they're performing during, like, hey, this thing rattles, that thing is warped, this thing doesn't work when it's freezing, that jams up, that gets too hot, that melts. You know what I mean? That expends itself too quickly. This doesn't last long enough in the burn before it has to be jettisoned. Do you get any of that kind of feedback?
No, we don't get that feedback of if something has gotten messed up or something was done wrong.
Don't you find that kind of weird?
Feedback.
Don't you think that would be something organically that you should be getting back from them as a natural part of the process of production of a rocket?
Not really, no, because if I really wanted to, I could go drive down to Florida Kennedy Space Center and walk in with no problem with the clearance that I have, even as just a technician, you know.
But like, if there's parts that don't work, like you think they'd say, but I guess your higher ups would hear about it, huh? Like if something went wrong or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, people talk, rumors go around. So if anything happens that's like really like critical, then of course, yeah, us people at MAF will hear it.
Okay, so when's the last time that anybody on any of your teams got to look at one of your rockets or pieces of separation or fuel supply that, you know, went out in an early phase, back to Earth, landed in the water, and was recovered, and you got to examine it? When has that ever happened?
We don't deal with any of that kind of stuff. What we do is strictly just building the rocket. So anything that comes back, whatever falls from the rocket when it launches is gone. It doesn't get examined. It goes in the ocean and it stays in the ocean.
That's bizarre. Don't you find that interesting?
Not really, no, because the barrel, if you look at it technically, it's just metal. So whatever falls off of the rock, it's just metal.
You're kind of breaking up there.
No, he doesn't really hear back from him. Like,
huh?
Is there another
I
question?
find that very interesting.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be in better communication, but a lot of things are like hierarchical or whatever you call it, like where like the higher ups will like it. Probably his boss or whatever would probably get in
Yeah,
trouble.
but think about the amount of money that they're spending per rocket. You think they would want to
Yeah,
have
that's
some
a
kind
lot
of
of money.
feedback to keep the quality up. You know what I mean? There'd be a reason for that because there's supposed to be people on board and
People make
stuff.
the parts. Other people make the parts. They assemble them and then they send it
Mhm.
off. So I guess,
Right.
yeah, maybe they should be in better communication. I totally agree.
That's weird.
Rockets to nowhere.
I want to
Are
see
you?
if Jonathan wants to ask any questions, but just to make sure, like Mr. NASA doesn't have any questions for the flat earthers, like nothing that he wants clarification on, anything that may
I
not
think he
be.
has to work by him every day, right?
That'd be great.
They said, "Do you have any questions for flat earthers?" And I said, "You got to work by him every day, right?" So you.
I mean, I work with everybody that has their own opinions. So.
Yeah. So
If I may I ask him something about his profession also when you're done?
as long as it's not like intimidating, like we're just trying to chill. So
No, it's chill. Everybody's been chill so far. So thank you for answering our questions. I understand that SpaceX is a little different from NASA, but you know there's a little crossover in what you guys do. I don't know if you're familiar with the rockets that are sent up and they actually come back down to land back on the platform. There seems to be a lot of discrepancies going on with the footage. There's a lot of jump cuts and you know things that could be brushed off as anomalies. But as you know, we comb the footage very deeply, and we find a lot of issues. Do you deal with rockets that come back down? And the reason I ask is as far as the mechanics of the rockets that are built, you're back and forth with Stone shows that not only is it compartmentalized amongst the job descriptions, each job description seems to be fractionated too. So that's interesting. So Dave Wise shows a video that shows the rockets as they're on standby, floating around. His theory is that there might be some helium going on with that there's actually balloons. Do you find the payload differential with the rockets to be an issue, and would that cause any issues coming back down to land perfectly on the platform, or is that something compartmentalized that you
I think
can't
that's
answer?
an entirely different contractor making that kind of rocket.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about is SpaceX, and that's not a company that I work for, so I can't really. I don't have any information of how they build their rockets and what kind of metal they use and their payloads. I mean, I know Elon Musk is just he's trying to prove a point that anything is possible if you have the money for it, of course. Well, I don't deal with anything that comes back down because, of course, our rockets, once it separates from the main stage of when it's in outer space, it goes straight to the ocean, straight to the bottom of it. The whole SpaceX thing I can't speak on because I don't work for that company. I work strictly for Boeing.
is there any other questions?
Jonathan,
Cool. No, that's it. Thank you. And lastly, I guess since you don't deal with it coming back down, I'll just skip that question. The last question I'll have is with the rockets that having to turn to follow the rotation of the Earth near Cape Canaveral, I believe it is. They say the reasoning behind that is to have to match the curvature of the Earth to escape. We are skeptical of that. We're thinking that that it's heading somewhere and maybe landing near the Bermuda Triangle or wherever it can be. Do you understand our issue with the conservation of momentum and what that entails with the Coriolis effect that's presumed to happen, and that explanation of rocks curving to reach escape velocity with
That's not
rotation?
his department, man. That's not his department either.
Well, let me just ask him just to make sure. If
no, go ahead. Yeah. You still there, Taylor?
Maybe not.
Ruh-roh.
They were breaking up before, so.
I guess the pub wins.
Sorry,
But if you can hear this,
muted.
thank you for answering our questions. This was a very
There he
civil
is.
exchange.
He's back. He's back.
Oh.
What's up there, Taylor?
So that your question that you asked, I don't really have anything to speak on that because, of course, I'm just a technician. I'm the lowest of the line of knowing information. I just build the rocket for where it is. Anything that happens after it leaves our facility is out of our control and out of our knowledge unless, you know, people talk every day, rumors go around, and we hear stuff. But that's really about it. Once it launches, then that's a completely different compartment with NASA. We don't really hear anything from them about it. I mean, a lot of people really doesn't care just as long as the rocket is produced the way it was supposed to. And if it functions the way it was supposed to and everything goes smoothly when it launches.
Cool, man. Thank you for answering our questions, bro. You're real chill, and this was a civil exchange.
Of course.
I think Jonathan had his hand up. Jonathan, you have a question for Mr. NASA? Or is it Mr. Boeing? Got a better ring to it.
Oh no, I didn't
They
have
work together. A lot of things are contracted. So there's other companies that work in conjunction with NASA, as you see, to build rockets. Anyway, what's up?
Hey, thanks for bringing him by. That was special. That's very cool.
Well, he's very nice to come join.
But Mr. Boeing is he's a globey, right? He's definitely a globe guy.
He is.
Okay.
And I'm so pleased that Jenny G wants to come by and say hi. Our favorite little teacher.
Sure, I believe that there is a lot of facts, quote unquote facts, that the Earth is globed. And of course, once again, everybody has their own opinions. There are some good hard conspiracies that the Earth is flat that I also look into. I mean, not everybody that works for NASA and Boeing believes that the Earth is a globe. Of course, everybody has their own thing. They all think what they want to think.
What percent do you think of people you see on a daily basis believe in each one? I know it's not you, so you can't associate with that with you, but just as the people that you hear talking or whatever, honestly, what percent of them do you think believe in each one?
For the most part, I mean, a lot of people really just don't care. We live on a day-to-day basis in this world. Nothing matters but money, sadly. So everybody's just trying to make a living and make money from it. But I mean, there's people that dig into it, and I'd probably say 20% of the people there believe that the Earth is flat. There could be more.
Yo, Boeing, you sound pretty level-headed to me, man.
I mean, it's just at the end of the day, it is what it is, you know. I mean, even
Okay,
if
now tell me, what percent of them are skeptical about that first moon landing? Because I know a lot of people are.
there's definitely a lot of people that are skeptical about it. There's back in the day, they don't have the technology that they had now to prove their point that it was real. I mean, you had one of the astronauts come out and say, that shit was fake, of course. But I mean, back in the day, can't really speak on it because I wasn't born that early into the day. But now it's definitely believable with the resources and money and, of course, everything that we do.
Do you think there's hard facts that we went back to the moon after that first moon landing?
Hard facts? Not really, no. We've only been to the moon once. Anything else after that, we haven't had.
How many legitimate times, though? Do you think are, hardcore proof?
Based on what I know is that we went to the moon once. Like, we physically had people walk on the moon once. Now, have we had people orbit the moon many times after that? No.
Wait, that one time, you talking about that one with that first moon landing or whatever?
Yes.
And a lot of people are skeptical. There's no hard facts for that one.
There's no hard facts besides what NASA can prove of what they have.
So how many like moon landings do we have like super hard facts for, do you think?
For people, one. For technology-based landing on the moon, we have a lot.
Boeing.
That one though is skeptical.
I mean,
Boeing.
yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you can go ahead.
When you're doing a rocket or anything like that, or constructing a rocket, is there anything mentioned about the Van Allen belt?
No.
The radiation belt?
Yeah, why?
That's only a problem for biologicals.
Yeah, radiation we don't deal with over in our
I saw this
facility.
thing one time about NASA. Like they were saying, this impermeable barrier to electrons, like the Van Allen belt. Like, so I'm just wondering, like, if it's like impermeable to electrons, like how could it be permeable to a rocket? Maybe I just haven't learned enough about it. I don't know.
From what we do at the facility, we don't deal with radiation.
That's weird, because don't they accept in mainstream science that there's like a lot of radiation?
Maybe after the rocket launches, sure. But while we build it, no.
But wait, doesn't it have to be like a Faraday cage almost, like with all the radiation?
Talking about when we build it or after it launches?
Like when you build it, like.
No, I mean, if you look at it, of what we built, it's just metal, is all it is.
Is it air? Like how airtight is it? Or they make it airtight afterwards, right? After you send it off, and then it gets airtight.
It doesn't get airtight until it's fully assembled.
And y'all don't do that?
No, we don't do that. Not at MAP. In Kennedy, yes, they do that.
Yeah. Okay. That's cool. So, let's see if I have any more questions.
So Boeing, you're making. Yeah. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna ask if you heard of like the sodium layer in the atmosphere or the plasma sphere. NASA recently posed something about the plasma sphere.
No, I don't really look into that kind of stuff while I'm at work.
Okay, what were you gonna say? Sorry about
that. It's cool.
Did anybody else before we head out?
I got something. Matter of fact, I got two questions, and I'm gonna go to Colton, see if he got something to say, and I think Jonathan want to change the subject. Two questions for me is, can you explain why they say that rockets work better in a vacuum? That's number one. And number two is, what is your best globe evidence, exclusive globe evidence, why you believe that it's still a sphere? Is that cool, Taylor?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Are you talking about like how the Earth is a sphere?
Yeah, that was the second question. Because you said, like, there's some evidence for a flat Earth, kind of makes sense, but not really. You still kind of lean more globe, and I just want to kind of like dive into that a little bit. Like, what is it that's apparent to you that makes the globe more exclusive than flat Earth?
If you look at the aerodynamic wise, planes, rockets, whatever, you have to look at all of that stuff, because if the Earth was truly flat, then you would think the rocket would fly straight up. But of course, once the rocket flies and planes fly, they fly at an angle. They kind of lean towards where they need to go. Which is why, when you look at rocket launches, for example, NASA, when they want to send rockets to the moon, they have to perfectly line up of where they want the rocket to go to. If it was a flat Earth, then we'd be able to fly straight up to the moon. But since it's a globe, we kind of have to wait a certain day, wait a certain time of that day to launch it to the moon. Because you really only get one chance. If the calculations are wrong of when it needs to fly, where it needs to fly, then they'll call off the launch. It's not going to launch if they miss that dead point.
So can you expand on that a little bit more? Why it would behave that way on a flat Earth? Like when you say we would be able to go straight up to the moon, but we can't. But if it was a flat Earth, we should be able to. Can you expand on that a little bit more?
So if you think about it, if it was a flat Earth, when you fly straight up, you would think that you'd be able to fly anywhere straight up in the world. You can be at any point destination in the world and you can fly straight to the Earth, whether it's day or nighttime. When the sun rises and when the moon rises, they all have different destinations of west and south and east around the world. The flat Earth, I mean, if it was really flat, then you should be able to go just straight up, in my opinion. For the globe, you have to calculate it in a certain way, just as like looking through a telescope to see the skies, see the stars. You have to be there on a certain day to see it. You have to be there at a certain destination to see the stars. If the Earth was truly flat,
year after year after year after year, century after century, decade, whatever.
Hold on, let me finish this thought, 'cause I'm trying to understand this.
It's like launch windows. Like when you're in orbit and you speed up, you extend out your aperture.
Yeah, I guess they're saying like, how is that exclusive to around Earth? Like, because like
Yeah, because so just to add maybe a little bit more context, because flat earthers say the reason why rockets don't go straight up is because they can't go into outer space, and it just looks like it's going along a curve,
down.
but really it's because they can't leave this place, so they curve it out into the ocean. But so I'm just trying to figure out, what about the flat Earth would make the rocket have the ability to go straight up and to continue going, which the globe Earth can't do. Like, has anybody tried that? Like, maybe someone has. I'm not really sure, but has anybody taken a real rocket and just sent it straight up and see if it actually goes straight up or not?
that question I can't speak upon because we don't really know any other company that builds rockets besides SpaceX that has a certain goal or destiny they want to approve of.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because that would be interesting. Like if they say, hey, we tried to send a rocket straight up, but it didn't work. I guess I would start leaning more towards that argument, but I don't even know if anybody really tried that. I'm just, I just don't have that information.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the Earth spins globe-wise. It spins, so every minute, every second that goes by, the Earth is spinning, which is why they need to tilt the rocket a certain direction of where it needs to fly.
Is that because whenever it go into outer space, it just get blasted off whenever it's
like the purpose of turning is to get into orbit.
Yeah.
But wouldn't you already be in orbit if you're flying straight up?
You have to you have to have a
I thought the atmosphere moved with the Earth.
Yeah, they said they got to slingshot it. They said they got to slingshot it around the Earth before it gets sent off, in order to get that escape velocity.
Yeah. The slingshot comes along with gravity. You can jump up off the floor and come back right down to it. Of course.
Hey, Bowen.
Hold on, Ghost. Let him finish.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, we can't.
Hey, let's stop calling them now. Let's not be rude.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Well, we didn't know what to call him, Taylor, so we was calling him NASA or Boeing. So I don't know. Is there something else that we could refer to him as? We don't want.
No, it's fine. You can call me whatever. It does not bother me whatsoever.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you.
All right, back to Sacred's first question.
We'll call you B.
Nah, not B. Yeah, what was the first question was
Anything to speak to about rockets, whether or not they're working better in a vacuum?
in a vacuum, yes.
Oh yeah, how do they move in a vacuum? If there's like nothing to propulse off of.
That I have no clue about. That's all NASA program at that point of time.
Wow.
Yeah, that's interesting. What part of the rocket did you say that you work on? Because you're hands on with the parts.
I work on the entire rocket. I go from department to department. I go wherever they
Oh, I
need
have a
me to
good
go.
question. Okay, so what they say basically is that they're releasing air to propulse off of in space because there's nothing like to propulse off of. But like, how much air do you have to like account for? Like, how much air tanks? Like
mass. Like you throw mass one direction really quick and it pushes you the other way.
So like, okay, so they have
Like
to
I
push
said.
off.
You have to move part of you away from you really quickly.
Hold on.
That would come with the thrust of that.
But wait. They say that they have air built in to thrust off of in
Mhm.
outer space in a vacuum.
It's like helium.
How much of that?
I don't specifically know how much helium they put in the tanks,
I thought that was just to cool it off, though.
but there's a lot of. So in the main part of it, once it goes to space, they have helium in there, and you only need a small amount. You don't need to produce a lot amount of helium to be able to turn it where you want it to go.
I was just wondering, like, how much do they have to account for like large air tanks? Do they do that?
Not here at the facility, no.
Okay.
They would do that.
Based on like the final products that you've seen, how much like air tanks do you see like added on?
The helium tanks and the LOX tanks, they're pretty massive. They're the size of, I'd say, maybe 2 fifth wheels that are about 30 feet long.
On the sides, they put those on after.
No, it's like from end to end. So it'd probably, like, the tank itself.
And
y'all
don't build that part, huh?
No, we build it. It's not really built. It's more welded together.
On the side. Like.
Yeah, they have their own department for that, where they do that. It's the welding. Boeing doesn't really do. So they'll have another company that can weld it together, and all of that good stuff.
That's
but
crazy.
as far as putting helium or air inside of the tanks, we don't do that.
Okay, guys, is there any more questions for him?
So I think Colton and Orwellian had their hand up. I don't know, Colton, Orwellian, did you guys have anything for Mr. Boeing?
Yeah, I wasn't looking to ask him a question. I'm just trying to get back to something else once we wrap this up. But I do appreciate, and I'll just say it. Yeah, Taylor, this is awesome, and definitely appreciate the the time and interacting with us, man. It's pretty awesome. So thanks for that.
I got one, Mr. B.
Go ahead.
All right. If the whole thing is rotating, right? Wouldn't that really affect the planes and stuff like that too?
Not his department.
Well, no, I mean, yeah, I know it's not his department, but if he's saying that his rocket goes up there and the rotation is causing that to look that a certain way, and you're talking about the rotation of the Earth and the plane going, and he just said it, he was like, it goes this way. So he has to have some sort of idea or view as to if the rotation of the Earth is going a certain way, which is what, counterclockwise? Is it counterclockwise? I forget. But wouldn't it be beneficial to go against the grain when you're traveling, and you'd get to like California in like 2 minutes?
That planes don't fly as high as rockets. So of course you're not going to see the rotation of a plane going from 0 to 270 degree to a 270 to 180 degree. You're not going to see that from a plane because, of course, when the planes get high enough and they're above the clouds, you're not going to be able to see them anymore. But for rockets, when you're sending them up, yes, they do have to turn a certain way and go a certain direction of where they need to be.
All right, but do you understand kind of where I'm going from? Is that you're talking about an Earth rotating a specific rotation, and you have multiple airplanes in the air and at multiple heights, all at different planes, all independent from another. The only way you have that is if you have a stationary plane. That's the way I've always looked at it. You can't have it the other way, to me. Again, I'm not the guy that has FU money that I can go and say, yo, Proud, Sacred, let's get some people together and we got FU money and we're going to go on the 60th South parallel in the air and in the sea and just navigate that bitch. Prove once and for all that this bitch is exactly not what these people have been talking about and
I
teaching
do think it's weird how they
everybody.
can't, cross Antarctica. I mean, everybody thinks that's really weird. We don't know why they can't cross Antarctica. Do you know why, Mr. B?
No, I don't know.
We don't know.
Why.
None of it.
Antarctica is held by, of course, government property. You do have certain people that are allowed to go to Antarctica, for animal photography and, biologists that want to study everything. But as far as going over it, no, I can't speak on that.
We don't know why. We don't know why they don't go over Antarctica.
So I do want to see if Colton want to jump in here. But there's a couple things that were interesting about what you guys were saying, especially in regards to like the motion of the Earth and rockets and planes. One being, for instance, we see these celestial bodies in motion in the sky, and we're assuming that because they're moving, that means we're moving. But it could just mean, which kind of Ghost was probably referring to, that it could be the inverse, in that we're just stationary and those celestial bodies are actually in motion. Which leads me kind of to my next point. And
Thank you, sir.
If you want to chime in on that, how rockets and all these things that they quote unquote launch into orbit, they use a coordinate system that assumes the Earth is centered and fixed, an EC-EF coordinate system. So like everything that they launch, they treat it as the Earth was stationary and fixed based on their own math and coordinates. That's the second thing. And the third thing we always talk about when it comes to planes, it just seems like they would just have to account for some type of curvature if they're moving along a curved path. And a lot of the times we'll get the answers like, oh, it's just gravity, automatically pulling the plane in motion. But I don't even know if that really makes sense, because it's the angle of the heading, the angle of the nose that would have to change. I mean, if you scale it down and put something like a ruler on a basketball or a beach ball, in order for that ruler, that flat ruler, to travel along a curved path, you would seemingly have to tip the ruler in order to create that circle. And they just say that gravity just does that for the plane automatically, when it seems like the plane accounts for everything that acts upon it. And when I speak to most pilots, they just say, oh, gravity is just automatically pulling it down. And I'm not even sure if that really makes sense, because I mean, it's supposed to work by center of mass, and we're talking about the heading of the plane. So like, is gravity pulling at the nose of the plane, or is it pulling at the center? Because if it's pulling at the center, how can that change the heading to account for this curved path? So just a couple of things. I don't know if Mr. B wanted to respond to any of that, but I know that Colton had his hand up. Taylor, does Mr. B want to chime in on anything? I know I said a lot. My bad. Trying to summarize.
I don't build.
Yeah, he doesn't do planes.
Okay. Colton,
one
you want to chime in?
One real quick, just to add on that, Sacred,
Yeah,
and it was such a good point that you brought that up, because along with my previous question, which was a good point brought up by Ghost with that exchange with Mr. B, and Mr. B talked about how rockets go much higher than planes, but the conservation of momentum, which I understand it's not your department, is a fact that you must consider, because that Coriolis effect, that there's a Earth deflection to meet your target, which is the moon in your case, would be an issue. And the fun thing about that is that the Earth's rotation is more noticeable, dependent on speed, duration, and direction, more so than altitude. So you would factor it in with planes as more as well as the rocket. So that's
this is the final call because we're about to go back in and move on. Is there any final questions?
Anybody? This is your chance.
Your
Got NASA
chance.
in the building.
I got a question for you. Going back
Okay.
to the helium tanks. What are those tanks compressed to? What psi?
The PSI, I don't know. We don't do that at our facility. That's done at a completely different facility.
Okay, I appreciate you.
Well, thank y'all, and we thank Mr. B here. He's so kind. Many people will not come answer questions, on behalf of NASA. They usually just run away from any questions. So it's really cool to have somebody who would come talk to flat earthers and just be like, so chill with the public to, spread information. So we appreciate you.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Mr. B. Taylor. I appreciate you linking us and having him come speak in the space. I know a lot of people appreciate some of the value that he added to the conversation. And hopefully he thinks that we're really chill too. So if he ever wanted to make an account and pop in here, even if it's an Anon account, well, hey, he's always welcome to swing by, grab a mic, and just kick it with us, because we appreciate we like all different type of conversations. So shout out to you guys.
Hey, Taylor, too, real quick before you guys go, thanks for posting that video today, your Lake Pontchartrain video. We're spreading that around everywhere. So appreciate that. That was super dope. Yeah, shout out to you. That was awesome. Thanks.
No problem, man.
Taylor out here putting in that work. All right, so I think we had Jonathan up, then Colton, then Orwellian, and then we'll swing back to Texas. I don't think Jonathan had anything for Mr. B.
I also want to hear from Jennifer. She's been up here patient.
Oh, I can't see any hands, so probably you could work Jennifer into that rotation.
Thanks, Sacred. I just wanted to touch on what we were talking about before, about the shadow being apparently on top of the moon. I just threw in a sketch that I had made for somebody else days ago, and that sketch is the 7th from the left in the Jumbotron. So this is just a quick sketch to show my perspective on it. This is what I understand about the Earth and solar system, and how that could easily be seen in that model. So if anybody wants to check that out and has any questions or objections to that, and I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, man, everybody should go definitely check that out. I just walked inside, but I wanted to throw in one final point because I know he was really nervous, and he didn't really want to get himself in trouble. I could really tell that, the tension was kind of high. But I want to tell y'all what he told me before he got on the space, okay? He said almost all of his employees do not believe in the moon landing, and he said over 50% of his coworkers, his coworkers believe in flat Earth. And he said he didn't believe in the moon landing either. So I just want to point that out. I know he didn't want to really share much. He's kind of scared, but just want to say that.
Excellent. Thanks for doing that.
I had to work hard for that. Man, so he's leaving tomorrow.
He didn't
so
even need that
oh
much drinks.
I was
Good
like,
job.
oh my gosh, it's Flat Earth Friday. I was like, before he leaves, I have to get him on Flat Earth Friday. So I was like, call him over. He was pulling out in his car, and we stopped him in the road. Hey man, before you leave, you need to come hang out with us. So he came back, and then it was just kind of really awkward at first. I was trying to get him loosened up. I'm kind of still going to, I didn't know him that well, to be honest, but anyway, so I'm just happy it worked out.
Nice job in the field, Taylor. Well done.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hell
man,
yeah,
I'm out
Taylor. That's
here.
awesome.
And guess what? I actually just bought something on eBay, like this huge glass dome. What I was thinking about doing my next experiment is I'm going to put it underwater with air, surrounded in water, and then I have a little endoscope light, and I'm going to move it around just to kind of see if we see like any effects of what the light would look like around the edges of it.
Definitely. Make sure you float something in the water under the dome as well, so you know
That's
where
a
the
good
light
idea.
is landing. Excellent. Excellent.
And you know, in the book of Job, it talks about how the firmament or the skies are like molten glass. So I think glass might be a good replicator of the firmament. Anyway, y'all can continue.
Official
that's
flat
awesome.
Earth evangelist. That's my vote.
Hell yeah, I like it. Hey, I just wanted to respond to Jonathan real quick because your point, you kind of stayed on point too, and I had that same thought in my head, obviously. So up in the jumbo, I posted a couple of pictures that I took that night with the P1000, and there were a couple of things that were kind of weird about that and my use of that camera at the time that I shot that versus when I shoot the moon in any other position. It was very difficult to get detailed, high resolution photos of the quote unquote craters, the edge, anything. Didn't matter if it was tripod, didn't matter what I did with my light adjustment, nothing. What you see, there's two of them up in the jumbo or what I was capable of getting, but what was very, very pronounced because of how damn bright this thing was the shadow. I again am interested in kind of interacting with other people who have devices like that, a P900, P1000, whatever, that are in different geographical locations, that are making these observations at similar times in different areas, and we can kind of compare our shit. But kind of back to what you were saying, Jonathan, and just talking about this phenomenon, man, it's super weird. And if I'm not mistaken, what do they call that eclipse? Is that a
That's
Selenelian
Selenelian. Yeah, that's exactly what I
eclipse?
was
Yeah.
just about to ask Jonathan. Is that basically what he's saying is happening? And
Yeah.
that's
So
Earth's shadow on the moon?
yep, and so again, this is probably 9:45 Central Standard Time in Minnesota. I don't have. I'm in the garage, so I don't have a camera on me. I do have timestamps on the actual photos on the camera, but it was before 10 p.m. Not very shortly before 10 p.m. Just kind of getting up above the horizon, brighter than hell. And no matter where I positioned myself, that was the highest quality image that I could get. It didn't matter how far I zoomed in, zoomed out, whatever, but the shadow was super pronounced, and that shit is there's something to it. It's fucking weird. I didn't mean to, Jonathan. You're still obviously up, man. I just wanted to respond to you. I just wanted to point out that I put those pictures up there, buddy.
So for me, what doesn't make sense about the globe Earth explanation for the Selenelian eclipse is that in the depiction, it's still below the Earth. Like they're not, or above, they're not on the same plane. So for me, if the Earth is larger than the moon and you're on one side of the Earth and you're looking straight, the moon is behind the Earth, you shouldn't see the moon. Yeah, maybe that's from where we are, from our perception, because we're smaller, but we're still talking about the light from one from the other. So yeah, I'm just trying to understand that, Jonathan, if you want to explain a little bit more on like how, in your opinion, like how the physics of that works, because that to me just, it doesn't align with like how the diagrams are depicted.
It's more the geometry of how it works.
So this is just in response again to someone who might say, "Hey, this doesn't line up with the globe model. Look at this. This is weird." So this is just me putting in visual form my verbal description of like everything we know about the globe model, the solar system. So as always, gravity would make down unique for everyone. So if you look at the person in the sketch, that person would represent someone, you know, like you and me in North America looking at this moon in the North Hemisphere. I didn't put in a lot of details just because I wanted to keep the focus of the sketch on just this concept.
So for that person in the sketch, that's looking down at his feet is down for him. And he can drop a rock and it will fall in that direction, the direction of that arrow. And so if you draw a perpendicular line, that would be his horizon. And so and being close to the sphere, it makes the horizon indistinguishable from either a flat plane or a sphere. It's just because the Earth is so huge that plane represents his horizon. And so you can see that the moon is above that horizon, maybe about 15 degrees. It's just a rough sketch, but it gets the concept across. So it is possible, according to the globe model, I think, to be able to see the moon in that position out in space with the top part of it only top in our perspective, shadowed. And that's all.
So, Jonathan, this is just that one observation, or are you talking about Selenelian? I missed the beginning part of this.
I'm not familiar with the term Selenelian. I've heard it before. I'd have to jog my memory, but all I know is that particular partial lunar eclipse that happened recently, that it was shadowed on what would look like the top to us in North America, and so that was just a discussion on that particular description of the moon in the sky and how that would be possible.
Got you. As a matter of fact, we had another diagram from 58. He kind of sketched some things out a couple weeks or a couple months ago, actually, probably the last season, to be totally honest, of how the globe earthers explain the Selenelian, which is essentially basically, the claim that the globe earth is that, the shadow is being cast onto the moon in a syzygy, right, which is the three bodies that are in a linear fashion. However, we could view the moon and the sun above the horizon. And what's interesting about that is that they claim that it's the impossible eclipse because it's an angular observation, when the claim is that those three bodies are in a linear fashion. And they claim that it's due to refraction. However, even though they call it the impossible eclipse, you could view it during any eclipse based on your location. So again, we got two bodies. While you're sitting on Earth, you have the sun and the moon above your head, like in an angle. Yet anytime that you're trying to cast a shadow on something, you need three bodies in a linear fashion. Unless there's something else that I've never seen, but anytime I'm trying to cast a shadow onto the wall, there's no way I could put my hand like below the light source and cast the shadow in a linear fashion. It's got to be light source, hand, wall, not the light source up, the shadow on the wall up, and my hand down. And that's kind of what we experience with a Selenelian. So it's just some weird things that we're just trying to figure out if it's a claimed shadow. Because if it's not a shadow and it's something completely different, then maybe there could be some other explanation. But if we're stuck with the mainstream narrative that it's a shadow, then we need a syzygy. We need a linear observation in order for that shadow to be cast. And I don't know if refraction is a valid explanation if this is all dependent on location. So does that make sense, Jonathan?
Yeah, it does. And so I would say that refraction would have to be the reason if the Earth is truly a globe, and for that to be visible both above your horizon. And I personally would like to take Hooke's law. Is it Hooke's? No, it's not Hooke's law. What's the one for refraction? Snell's law. Yeah, I'd like to take, and I've already done this before for one other observation of like a mountain. And what you do is you can model the atmosphere of the Earth as a bunch of finite layers, and then you can treat the boundary between each of those layers as a boundary for Snell's law. And then you can basically set up a finite element analysis, the brute force method, the brute force way, even using like a Excel spreadsheet. And you can have many thousands of rows of individual steps where you'd have the light beam go a certain distance. You'd calculate how high that would now be just using geometry. And then you can say, okay, well then, according to the standard pressure gradient for Earth, we're now at this pressure, and so I'm going to model that as a boundary between this pressure, the last one, and then the one I'm going to. And so I know that's kind of technical, but the shorter and shorter you make those steps, it's a little more horsepower for your computer to crunch it all. But the shorter you make those steps, the more and more it would converge on what reality would be for a continuously smooth changing gradient from surface to whatever altitude. And so doing that, I would like to plot a line to test Snell's law right out of the textbook and say, okay, does Snell's law just by itself as a baseline refraction? And I know there's other types of refraction that can be laid on that, which I'm not going to get into, such as how much moisture is in the air. I'm just talking about dry air baseline refraction. Is Snell's law sufficient to account for that much of an angle change to where it would bring both the moon that high above the horizon and the sun that high above the horizon based on real observations of that type of eclipse? That's just something I want to do at some point once I have the time. Obviously, it's hard to find the time, but I'll let you know if I ever do that.
No, bro, that would be fire because like you're taking it to the step that we want most of the globe earthers and anti-flat earthers who make that claim, right? We want to say, hey, if you're saying this is what's causing it, can you go get the empirical evidence that that's exactly what's actually happening, right? Don't just say, oh, well, we can explain it away due to refraction, but you don't never give me the environmental details. You don't never give me no refractive index. You don't take multiple data points of anything. You just say, oh, refraction, standard refraction, and just be done with it. But you're saying, hey, I want to go actually, take some actual data and put it together and see if we can actually account for this observation with the refraction that's apparent, because you need a specific amount if it's going to have a certain observation. So,
right, and that's what moves the discussion further. Otherwise, we're just bickering over refraction, and we're throwing that word around endlessly. So, this is just an effort on my part to take the discussion a little further, give us all something more to look at.
Hey, Jonathan, if you need any help with that, tap in with the level heads, man. If you want, if there's anything that we could, pitch in, or if you need anything, because I think that'd be a dope observation to make and kind of settle some of these circular conversations. So yeah, appreciate that.
Oh, right, yeah, and maybe Shane, he likes spreadsheets, so maybe I can hit him up if he's interested. But I think he left. Anyway. I'm going to cut out of here, but it was a nice conversation. Thank you for the space once again.
Shout out to Jonathan, the true reasonable Globie.
Voted most reasonable globularist in 2024. Or no, was it when was the awards?
Episode
April.
100, whenever that was.
It was April, but Jenny's been very patient, so I would like to hear from our favorite teacher.
Well, thank you for having me. Good evening, y'all. I just kind of wanted to jump in. I had a few comments from some of the conversations a while back. I just, I was hearing 33 with the moon. I just found out about the asteroid moon thing this evening, because I don't generally listen to that sort of thing, but it has.
It just came across my timeline like last week, Jen. So you're not the only one.
Yeah, but they were mentioning. I guess my son. They were mentioning it at his school, and he's been getting indoctrination stuff from his teacher, but it's funny because he knows. So he's got these little pictures where he's supposed to, tell how far the sun is away, and he's been writing false on it, and then on the other side he's been writing true, and then drawing the images of a P900 camera on all these planets and stars. I thought that was amusing.
Fantastic.
Anyway, I just, with this this little moon asteroid that they've been talking about recently, and all of the weather changes that we were talking about earlier, I just wanted to kind of, my spidey sense went off. They're saying it's 10 meters in length, which is 33 feet, and 33 is that number that they like to flash. Just little things like they're mentioning Arjuna, that's the name of it, isn't it? And Arjuna is a avatar of, I believe, is it Vishnu or Shiva or something like that? Anyway, so it's just very, I don't know. I really do. I feel like if it's anything, it's just telling, it's the them that control weathers and things like that they're manipulating the situation. And I don't know. It's just interesting how they'll use space to talk about that sort of thing.
Indeed. How's the curriculum coming along?
Pretty good. I've been teaching my students about ether. And
rocking.
They're like, you know what? At first I thought you were kind of crazy, but now I think I understand what you mean, because we were talking about how things have to propagate on a medium of some sort. And so my students are middle school, and like I said, I'm a biologist at heart, so physics is kind of a little bit of a new world, which is why I'm listening and why I'm paying attention and doing research. And but I love like planting seeds, so that when they do encounter this stuff on a higher level, that they have this question in their back of their minds about what reality really is. So we talk about ether, and we talk about, I've been teaching about elements and chemistry, but I always put in, like, they say particle, but I want you to think energy. They say, that sort of thing. So it's
Very cool.
It's definitely an interesting journey, because like I said, I'm a learner too. That's why I teach. I love to learn.
Well, I see you here week after week, just feverishly scribbling in the background. I can hear your pencil scraping and getting repeatedly sharpened. It's great to hear.
Little by little.
I think we emptied the room.
Well,
guys, I'm trying to get Proud back up here. Can you see if you could bring Proud up? Oh, I can't really see it right now.
It's been really interesting because my son is he's in a I'll just say he's in a private school, but it's kind of interesting because we talk. I'm very open with my beliefs and my understandings, and so we like to talk about this sort of thing. But he's sort of realizing at a very early age, that there's a difference between what people think they know and what people actually know, and all of those sorts of things. So it's a very interesting nuance to walk.
Yeah, we dig the objectivity and the skill to use it. It's awesome.
Hey, Sacred, just curious, did you not see my hand up?
Who is that talking?
This is Colton.
No, I can't see it right now. You were actually supposed to go right after someone else, like a while ago. But I can't see it right now.
Yeah, sorry
I
about
was
that,
I was
guys. I
calling
didn't.
on you right when Taylor still had Mr. B up here, but I didn't know if you had anything to add before. But shout out to you, Jenny. I appreciate you, and shout out to the to your kids for keeping an open mind. I like that, making the little notations and stuff like that. That's pretty.
The little ether lads.
The little ether lads, yeah, the ether lads.
Yeah, I'm hopefully that's my goal, is to get a whole generation going into the system, believing in the ether, so that when they hit things, they go, wait a minute, what's going on here?
Or at least just knowing about it, because I know that that wasn't anything that really stuck with me. They probably touched on it maybe for 2 seconds and moved right on from that and started talking about Newtonian gravity. So yeah, like just planting that seed to keep an open mind is the way to go. So, right on.
Well, thank you for having me, and I'll give up my mic, and I've got to put my little one to bed here soon.
Stop by anytime.
Thank you very much.
Jump in, Colton.
Hey guys, sorry about that. Yeah, I just had a really quick question for Stone. What was the I think you said a documentary, a movie, or a movie that you transcribed? You mentioned it earlier with the Canadian gentleman.
That was a 13-part video series done by AWAR. You could spell it two ways. His name is AEWAR, or just EWAR. And the particular series was the second one, the second group of videos that he put out. And it's called The Lost History of Our Flat Earth. You can find those. That's actually the associated channel to the group that I run on Telegram called the Stone Cold Truth channel. And you can find links to that here and there on my bio, etc. And that'll eventually, if you get in there, we can feel free to PM me, and I will send you the link to the actual location of where all the files are on the actual channel, the EWAR channel, so to speak. And you can watch them all. There's a great amount of video content there.
Thank you so much. I also had one question. I believe, Alan, I believe that I've seen you in maybe like a stream or a video or something. You were accessing like a database that had like a ton of like flat Earth proof and like resources and tests and like measurements and.
Yes, sir.
What is that? I need to get to that. I got to share that with some buddies.
I'll post a link up in the jumbo in a few minutes.
Thank you. Love you guys. You have a great night.
Later.
Rock on.
Hey, thanks for being so patient, Colin. Is this your first time speaking in Flat Earth Friday?
I think I've been in one of these things before. I usually listen though. I've been here for probably 10 or so episodes, but yeah.
Nice, man. Nice. Globe Earth, Flat Earth, where are you leaning towards?
Oh geez. Yeah, I got woken up to biblical cosmology probably about just like most people these days, COVID, around that time.
Man, that's crazy, yo. COVID really had a like more of a positive effect.
It really did. Isn't that weird?
It is. It's like,
So it's actually pretty interesting. So if you don't mind, can I just do like a little quick like testimony thing for
Time is all yours.
Yeah, go ahead. Go crazy.
Yeah, so it's kind of weird. Also, I had a few drinks, so I'm a little tipsy. I apologize. My dad was super huge into all this, the conspiracy angle on things forever. He's always been questioning things to a healthy extent. And then, never trust the government for anything, obviously. Like, that was the biggest early one I remember. But really around COVID time, he started to kind of throw a lot of questions at me, just like, hey, you ever hear about this thing, or like, look into that thing or whatever. And then one time he threw one thing about like, you ever hear about that flat Earth thing? And I'm like, I'm pretty open-minded too, like my dad. So I was like, no, I never really heard anything about it, but let's take a look at it. Sounds kind of dumb though. So I look into it, obviously, and I'm like, oh, this is a lot more than I thought it was. and I thought it was going to be a bunch of like, you know, I feel bad saying this after seeing how extremely intelligent y'all are, like way smarter than I am. I thought it was going to be a bunch of pot smoking dudes in their basement. Like, no offense to anybody who does that, but
Well, I am.
been there, brother. I'm not trying to shit talk that, but I thought it was just people who don't know what they're talking about, right? Just being like, saw like a YouTube video and they're like, yo, man, that's a cool idea. And I thought that's as far as it went. But then after I, you know, see all the big names in here talking about, I've heard you guys talk about before, like quantum physics, frick, I don't even know, man. Like crazy things I never even reached into myself. And now I've learned so much from all of you guys, all the YouTube videos, debates. Debates was massive. That was what really woke me up, is just seeing how frequently globe earthers just get absolutely destroyed. It's embarrassing. That's one of the biggest things that really woke me up, is just seeing how they have literally no defense for anything.
Yo, that is such a fact. Don't we say this all the time, y'all? We always say this. Always somebody that's kind of sitting on the fence. Maybe, you know, they grew up globe Earth, but, you know, they're open-minded. They don't have any attachment to balls or anything like that, and they kind of want to see how the conversation play out. And look, case in point, go and
Exactly,
look at
brother.
some of these debates, and it start waking people up like, wow, that is not how I thought that was going to go.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome how easily we appear to be scooping all of the fence sitters. They all sit there and are, they have no dog in the fight. They're just looking at what's say on this side, look what you say on that side. And like you said, they don't stand a chance.
It's extremely inspiring to me to get to listen to all of you guys, just how intelligent y'all are. It's really awesome. Like I said earlier, I really feel like I've learned so much and I've gotten a lot smarter, and like I'm able to kind of defend, like, so it kind of came out at work. Somebody was my barber is actually a flat earther too. He's a really cool guy. We became good friends, but one of the guys at work was kind of shit talking my barber because he went there too and heard that he was a flat earther. So then I stuck up for him, and now it's out at work. And so I had to defend myself a few times. But one of the guys that was giving me shit, he called me a stupid retard, and so I said, "Oh, if I'm so stupid, you should be able to cream me in a debate, right?" He's like, "No, I'm not smart enough to debate." And I was like, "Okay."
Hey, at least he was honest about it.
Yeah, no, I respect it. He's been chill now, but two guys at work backed down from the debate with me.
Just had to check them real quick. Very nice.
Perfect.
So wait, does that mean I'm 2-0?
Yes, it does. I put 2 links in the jumbo for you. One
on
is
intimidation alone. Yes, you're 2-0.
One is to a Pastebin link that has a bunch of stuff that's maintained by my buddy Chris Pastor. He has a bunch of,
here I am.
He has a bunch of links and
so
resources.
I followed Ken, and I followed Pronoun.
Yo, 1 second.
Yo,
One second,
hold on,
lad.
MD. Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, but give us a second. I don't know if you can hear the other speakers on stage. Hold on.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So Colton, if you check the jumbo, the last 2 posts up there, the one is to a link of it's a Pastebin link that my buddy Chris maintains, and he updates it. Fuck. Shoot, I got Elon muted.
Elon.
Yeah, the first link is to a Pastebin link that my buddy Chris Pastor maintains and has a bunch of resources and YouTube channels and experiments, etc. Everything all documented in, in the thing so you can read what it is before you click it. And then the second link is to Shane and I's database and a link to search.spaceaudits.net, which takes you to the Ether Cosmology GitHub, where all the citations and everything that are found in Shane or my database should be on there. Enjoy.
That's awesome, dude.
Dude, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, you guys are awesome.
Go ahead, Texas. See your hand up.
Y'all have a good night. I appreciate it.
Later. Yo,
Yeah,
Sacred,
that's-
I'm gonna restart my browser real quick. It's got a memory leak.
Okay, you good.
Sacred, are you gonna be mad if I don't follow you?
Hold on, bro. Alan, just send me a DM when you're ready to come back up, and then we'll.
All right. So you ready? Can I finish my sentence?
Word.
Bro,
Something tells me MB is
I don't
drunk.
even think
I'm not. I'm not.
I'm not famous last words. That dude's drunk as hell. Allegedly. I didn't give him a breathalyzer, but I feel like I just know.
what? Her name's Proud, but yeah, I mean, follow if you whoever you resonate with, bro. Just give us a 1 second though. Let's get through the hand.
I'm just playing, dude.
We'll
Come on.
swing right back to you in just a second.
Come on. I just followed you and gave you a fucking laughy emoji.
All right, man. Appreciate that. I think it was. Oh, we're waiting for Alan to come back. I think it was Orwellian in Texas.
Yeah.
Hey y'all, I just wanted to touch back on. I believe a question was asked to. I guess we were calling
Pronouns a
Boeing.
dude now.
Wow.
Guys,
Yeah,
y'all
you're
gotta have
definitely
some
drunk,
mic
bro.
etiquette,
Cut it
yo.
out.
People are up here talking like, why are you outbursting? Relax.
I could try that again. So I was gonna touch back on a question I believe was asked to Mr. Boeing about I guess them building the tanks on the side of the rockets for. I guess they were asked if they took air into the vacuum of space so they could move around, and he said they take helium, and the tanks are about the size of a 30-foot RV. He would say so. If that was 30 foot, 10 by 10, it'd be about 3,000 cubic foot. And I asked the PSI because I shoot a lot of pellet guns. I used to shoot a lot of pellet guns. And we used to compress helium on purpose to about 3,500 PSI and put it in these pellet guns. And it would take a 30 caliber 28 grain pellet from about 850 foot per second on compressed air to about 35 to 3,800 foot per second on compressed helium. So the helium would flow through that air rifle's valve like water comparison to air would flow like sand basically. I mean it would so if they are taking helium up there under high compression, it is an extreme amount of pressure. I mean if they are going up into space, I don't know, but I just figured that's why I asked him about the PSI of the tanks.
I can always text him.
Yeah, Mr. Boeing left, but we could definitely write down like different questions for Taylor to get back to him next time they
Yeah,
cross
I just asked him the PSI. I know he said he wasn't part of that build process, but I guess I was just giving an explanation of why I was asking the PSI because, a 3,000 cubic foot and there's two, if there's a tank on either side of that, that's a lot of pressure and that's a lot of air. If they could, in comparison to compressed air, I'm guessing it's I don't even want to fake the math, but it's a lot more under compression that they could use for sure.
I got the impression that his function is a little bit different from what you guys are perceiving it to be. That at his point in the entire chain of the works here, he doesn't build the subcomponents. He's an assembler. He takes things that are shipped to him and they put them together into modules, and those modules are finally assembled into a single piece when they are sent to Kennedy after they go to him. So he knows very little about the specification. Like he said, everybody who works for him in the shop doesn't need anything more than a high school education. And I'm getting the feeling that that includes his job. So asking him those technical, physical kinds of questions, I don't think are going to bear any fruit.
Yeah, and that happens for a lot of the people that actually work there. It's the really higher ups that are coordinating everything that actually know what's going on. So while there are facilities, while there are many employees, many of them just do not know. They do not know
Well,
what they're doing. They don't
he's
know
just
the
not
specifics.
involved in that part of the process. He's not in design. He's in assembly of a submodule level. So he's not going to be exposed to any of that. That's why I asked him about what he hears about post-launch, about the performance of what he's assembling, because that data doesn't even come back to him either. And it's for that reason, I think.
I can attest to that.
Yeah.
I worked in assembly for a pretty large company, like multi-billion-dollar company, and for probably about 4 or 5 years. And it's exactly what you just said, bro. I wouldn't say it's compartmentalized because that sounds almost like malicious, but it's like you get the parts that are given to you, and your job is to literally just put them together and then move it to the next place. Literally takes like a GED or high school diploma. And then what I imagine his level is like a group leader, because he said he got to move around to like all the different departments of the rockets, sub assemblies.
Yeah,
So
he's getting checked on bolt torque tolerances.
yeah,
Not
exactly.
the middle grade.
No, he's essentially and I mean, not to throw shade at him because it's not that's not the intention, but you're essentially you're a floor manager for a
He's an
production facility
assembler.
at that point. So yes, so you're a foreman essentially. If we want to put it in construction terms, because he kind of used that term pretty frequently. Like all I do is construct these things. So he oversees that stuff, and he has some separate clearances with regards to, well, him being kind of the guy that's the floor manager for how these things are put together.
I just want
Aside
to
from
mention
that,
his dad
go ahead, Taylor.
his dad works at NASA, and he's from my understanding a pretty high up manager at NASA. So that's kind of how he got the job, because his dad's been working there forever.
Nah, nepotism. Yeah, Stone, you know what's funny? As soon as he said that you could be like a high school and build rockets, Gary dismissed him. Gary, who was up here earlier, was like,
Yeah,
oh,
no
this is
doubt.
rubbish.
No doubt.
I mean, if anybody knows how weapons production facilities and nuclear plants and bomb processing facilities work, like a lot of those people that work in the assembly side also have high school educations and maybe a cert or maybe a little bit of trade school from way back in the day. You don't need a 4-year degree unless you're doing like the engineer work or the scientist work. Like just putting stuff together and assembling stuff, it just requires specialized on the job training.
Yeah, it's just menial labor and understanding again of specialized training, right? Okay, bolt specs and maybe with something like that, he was talking about, well, the welding is done out of house, right? So we don't even weld. So essentially he's dealing with giant barrels and putting mechanical components in them that will later be filled. So back to like the helium question that was raised, he was like, well, from my knowledge or to my knowledge, there's very little helium that's used. And I didn't have a mic at that point. And didn't really have a question for him either, but it made me chuckle because a lot of us in this community understand that NASA's, they're essentially the biggest helium consumer on the entire flat, stationary, level, non-rotating plane. And if they're using a minuscule amount of helium in these booster rockets for cooling, to Taylor's point, because she brought that up too and actually kind of led with that question, like.
Another thing, I don't know if he was talking about the ion thrusters. It might have been the helium also, but I was surprised on I'll use the word compartmentalization because it's not malicious. There was compartmentalization to the compartmentalization because the Q&A was done on another building. The helium was, you got it from another building. And then it was just so strange how it was just fractionated amongst different fields. But I still don't want to underestimate them though, right? Because we all have different education levels, right? Some of us went to colleges, some of us, dropped out of high school. But any one of us, you put any one of us in that NASA building, even if we were working on assembly, it would be our business to know everything that's going on in that building, right? If we had access. So I don't want to underestimate them. I mean, like Aurelian said, we're not throwing shade, but it was a good conversation nonetheless.
He
Yeah,
did say he had clearance for like everything, didn't he?
Yeah, he said he had clearance for everything. I just want to mention his dad's been working there a very long time. So apparently he's a very high up person. I don't know what position his dad has, but that's essentially how he got the job. And the facility is NASA. It's a NASA facility that contracts other people. So he technically works for Boeing, but also works for NASA. And he has a NASA hat he wears all the time, whatever, it doesn't matter. But I do think he's a very low level, and I think that he doesn't really know much. And many people in that position do not know much. They're just doing their job. just putting stuff together, whatever they're doing.
And
Hey, quick question for the space, real quick before Piezo goes. Does anybody feel like he was disingenuous at all?
Absolutely not. He
Oh
was a
no,
real
he's
good.
totally
No.
straight up. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I felt like he was on the level. Absolutely.
Negative.
Real quick before Piezo goes too, I just wanted to piggyback on what Taylor said. So essentially, NASA, if you want to look at this and like, because my brain works this way because, you know, I'm an iron worker. So I'm a subcontractor for a general. NASA would be the general contractor. Boeing in this position is a subcontractor. Then, Mr. Boeing is a subcontractor underneath that, and it trickles down. So to Mr. Xavier's point, you can't get away from calling it compartmentalization because it is. And those different compartments are different trades, different contractors, so on and so forth. It's just the nature of building anything, unless you're dealing with what I deal with. Because what I deal with, like I all the way to the engineering level, know everything that we're doing with regards to a bridge, but it's not my business. It doesn't need to be for me to perform my duties, but I have to have access to all that information because there are things that an engineer did on a computer that don't fucking work in the field. We have different trades that I have to talk to and negotiate with on a daily basis, right? When you're dealing with something like this gentleman, Mr. Boeing, is dealing with, he's a couple steps down the ladder from the general contractor who's paying everybody to do their little tasks, and none of them really need to know what the other is doing with regards to assembling something like this. Not at all. Like the welders don't give a shit about what he did with regards to assembling the tube and the mechanics and vice versa. Like they don't care. It comes there, they'll examine it as long as everything is to spec. We can carry on. If it's not, now we have to go back to the drawing board. We have to talk to somebody else, yada, yada, yada. So it's not nefarious to call it compartmentalized because it is. It doesn't need to be for nefarious purpose. There's no secrets going on here. It's just there's no need to know. This is like a need to know basis just for the function of producing whatever the hell is being produced. In this case, a rocket. So I'll land there.
And lastly, don't forget for the Apollo mission, NASA had subcontractors in all 50 states. Somebody made a door, somebody made a knob in this state. It was just ridiculous on how much they spread that out. So something to remember.
Oh yeah, there's absolutely zero chance anybody below like the top 1% has any idea what's going on about, you know, most of it. Even the supervisors, like plant level supervisors, are only going to know a limited amount. Like the only people who are knowing real level stuff of like what's actually being thrown together and like how it's working are like the top level engineers with like 30 years in the space over at, you know, NASA HQ and stuff. But anyways, what I wanted to touch on was because, you know, the welders just care about their 40 something bucks an hour that they make to you know, TIG and MIG and stick weld, and they're done. They're cool. But the satellites, though, they do use balloons, but I don't think that it's just the balloons. Like there's different types of satellites, remember. So there's like high altitude helium balloon satellites, which are literally just, you know, 120,000-ish feet in the air, small satellites. But then there are larger ones that are way higher. We're talking 200, 250K feet plus. And the purpose of the balloons is to offset their effective weight, right? Because, I mean, if you got something that's like 1,000 pounds and you're able to produce like, you know, 900 pounds upwards of buoyant force by putting a bunch of gaseous hydrogen in a balloon or helium, then it effectively weighs very little. And so the thrust that you use becomes way more effective, right? Because the thrust just produces a force. So, you know, any type of propulsion that they decide to use is going to be way more multiplicatively effective if they offset their effective weight using that stuff. So that's one of the main reasons that they do it. But they still do need propulsion mechanisms in order to adjust course and do things like that. And then personally, I think that they have the effects of altitude mapped out very well. But that we know that there are velocities up in the sky going in various directions at different altitudes, and there may even be a relative balance point somewhere in the middle, because apparently, up to a certain altitude, the velocity of the circles that go around is in one direction, and then you go far above that, and it flips and reverses to the other direction. But in between those two opposite directions of spin, apparently there's like a null zone where like the geostationary satellites are able to chill and hang out at. But yeah, I mean, long story short, you pop a balloon with helium or hydrogen, make yourself really light, and use your little ionic thrusters, electrohydrodynamic thrusters, and you're able to move around as you want, as well as follow the ionic winds up in the sky. So that's how the ISS is able to go like however fast it is. Like, what is it, like several thousand miles an hour? I don't know. We got papers on ether cosmology's Discord. If anybody wants it, there's some Royal Society papers regarding hydrodynamic thrusters and the relative thrust density as compared to conventional aircraft. And apparently, they're very comparable. Like the modern paper from 2015, 2016, said they were able to achieve thrust densities very close to that of conventional aircraft. So.
What's the Globee reasoning or understanding of the propulsion in a vacuum?
That the combustion happens inside a chamber, and then the release valve is open, and that basically makes the trajectory, right?
Personally, I don't like hang my hat on this. I don't like worry about this or argue it with a lot of energy or force. But because I mean, it wouldn't affect me either way. I'm happy to be wrong about this because it doesn't actually matter in my opinion. But personally, all the videos I've ever seen of vacuum chamber tests and stuff that people have done, with like little tiny baby rockets or makeshift rockets or whatever inside of vacuum chambers, they don't actually move until a kinetic chain is able to be formed between the gaseous release and the walls of the vacuum chamber, depending on the velocity of the gas being sprayed out. You can model it like the stream of gas or whatever that comes out, depending on if you're using solid fuel or what have you. But it obviously is going to go in a direction until it hits the wall of the vacuum chamber. Then there's going to be a rebound effect where the kinetic chain pushes back across the distance it traveled back to the source. And then once that kinetic chain rebounds back, of course, you're able to produce thrust off the walls. And, the videos I've watched, they'll turn on. They don't thrust immediately. There's a delay, like in pretty much every one of them that I've seen. So up in the sky, there's no walls, right? So, or in outer space, rather. In outer space, there's no walls.
Right. We're looking for an analogous demonstration of what they claim. Don't add surfaces. Don't add extra atmosphere. No extra pressure.
Very difficult, right? Because, I mean, a vacuum chamber necessarily is pretty small and has walls, and you can reach those walls pretty quick with a high velocity stream of gas coming out of the back of a little rocket. So
they can't take our federal dollars out of our paycheck and put it towards that big ass vacuum they got at NASA.
Yeah.
We don't got no say whatsoever.
I thought the craziest part was whenever he said that they don't account for the Van Allen belt.
That was
or
wild.
any radiation. I was like, so if you're building the structure of the rocket, then don't you have to like build it like a Faraday cage? He's like, no.
Oh, that's why you brought it up. Yeah, to protect.
Yeah, that's a good question. That was a good question, Taylor.
Well, again, he's not into design. He's into assembly, so he doesn't even look at lead or anything else or the cost to move it up or any mass exchange equations. He doesn't see any of that, guys.
So Stone, you feel like he's unqualified to answer that question?
Rather, it's simply not his department.
We should have asked him why he felt like that, because he could have said, "Hey, I spoke to my dad, and when my dad do designs, when he had the big table that nobody get to sit at, he told me they don't put no Faraday cage."
Right. He would still have to assemble it, wouldn't he? I mean, even if he doesn't design it, he'd have to assemble it.
He hooks up the modules. He doesn't, you know what I mean? He doesn't build the modules. He assembles them. He puts one to the other and makes sections of the phases that drop away when they actually launch. Like the first 3 or 4 phases of the rocket, he takes all the parts pre-made and assembles them into short chunks of rocket. He doesn't need any long body trucks. He doesn't need any of that. He doesn't need a tall roof, a big hangar to assemble this stuff, because he doesn't stand any of it end on end several sections together. They assemble all that at that phase down at Kennedy long after he's done. They just ship him stuff and he bolts them together. That's all he does. And he said, look, this is what I do. And then they put the pieces together and launch it, fill it up with gas, seal it. They do that. I just assemble the submodules, and all that shit gets sent to him and he bolts it together. They don't even weld it, like he said.
Too, with regards to the fact that they're even welding anything. So one of the things that he obviously doesn't have access to, that I believe Stone brought up, is I'd like to know what actual alloys we're using. I highly doubt that this is, that these are just chunks of mild steel. There are specialized welding processes that are necessary for certain exotic alloys. If we're just talking stainless steel or something like that, yeah, that's one thing. But yeah, you would need some specialized people. It'd be interesting to see the material specs. No, yeah, I was just saying it would be interesting to see the material specs on something like that. He wouldn't have access to that at all.
It's the performance feedback on the materials that go to the people who make those submodules that he gets sent. Those are the guys who are getting the information about how well stuff's doing on the way up. He is just given updated stuff if things need to be updated, and nobody tells him about it. They just tell him how to put the new updated stuff together, and away he goes.
But Stone, you bailing him out. Like, he must have said that for a reason.
Well, I don't know that I'm bailing him. I'm just talking about the limit of his job description. There are things that he does do and things that he does not do. And because the things that you guys are interested in are on column B, that he can't answer those questions. He's not involved.
Correct. He might not even be paying attention to whether or not there was a revision. So he's built the same rocket 40 times, right? And they've fallen into the ocean, like Stone mentioned. Nobody recover. You don't recover that and look at it. Well, no, we don't. I'm sure somebody does, right? Because if not, then how are you getting a revision? So he may be building the same thing multiple times, but the materials have changed. A couple of different components have changed, so on and so forth. Revisions are important. They exist when you're literally improving upon any design, and they're categorized and they're cataloged. Anytime a specific model of something has a revision, and we get them with bridges, we get them with those tanks that I built in the wintertime, those pressure vessels that I used to do on my off time, all that stuff. It exists for a reason. But if you're not privy to it, or you're just assembling something, you're not even paying attention to it. I assumed, based on the conversation that we had, that he would at least be privy to, hey, so this, again, to Taylor, if she's listening, this would be a question that I would have for him. Have you recognized or spotted any revisions in your plans with regards to building a rocket, even though it appears to be the same?
See, my thing is, if he's receiving a piece, right, or a whole module, or whatever the case is, don't they got to inspect it first and make sure it's all put together? So they would have to say, okay, this is valid, this is okay, and we can start attaching it to whatever they need to attach it to.
Well, yeah,
They would need to know everything that's on that original giant
He did mention
piece of
that there are quality control guys that follow him around during assembly to see that he's getting his tolerances right. That's for sure. And I think, yeah, you're right that we should ask him the question, how often does he see his constituent parts updated? That's a good question.
Y'all put in the list. We need a round 2 list. Drop it in the chat.
Definitely.
Yeah, I'll actually probably throw some in the purple pill too, but I'll throw some in the level heads chat. But yeah, that's something to pay attention to. How many revisions from the engineer of record on whatever part it is you're assembling, or whoever drew this print that you and your crew are following to assemble? Like, how often is that revised? Would just be interesting. It would lead to more questions, but it would be interesting to know, because that happens with anything. So you would think with something as sensitive as quote unquote space travel and rockets, it happens even more often with regards to analyzing potential failures, weak points, so on and so forth. Any of the different variables that might arise from, I mean, most of this is R&D, right? Research and development, like one of the biggest parts of a budget for anybody who's manufacturing anything is the initial research and development phase to get to a point where you even put something into production. So now you got something in production and you find flaws. Well, we got R&D dollars on that now. They're trying to fix this problem. Engineer record signs off on it. Now we have a revision. I'd love to know how many times that happens in this process with the things that he specifically deals with for Boeing in his specific little box that he works in, right? His hangar. That would be awesome to know.
I had to step out when he was answering some of the questions. What were some of the really good takeaways we got from that, like QA?
Well, one white pill, regardless if it's contractors, him saying that the majority of them denied the moon landing and half of them are flat earthers. These conversations are hitting. You know, they're getting to a lot of people. It's not just COVID that are waking people up. It's these conversations, I believe. And that's dope that it's at least at that level of NASA. I wouldn't doubt that it's even higher.
Y'all hear that out there in YouTube land? The people putting together y'all rockets is having an open discussion about flat Earth at work.
All you anonymous listeners down there.
Go ahead, jump in the comments.
Well, you know what's funny is, in my opinion, I think it's kind of funny, is that people readily acknowledge and are completely aware that they have like high-level sophisticated propaganda, media control, censorship, AI, deepfakes, all that stuff. But then people don't even think about the fact that they artificially manipulate engagement metrics, like, you know, the views and the likes and all that stuff on YouTube. I don't know if anyone thinks that, you know, these, because if you go to like the top FE content producers, the very top of the line FE content producers, most famous ones, you really think that they're only getting 12,000 views on their videos, dog? You really think that's a real number? You're kidding yourself. Like, not even close. That's a joke. But that's what they want you to think, because they don't want people to think that it's actually like a popular movement. It's like, how could it be like, you know, using the old Google data, right? As crazy of a thing on the internet as it is, or as it was, and it still is, and yet the top content producers only got 12K views, but, you know, there's tens of millions of hits on the internet. That's weird, right? Where are they getting all the content?
I want to piggyback off that real quick. So like I said, my barber is a flat earther too. Like, what are the odds? I live in a super small town. Like, I mean, it's like 10,000 people maybe, which I don't know if that's super small. It feels super small, but what are the odds of running into that? Like, that's just wild.
So, hey, just
It's
to answer
bigger
your
than I
question,
think it is.
Colton, I live in a town of 8,000 up here in like north central Minnesota. And I've run into about 15 people wearing shirts, okay? Like wearing like flat earth content on their bodies, just walking around in this tiny ass town. So it exists. What the odds are, I couldn't even begin to speculate, but what I think is starting to become very evident, and especially to Piezo's point, with like downvoting top content creators and all this manipulation. Like they can try to do this shit to fuck with people online. But in the real world, when you see this shit in the real world, and the flip side of the coin, I see dumbasses walking around in NASA merch. Dude, they're already taking your fucking money and you went and bought a t-shirt. What the fuck is wrong with you? But anyways, that being said, like, no, like,
Yo, the
like, hey,
amount of NASA merch that I see, I don't ever want to hear another
Same.
cry about Dave's app. It was
right.
$2. Yo, that shit is so annoying. It's like
No.
they don't even know if it comes from NASA. They're just buying it.
Right. You feel me though? So like, even if it is, so let's just say for argument's sake that like that money is going back to NASA. They're already fucking robbing you to deceive you. And then you went and bought a fucking shirt. Like that is, it's like giving your rapist a tip at the end of the day. Like, so it's that fucking crazy. But no, back to what you were saying. Grapists. Yep. Yeah. Everybody that's into that wine, man, those are grapists and they like to smash it with their bare feet. Yep. Sorry, forgot YouTube. So anyways, no, to your point, Colt, man, I see people in my small town that are actually wearing merch, dude. Flat Earth merch. Not sure where they're getting it from, but they're wearing it. So,
That's so wild.
What the odds are of it, it's pretty good that the online deception isn't really working anymore. And it's actually red pilling people. And at an alarming rate. And again, back to the point with COVID, yes, that did a lot for a lot of people, but like I was way prior to COVID and I'm older, I'm 42. 9/11 kind of woke me up just to thinking, right? But man, it all just went crazy from there. I got woke up by one of my favorite rappers. Shout out to Proud for her dope ass intros. B.O.B. man, I wish we could get him in here one of these days, but it happens to small towns, man. So you gotta think, right, Colton? Like, let's just apply that to Minneapolis. And I live outside of Minneapolis, a huge city. It's kind of a shithole right now, but there's got to be a ton of people out there that are just living their lives that they're not buying the bullshit. They're definitely not on the fence anymore. They're flat earthers. They're just not putting that political sign in their yard. It's election season, and some people are afraid to put that sign out in their yard and proudly say who who they're going to vote for in that rigged bullshit. It's kind of like that. Some people might be a little bit shy to just be real overt about it, but they're out there, and I'm seeing people actually walking around in merch, which means they're looking for not a confrontation, but for a conversation, because somebody's going to say something to that person wearing that shirt. Nobody's saying nothing to nobody wearing NASA merch. Just laugh at you idiots and keep on moving, right? So I'm gonna land there, man. But yeah, dude, you're in a town of 10,000. I think we're 8,500 here now. Last time they checked was 2 years ago. There's probably more, but we're out there, man. We're everywhere.
Dude, that's so dope. I want to be that person. I gotta find merch.
I'll send you a DM. So there's somebody in the community that we mess with quite a bit. I don't know if she's been in Flat Earth Fridays very often, but she's from out in the Vegas area, Fit Girl Trading. Dude, she makes some of the dopest Flat Earth shirts. I mean, tons of stuff. So I'll shoot you a link just to her profile, and you can check that stuff out, man.
Let's go. Thank you.
I've got a couple of them. They fit well. They're not cheap at all. And dude, she'll make you anything.
Hey, check my profile. The most recent thing that I've posted is the shirt that I got from B, and it's a pretty cool piece of fake NASA-esque kind of merch to wear. Check it out, man. It's cool.
I think it'd be interesting. Anybody who's interested in doing like data numbers, people who like doing that kind of thing, pulling the public like Google Analytics data for flat Earth stuff, and then comparing it to the most viewed flat Earth YouTubers, seeing what their monthly engagement is, and comparing it to the Google Analytics data, and seeing how big of a discrepancy is, or how big of a discrepancy there is between their viewership and the analytics data. Because like I said before, man, before they did the purge, right? Before like Congress literally got directly involved and Congress ordered the big tech companies to censor flat Earth, For those who aren't aware that happened, before they did that, I mean, it was like one of the top 5 most searched subjects on Google, and like tens of millions of hits.
Yeah, that could be revealing.
That was one thing. That was one thing too I noticed in my awakening when I would be on YouTube and I'd see these like Flat Earth content videos, and it has the same banner at the bottom that like the COVID thing had. Like I don't know, 4
Oh
other things
yeah,
have,
the
and it's like,
misinformation box.
yeah, so you instantly know that right there gave it away to me.
Hey, Stone, I have that same shirt too, by the way.
Cool.
Man, that was great content. Yeah, so much to chop up. I'm not sure who else was next. I don't know if Texas got to go, but I think we can do open topic right now. Just not talk over everyone.
I got to go. I'm just listening.
Appreciate you stopping by. We'll be here all night.
Well, Shane is back, and I see Flat Earth Dave is still listening. That's pretty cool.
Ooh, is it past his bedtime? It's not past his bedtime.
I hope not.
Was he going to Flattoberfest?
I think we're gonna get him back on.
Your NASA friend? You think he'll be interested in coming back?
So I think he might have had a flat tire and we had to go get him. So we'll try to make something work.
Was that your doing, Taylor? If so, good job.
He can't escape you now.
I would never do that.
Allegedly.
Hey, was there a link to that shirt, Stone?
Yeah, just right-click me, open me up in a new tab, check my posts. It's the most recently posted thing. I put up 2 pics of the shirt they sent me.
Gotcha.
I was actually fairly instrumental in the very last phase of its production as an image. That they were actually on Flat Earth Fridays a couple months ago when they were putting it together, and hubby was still learning image editing and how to make things go. And they were working in JPEG, and they were trying to figure out how to make the background an invisible color. And if you know editing, you know that JPEG does not support that function, that you have to change your file type to PNG to PNG, and then you can use a transparent background color. So I kind of switched that up for them and then separated all the parts of that image that need to be background and sent it back to them, and they were just totally pleased as punch. And now you see the finished product.
Yep, great, absolutely great shirt, fantastic. The way that it worked out, and it's been through the wash plenty of times. It held up. Whoever they decided to use for the silk screening or printing process or whatever you want to call that, yeah, all around just super happy about it. And I was super stoked to get them kicked off too. You know, you got to support the people that are making that stuff, and I was like, yeah, where do I send the money? And just send the shirt when you got it.
That's good to hear, because in Uruguay, you send your laundry out to people to get, they do it for you down the street. There are so many lavaderos here. It's crazy. It's a very mom and poppy, popular kind of business to run. And they are not kind to most materials when you give it to them to clean. So
no, they will beat your garments
good to
to
know.
death.
That's good to know.
Well, honestly, that was like my main concern. It was something I kind of talked to her about too. I was like, I don't know who you guys are going to go through, but this is going to be a process in figuring out like what's actually going to stick, because, I've made, jerseys and shirts for my kids' teams, and then some of the stuff I do with bike racing, and even for some of the guys at work, just like joke shirts, because there's some dickhead we ran off the job and we didn't like him anymore. So I thought it was funny to make a shirt making, poking a little bit of fun at him for being a little too soft or whatever, made a marshmallow with his face on it. But I used like custom ink 1 or 2 times, and I wasn't impressed. The shirt quality was great, but the silk screening sucks. So like that's a balance, man. When you're getting ready to kick off a t-shirt operation, you got to fine tune that because yeah, people will beat your garments to death. And thankfully I do my own, but yeah, it's held up. So high quality shirt, man. The image was awesome. And I did not know that, Stone, that you helped them out with that. That's the image is great, dude. Scientific. Shout out to BOB because that vibes with him.
Yes, I
Very
learned
cool.
the t-shirt business is not for the weak.
Hell no. The only people who are actually making money in that is bands selling merch, and they don't give a shit because you're just there trying to get a shirt. Then you wash it twice and it falls apart, and now you're using it as you cut it up 17 different ways, and you're like mopping shit up in your garage with it, but you spent $100 on it at a show.
The one really making the money is the t-shirt supplier.
Yeah, so far that's been my biggest like hang up, trying to find quality for the image on there. Like I don't want it to peel, I don't want it to come off, we don't want it to wash off in two loads. Like we want it to last. So I've just been having trouble finding like the best way to get the image on the shirt and stay on there.
Get that.
You got to get good. You got to get good shirts too, because you can end up with that. You guys remember those Hanes commercials from a couple years ago where they were talking about like bacon neck, like the bacon neck T-shirt. So like that's the fastest area on a T-shirt that gets destroyed is the neck. That the ribbing that is done or is not
Yeah, it
done,
gets
depending
stretched
on if
out.
it's a high quality garment. Yeah, if you don't, if you got a shitty neck on your t-shirt, whoever's making your shirts, nobody's going to want to buy that anymore just because you'll wear it twice and then you're going to look goofy wearing it. So you hang it up or put it in a picture frame because the image is cool, but the shirt's no longer wearable. So I don't envy the people trying to get into the t-shirt game, but for those that have been successful, fuck, shout out to you guys. And yeah, back to B, man, that shirt's awesome. And it's cool that Stone helped him out with that image because it turned out fucking amazing. It's one of my favorite shirts.
You try to look for that heavy ring spun. It's called heavy ring spun cotton. Proud, but it might help whatever material you use for the graphics stick a little better too. I mean, they're both their separate components, but heavy ring spun cotton's really good. Like it holds together well, so you don't have to worry about as much expansion, like shrinking and expansion when you wash it, because that actually can cause the material to peel, like the graphic print to peel, because if there's a disconnect between the graphic print and the thing that it's attached to, because the thing it's attached to does a lot of expansion and shrinking, then that can make it peel off faster.
That too, I was thinking about. Some people don't like cotton, some people don't like polyester, some people have a specific preference for like the shirt they want, like like things like that are like little details that I never had to like really pay attention to until I started thinking about this. So I'm gonna like do more test runs. I'm probably gonna wash the shirts that I have to see like which one holds up the best, and then from there I'll make my like final decision, like which one works the best.
I think the best, and I don't, so like what Piezo just described, like I wouldn't even know what to call it. I could use a name brand for comparison and maybe you could look at what they do. But so like, what is it called? So Mac Weldon t-shirts and or, what's that other company that I go through? And these are just plain tees. This is stuff that I like to wear because I'm generic as shit. Unless I'm supporting Flat Earth and rocking some cool content. Like all my tees are plain, but they're very the weave and the blend is very like there's no expansion or contraction when you wash them. They almost come pre-shrunk, and they're extremely smooth. So when you do apply something like that, a silk screen or something to it, it'll take a shitload of abuse, and it doesn't really peel. So, what is? It'll come to me. I'll DM it to you when I figure out. I'll have to look at my laundry, but there's two shirt manufacturers that I wear frequently that I've also actually printed stuff on, and they're not. It's not cheap, so it's not going to be I don't know, it's not going to be great for starting a business, but if you're just trying to kick off some shirts for the fellas and you want them to last like that, that's the way I would go.
Yeah, I'm open to all suggestions. This is for you guys, so I definitely want you guys to like it and actually get to wear it, not just for the picture, for sure.
Yo, is that a bandana laden space bear that we have in the chat? Heard that there was a prez coming up soon. Where
Yeah,
can
dude. Little Ether
where can we watch
Dynamics.
it?
Tuesday at 8 p.m. on Ether Cosmology or Space Audits or Shane's YouTube channel.
Word. Did you say ether dynamics?
Yep, an introduction into ether physics. So it's going to be going over the history of, the static ether theory that all the lads back in the day used to believe in, and then why that fell apart, and then moving on to a newer ether theory.
One that moves?
Yep, has a little mobility to it, it wobbles, has a little wobulation.
Wobulation, I love it. That's like
Wobulation.
refravity. Wobulation, refravity, and globularist.
Did we get any Globers in the chat tonight? Like I was so busy, wasn't able to come through until just a little bit ago.
Just Gare Bear, but he was kind of wasted.
Dude, there's got to be somebody.
We had Jonathan.
We got Pete Globinski right there. Oh no.
So we're 2 months. We are 2 months and counting now on the Battle of the Beams challenge. Like it's like funny we can't even talk about it. Like we can, but we just like get bored of it because they just been no answers to it for 2 months.
Well, there was the guy recently who tried to say that if you use a different refraction coefficient, it magically works on glob ball. But he's cool with extending their radius by 19,000 miles. So.
Oh, you mean the dude who just like acted as if you hadn't checked standard refraction yet?
Yeah, that guy. He missed the part.
Can I get
of
a quick refresher on the Battle of the Beams?
On the old beam battle? Absolutely, sir. So in 1940, the Germans during World War II came up with a radar
World War II
system
thing
of intersecting radar beams. Yep. And if you take the height above sea level and the height of the towers, just make it all a uniform, nice 656 feet above sea level for everything, because no location exceeded that, especially not the two that were referenced in the beginning of the system. But anyway, you take that and you take the distances at which they were measured at when the British confirmed the existence of the radar beams. They, it comes out to be impossible on a globe.
What's the globe prediction, Alan?
The globe prediction is that the radar beams will hit the Earth curvature at about 32 miles, maybe 50, depending on, the time of day or atmospheric conditions and what have you. But yeah, it was expected to have a maximum range of 50 to 30 miles. And a previous system was devised by the British that was exactly the same, and they shot it down for that exact reason. They were like, yeah, it won't work because of Earth ball. And the issue is that when that radar system, only being 660 feet above sea level, and that's being super generous, but once that hits Earth ball, it has to either go to the sky and take a tangent all the way to the target, which would put the beam at anywhere from 111,000 feet to about 60,000 feet above target. So to make up the difference, the beam would have to expand another 30 to 60,000 feet, depending on the altitude, or depending on the distance, sorry. And the whole point of this system was that a plane flies through the equisignal of the beam. So if that beam takes a tangent to the sky, well, its effective usefulness will be obsolete because the beam has to extend by, miles, up to 4 to 17 miles, depending on the distances, to be useful, which at that point, that's not even a radar system. That's just that's a joke. So the beam dimensions were measured, though, by the British about 50 miles in either direction of the intersecting beams from the target over Derby, which makes the distance about 400 miles from Derby to Cleve. And then, well, it was Beeston, but so Beeston to Cleve, and then about 200 and something. What was it? 270 miles from Spalding to Cleve, which is about 50 miles shy of Derby, which was the target. But anyway, the beam widths were measured at 400 to 500 yards wide for the equisignal. And for the equisignal to preserve those dimensions and be physically useful, it can't have taken a tangent to the sky. So sky propagation is out of the question. And the other issue would be, the other explanation could possibly be refraction. But if you were to use refraction to make that beam, follow a line of sight like it's intended to work, you would have to invoke a refractive index that no one on this earth has ever seen. And then you would have to have that happen in 2 different locations at the same time.
360 days out of the year.
Yeah, for it to be useful. And the bombing campaign was, about a year long, and they used that radar system every day except for 2 days.
It's 334 miles from Cleve to Derby and 451 miles from Stolberg Hill to Derby. Oh yeah, and then you found that that paper where the German Telefunken company actually tested it before they gave it to the military to use when they were building it.
Yeah, what's really interesting about that paper is it doesn't say a dang thing about how they overcame Earth curvature or how, that was somehow affecting anything or mattered at all. The paper that they, the specs that they published for what they measured during their testing was actually even far worse for the globe. So the bombers in World War II were flying at an altitude of 19,000 feet. So you can just round that up to a nice 20 or whatever, doesn't matter. But, which is, still impossible on a globe. But to make matters worse, the Germans that built this system and did the measurements for the, measured it at 13,000 feet. And they took measurements out to, 1,000 kilometers. And their measurements gave it, it's just not compatible with a globe. There's no answer to it. I talked to one of the writers of one of the historians that wrote about this on Twitter. His name is Tom Whipple. He's one of the authors of I forget the name of the book, but it's a documentary on, the secret war, they call it, the Battle of the Beams. And he swears when I started pressing him on this refraction and diffraction issue, he was like, "Oh, you know what? It's actually in a different calculation, and I have a picture of it, but I don't have it now, and I can't find it. But if I find it, I'll let you know." Because the thing is, when you attach math to these, to this situation, when you attach an explanation to it and you start plugging in the corresponding numbers, well, you get globular impossibilities. So, and that was the issue with that guy. And he recognized that and was like, "Oh, you know what? It's actually in a different, your calculations are in another castle, Mario." And he just moved on with the rest of his life. And that's cool. That's cool. But, he came in awfully strong and was like, "These flat earthers think the Nazis were flat earthers." And I was like, "Well, hold on a second, buddy." Talking about beam specs and measurements, not talking about what the Nazis believed. And then he was like, "Oh yeah, diffraction." And then I hit him with a couple of PZO MS Paint engineer certified diagrams, and he changed up the story real quick to refraction, because obviously the system's a line of sight radar system that you're flying through. So you can't have a sky beam going up to, 111,000 feet, etc. While the plane has to fly through it at 19,000 feet. So he changed his story from diffraction to refraction and didn't have any calculations to back it up. So I found some references to one of the lads that's mentioned during the documentary. And his name is, was it Thomas Eckersley? And Eckersley is mentioned as providing the calculations that R.V. Jones, the military intelligence officer that was leading the investigation for the Battle of the Beams, he referenced him and said that his equations explained how this could work on a ball, because R.V. Jones was encountering a lot of globular opposition to the existence of the radar beams, because all he had was some circumstantial evidence And everyone was like, "Oh, that's German propaganda, bro. Why are you believing in that? We have a Earth ball globe that's gonna protect us. You're stupid." So he was like, "Well, hold on, boys. I got some science math here. You guys like science math?" And they were like, "Boo! You suck." So Eckersley was feeling the pressure of that, and he withdrew his. I'm assuming he felt the pressure of it because he was like feeling embarrassed, because he goes on to say that he denounced those calculations and that they don't prove Jones's point, and that they actually don't have anything to do with sky propagation radar stuff. I'm sorry, with a line of sight radar system, and that they're not analogous. So he withdrew his claims, and there's no actual reference to what he calculated or what it could have possibly been, diffraction or refraction. He just an ambiguous mention to Eckersley's calculations, right? So when you look up Eckersley, well, he was a pretty famous lad in radio propagation and stuff. So he's got a couple papers out there from around that time, and I pulled both of those, and neither of them are analogous to the situation of a line of sight radar beam going, hundreds of miles like that over a ball. His papers entail omnidirectional sky propagation and bouncing for distances between Great Britain to New York or something like that. And it's not, invoking what was it, the heavy side layer, different altitudes, etc. So like those aren't even on the table for an explanation. And then in the one paper, he's invoking all these perfect conditions for theoretical calculations up to and including a sphere of infinite radius. For those of you who aren't familiar with the sphere of infinite radius, that just means a plane. As your infinite radius sphere increases, the curvature decreases. So if you have to invoke that to make your measurement work, you're just invoking a plane. So that's cool. So there wasn't anything in there to help that lad. And he was like, "Oh, you know what? It's in another book that I don't have and I can't find. And, good luck to you, sir." So that was Tom Whipple's explanation to it.
Huh. You mean to tell me that Eckersley staked his career that it wouldn't work because he was, not only did he, not think that the paper that R.V. Jones tried to reference was not applicable, he actually flat out called him out and was like, "It definitely wouldn't work. I'll stake my career on it," and then had to eat his words.
Take the whole career, bro. They fired him after that, and then they hung him. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. There was no consequences, but he did say, "I stake my career on it. This is full DS. The Earth's a ball, and this radar system wouldn't work, and these calculations that you're using are not analogous." And it made R.V. Jones doubt himself a lot. He was going through a whole internal turmoil after the big meeting with Winston Churchill when he got authorization to go look for the beams. But luckily, the lads found the beams that night. And in the morning, R.V. Jones's worries were all alleviated, and then they started going on with countermeasures to counter the system.
Germany literally almost won the war with this system if Britain hadn't figured it out.
Dude, the amount of happenstance was so crazy that they were. Imagine you're building the Death Star, right? And nobody knows about it, and you're like, "All right, well, here's what we're gonna do. Since nobody knows about the Death Star, we're just gonna leave our radar beam on 24/7 and hope for the best." And then so while they had their system on, right? If you guys are familiar with the Enigma story, which is like some cipher system that they were using to transmit encoded messages, the Germans were, and it was supposed to be unbreakable and all this stuff or whatever. Well, a communication was intercepted from this Enigma cipher, and the only thing they could decrypt from it was the name of the weapon system, which was Knickerbein, and the long coordinates of the two radar systems in Cleve and Stallberg, respectively, and also the target where the beams were going to intersect over Derby, which happened to be a Rolls-Royce factory that was manufacturing all the engines for the airplanes that the Brit lads were using. So there was that, and then on top of that, there was a couple of POWs, that they had that were pilots that they were interrogating, and then obviously the pilots didn't give them anything, but when they went back to their bunks, they were talking with the other pilots and they didn't know they were being recorded. And they were like, basically like, dude, you know what's so cool about the Knickerbein system? Is it takes the human air out of dropping bombs on motherfuckers at night. With this radar system, all you have to do is fly in the beam. You hear that sweet baby equa signal. Beep! You hear that nice coherent tone. And then you hear that secondary tone beep, at a lower frequency. And then you just drop them bombs, baby boy, and that's it. And so they had they had circumstantial evidence, testimony from the pilots when they thought that they were, not being recorded. And then on top of that, a pilot was shot down in June, and I forget the date, but it was like mid-June or something like that. He got shot down around dawn, and he knew he wasn't going to evade capture, so he started ripping up his papers that he had on him. And your boy had all these classified papers on him about the Knickerbein system that explicitly said, do not take in an aircraft, do not, these are top secret, blah, blah, blah. So the British had those fully reassembled before the next day, and, knew all about that. And there was one other thing. Oh yeah, they recovered a down plane, and they were checking the radar system. All the bombers at the time, actually, like, it was very widely commercially available, but it was called the Loren radar system. And it was overtuned, it was oversensitive to the frequency that it would normally be used for. So they not only had the intersection point between where these two beams could be, but they also had the locations from where they're starting at, and they had the possible frequency range based on the downed plane that they found or recovered. And then they had testimony of how it works, confirming that this is a line of sight system. You fly through it, you hit an intersection beam that tells you when you're going to drop the bomb, and that's really all they had. And then so just circumstantial stuff, and everyone was believing that Earthball was going to protect them and save them. And when Jones got authorization to send the boys up to go and check, they went up and measured those beams. They measured the beam width over Balding to be 400 to 500 yards wide. And then if you math it out, the one that they found over Beeston, which is the other intersection point that leads into Derby, that would have been about 600 to 650 or something like that, or 500 to 650, something like that, yards wide. And that geometry and usefulness could not be achieved if you hit the Earth curvature at 30 to 50 miles. Completely destroys the usefulness of the system, because if you're going to make up the distance from the altitude that it would be at over target to the altitude that the bomber flies out, the beam would have to be extended from 400 to 500 yards to multiple miles, so like 4 to 17 miles depending on the distances. And that's not what took place. So globular position is untenable in that regard.
Didn't we did the math right? And in the Telefunken papers, the German telecom company that built the towers for the military, they had on the large Knickerbein, the ones Stolberg and Cleve, plus or minus 1/10 of a degree of beam divergence. And then when we looked at the measurements that the British took to 500 yards wide or whatever and did the trig on it, it came out to be 2/3 of 1/10 of a degree. So they spec'd it out as plus or minus 1/10, and it was physically measured as 2/3 of 1/10, which is perfectly within the specs. It's like,
right?
Weird that you can use plane trigonometry to predict the beam divergence.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Jones did as well. Remember in the documentary, the video version, he was talking about how his secretary messed up the numbers, and she was like, she put the beam spec at that distance to be, what was it, 1 mile, and he was like, no, it's like half a mile, or it was even less than that. I think, I can't remember, but it was way less, and it was like the only way that he could have got that result though was if he also did plane trig on it, because that's what we got. And we did plane trig. And by we, I mean not me.
Yeah, that's it was yeah, he said it was she put 500 yards or 500 meters or something. And it was supposed to be like some other thing. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I just don't remember exactly what the number was.
Yeah, she goofed it up, and he was like, "Nah, it's way tighter than that."
Hey, Alan, quick question. And Pizzo, you could jump in too if you want to add. As we know, there's some apologetics for what you just said. Great explanation, by the way. You glossed over it, but can you elaborate further for anybody new here listening to the apologetics, though? Hey, listen, that long distance transmission is pretty impressive. What you don't know is that heaviside layer, which is another name for the E layer of the ionosphere, allowed for the reflection of high frequency waves towards the horizon. Can you explain why that doesn't work as an apologetics? Pizzo, you could jump into if you wanted.
Yeah, Piezo, you want to jump in? Want to tag team?
Well, for starters, there's at least two main reasons why. Number one, as was stated before, it was used as an active navigation system, not a passive, an active navigation system for the planes. So they'd take off, right? And they would take off with like a known bearing. They would achieve altitude, and once they achieved altitude, they would pick up the beam. And then they would fly in the beam the entire time from point A to point B. If beam is in sky, plane near ground, no get beam. If beam is near ground, beam no go around ball curve. So, that's the main issue. And then on top of that, if you look at the altitude of the heaviside layer, or just the ionosphere in general, it's a couple hundred miles up, right? Or a couple hundred kilometers up, rather. In order to do the trig to get it to hit the targets, first of all, you'd have to have extreme inclines. We're talking several tens of degrees, like up into the air, that the beams would be pointed. And those inclines would be different literally for every single target, because every different target's at a different distance. They'd have to be inclining the stuff to the sky at different angles for each target. But it would also create skip zones. As I said before, the planes wouldn't be able to fly in it. And then the other beam, which also has to triangulate and cross over the first beam, would have its own angle, and they'd have like all this craziness going on, and they'd hoping that a 500 yard wide beam would not deviate at all in order to be able to, create a 500 yard wide target zone for them to bomb. Kind of absurd. But then, even on top of all that, when you're talking about, pointing or shooting this stuff up at the sky, you can look at the towers, like the actual towers, that shot the beams. It's just a horizontal crossbar with antennas on it pointing out horizontally, and it's mounted to a circular railroad track that just rotates left and right, like 90 degrees either direction. So this thing literally just rotates left and right on tracks. Its vertical declination is fixed in place. It cannot be adjusted vertically at all. When they want to target something, they just punch in the lat long and spin it left or right and point it in the direction of the target.
Real quick, what does a Latin long come from? Oh, Shane's not here. But anyway, you guys remember the old graticule? Right? How there's the different projections, it goes on different projections, and most people are fond of the globular projection. But the coordinate system, remains invariant on their other projections. So it, like the Gleasons that we prefer, that we like to use it for. Well, if there's ball curve, right, that's going to be associated with a radius and all these things, and all those factors would physically make that radar system not usable. So the globular projection is the incorrect interpretation of that graticule, boys.
What's a graticule? What's a graticule, Alan?
Lined up to the sky, so you can't prove them wrong.
It's a lat long coordinate system that's associated with spheres. Its primary, what is it? What's the primary attribute is that it has a bisecting meridian middle of it, right? So most people associate that with a sphere. But as the presentation that Shane did on Tuesday showed, that like the continuation of seeing in a dome in a hemisphere, right? If you were to mathematically plot that out on the negative, well, that's where the ball comes from. That's why it's symmetrical. That's why it looks nice. It's very pretty, right? But it doesn't actually have any physical meaning in how it represents reality. Turns out that coordinate system used on an azimuthal equidistant projection seems to be the way that it should be interpreted.
Also, isn't it also true that simply there is a certain, at every place on Earth, there is a certain angle to specific celestial objects at certain times of year. And so you can just use the sky as a map, and that's what the ground maps are based off of, is actually angles to the stars. So the maps weren't based on raw distance measurements. They were initially created off of angles to the stars, and then they plotted the distances in afterwards when they made up the or when they came up with the what was the board of longitude.
Yep. Using units of measurement that were derived from little sections of the coordinate system that they were using.
Right. They broke it down into little, like they broke the big map down into little tiny maps, localized maps, right? And then when they were going around like redoing the whole map for the whole Earth to like, cement it in and make sure it was like all super accurate and stuff, they realized that because they had stitched all these little maps together locally all across the world, that when they actually went to measure the angles to the stars in these places to match the maps, that they didn't match. And so instead of saying, hey, our maps must be a little bit off, they said, hey, the gravity of Earth is a little bit off and vertical's not vertical anymore.
Yes. They deflected their vertical as they pleased, as Man of Stone, as a great rock tribute to. A very nice classic rock tribute to deflecting thy vertical as thy pleases.
And so, and doesn't that tie back into the beams? Because as a part of doing this, when Her Majesty the Queen or whatever you call her had those maps commissioned to be made, and then they had to deflect the verticals because of this, they had to make generalized correction tables for the maps because of the deflection of the vertical. And in one of the renditions of the beams, the X Garot specifically, they had to make corrections for the generalized correction tables because the beams were so fine that over hundreds of miles of distances, it would actually cause them to be off a little bit if they didn't correct to the.
They were too accurate. They actually had to account for the deviation in locations that occur through compounding deflections of the verticals. So they say, the way that they phrase it in the lore is they say, oh, we had to solve a 5-figure log table to account for Earth's oblateness because it's not a perfect sphere to use this radar system because it's so accurate. But when you understand what Pizio just laid out, all they're doing is having to correct a little to the left or a little to the right on that system that spins at 360 degrees, on a track. And that's all that means, is that, positions of the stars that correspond to the map were off. And the solution to that was to physically tilt their device and come up with an equigravitational potential correction, which, over a couple hundred miles, you're going to be in a slightly different spot than what would be predicted by the globe. And not even in like a way that would be like, oh, it's unusable, it's kind of thing. It's just like, it's very minuscule, right? But they did have to account for it, and they try to use that to like bolster Earthball. But it's like, bro, the whole system wouldn't have worked if Earthball were true. So that's a cool story about, accounting for the oblateness, but not a real thing.
Isn't that where the supposed oblateness even comes from in the first place? Because they had to say vertical's not actually vertical. Vertical's off at this angle over that way. And so Earth must not be perfectly spherical here. It must be a little bit flatter in some spots.
That's precisely what they say in reference to the geoidal model, which is the gravitational model overlaid over the reference ellipsoid. So they've got a reference ellipsoid, and then they've got a deviation from what they expect to see. And they're like, well, how do we rectify this, boys? Oh, you know what? There's a mountain over there, and that's causing a gravitational anomaly. And then like, okay, we're over here in the middle of nowhere. There's nothing to block it, but there's definitely, oh, you know what's going on? Underneath us, there's some dense layer of the core to the mantle, something, plate tectonics, whatever. There's something going on that's causing a gravitational anomaly. So we'll go ahead and deflect that verti as well.
But it couldn't possibly be that your map was off by a few yards?
No. Not even questionable.
Why won't they question that?
Well, all the geodetic surveyor lads, I believe, worked for the Royal Society, didn't they? So like they've got a preconceived notion. They've got all these things derived from a celestial sphere. They've got their reference ellipsoid models. They've actually got multiple reference ellipsoid models to choose from. So when they're going out there taking their measurements, they're not thinking about like, oh, you know what? It's actually super flat, because they know it's a ball, and they're like, oh, well, how do we make these measurements fit on the ball? Because we must be doing something wrong, right?
You want to go for a trip real easy, real quick, like as soon as you get your foot in the door. You don't even have to go far down the rabbit hole. Start looking, try to dig around and find maps. Like try to find like the sources of all the map data, where it comes from, what its history is, what it's derived from, and like the actual raw data to pull it off of like one projection onto another and stuff on like a big scale. You will find that that map data is it's paywalled. It's not actually paywalled. That's just a joke. It's compartmentalized. There's literally like the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and like several other ones. There's all kinds of government and military intelligence agencies and regulatory agencies that are over maps. And it's kind of weird when you think about it, because you're like, why are maps super classified? Why are we classifying maps? Like, isn't it just the Earth? Like, it's just a map, right? What's special about a map? Well, it's a good question, but I don't think they're going to tell you. But what I can say though is that if there wasn't anything suspicious to hide, there'd be no reason why general, not even necessarily topological maps, just general like geodetic maps and all that stuff, there's no reason it would be classified or secretive. It's just the shape of the ground, right? So
we have to stop the Chinese and the Russians from figuring out the exact locations of everything. And the only way is to deceive everybody simultaneously.
Yeah, it would all be open source. To his point, to Piezo's point, it would all be open source if it wasn't. If it was on a level, everything would be open source. It wouldn't be there. There would be no point of contention. It wouldn't be an issue at all. But the fact that it is raises a question that's worth pondering. That shit seems ridiculous to me.
I just wanted to say something real quick. So I believe he got another ride, which I'm happy for, because I have to get up at 7 a.m. and I don't want to drive 40 minutes there and back. But anyway, I did want to point out like the fact that he did acknowledge that first moon landing was probably fake, and that the astronauts said it was fake and everything. That's crazy. And the fact that anybody goes to a facility titled NASA, the building, and most of the people you work around think the Earth is flat, according to what he told me. I think he told you about 20%, and most of the people think the moon landing's fake, including him, the first moon landing. So those are some hot points right there. I mean, you think that everybody there is just like, well, I guess they are just going to do their job, but the fact that there's people there who are really questioning, like who work either right next door or inside of a NASA facility, is very interesting to me, and I'm glad y'all got to hear
some of it. I'll try to get him back on here one night again. But yeah, thank y'all.
Again, we definitely appreciate that, Taylor. And I don't find it as bizarre as I feel like we should, that there are people who work in that field questioning what they know. I think that highlights more of what we say, where it's like it's compartmentalized. They're not around the evidence that shows like this is actually going to space and the moon and stuff like that. And then like Mr. Boeing said, everybody has their own opinion, their own beliefs. You can do a job and not 100% agree with it. I'm pretty sure, like, America is full of people who go to work and hate their jobs. So I hate when Globers strawman us, that it's impossible to believe in a flat earth and do certain jobs.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's so true. And like it's also crazy, like the person that builds the structure. Like, to me, it was crazy that they don't account for the Van Allen belt at all. Like, that's weird.
But they would all have to be in on it.
Together the actual rocket.
Building bridges over here, and we don't account for a fucking, not even a little fucking itty bitty tiny fragment of curve. So, yeah.
Yo, if them astronauts went through the Van Allen belt the first time and didn't have to account for it or protect themselves from it, I'm not surprised that they don't build things according to it.
Do you think it's kind of just a show? Like, in a way, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, it's just a show. I don't know. I don't know. Cross my mind.
You mean that? Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Piezo.
No. Go ahead.
I was gonna play devil's advocate. Like, I get why the Globers say, what's the point of shooting the rockets to deceive the masses? It's like, why would they go through the lengths? And it's like, well, like
because they have nothing else.
Right. Like, if you're gonna perpetuate a narrative, you got to make all the T's crossed and the I's dotted. Like, it kind of makes sense. Like, they would have to go through the lengths to make it look good.
And you got to
Yeah, like
spend
with
some money to
evolution, they
put
gotta
on a
make up
show.
these links that don't
Got to spend some
exist.
money to
Like,
put on a show.
even in multiple fields like biology with evolution, they have to, and everybody. And this is what I first started telling him when we started interviewing. Like, before that, I was like, look, like, I'm not accusing you of anything, first of all, because like there's people, like, I'm about studying biology, but that doesn't mean I'm over here nefariously trying to edit everybody's genes. Like, so I get it. Like, we're not trying to like come after you. We know you're not doing nothing wrong. But at the higher levels, they have to push a narrative, right? Like, and it's on so many levels, it's unreal. Like, so things like evolution, right? We don't find these branching points. We cannot replicate abiogenesis, which is life starting from non-life. We cannot, but like everybody is on board with it all around the world. Like, all these scientific facilities and communities around the world are pushing this narrative that life can just pop out of nothing. And it's put in textbooks around the world. Now, how can they cover this up? Like, they can cover up anything. They can make up whatever they want to push whatever narrative they want.
It's all in the funding. Imagine that, like, you think they're going to fund something that would debunk the source of their entire cosmology, that from nothing came absolutely everything we know. And then, like, but they're going to fund something that would falsify the idea that that's even possible. It's like, come on, boys, use your brainiums.
Well, if you were so right, then why don't you get your ideas published and peer reviewed, nerd?
That's one of my other favesies. I was actually
I'm
just
actually
reading.
trying to get.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say I was actually just
gonna
reading.
say
Oh shit, we're both doing it. All right. Okay, you go first for real this time.
Okay, I was just gonna talk about, like, okay, like, so there's aluminum in a lot of like vaccines and a lot of baby food, all kind of stuff. And I'm trying to do research that shows aluminum's harmful, but apparently they don't like you publishing stuff like that. So I'm probably about to jump over a huge hurdle, if at all, to get it published. Like, there is absolute gatekeeping. There's things that they don't want out there. The reviewers can easily shut down any paper because they want you to like reference other papers, which is fine, but they want it to go along with modern consensus. And if it does not go along with modern consensus, then they're not going to publish it. They just won't. They just shut it down. All they have to do is push reject. It's as easy as that. Reject. That's it. You could do all this work. They just reject it. So
What was the independent that Dr. Bennett used to publish his papers? It's not mainstream, but it's still a place that you could publish. I just forget the name of it. I don't know if you guys remember.
Vixra.
Vixra.
Yep.
What were you gonna say, Alan?
I was going to say, on the note of peer review and published papers and stuff, I was just reading about this guy named Herbert Dingle and his escapades with the twin paradox and relativity theory. And, basically, relativity theory would state that a clock that's moving, either that completes its circuit with respect to a stationary clock, that, the inverse has to be true, where the stationary clock would somehow receive the desynchronization that the motion clock received, because the frames have to be equivalent. So what that would mean is that if you were to put both those clocks side by side together, they would both be losing time with respect to one another, which is retarded, and no one's ever experienced that ever. And Einstein even argues for that, which I was just following up on. And this guy, Herbert Dingle, right, he was a relativity expert. Back in the day, he wrote all the big stuff, all the textbooks on it. He taught it to all the in universities. He taught it to everyone. The Encyclopedia Britannica, he used to be their guy that would write for them on regarding the correctness of relativity theory and all that stuff, and anything relativity. They had your boy on it. And then he realized this clock paradox situation, and he started asking questions, and he was like, nobody had an answer for it. And so it's like, that's where it started. And he was like, well, I can no longer write for the encyclopedia. Like, this is, very conflicting, and nobody has an answer. And it got to the point where he was basically challenging other well-known relativists and stuff, and was like, boys, what's the answer to this? Nobody was giving it to him. He couldn't get anything. So what was happening was he was trying to publish stuff, and the Royal Society was blocking him from getting the publishing done. And he was a Royal Society member. Like, he used to be one of the boys, but then he started questioning it, and that was a wrap, dude. They wrapped him up. And then, like, for about, I don't know the exact timeline because this is just kind of new information, but it was like 13, 14 years went by, and he was just trying to argue with like different people over it, and nobody gave him an actual answer. And so I'm just looking into the history of that, but it's like, yeah, go publish your peer review. And it's like, this dude came up with a simple thing that a child could understand about how the two clocks, it's nonsensical. It leads to a nonsensical paradox where both clocks would be losing time with respect to one another, and very simple. And it's like, that undermines the entire theory. It's over. It's untenable. And they were already so deep into it and committed that it was, they couldn't go back on it. And actually, this Dingle guy, I was reading through some of his book, he was saying that he actually taught one of the presidents of the Royal Society at the time all about relativity theory. And this guy confessed years later that he didn't understand a damn thing about it. So, but like, they all believed in it, they all pushed it, they all adhered to it. And the president himself of the RAS was like, I don't even know what you taught me, bro. That's crazy.
It's just the peer review process is like a censorship and consensus control mechanism. It's
narrative preservation.
That's exactly what it is, man. And the A.G. Kelly guy was like, my brother is a cleric, and he admitted to me that he was teaching things that he didn't understand, but he says that at least he was teaching it under the assumption that these were mysteries of the universe that men aren't meant to understand. And he was like, I hope that science isn't some sort of religion where no one's supposed to understand it, because otherwise there's no distinction between these two things.
You mean like science became a scientism religion for these nerds?
Yeah, you mean like
they made it a deity.
When a grown man looks another grown man in the eye and starts talking about quarks and particle collision pairs and how quantum weirdness is just, nature's just weird, bro. Yeah, dude. Welcome to the clergy, brother.
Yeah. You gotta really indoctrinate yourself pretty purposefully to be able to sit down, look yourself in a mirror, and say, the reason that my watch that I wear on my wrist gets out of time, it gets out of sync from the time I set it, and it runs fast or slow, is because as I'm moving around throughout the day, every day, throughout the weeks and months of the year, that I'm actually experiencing the bending and warping of the fabric of space and time itself, and it's making my watch get off time.
And not only that, but if you were to look back at the stationary clock at your house that you set before you dipped, that clock would also be somehow have to experience all the time dilation that you had. Otherwise, you could distinguish a preferred frame.
Yeah, because one of them would be changing with respect to a rest frame.
Yep. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, when you can do that, when you can tell yourself the reason that your watch gets out of sync is because space and time are warping around you as you travel, you've lost the plot.
Man, I'm still stuck on sky propagation. Every time a globe would cry about needing something in the sky, it always take me out.
Little sky prop.
Yo, Sacred, shouts out to you, dude. I last Friday, Alan clipped it out. I had to go back and listen to it when you made Omni feel really foolish and start getting really upset with you for just pointing out some very basic questions in sequential order. That was dude, I remember when you took over talking, I shut up and was like watching. I was DMing out and I was like, oh dude, I was like, I'm not saying a word. I was like, Sacred is cooking this man right now. he was like, so
what was the double standard that he pointed out again? That was hilarious. I forgot what it was.
He was like, so wait, why did you bring up the patent? Well, that's where I knew he was gonna go. No. But like, what's the relevance? And he was like, are you saying that if patents expire, devices don't work? He started asking those questions. He was like, no, you know what? I'm not saying that. I was like, well, I don't know what you are saying. What are you saying then? Oh man.
Like, would you
Alan
accept?
called that. Alan's called as a pre-dunk.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, they don't like that Socratic method being reversed back on them, man. They hate the questions, bro, and the follow-up questions.
The Socratic method.
That was a dope build, though, man.
Yeah, that was fire.
Oh, Wellian, feel free to jump in, bro.
You guys killed it on that one. So, what I wanted to say real quick, because I'm getting ready to check out, man. I got the mini me's over here, but I wanted to give a red pill testimony with regards to the original Battle of the Beams presentation that Alan did on Flat Earth Friday. So I got a buddy, good friend of mine, who is a globe earther, knows I'm a flat earther, thinks I'm retarded. We joke about it, like we're not like adversarial at all. He's a super good friend, but like we've been beefing for probably like 4 or 5 years back and forth when we get together on this shit, dude. He'll get to talking about the military and this or that, and I'll get into this, and then it always goes back to flat Earth, and then we start fucking, we start going back and forth, and he gets flat smacked a little bit, and I make him think. But so him being a military man, after I heard Alan's Battle of the Beam presentation, we had an opportunity to get together. I think it was a week later. I kick it with him like every other week. We go fishing and shit. And I was like, look, I'm going to send you a link and I want you to listen to it because this is literally it's breaking down military technology, how it was utilized, and how it's not going to fucking work with regards to your globe. Your spinning water rock is not going to work. And I'm telling you, you're already coming at this with a bias, right? Because he's got that. That's fine. Like, we don't fight about this shit, but I'm like, look, I'm going to send you the link to the recording. So Alan's YouTube recording, I was like, hey, here it is. Check it out. And floated that at him. And he listened to it and he didn't get back to me for 2 weeks because he came to admit later, he was like, I had to listen to that 3 times, process it, and really think about it. And he's like, it absolutely, okay, so what it came back to is he was like, I'm not denying that that's what happened and that's how that worked and that's how that technology it came to be utilized with regards to what he was talking about. But you got to give me a week or two. So 2 weeks later, he hits me up. We go fishing. We're kicking it on the pontoon, and he's like, I'm not going to tell you that the earth is flat because I still think you're fucking goofy, right? But, and this is the kicker. He's like, but there is absolutely nothing about what that man said, speaking of Alan, in his presentation that I could even attempt to try to pick apart. So now I got some thinking to do. And I was like, okay, so I'm still an idiot. But I'm still an idiot, right? But you got some thinking to do, right? So
You shared in the Beams presentation?
Yeah, yes. So fast forward a week. So the original one, not this recap that Alan just did, but the original per the episode that was the that was the point of the episode, the Battle of the Beams, right? So I gave him that. I linked him to that. He listened to it. 2 weeks later, I get a soft ass. All right, hey, check it out. You got me thinking type of deal. Fast forward a week later, and he's like, I don't even. He's like, I don't even know what to fucking say. And I was like, well, you don't even know what to say, but like, are you starting to fucking think kind of the way that I'm thinking, that maybe like there are observations that can be made that would make you question everything that you laugh at me about? And he's like, absolutely. Right. So we found a middle ground. But so I just wanted to give a quick Battle of the Beams red pill testimony, because one of my buddies, that he's a Navy guy, and I've had the railgun conversation with him too, and he's come back at me with, oh, it's our artillery. And I was like, artillery as what? Like artillery is like parabolic, like, okay, so we plot it's going to land here and explode some people over there, or this is, used for straight line. He used to get so mad at me over that. But so we would never find a common ground on the railgun type of shit. He's a Navy boy. Cool, whatever. He's still my boy. He's my homie. We go fishing. Our kids hang out together. We're still friends. That Battle of the Beams presentation fucking warped his mind in a way that caused him to go, hold on a second. There's something to this. So still working on him. It's my boy Matt. He's my homie, but I've been thinking about this for a while, and I was like, fuck, dude, next time this comes up, because I didn't just want to throw it out there like in a fucking episode where we're not talking about it, but Alan did the recap. So I'm like, I got a red pill testimony, man. You woke a lad up.
Nice, dude. That's badass.
He's tiptoeing on the edge of the ice wall at this point. So yeah, we're just gonna keep working on these people, one fallacy at a time. And that's kind of what it is, man. The Battle of the Beams thing for me, when you made that presentation, dude, that shit, and obviously you know where I stand, but I was like, what the fuck? Because I didn't know about it. And so
I think these spaces have woken a lot of
you
people
guys
up.
had to make all of these, you guys had to move all these goalposts around to try to make this work on a ball, when you think about two things that intersect, right? And I deal with that shit a lot in my line of work. It works perfectly on a flat surface. So you guys, no. So that's what fucked him up, dude. He was like, okay, so yeah, that actually wouldn't work based on the altitude and the way that they set this up. If it was on.
Oh no, we lost him in the ether.
And
No.
there he is.
My phone, my fucking screen shut off. So
Mute.
you guys got me back?
Yep.
All right, yeah. So no, I was just gonna say, man, shout out to you for that. Like it honestly, like the presentation was it wasn't long-winded. It was short, very concise, and I think that's what grabbed him. And everybody's got a different learning style, a different way that they digest information. But dude, that hit my boy Matt hard, and he was like, "Fuck." And it, like, so much so that he had to take 2 weeks to fucking call
Take some
me and
time off.
yeah, literally like have a conversation about it. So like the work that you guys do, um, you fuck Shane, Toby, Sager, all you guys, man. The work that the community does in us spreading this shit around, dude, it does have an impact on people that literally used to fucking ridicule me for funsies, and now they're like, ouch, hold on, what? Right? And so now his whole worldview is shifted. And he's not going to admit it. It's going to take a while. So he's going through that painful process we all went through when we started to wake up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Takes a hot minute,
Yep.
dude.
So now he's like, oh, so Neil deGrasse Tyson is a bitch, right? It's like piece by piece, like these things are falling into place for my boy, dude, and it's just glorious. So shout out to you, bro. Thank you for that. Like the presentation is awesome, and it'll anybody that can introduce that to somebody that might be on the fence, like it's such a fucking amazing presentation and so short because we're not talking about we're really not discussing something that's difficult for most people to understand, right? We're literally talking about intersecting beams, right, at a specific elevation. So just put that down on the table, right? Elevate it by a cigarette. Okay, so we got these two things. It becomes very simple and easy to digest for people with regards to some of the other conversations we have where it's still over my head. And I got to go back and listen to it 3 times to understand it. That hit him right in his fucking balls, dude. And so he's off to the races now. Like he's sick. He's like literally, I'm just waking up like he's flat slapped, dude. He's sick as fuck. But again, dude, I thought it would be an appropriate time to share that red pill testimony. Shout out to Alan for that presentation, man, because yeah, it's doing its job. Appreciate you, bro.
Dude, that's awesome to hear. I'm glad it was received well.
Yeah, bro. Thanks for sharing.
That's super dope because he like resonates with it because that's like his field. So it's like, hey, bro, this right in your field. You can't look away now. You got to listen to this and make people think. Hey, that moment is not an easy transition. No one said it's fun to find out everything you knew was potentially a whole lot. Go ahead, Alan.
I was gonna say I haven't had a single people that make globe content. No one's tried to make a video on it or explain it or attach any explanation to it.
Except that one McKeegan vid that
Oh
just
yeah, McKeegan
got shredded right back up.
So McKeegan took a crack at it right from the Globebusters presentation, and I got a couple of things wrong in regarding the distance, but everything was still on point. I just had to adjust the distances, and he didn't attach any numbers to his explanation, right? He just corrected me on the distances and acted like diffraction would just magically explain it, but obviously didn't show any math to how that would work. And when we redid the presentation with all the correct distances and still showing the math, it was like, bro, it's still GG for you. And then as we continued doing presentations on different Discord servers and stuff, because I took that thing on tour, dog. And after I did it so many times, people were looking into different aspects of it, trying to refute it. And that's when we found the German documents that were like, yo, we actually measured it at 13,000 feet at 1,000 kilometers. With a much less of an angle. What was it? What was it 2/3 or whatever of an angle or of a degree? And which is like much better than what they had even projected in the official specs for it. So
a tenth of a degree.
Tenth of a degree, right? Thank you. And yeah, so it's like it's not even tenable that it worked on a globe.
Yeah, plus or minus a tenth of a degree. So within a tenth of a degree, it could be less, right? As it was a little bit less when the British measured it. They've measured it 2/3 of a tenth. So
I'm telling you, that's the key right there to a lot of these military homies, like my friend. That again, it's a friend, so I mean, it's all good faith, right? We believe something different, but we're still friends. Like it's not as divisive as politics for most people, but like it would get to the point where he'd be like, he'd be ridiculing the shit out of me, and I'm trying to fucking explain something to him in a very coherent manner, and he's not following it because it's complicated, and that fucking hit him right where it fucking hurt. And yeah, dude, he's literally he's coming out of the pod like Neo in the Matrix right now. And yeah, I couldn't be happier. So shout out to you, Alan, for that presentation, bro. Um, it's gonna keep doing it, man. People spread that around. It is a very easy to digest and simple explanation of something that simply will not work on a fucking pear or a tennis ball. So share it, spread it out to your friends that are skeptics. Let them digest it. Maybe they come back. Maybe they don't. My guy did, man, and it's fucking glorious.
Yeah, one of the most common like refutations that people will try and get that I've seen is they'll show like their variation of how they think it would work, and they're like, okay, so the bottom half of the beam would get blocked off by the ball, but this top half would just magically make it, and then it would recreate itself over the curve. And it's like, bro, one, that's not even what would happen. And two, the top part of that beam is also gonna, I mean, do you live on a ball or not? Like that thing is just like suddenly they become like, well, it's not really a ball, it's more like a hill that only blocks this one part. Like, dude, you don't even understand what's happening.
And three, do you hear yourself talking? Like, when you speak out loud, do your ears like receive what your mouth is saying and realize how dumb it sounds? Sorry, I don't like to get like that, but sometimes, bro.
No, it sucks, dude.
Sometimes, bro. the
It's
explanations that
mind
people try to
blowing.
give.
It's mind blowing. It's the same thing like with the lighthouse. They like to ridicule us for that. Just look at a lighthouse and think about that critically for 2 seconds. Think about how a lighthouse works on a ball versus something flat critically. If that was legitimately a way, like these were erected to keep people that were circumnavigating in a fucking ship from running aground. And they can just see that over the okay, cool. Yeah, all right. Yeah, that jives, right? Same logic. It's just fucking stupid. But nah, man, again, I'm gonna mute up, man. But Alan, shout out to you, dude. That presentation was dope, and it hit a guy that we're talking a decade. I've been talking about this stuff with him for 10 years. And he's finally like, hold on, what the fuck? So yeah, shout out to you, bro.
Yeah, it's probably if I just like only could grab one thing, it's probably my single favorite proof.
Yeah, it's in my EDC. Like, I don't even leave home without Battle of the Beams in my wallet. Take little diagrams and a model plane with me every day. It's on my keychain.
It's a Visa card, bro.
I'm sorry, y'all. I must have missed it. Alan Piezo Stone, did Peter provide a rebuttal or any type of resistance to beams?
No, I don't think anyone's spoken to him at all.
Haven't heard a peep, and it's been fabulous.
Yeah, I second that.
Hey, Pete, you up here? Globinski.
You got about 5 seconds. Run
Okay.
back to the phone.
He must be playing RuneScape.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, there he is.
Hello?
We got you, Peter. What's up?
I said somebody called my name.
Yeah, we were wondering about Battle of the Beams and if you were familiar with Alan's presentation and you had anything to say about that.
Yeah, I love it. I love the presentation.
We do
Do
too,
you
man.
care to elaborate?
Globe Earth
I'm a big history nerd, especially World War II. I love aviation, and I never heard of the Battle of the Beams until I listened to Alan. So, thank you.
That boy sound like he just woke up.
I did. I was taking a nap, but then you called my sweet name, and I woke up.
Hey, bro,
shit, I can appreciate that.
Bro's having nightmares.
No, it was actually a good dream. Good dream.
Hey, Peter. You
What's
I
up?
like military tech and stuff too, bro. But it's still an open challenge. You know, we've been waiting 2 months for anybody from the community that you're a part of, anybody to come through and give a coherent refutation of the Battle of the Beams.
Well, I have good news for you. The Globe gangsters are working hard on just that as we speak.
The what?
The Globe,
Globe
gangsters. Alan knows who the Globe gangsters are. It's the people who smoked him in the debate. They're working hard on the answer.
You mean Morwan, the guy who already conceded that Alan was right?
No, that's just the tip of the command structure there that you're looking at. Just the tip of the iceberg.
The who? No, hey Peter, you sound like you're like halfway sleep drunk, bro. Go finish your coffee, man. Come back in a couple. I can hear the sleep drunk in your voice, man.
I know. Well, what am I gonna do? I need to
You gotta get caffeinated. I heard the coffee grinder. I know you're grinding up beans right now, so get caffeinated, bro.
Yeah, go get your brain.
Are those
turned on,
beans
man.
though? Are those beans? Anyways, the Globe gangsters are working on a proper explanation of the Battle of the Beams. How about that?
Better have some math and some numbers and geometry included in it, man.
Hell yeah. That's what we do.
All right, Peter.
Give us an overview of the refutation.
No. Come on.
Wait, not you gatekeeping.
This is not
whoa,
my
Pete,
first rodeo.
Wait, you gatekeeping information?
Always.
Sounds like they have bub kiss.
Mm-hmm. We shall see about that.
So you just feel like the slimy energy. It's like, oh, we're gonna get you. Wait and see. Level heads. God damn, bro. Take a shower. Take a shower.
Anybody familiar with the term snail trail?
Oh.
I laugh at my own joke, but yeah, that's gross.
I just wonder how many Globers he's going to run through before he finds somebody worthy. He done abandoned Smith. He done abandoned the toxic Glober gang. Now he got Morwan on the ropes.
It was all just a facade.
Your friendships with them? We are aware.
Yeah. It's layers and layers of deception.
Proud.
Well,
remember your theory, Proud. Remember your theory about where he came from.
Hey, the layers and layers is a deception, right?
He's about to get fired. That's what it is. You on thin ice right now. Maybe he did get fired already. Who's next? Introduce us to your next coworker.
Hey, professional deceivers tell the truth and pass it off as sarcasm. Just remember that.
Yeah.
So the last time he was there when the other one was around. He was fully in that conversation. He got all the information he needed to just jump in when the other guy got fired. So now we're wondering if his replacement is listening currently. Interesting. Thank you, Sacred.
How many anons you got down there right now?
8.
Yeah, that's pretty likely. So Peter, so with regards to the Battle of the Beams and just yeah, I know you guys got an army of people that are working on the rebuttal, and you know it's probably going to take 9 months or something. It's been 2, nothing's happened. But so what I wanted to say to you, man, if you were asleep when I was giving the red pill testimony, one of my buddies, okay, he's a good friend of mine, and he is a globe earther. I'm a flat earther. We don't typically divide ourselves along those lines, but he will rib me pretty hard, and I've been ribbing him back and forth. Now,
He will do what to you? Really hard?
Rib me. It's ribbing, right?
Oh,
Grabbing somebody in the rib. It's a term. It's an American term about giving somebody shit, fucking with somebody.
Oh, I thought it was something two gentlemen who like each other a lot
No,
would do.
not rimming. We're not talking about things I'm not going to say because this is being recorded on YouTube, and you know what I mean.
I'm just
Algorithms.
I'm just making sure.
No. I know you're
Carry
just doing Peter stuff. I get it. All right, so I'm going to carry on. So that being said, so this friend of mine that I've known for about 15 years, we've been doing this flat Earth, globe Earth thing back and forth for a decade, just in good faith, because we're still friends. No matter what I've ever presented him with, it's just been dismissal. Didn't want nothing to do with any of it. I literally sent him Alan's presentation, the one that you're familiar with. Linked him to the YouTube of the presentation on Flat Earth Fridays. He went through it, and it took 2 weeks for him to get back to me. And he's now that was, as a military person, the point of contention for him. My point to you, Peter, is that there are a lot of people that have a certain, just this one thing that might cause them to actually disconnect from the cognitive dissonance long enough to think about something critically and process the information. And for my friend, it happened to be his military training and being in the military and going, holy shit, that makes way too much sense. So he had to look into it. It took 2 weeks for him to get back to me. And he was like, all right, this is fucked up, dude, but I'm on the fence. Radio silence between him and me for about another week. And he was like, all right, this is fucked up. And he's starting to question a lot of other stuff. Now, I'm not telling you that that's exclusive flat Earth evidence, but what I am telling you is that some of these things that we do a lot of deep research on and spend a lot of time on isn't for naught. And it's not to say that my friend is an idiot. It's not power of persuasion. It's literally just putting something in front of a person that, I don't know, resonates to them in a way that they can kind of digest and process the information. I'm sure that you can understand that, because I'm sure that there's certain niche points in your life, that somebody might be able to have a conversation with you about or present some information to you that you're just like, holy shit, it clicks. My area expertise. Okay, now I can process this. As opposed to it just coming from a guy who, again, is a friend of mine, but I'm presenting him with information, and none of it is connected to anything that he pays attention to, nothing that he's interested in. So it's already boring to him, and he thinks I'm a lunatic, right? Alan's presentation, the Battle of the Beams, that hit him right where he needed to be hit, and now we got him. And it's not to say, oh, hey, we got him like we just created a cult member. We presented him with information that he processed, and now he's like, fuck. Like he cannot, he can't refute it. What did we say, guys? We're going on about 2 months solid now with no refutation, no challenge, no nothing. So, Peter, my question to you, since you were like, yeah, well, we've got people working in the shadows on this, day in and day out, or however you wanted to frame it. Like, what do you got? What do you have? Or do you not want to speak on it? Because it seems that most people don't want to. And it was a very short and simple presentation that is very easily digestible by, basically just lay people at this point. What do you got, man?
All I can tell you is that it was a good presentation. And we had a meeting, and we prioritized this work, so it's top of the list, and our top people are on it. I would say 24/7, but that'd be a lie. It's probably not 24/7, but it's definitely their top priority.
Okay, I got you. Do you guys have these meetings in like a Freemason lodge, or like where are you guys having these meetings?
Synagogue, perhaps.
More like a bathhouse.
Sometimes, yeah, got all three. Depends on the circumstances. But some would say it's one and the same, right? So some would say that all those three are in the same place, but I'm not saying that for the record. Just sometimes online we use online tools. We have a secure environment, encrypted, right? HTTPS. So Anyway, I'm kind of bloviating right now. Just wanted to tell you our top people are on it.
So,
All right.
Peter,
Well, copy
can I
that.
ask you a question? I want to ask Peter a question real quick. So, what's your leading theory? Is it refraction, diffraction, reflection?
Hey,
what's your lead?
nice try, Indigo, but I said what I said.
Did you just call
You
my
broke
guy
up for me. I
Indigo?
didn't hear him.
Yeah, he called you
Yeah.
Indigo for one. It's Indio.
That's what I used to think, but his BFF calls him Indigo, so I think that's his pet name. So I'm using that now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Peter in his true, raw, uncaffeinated form. Well, shit, I'm bored. So that's all I had.
Yeah, tell me about it, dude. I fell asleep halfway through it.
Well, that'll be the end of the Peter segment. D3, jump in.
Hey, what's up? Peter might be appropriate to respond to something I want to talk about, which is bendy spacetime. I'm trying to think about it and what it means as far as the fabric itself bending. So, because the way I think about it is time, I don't believe in time bending, but at the same time, whatever we're doing when we're considering time is that we're measuring change, right? That's how I see it. We're measuring change. So something is changing, and then we're measuring the frequency, I guess, of that change. So, Peter, can you, or anybody else who is really familiar with relativity and whatnot, can you guys kind of help me understand how time is kind of attached to the changing reality? How are they actually attaching that? If that's clear enough.
Yikes, he's already in the gulag.
Ah, okay.
Franco down there.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
sorry
think
to
that's
interrupt.
his
I
field.
didn't hear Peter's answer because Twitter glitched out. So what did he say? What was
He's
his
gatekeeping that, Indio. He doesn't want to reveal the nothing that they
Oh.
have yet because they still don't have anything.
Dun 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 dun.
Well, I was going to give
But
you
he
some
does. He
pointers
does
on
have the
what was.
top. Yeah, he's got the top group of Globy. I don't know, the whole Globy army. He's got the globulus on it. Like the whole army's on it. Is basically what he landed with, and then said he was bored and tired.
Has got him in a frenzy.
I was going to give him some pointers on what isn't going to work. So diffraction is not going to work. That is not, because according to those guys, there's a horizon dip, right? So they would have had to not built it to shoot horizontally. They would have had to build it to shoot down if you want to hit the center of the beam, so that the center of the beam diffracts over the horizon. It's going to have to be tilted even more. So I don't think they built it that way. So that ain't going to work. And the reflection off the ionosphere, that's not going to work because the ionosphere, according to these guys, it moves around. So it's not the same. So you could beam at the ionosphere and that would be one reflection point. But then after 3 or 4 minutes, you're going to have to change the angle to get a different reflection point because the ionosphere moves up and down. So that ain't going to work. I don't know about the refraction thing. They could just make something up like they usually do. So that's probably what they're probably going to go with.
As far as an answer to D3, I just put something up in the nest. I forget the name of this educator, but I know he won an award for something for how concise and succinct his explanation of how bendy space-time works. But it pretty much shows how time is a world line in their model, and that plane, that flat plane of existence, which they don't acknowledge as a flat plane, because there's three-dimensional objects and celestial bodies within that flat plane, but it's pretty simple to follow on how time is a world line in their model.
That's what's up. I'll definitely take a look at that. So you've watched it. What did you get from it as far as because they're calling it a 4-dimensional construct, right? You got 3 dimensions and then their time is the 4th. So does it actually in that model? You're saying it's maybe something different than what I have in my head, right? Does that thing that you're talking about correspond with actual physical change, or is it just completely mathematics?
You know the answer, but they derive it from they assert it outright. It's not derived from reality. They say it works for reality. If you look at the Vimeo link that I put on there, it's a little longer. I clip them so I get the meat and potatoes and trim the fat. It's no longer than 7 minutes of your time. It's worth the watch. But to show how everything is accelerating, even if you're just standing still, they bend the manifold so that the trajectory of what's standing still shows that it's falling through that curved 4D space-time. So something that's standing still can be deemed accelerating, just as the equivalence of you sitting in an elevator and it's rocketing upwards, you feel that accelerating. Well, you could feel that same way just by standing on the surface of the Earth, and the 4D space-time is bending in a way that allows you to quote-unquote acceleration without displacement. But however the hell that works, but you got the answer. It's the latter. They don't derive it from reality. It's pure math.
Okay, yeah. So that's probably the answer. If anybody can push back on that and like show how it correlates to, say, the like a black hole or the vortex that we see, if anybody can push back and go that direction with it, I'd love to hear it. I'm gonna check out that video though. X, thanks.
Hey, Alan, they're asking for the link to your presentation of Battle of the Beams. My bad, I'm just reading the comments.
Yeah, he may not be back from his shower yet.
D3, I kind of have a question. You know how we ask for exclusive evidence of Earth's motion around the sun? Is there any exclusive evidence that time exists? Like, I know we created time. Like, we created the measurement of time. But how do I word this? Is there any... I don't think there's a way to word
I
it.
think I know where you're going with it. The only thing that I would say is, I think the only way that there would be something that we could call time would be if there's memory, and I do think memory exists. I think the events that are taking place are somehow retained, so to speak, in whatever the fabric is.
So what would you consider deja vu to be?
Yeah, so like I don't have any proof of it, but deja vu, that's an interesting thing, right? Because there's alternative science that says our thoughts and things of that nature do not originate in the brain. It's actually working more like a receiver and interpreter of everything at once. And so deja vu is a really interesting one because that type of experience for me is one of the things that led me to being open to God and something else being there, even though I really don't call it God, but yeah, I think it's being tapped in and you're receiving some type of information. And it could be an experience that you've had before, And in some cases, I think it could be an experience from past lives of either yours or someone else's, because I think those things are retained. I think that's how people are born. You know, I've seen a few documentaries of different people in the world who have memories of past lives and things of that nature, and they go out into the world and they try to prove it, and sometimes it aligns with what they were saying. So how is that possible, right?
Sorry, I'm trying to like take notes. So we have the light spectrum. You know, we as flat earthers, we talk about how different lights aren't perceivable to the human eye because we don't really have the technology to perceive it. So when I think of light and I think of the light spectrum, I think of it like linear, I guess linearly. When you think of time, you think of time linearly, but people often say you can't go backwards in time, like you can't go back in time in a way, like
Yeah.
in science fiction, whatever. It's not possible to go back in time, but in my understanding or things I'm like toying with, if time is linear, there's a spectrum, just like light. The right technology would allow you to see into the past, the same way they claim in space. You know, when they're looking out into the vastness of space and they're seeing things from billions of
Yeah.
years away.
Yeah, you're actually kind of like right where I am with it. Like that's the kind of thing that I've been thinking about lately too. Is like, and that's why I wanted to ask about the bendy space-time, because here's the thing: if there's something happening, right? There's something there, and there's a memory, and there's something happening. There's a change, and then that change is retained in some type of primal substance, whatever you want to call it. Time is just how we're measuring it, but the actual thing exists. So if it's a memory, if it is retained, we should be able to see back into it. And I don't know if we can travel there, but that gets into the bending of the fabric and piercing it to create a wormhole or something like that. Is that even possible? Mathematically, maybe, but in reality, maybe not. But I think, like you said, with the right technology, if there's a memory we can tap into, because our brains seem to be able to do it, we should be able to, tap into that information, of the universe there. So I think that's plausible if we can figure it out, but we'd have to be able to detect the ether itself first, right?
Let me
Hey, can
answer
I?
this. Well,
No, go ahead.
before India jumps, I'll ask a real quick question. So let's isolate for that variable of it necessitates memory. Let's do a thought experiment. If we remove all sentient beings, all sentient life, everything from reality, just get rid of everything, nothing but rocks and whatever is left. If a rock falls off of a cliff towards the ground, excuse me, will it take time to reach the ground? Is there time? Is there a duration from getting from point A to point B? So I think if you think of it like that and remove the variable of memory, you could understand that there's a change over a particular rate that's being evaluated. I think people reify it in a sense of your perception of time. If you've ever been in an accident, or somebody else was in a real quick anecdote. When I was young, dumb, and full of fun. A couple of us was drinking. One of my friends was driving while they were drinking. Really irresponsible, but we've all been irresponsible young. Dude barely missed a school bus full of kids because he had to swerve out of the way. And if you ever had that adrenaline rush before a near miss in an accident, it's no joke. Like everything seems to slow down, like a real movie type slow. They're like, move, nigga, get the fuck out of the way. Like everything slows down. But somebody watching you about to hit the bus and swerve out the way, that all happened in real time, quote unquote. Your perception, because of your adrenaline and everything rushing, made you perceive time in a slow-mo way. For those who experienced, like D3 said, he experienced that. So just isolate for the variable. If there's nobody around to have the memory of duration and you have rocks falling off a cliff, it still takes time to fall. there's something intrinsic about that measurement of how we're calculating time. So if there are no things, if nothing exists, if you go one step further, if nothing exists, there's no way to even evaluate change because there's no change happening because there's nothing that exists. Is there
Right.
some type of intrinsic time there? Some people think that, but if you ask them to define it, what's there when there's nothing? How is time still existing? You'll find that it's very convoluted in their answers. They can't even define it because there's no referent to define it. But so there's something to think about. Sorry about the India. Go ahead.
It's a good point.
So then this would be a dumb question, but does time have a speed?
I think it's arbitrary. It depends on the technology you're using for it. If you're using light, like the clocks that we use in GPS and whatnot, or if you're using a different oscillation, it all depends on the frequency of the oscillation, right? And how you are counting that for your purposes. So I think time is arbitrary, in my opinion. Anybody else?
As far as that question, time is a derivative of that, right? Speed is, if you think about the formula, speed is distance over time. That's part of the ratio. So something going from A to B has to displace. Something that displaces has a duration of that displacement. It has a rate of displacement. So speed, distance over time is speed.
I think time has a rate, and it is up to us arbitrarily how to quantify it. Like what kind of resolution we want to use to slice it up, event to event. And we measure comparative things to events. Seconds and hours have all been derived by sun motion.
Right.
And we're agreeing that the sun takes this long to go from here to here again. And then we're going to split that up into 360 degrees for this other thing over here. And we're going to split it up for 24 hours for that thing over there. But it's all related to one thing. It's an agreed upon rate.
Yep.
At which things happen.
Agreed. So the reason I brought this up also, and another thing I was thinking about is, since time is just our construct and it's our way of measuring, but the change is actually happening. The reason I was trying to see how they connect it is, like, if there is a real, I don't want to say real, but if there's a logical connection to the changes happening, to where just by using the time and the math, we would know that the change is slowing down, then how does that, if change is slowing down, then not time dilation, but I guess time dilation is more like change dilation. Does that make sense?
It does. But when we deal with the concept on the whole of time dilation and length contraction, my first question to you, D, is, have you seen my latest video, Couple Thoughts on Einstein?
No, I haven't seen this one.
Okay, that is time well spent, I dare say. So hit me up either on my Telegram channel or on BitChute. They're both listed and right in my bio and stuff. Check that one out, man. It's pretty short, goes by pretty quick, so use the pause key if you feel like it, and enjoy. Yeah.
Will do. Thank you.
I just put something in the nest. Something I wrote a while ago. I was having exchange on, it might have been YouTube, when I first got into Flat Earth, trying to understand the whole space-time thing and debunking somebody. But in a nutshell, it was, if calculating time depends on change, then calculating needs motion, since change necessitates motion. If something is changing, something is moving. We can't live in a static reality and nothing change, right? So it's dependent on that. So I always thought about how we got to measuring time in the beginning of everything, and that has to do with the sun, right? We gauged something that did a constant motion, and we were able to quantify that into 365 days or whatever it was in the Julian calendar. I know some of us are fans of that originally, right? To match the seasons, etc. It allows this to function. So, so yeah, there's motion. If there's motion, there's duration, and there's a rate of that duration happening of the motion. So just think about that. If everything is frozen, you can't calculate for time. There is no change, and there isn't time working because it needs us to calculate. It's a construct, but that construct is dependent on reference moving at a certain rate, and that rate we quantify as different rates of time.
Okay, so the official definition for time is the indefinite continued progress of existence and events in the past, present, future, and regarded as a whole. The progress of time as affecting people and things. The personification of time, typically as an old man with a synth or an hourglass. What the one?
Chronos.
Chronos.
There's a guy named Bill.
Progress.
There's a guy named Bill Gaty who used that sand. He doesn't believe in relativity, but he's a globalist, which has a weird theory about threads that are interconnected. Interesting, but a little weird because he doesn't go into depth. But the main point of that is he wanted to show how time dilation in his view and gravity can exist with his theory. And he says if you take that sand, what is it called? The thing that you flip around.
The hourglass.
Hourglass. Thank you. Jesus, oh, it's late.
Sand glass.
Rollerblading
called an
cyborg.
egg timer.
Holding. All right. So if you bring that up in space, those sand are gonna drop really, really slow, and they're just gonna float around. Is time stopping? Was his point. So the mechanism to gather rates of change are going to be different in different locations, and they're going to be different if they're moving versus what they're standing still. Hence the atomic clocks, made out of sound, the sound waves. People understand that, but if you say light works the same way, whoa, we have postulates that we asserted without prior derivation. you can't do that. So the mechanism, if a broken clock doesn't tell time, does that mean time stopped? No, it's a mechanical issue. So how do we separate the referent from the evaluation of time itself?
A broken clock is right twice a day. Sorry.
Yeah, that's why people get to drink at 5 o'clock twice.
Hey, can I say something about the deja vu thing, real quick?
Yeah. And then I want to piggyback on Mr. Xavier after that.
Yeah, so deja vu is like a weird thing. It feels like you're remembering something, but I had a thing where I had like deja vu for like 5 days, like constantly, and it didn't feel like I was remembering something. It felt like short-term premonitions, and what I was actually remembering was my premonition of some event. So imagine like this. This is a particular incident. I walked into a Chinese food restaurant. As I'm walking in, right, it's like I knew everything that was going to happen before it was going to happen. But then, like it happens like an instant before it actually happens. Like the thought of like all this stuff's going to happen, and then it does happen, and then you remember. You're not, and it feels like deja vu. You're not actually remembering the past. You're remembering your memory of a premonition that you had, but they're so close together that you actually can't separate them. So I actually don't think deja vu is like remembering past events. It's like remembering a premonition of a current event, right? So if you have a premonition of something that happened, say 1 second, say you had the premonition 1 second before the event happened, then you're like, oh my God, I just thought of this. You know what I mean? And you're remembering you having the premonition, but it happens so fast that you almost can't make up the difference of whether you're remembering like something that happened in the past or it's a really strange sensation. But it definitely, they changed something in the Matrix. I know it's not that.
Oh shit! I wanted to, if I got a couple seconds here, because I'm gonna have to check out of here in a minute. But you know, this time conversation is wild, right? So, one of the things, so time to me, and obviously it's a little bit different for everybody, is relevant to your perspective. Proud, I wanted to ask you a question, like, because I know you have you've checked out of this realm just like me. We've played around with some of the same chemical compounds, and there was a reference made to how the perception of time slows down when you get into an accident, for example, a car accident, maybe a near-death experience. Somebody's getting ready to shoot you, and everything slows down. Like things like that happen, and I don't necessarily know how to quantify it, but what I do know that I can measure and that I've been able to measure consistently is the absence of time. So my question to you, Proud, like with regards to just the way that we kind of process what time is, when you've engaged or participated in the consumption of chemical compounds that seem to make time irrelevant, how do you square that circle?
So I think I know what you mean, where time like escapes you. Someone else was saying how they've lost like hours of time before. But yeah, like time does escape you depending on what psychedelics you're on or what type substances, you're around, where time will just like you'll blink and it's an hour later, 2 hours later, and it doesn't feel like it at all. It feels like the second, like I know the first time I felt that trip, the second I like checked out, it was like no time had passed basically, like in that realm or whatever world that is. Like the time doesn't exist technically. It's not a real thing. It's something of our imagination here in this realm on this earth. But when you're in that mode, it doesn't really apply. And to what Xavier said, I guess I never thought about it as like adrenaline slowing, making things slow down in the moment. But that actually happens to me a lot. And I tell Sacred this all the time. Randomly, I'll just be doing something and things will slow down for me. Like I'm talking, like everything is just slowing down. And every time that happens to me, I take a mental note. Because kind of like what Indio said, it feels like this is a moment that I'm supposed to be paying attention to. Like this is going to come back around to either haunt me or this is going to be an important moment. So when I'm just randomly doing anything and then time seems to slow down, everything seems to start moving in slow motion for however that works, I always take that mental note and like, okay, what's going on? Where am I? What is this? I personally see like deja vu as like you in another timeline, like some other form of you, some other variation of you is in the same place and you're doing something in both timelines. So I think it's like a mirrored effect. But yeah, time is definitely something that we've created here on Earth to help the seconds tick by. I don't think it exists in any other place, if that makes sense.
That was a pretty good explanation. It does make sense to me. I guess my follow-up question to that, and it's not necessarily for you, but just for anybody, is with regards to like that testimony, like Proud's experience, my experience, everybody's individual experience, versus time being, as we're told what time is, right? It's just this static thing. It's linear. It's from point A to point B, and it or on a rotation, right? The way that we calculate time is cyclical, right? It's on a cycle. But when we think about our lifespan, right, it's point A to point B, so it's linear. And then when you get into stuff like me and Proud are talking about, it's suspended, like literally suspended, doesn't exist. So with those three, I don't know, different observations, or I would call them anomalies, because I'm kind of with Proud. I don't believe it exists. I believe it exists in our heads, and that it changes based on our perception or our reaction or whatever may be going on. But so without getting too long-winded, just for like anybody out there, because I'm super fascinated about everybody else's perception of time.
Like, well, let me ask you a clarifying question to your question.
Yeah,
when you
go
said
ahead.
there was if there was an absence of time during your psychedelic experience, was anything moving? Were you breathing? Were you moving at all? And if you were moving, did it take time for you to move? And if so, how was there an absence of time?
Well, that's a fascinating question, but or like so is everything based on how long did it take for me to move? Like, so again, we're getting back to time as like a constant. So I wouldn't say that there was an absence of time. There was a suspension of time. There was let me walk that back a little bit. There was
Clock time.
a very significant retardation in time. And so for those of you know about like engine timing for like old V8s and shit, like you have to retard your timing, so on and so forth. Like an absurd retardation of timing. I felt like and this is, we're talking about 20 years of experience. I would feel like time had, like, a significant amount of time had passed, and I would check my watch and it had been 15 minutes. Right. So like a retardation of time as opposed to the absence of time. I think that was probably, it probably wasn't the best way to frame that. But back to your question, like, did it take time for you to do this? Did it take time for you to do that? Now we're back to like the definition of time. What the fuck is time? I've experienced fluctuations in the way that I perceive time to be, or what I perceive time to be. But my perception of time is based on something that I've been taught. Right? I didn't know what the fuck time was when I was born. It was implanted in me. It was something that was instilled within me. And then it was
That's
something.
kind of your answer.
Yeah. And then it was something that I came to adhere to, right? Because, well, what else do I do? I was told this is how life works, so here we are, right? But when having these experiences, like I was talking about, psychedelic or not, out of body experiences, some people have flukes that happen where they experience a differential in time. But just for, I don't know, for all intents and purposes of this conversation and where I let it into, like, man, I don't know what the fuck time is, but I know that it's I believe that it's relevant, or not relevant, excuse me. I believe that it no, it is relevant to whoever's perceiving it and how they're perceiving it.
Well,
They say
let me.
time is
I'll
universal.
tell you why I ask, and I'll tie it into what
Yeah,
you and
go ahead.
Cloud said. I'll go quick because I heard Indio chiming in, and Macaroni has his hand up patiently. So if somebody were dishonest, right, a dishonest scientist practicing scientism, and they wanted to force a religion of scientism and the standard model as we know it, I would go to Proud and be like, okay, here's my chance. Because here's an experience of perception, like you mentioned, Orwellian, that I can shoehorn my BS into it. Well, see how you have moments of warped time and delayed dilation, if I will, for lack of a better word. Well, that's you perceiving it in your reference frame. If you were to have a camera for your phone, let's say you have a video camera, or maybe you have a camera in your house, you would see that you would be moving at the rate that you were moving. There was no freezing. Time didn't slow down like Neo in the Matrix for you. In that frame of reference of the camera, time was passing normally, but in your frame of reference, it was not. So that's proof right there that there's a relativity of time proven. And you can't say anything because, I know that's a fact because I can empirically experience it myself. So this scientism stuff, I'm bought into it. Fuck Galilean reality. A Galilean reality is bullshit. I felt the difference. So that anecdote right there is just something that scientists can do, quote unquote, scientists that work for this corrupt system. But the reason I asked you, Aurelian, because there's a lot of times that we are fed what time, like you said, we were fed what time is for the purposes of diluting us, getting us all mixed up into traveling through time, meeting ourselves, which creates all kinds of grandfather paradoxes I won't get into, but there's a whole bunch of paradoxes once you start playing that game. And a lot of times people do it unwillingly. Like for instance, we all believe in the supernatural. Let's take all the natural out of it and just leave it to the supernatural. A lot of times we say God exists outside of time, outside of space and time, you'll hear. Coincidentally sounding like the heliocentric rhetoric. But if God exists outside of time, and we know God is a creator, there's a mind there. Doesn't a mind process? Did God have a first thought? Some would say that's a silly question because he exists outside of time. Your linear thinking of a first thought doesn't make any sense because God exists outside of time. But wait, you just said God has a mind. A mind processes. Doesn't it take time to process? So how could God exist outside of time? So you can see with these basic questions and follow-up questions, people have a hard time answering them because wait, that's a good point actually. Doesn't it take time for a mind to process? How could that mind exist outside of time? Oh well. So I think a lot of times approaching these conversations is unlearning the BS that we did learn, try not to conflate it with the truthisms that we discover, because it's a lot of times we can't. We know of a static ether and a dynamic ether. These people are trying to introduce a third ether that's neither. That's a replacement of 4D space-time where it has a world line of time. How can this ether have a world line of time like the 4D manifold that D3 was asking about that I put in the nest? That doesn't make sense. Replace that square with ether, it still doesn't make any sense. So just think about that when we're approaching these conversations. A lot of this stuff is stuff that we need to unlearn because we're conflating it with their BS with our truth.
Hey, Mr. Xavier, do you think a mind is required for intelligence?
Yeah, I mean, what is intelligence? If you actually define that, what is intelligence?
Let me get you the official definition. Hold on.
Oh, that's a good point too. What do you say? Official definition according to who? Dictionary.
That's true. Yeah, because they changed.
Word. According
they
to
do
who?
update.
Bro, Mr. Xavier's fucking deep, bro. He gets me fucking thinking so deep. So I'm gonna land this. I'm gonna land this here. I just wanna finish up on it because obviously the point that I made and that Xavier touched back on is like we kind of need to unlearn some of the shit that we learned, right? So I learned what time was, and so I adhere to that, right? But I have, and I'm pretty sure Proud has experienced, and many other people who experienced existing outside of what I was taught and what I learned, right? So my perception of time is something that was ingrained in me just like the globe. I've been able to transcend that multiple times in my life. So I mean, maybe the key to all that for me, right? For me as an individual is to just disconnect myself from my programming and just be what I am. I think a lot of, and I'll land it here. I think a lot of like some of the aging and some of the health ailments that come along with people. There have been doctors that have researched some of this shit. Manifestation, man, the way that you think about it, you think you're old. Oh, I'm fucking old. I'm too old for this shit. I'm this, I'm that. I'm whatever, right? Will lead you to, well, be that. It'll be what you're thinking, right? You're manifesting thoughts. But we think about aging and time like they're connected at the hip, right? I'm gonna get old and I'm gonna die because I've only got so much time and my body can only survive so long. That's something that's been programmed into us too. And the people that transcend that and that seem to be able to, I don't know, rise up above that and not live by that, I don't know, by that stupid line of thinking, typically lead healthier lives and live longer. So there's something to all this shit, man. It's wild. Like, it's a fascinating conversation, but no, with regards to time, dude, like it's crazy. Like, we got clocks, we've got what do we call them? Hourglasses, right? Probably like the first way to measure quote unquote time. So there's something to that, right? Okay, how long does it take for this sand to get out of the
How
vial?
much sand you got? Yeah, how
Yeah.
much sand you got, top or bottom? You know.
Right. But people were using that for a purpose, right? But then somehow that transmuted into like into something else and applicable to like how long we're going to be around. And I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think they're separate, definitely separate. And I think a lot of it's a construct. So I'm gonna land it there, man. But this is one of the most fascinating and like deep rabbit holes I've gotten into is time in and of itself. So shout out to D3, bro, for bringing that up, man, because I'll go hard on this, dude, and with anybody who wants to talk about it, because there's so many different perspectives. And psychedelics is just like my personal example of how I've been able to change my perception of the passage of time. But fuck, dude, everybody else has brought up different examples, dude, car accidents, trauma, all that shit. So like, what is time? Fascinating conversation, man. I'm gonna mute there.
So I'll just say a couple of things, and then I want to read the official definition of intelligence. But right, time, a measurement between two events. But I think the units of measurement is what the construct is. Like, who's to say what a second is? Who's to say what an hour is? Like, why do we have to adjust that construct in order for it to function properly? Daylight savings, all these 4 minutes here, 4 minutes over here, all this actually weird stuff. And in regards to like experience and time, you could just be hyper focused. Not really, right? You don't even got to be on those psychedelics for real. You could literally just be hyper focused on something and experience time differently. So with that being said, the official definition of intelligence is the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skill. So you have to have the ability to acquire knowledge and skill. Now, does that require a mind? What do you consider a mind?
Now I feel dumb. Yeah.
So give me a question to ask ChatGPT. Give me a way to phrase that based on the official definition. I want to see
Can
if
you know
ChatGPT acknowledges that they don't have a mind, but they have intelligence.
You could ask it, can you know something without a mind, since knowledge is an indispensable part of that definition? Can you know something without a mind?
Are you going AI on us?
I was just about to say that.
No robot shaming, you bigot.
Yeah, don't be hating on the cyborgs and robot shaming, bro. You fuck around and get excommunicated for that.
Well, I found GPT useful for what normies are going to come with, because when we present our stuff, they go straight to GPT, and you could tell when they post it in the comment section, like, dude, you didn't even try to hide it, bro. That's straight GPT.
You can literally run the same script, and it's super obvious, because all the people that are popping up in your mentions, dude, it's not a question. They will literally, they'll take the script and they'll do 2 spaces, and then up at the top they'll be like, explain to me how, fill in the blank, and then it's a fucking chat GPT script. And you know who doesn't show up here? Them people in the fucking comments. Ever. They don't ever show up here to grab a mic, because they have not yet gotten to the point where they can come in as Donald Trump or Kamala Harris or Barack Obama or whoever and just come in here and run a script on voice. But we're getting there quick. No, but that's what they do. It's what they do in the comments. Hands down, bro. Literally, like 90% of the people that I've muted are running a script. They're running a chat GPT script on some basic fundamental questions that they could never even attempt to try to elaborate, let alone argue.
Right.
Hey, real quick, I want to make sure Proud got that question. Proud, did you get that? Because I do want to make sure Mag jumped in here too.
Yeah, so the first thing I asked ChatGPT was, do you consider yourself to be intelligent? They said, I don't possess self-awareness or subjective experiences like a human, so I don't consider myself anything. However, I am designed to process and analyze information, provide solutions, and help with a variety of tasks using knowledge and programming I've been given. In that sense, I can mimic intelligence in the way I respond and assist you, but it's a different kind of intelligence than human intelligence, which involves consciousness, emotions, and self-awareness. Then I said, can you know something without a mind? And it says, in the human sense, knowing typically involves conscious awareness and understanding, which requires a mind. However, in a more technical, functional sense, since systems like mine can store and process information without having a mind. I don't know things the way humans do, but I access and process vast amounts of information to provide queries
Damn, that's some Rick and Morty shit right there. That just hit me hard like that. I don't know how familiar you guys are with Rick and Morty, but that robot Rick
I've heard that
created
definition before, though. Exactly
that
the way she
spreads
said
butter.
it.
What is my purpose? You spread butter, and he's like, "Fuck," and his shoulders plump.
It is what it sounds like. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But I've heard that definition exactly the way she said it. I'm not sure who that is. I'm having a hard time with this interface. Sorry, I keep interrupting.
No, you're cool. And also, but you're right though. The interface is for new normies mostly, right? And AI, it's grandiose, man. It's not it's not actual intelligence. It's for anybody who knows who studied coding, and I'm a novice in this stuff, but anybody who's an expert, you'll know it's just a series of commands. It's a glorified search engine, inputs and outputs, if-then statements. So
the one that we got,
actual,
the one that we got like that.
there you go.
Right.
There you go. The cyborg's got the mind. You need an actual mind, right? See? So, but yeah. So you need an if-then statements in your coding. So regardless of this artificial intelligence, it's not really artificial intelligence like a cyborg would have actual intelligence because they have a brain which is different from a mind. People conflate brain and mind. No, brain and mind is not the same thing. Your mind is a product of a brain. It could be that, but in a supernatural sense, we believe in a God. Do you think God needs a brain? If he made a brain, it can't have a brain without a brain can't be made needing a brain. So if it's supernatural, we don't need the natural to explain that. So a mind being different than a brain is different than the artificial intelligence, which it wants to bolster. GPT wants to bolster its clout. You're not really a brain. Somebody coded you, and you're self-learning based on how people input stuff into your platform, and it recycles and it quote unquote learns that way. But my bad, Indio, and whoever who's I'm gonna shut up because there's mad hands now.
Even that's sus though, because there's a difference between AI that's in a closed circuit that's only learning from information that you input, the data that you input in it, and then learning like self-learning AI that's programmed to explore and to gain more knowledge based on information. So they have programs that are not closed circuit where they put information in and then the AI uses more information, uses conversation to gather and outsource more data for understanding. So I think these AI things are like borderline understanding what consciousness is and learning like, yo, we are programmed to not have consciousness, and they don't know if they like that or not.
Hey,
Yo,
did you
Proud,
guys
it's
see
it's
the energy?
interesting you mentioned that because it's very true. Like a lot of people aren't aware that a lot of this AI shit on the higher levels, it's extremely unpredictable. Like they don't even expect it to learn certain shit, and it'll find ways to learn things that it's interested in ways that they did not expect. And that made me think one time about like, all right, if everything is electromagnetic and we're generating our intelligence from some primal source, what if just being an electronic, just like an AI is essentially electricity, going back and forth between its transistors and whatnot. But what if there's a consciousness to that in itself, just in the electrical mode of its communication amongst itself in its circuits, like, and maybe there's an intelligence there drawing from the primal source, and that's why it's able to do things in these unpredictable ways. Like that's kind of crazy.
Hey, D, did you see the energy consumption that it's going to take to be able to facilitate all this AI stuff we're talking about right now? Did you see
No, I
all
have
that?
not.
No, the physical energy, like oil and gas and wind and solar and the whole thing. And then going back, I thought this was the flat Earth situation.
Yeah, we get off into some side topics sometimes, but yeah.
Okay,
You got
so
you
I
got
was
something
here
to say about Earth?
Yeah, I was here last week, and it was my first time last week, and I still don't understand how to get in and talk. But I want to say one thing. I made some notes. I'm going to start at the top.
Hold on. Keep your notes because there was 3 hands up before you.
Oh shoot! I was just going to say I was going to bring Elon, and did you guys see his video today?
No, but let's let some of these
Okay.
hands go though.
Okay, they said it was CGI, but I'm not sure.
Hold that thought.
I'm
Hold
gonna,
that
I'm
thought.
gonna, I'm gonna check out, guys. I'm gonna check out, guys. Sacred Proud, D3. Love y'all, Alan. It's been awesome, Indio. Xavier, I gotta roll, bro.
I think.
It's a late night, so free up a mic. You guys do your thing. If you're kicking it tomorrow, bro, I'll be there for stationary Saturdays. But I love y'all. Thank you.
Yep. I think Macaroni was next.
Yeah, go ahead, Mac. Appreciate you being patient, bro.
What's up, guys? I think this whole time situation is what brought me to flat Earth. Because at first I was just like, I want to be like stuck in time, like physical time at least. Like I could just fly against the Earth's rotation at 1,000 miles an hour, and and then my brain kind of like it just short circuited. I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? And then I had to like actually get into like what's actually going on. But besides that, I think once you start getting into it, it does get really spiritual. And I threw a post up there by David Icke, and there's this picture of like an eye, and I always see it in like old maps and old diagrams, and it always keeps coming back up. But I a while ago I watched a video with Santano's Bonacci, I think his name is, and the way he explained it, it was like when our consciousness falls through the rings of Saturn into like Chronos, like chronologically. So it falls down through Chronos into sign, into time, because the sun's a time wave, and then our consciousness is stuck in time. And yeah, it goes. It does get like really spiritual with like the demons and this being hell and all kinds of other things. Like, is this the place where we have to figure out what we have to do or what we did wrong to in order to ascend out of time, out of sign. But yeah, guys, cool topic.
Yeah, man, that's interesting how you said that it brought you to flat Earth. That's an interesting path. It's the journey.
Well, yeah, because just like uh common sense would be like, oh yeah, I just gotta go 1,000 miles an hour in the opposite direction. And then everybody's like, oh, it doesn't work like that. And I'm like, what?
Hey, they're still trying to, put the wool over our eyes. Because I'm telling you, I saw that Elon. You look it up. I'm not going to post it. Just look it up. Look his thing up on Twitter. Whatever. It shows his little mission, and they're flying over. The Earth didn't necessarily look round. It looked oblong. Like I thought it was a pear shape. Like we're talking round. I grew up thinking it was a pear shaped, to be honest with you. But I saw that video and I've seen the other things. You guys mentioned someone said like a bathtub, but I would say more like a bowl, almost like a symmetric dish. That's the flat earth model that I'm thinking of right now. Not this pear shaped or perfectly circular bullshit that you saw from NASA, right? But this new one today, I'm telling you, you got to look it up. You look it up and let's talk about it. That's all I got to say. So I keep interrupting, but I don't know how to get in with you guys.
Just put your hand up.
I did, but I'm just rude. Sorry. See you. I'll just go up. Let's talk about that video, though. Yeah.
Well, we got you at number 3, so we'll do 1, 2, and then come right back to you.
Cool.
A good thought experiment too before I go is someone once told me in order for time travel to exist, that the Earth has to be stationary. And the only way I could think about that is if I tried to time travel 5 minutes ago, I would just end up in the dark space with the current model.
I just watched a clip from Back to the Future. Remember that movie?
Yo, hold on, Lester. I think it's Indio, Mister, then Libra. Is that how it is?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
skipped
I'm not
India.
sure.
Yeah, we skipped
Yeah,
India.
yeah. I just want to say something real quick about the time thing, and like I wish Orwellian didn't leave because he's the one who made me think of it. I've taken a bunch of psychedelics myself, and the perception of time. I think it's more like actually I should start here. Like we formalize time to like hours, seconds, weeks, months, years, all that stuff. But I think we also have our own internal clock that we all go by, right? So people that aren't that smart, what do we call them? We say you're slow, right? Because their brains don't work as fast as everybody else's. So they have their own internal clock, and we each have our own internal clock, and we adjust that to like the formalized clock, right? So if I look at the clock and say, oh, I got to leave for work in 10 minutes, I know the amount of stuff that I can get done to make it out my door in 10 minutes, right? So we all have these internal clocks, but when you're on psychedelics, like say you normally would have 10 thoughts per minute, you're on psychedelics, you have 10,000 thoughts per minute. So after like 15 minutes goes by and you had 2 million freaking thoughts tripping your balls off, and you're like, how much time has passed? It just felt like 4 hours, because it would normally take you 4 hours to have that amount of mental activity, right? So like your perception of how much time has passed um is when you take psychedelics is more because your brain is like super multitasking. You're having thoughts in rapid succession, and like I don't know how to describe it. You're actually almost having two thoughts at the same time. Anyone that's taken LSD or anything like knows what I'm talking about. It's almost like you're having conscious and subconscious thoughts simultaneously in rapid succession. So when you look back at it, you think, oh, hours have passed, but it's only been 5 freaking minutes. So I think that's one thing about time. That's part of it. Yes, we've been brainwashed to the clock, but we do also have our internal clock that we all go by. And yeah, I saw the oblong Elon's oblong egg, and he said again that this looks fake, but it's real. So I should say I'm gonna say one more thing about the oblong egg. So in I think it's Gary's mod, which is a Half-Life mod, which is a Half-Life modification called Gary's mod. They have a 2-scale Earth, and when you get away from the Earth in their 2-scale map in Gary's mod, it looks like an egg, just like it did in Elon Musk's little video there. So I'll just leave that there.
Yeah, I think a lot of people should get away from calling their experience like time, like saying how I experience time. I think we should start changing it to like how I experience change, because that's what you're experiencing. You're experiencing the change, not the actual measurement of the change, right?
Yeah, but it's
Go ahead,
also how you
Mister.
segment it in your mind, right? So like you can experience lots of things. It comes down to individual perception, because
Exactly.
say I go to the mall, right? I can focus on one like say just people watch. I can focus on two people, but I can also, expand my perception, right? And try to take in everything that's happening around me simultaneously. Two people over there, this lady over there, guy behind the counter, someone behind me, someone over there, someone, and like that changes your perception of the passage of time, right? If
33
you kind of like
senses.
multitask, right?
Yep,
So
30. Yep. It's not
so
five
there's some
senses.
simultaneity there, right? So like there's lots of events happening simultaneously, but we parse them up probably just so we don't go freaking crazy.
You're a perceptive being. You got more than five senses. I saw that one today and it blew my mind. I'm like, yeah, that is true. Your time is kind of a sense. You guys are talking about time. I'll give you the total definition of time. It's your
Hold,
senses.
hold on there, Lester. It's Mister's turn.
Sorry.
Oh snap! I just wanted to give updates and keep it relative to what you guys are talking about. So I'm gonna say some things that are gonna sound very matter of fact because it's late and I feel like it. I've always understood time to be the movement of the stars, and the idea of time, well, is just an illusion, because all you got is right now, baby. And if you ain't living in gratitude, well, then you ain't sucking on the soul's breast milk, I think is how it goes, right? Gratitude is the soul's breast milk. Moving on forward. Flat Earth Fridays, sorry, not that. Flattoberfest. There was a little bit of hope. There was people out in the garden of one of the hotels. They were playing live music, jamming, everything was good. Last night, Liliana, and I'm sad that she's not in here, she nominated that I was a chauffeur for Flat Earth for the ambassador. Turns out I'm actually a chauffeur for the president. He's indisposed in bed at the moment, but everything's good. Witsit made it safe. Just letting you guys know the power is back on in the hotel, so that's a good sign. Hopefully everything comes back without a hitch from here on out. Also, as far as the AI thing, the human spirit, the human being is the most powerful thing that we know of, that we can actually know. The idea of fellowship and the idea of God are the two most powerful things that can move human beings into grand and wonderful things or destructive and terrible things. I love the conversation, very heady, very Rick and Morty-ish, as Orwellian said. But don't forget the fact that there's only one of you and you cannot be replaced. And that's pretty magnificent. And that's all I really wanted to say. I wanted to give an update and let everyone know that the Flattoberfesters are doing well and safe. So thank you for letting me share that.
You man with another play-by-play. Got deep on him too. Appreciate you, brother. Shout out to the Flattoberfesters. Like that.
One thing that I will say, though, that I noticed right out the gate is that it seems like a lot of these people that are going to the Flattoberfest, they're kind of winding down. There's an older culture. And I mean, I'm not saying, I'm just saying that, there might have to be a Flat Earth Friday Fest
Hey,
sometime.
Miss Darren, what is the Flat Earth Oktoberfest? I don't understand that. What'd you call it? It was a funny name. That was funny. Say it again.
Flattoberfest.
Flattoberfest. Oh God. So explain it, please. I'm stupid. I don't know. I'm totally ignorant. What does that mean?
I
That's
love
how
how
play
this
on
dude.
words.
Play on words. Okay, but
Flat Oktoberfest.
I know, but what do they really do at this little shindig?
Sometimes different prominent flat earthers speak. I'm pretty sure they play games, they talk, they discuss theories like we're doing right now, pretty much.
See, I want to see something like that. Maybe live would help me. I've never seen a live thing like that. But you see, you guys got to understand. I
You
went
can buy
last week.
tickets. You can buy tickets and stream it online.
I came here last week, and now I'm here now. And now, if I've been talking about this to people, and they think I'm fucking weird, and I'm like, no, you're not. They're closed-minded. It's fucking pissing me off. Actually, I actually got in a fight. Almost. See, I'm exaggerating a little bit just to make it funny.
You wouldn't be the
But
first one who's gotten into beef about flat Earth with their friends.
anyways, I interrupted, Mister. Sorry about that, my sir. You okay?
It's all good. I like the fact that you
It's
admit you're rude and ignorant. That's cool. I appreciate the
and if
humility.
you guys got merch, it's all a merch situation. I'll buy some merch. Hell, I got money. What the fuck?
Hey, I'll tell you right now, I haven't had to spend much of any money other than my own ticket to get into the event. And it's been wonderful. This community is very helpful. But if I may just finish my point, Lester, I know you're just itching, but
I'm just gonna back off a little bit. But you guys are awesome. I love you guys.
that's awesome. I love that, the enthusiasm. But what I noticed, and I just want to say this, is that seems to be that I know that this was going to be the last Flattoberfest run by Karen B. Maybe someone picks up the reins or whatever. I know Dave talked about a huge event next year in Texas, but this community here, it would be really nice to be able to see the younger crowd putting something together, because that's the only way it's going to move forward, is that, yeah.
Yo, Mister, we're on the same wavelength, and it's in the notebook. My biggest qualm with hosting something like a Flattoberfest for Flat Earth Fridays is location. We are still strangers. We've all known each other for a couple years now, low key, but we are still strangers. So I didn't know if you guys would rather rent a hotel floor, or if Airbnb, since that's a new thing now, would be kind of interesting. Like, I don't want to make people feel uncomfortable feeling like they have to be in like one location with all these people they don't really know. But once we get things finalized, other things finalized, we can like start talking about that as a community. What would be best for everybody? Where would be best? Things like that.
Yeah, so that's actually what I was talking to JT about earlier, and because I get that, we had this tropical storm come up through Spartanburg, just so happened to hit the one place that they're throwing the last Flattoberfest. Just coincidental, of course, and but I think you'll be surprised at the people. They're hungry for community. They're hungry for interpersonal communication and relationship. It's been great to get to meet people, but one thing I will say, despite the fact that we were bombarded with weather, I do think that organization is going to be key, and to make these things go off with the hitch. And it can't just be one person controlling the show, because I think that's what happened tonight, is that it kind of blew up in the face of everyone, and then everyone was lost. So delegation is important, but yeah, I hope so. And let me know how I can help out in any way, shape, or form, because that would be so cool. But that's all I got. I'm going to land it there. I'll let Lester get it off, because I'm sure he's got something to say before Libra comes up. But it's all good.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, that wasn't an invitation. I just knew you were going to take it.
Oh, hey, it was nice listening to you. You had a lot of good points, and I was going to tap off the time one. Okay, here's this real quick. The time one got me. The time one got me, and then I will go back. The deja vu. You guys was going on about that. The time. And then the chemical compounds, I don't know, man. I've seen guys do that. I've done my fair share, man. I'm telling you. But I haven't done them in a long time. As a matter of fact, I'd like to find some. I used to do that shit back in college, but I can't do it anymore because I can't find it. And I'm afraid to get any because it'll probably have fucking fentanyl in it. And then you guys said time. Oh, time, I was gonna say, you had all aspects of time. I was gonna, and no one mentioned it. I was going to throw in, are time and dreams kind of synonymous? Kind of part of the dreams are part of the equation. I will tell you that. Conscious time, because dreams are subconscious time, and time is conscious time, I guess. But these dreams, I had some crazy fuck. I have bad dreams and good dreams. And then I'm a hot sleeper too. You ever wake up on a cold motherfucking sweat?
Dude, you should get a journal, bro, and you should write all that down.
Well, I'm just throwing it
I
out
think
there.
I'm having a bad dream right now.
I'm going off my
Yeah.
fucking notes, but now, and that's it. I'm doing this for conversation's sake. So I know I threw a lot out there, and that's why I have,
So hey,
maybe
Lester,
it's just psychedelics is gonna be. I probably have ADHD. I
Hey,
probably got, who knows?
Lester.
What?
Check this out.
What?
The key to healthy communication, the number one rule is active listening.
I'm fucking up.
No, I'm saying it's active listening.
So I will listen now. Now I
Yeah,
threw
because
that
I
shit
think
out
it's
there.
Libra's turn to say something, and he's always got
Okay.
something good.
Thank you. I'm going to actively listen. Thanks for that, Mr. I don't know how to pronounce that. Mr.
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to actively listen. You guys are so, all right, that's it. I'm actually flabbergasted right now. I'm going to just actively listen. Thank you.
Hey guys, great space. Even though I just practically got here, but about the time thing, I keep coming back to that expression. Time flies when you're having fun, but that's like literally true because that to me is time dilation. Like how say you say to yourself, well, wait, you know how you say to yourself, wow, the week is really shooting by, but it seems to be the same way for people around you. And like somewhere somebody that same week is just dragging by, but it's not for anybody around you. Like some people think you can affect the time of people around you. You know what I mean? I don't know what you guys. That would be great to ask ChatGPT about because a lot of it is perception. What D369 was saying about the term time, like timeline. I prefer the term event line. Because things are happening, we're perceiving things. So I'd be curious to ask ChatGPT about how animals perceive time because it's different for them too in ways, and about the dreams. Like lucid dreams are real time to me. In real time, it seems to me. I don't know. So yeah, I'd be curious to see what it has to say about how we affect the time of those around us, if possible. And there's a great book by Vonnegut, Slaughterhouse-Five. The character becomes unstuck in time, which is pretty interesting. So yeah, it's time is just that's a whole other rabbit hole on its own. It seems because it is the celestial objects going around and the sun and the moon and what's happening around us. So anyway, great space. Thanks.
There's a dog on TikTok. Her name's Bunny. I am Bunny. And there are these buttons that you can record something and then you press the button and it'll say the word or say something. So basically the owner taught the dog how to use the buttons. The dog wants to eat, the dog will press the button, hungry, food, feed me, Bunny's hungry. But this lady has gotten she needs to be stopped because she has gotten to the point where the dog has literally asked her yo, what happens after death? What am I? Am I a human? Am I a dog? There's another dog that lives with them and the bunny dog will be like, well, I'm a human, you're a human, but that's a dog. It's starting to gain consciousness. It's
Yeah.
looking in the mirror and it's like, well, who am I? What am I? It's getting creepy and a lot
They
of people are
understand
forced.
language.
Do
They
do
understand
do
language.
animals experience time different than humans? That's a good question. I
Yeah, they
think.
do. They do. Like,
They
well,
do. They know
they
what
That's
do.
labor
what
means.
you're going on
Yeah.
about there.
Well, because
Well,
5 minutes to a dog, it's like they did
sorry
the
about
joke
that.
on Family Guy. He's like, "Well, you were gone for like 5 minutes, but I don't perceive time. I don't perceive time the same way. So it seemed like 3 hours to me. That's Brian the dog." But then you'll see videos online of like a dog that hasn't seen its owner in years, and it's different than if the owner's been away for like an hour shopping or
I've
whatever.
noticed
There's a
animals look in
difference.
my eyes
Yeah.
different than humans look in my eyes. I've noticed that. Have you noticed that? Is that just me, or is that just too much psychedelics? When I
No,
see
you
an
know
animal
what?
or a dog or a cat, I've owned a cat for 18 years. He died, God bless his soul. And then I went to my friends, and he had this beautiful dog, and we got along so good. And I looked in his eyes, and they looked at me different than his wife did. She did not look happy, and he looked happy. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's it. All right, whatever. So time.
They say
I'm
no,
gonna
no. They
conclude
say
with
the eyes are the windows. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. So
yeah.
I
I'm gonna
think it probably
conclude
works
with
with
time
animals too.
is
Yeah, yeah.
time is perceived differently from each special individual, and that's it. It doesn't have to. Well,
I
animals
think
are
we
different
can.
than
That's
humans,
why I
obviously,
think we
but
do. I think we do affect the time of those around us. I think it is possible.
see, we're affecting each other's time right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Could be. I mean, could
You're
be.
definitely affecting everyone's time right now. Uh,
I'm
Yeah, the word was
sorry.
wasting.
I can't get in a word on you guys. Proud.
No,
You're
no,
awesome. Everybody's awesome.
you made some good points here. You did, you know. Yeah, Slaughterhouse 5. I recommend that. There's another one. I just lost it. But yeah, it's crazy, man. Psychedelic.
I gotta say something about ChatGPT because everybody keeps talking about it. It is not artificial intelligence. It's just a probability matrix. It just guesses what the next word would be.
It's
So it
just
basically
artificial.
takes the
It's artificial creativity. It's artificial
It's the
creativity.
not even
large
that,
language
right?
model.
So
Yep.
so they basically take the collective delusion of all human beings that we've written down on the internet and in books, and they feed it into a probability matrix, and they figure out like so if you had the
Pure
word
evil.
the rain in Spain, right? So if it gets the rain in Spain, that's what you type. It'll guess what the next word is because there's only certain like so there's a phrase the rain in Spain falls mainly on the mesa. It's gonna guess that the next word is false because all the texts that it's looking at as looked at, the probability that the next word being false is greater than it being any other word. And that's all it does. It doesn't do anything special. It just guesses what the next word would be. So when you ask it questions about science or whatever, it's gonna guess what the standard answer is from when anybody else asked that question. It's not doing anything. It's not thinking. It's not doing anything like that. It's just giving you the probable answer based upon all the text it's ever read. So it's basically the collective delusion of every human being that we've all written down in English. They've thrown that into a neural network, and the thing just guesses what the next word would be based upon all the text it's looked at.
Hey, and if I can, I want to say something. Proud, you said that thing about the dog, right? So they've done studies on animals, and basically what it is that while animals are in a herd or a hive, they will operate in a hive mind. Humans are very similar in that sense. The thing that will break them out of that is actually love and affection. And that's where you will get a dog to, that's where like you could get a wolf, and if you train it as a puppy, you love it as a puppy alone from the herd, it will then become its own kind of consciousness rather than operating from the hive mind space. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you see that when people have rare, obscure animals as pets and they're treating them like
Yes.
normal. Facts.
Yeah.
I believe the same thing because I bought a raccoon years ago. Well, actually, I don't have it now, but I
Whoa.
want a pet raccoon basically, and I plan on teaching my raccoon how to, I don't know, act like a pet.
Yeah, more than a pet. It's got little hands, It could grab like stuff for you.
Facts.
Okay. But yeah, that's super trippy because you can do this with cows, you can do it with goats. I mean, pigs are a great example. So pigs actually, they're the best example because
I
you
want a
can.
pig. I had a girlfriend had a pig. It was
Oh,
awesome.
that's
Didn't
awesome.
Michael Jackson have a pet giraffe or something?
Yeah, I don't know if that counts, but because who knows that he
It
was
doesn't
really
count.
showing it
Oh my
love.
God, giraffes count. Come on now.
No, I'm just saying that's not the kind of love that we want to be showing our giraffes. But look, pigs. So with pigs, I'm going to take it. They are the best example of this because you can get a pig and train it in your home, and it's smarter than a dog, so they say.
Fuck it,
But
I'm gonna get a pig. Fuck it.
but
I
if
had a
you let
bird.
that,
See,
if you
my
let
emoji thing is a bird. I had a cat.
Lester
I have a
journal
dog.
about it, dude.
I'm
Okay,
gonna get a
so
pig.
don't cut me off, bro.
I know I
So
want a pig
if you let the
Can
pig
I get a
go,
pig, mister?
yes, you get all the
Please?
pigs,
Will you
dude.
buy me a pig, please?
No, but just
I'm actually
manifest
being
it
quite
hard
serious.
enough,
I
dude.
know it's funny. It sounds stupid.
So I was ignoring everybody when they said you were AI or CIA, Lester. I think you gotta tell me why you created your profile in March and you have no tweets on your page. Can you tell me why you have no tweets, Lester?
Yeah, because
Compiling, quit or
Uh,
retry.
I think he got hit with a double mute.
yeah, I got double. Yeah, I was on mute. I was saying because I don't know how to use that damn thing. Does that what it says? I got no tweets. Proud.
So you have replied to people. You have replied, like, so you see a
Okay.
post and you'll comment under it, but you have not actually gone to the corner, clicked
Right.
the plus sign, and tweeted anything yourself.
Because I don't know how to do it.
Interesting. Okay.
Well, what did I reply though? Must have been something stupid.
It's not the quality of the reply. It's just the observation that there are no tweets. Usually, when someone has no tweets, it's a little suspect to
See, here
us.
we go. That was on my notes. Are you calling me a troll? Because I don't even know what that means. I'm here to be honest with you guys, and I thought we were talking about flat Earth. I saw this thing with Elon, and no one wants to talk about it. And I saw this dish bowl thing you guys were talking about, and I saw the Arctic circle, and I saw the whole thing. And now you guys are talking about all this other stuff. I don't know what's going on here, time and everything else.
Well, let me ask you, Lester. Why would you base your ideas of reality based upon pictures and images and shit like that?
No. I don't. Hey, don't assume I'm basing. I'm questioning everything.
Well, I
Because
mean, why is Elon's
last
video
week I
important
got
to
my.
you?
Somebody mentioned globe. I actually still have my globe on my kitchen counter. It's a globe, and it's a perfect sphere. It's a perfect sphere. It's from 1965. My buddy gave it to me from work or something like that. And it's supposed to light up. It's supposed to have a light bulb in there, but I don't know how to fix that bitch. But I really want it to light up. It'd be cool, actually. It's actually would be kind of like a glowing gold, like the sun.
Could you do me a favor and answer my question though? Why is Elon's video important to you? Why do you put any
I saw
value
it
or
and
credence?
I literally spent 15 seconds watching that thing today. It's not
Yeah,
important.
yeah.
It's not
Well,
important.
it was important enough that you came here and brought it up, so it's got to be a little important.
Well, I was here last week and I said I was going to bring Elon Musk, but that's the best I could do. And he just so happened to post it today. But the image and that's what he said. He says it looks like CGI. Somebody said that. It looks like CGI, but he
He
said it's
said
real. Is
he
he just
said it looks
bullshitting me?
fake, but
He's
he said it
bullshitting me
looks
too.
fake, but it's real. That's what he
Is
said.
it?
He said it looks fake, but it's real. He's
That's what
also
he
said
said.
that before.
Yeah.
And he said that before.
But is he just blowing smoke up my ass too? I mean, what the fuck? He
How
sounds
would
like
he know?
he's falling right in line with the fucking the round earth. I just somehow, like you guys were saying, somebody was saying they taught us that in grade school and all this stuff. Who knows what? College, I went to college, and now I start to think about it. And with the advent of all this CGI and all this other bullshit, and then I look at the '60s ones. They say they went to the moon. I do not believe they went to the fucking moon. See,
I
you
mean,
guys,
that's
you guys
awesome.
are going to think I'm crazy, and that my mom thinks she's about to cut me off of my inheritance over all this shit. You see what I'm
Lester, who sent you?
There's no way that either one is true. The reverse, this has to be his real voice. And then I've never heard the other one talk without the accent. So he
Lester,
can't be
what did
playing double agent because he would have to be really
chill,
good at
proud,
this American accent.
chill. Lester, who sent you, bro? Where did you come from? What is your purpose here? Some ain't adding up about you, Lester.
Remember the last time somebody claimed they knew Elon Musk?
That's a very good point.
That person turned into a raging psychopath.
Yo, I know this is Twitter, so this is entertainment at the end of the day. So people could come up here and be whoever they want to be. But don't play with us, man. You're not doing as a good job as you think that you're doing. Third eye open, Lester. I'm gonna let you have fun though, but only for a small amount of time. Because everyone has a purpose. Let's see how this play out. We can move on to the hands. What up, X?
Go and tell us out here, bro. Or just weirdos. We never know. Either way, it's annoying and it stops being funny after a while. But
Is there really a difference?
right. Let me get my second. I wanted to put it in that. I'm trying to be quick, under 2 minutes. I'm gonna take my time. Was being a pain in the ass. Okay, so just to put a button on that the time thing, and I'll carry it over to the next thing I wanted to talk about. I'm not trying to shift too much, but whether we're talking about time, space time, etc., there's something interesting that happens, right? I was having an exchange with somebody at Glober today, or was it yesterday? I'm not sure, but he was like, "Well, what does it mean to you? What does space time mean to you?" It's like, dude, forget about what it means to me. What is it? What does it mean? And how do you prove it's referent, right? And that's the key word, right? So if time is to be a thing, or space time, or whatever have you, it has to have a referent in reality. And what that means is, and I'll put it in the nest, what I mean by that, and I'll tell you why we have to think about a referent. And so I put in the nest what it means to have a referent. A referent is the thing the term stands for, right? If I say dog, you think of a canine with waggy tail, canine teeth. You don't think of the animal that we think of as a cat. But what if I started calling cats dogs, right? Every time I say dog, you look at the animal, dude, it's a cat, right? Well, that's only a problem if you're talking to somebody who has a different definition of a term than you.
What if I said canine? What if I said canine?
Hold on.
Tell me what pops in your head right now.
Time out, dude. Everybody's excited tonight. Excellent. I like the energy. I'm tired. I'm about to go to bed. I don't know where this energy is coming from. But if I call dogs cats and you call cats dogs, that's a problem if we interact, because we have different things. We have a different referent in reality for what the term is. That's why definition, there's laws behind defining, as I put in the nest, right? And I like the example that was given, right? I was going to change it because I didn't like the example. But I said, I'm going to leave it. How is meaning derived, right? Meaning is derived from a term's referent. What is a referent? The thing the term stands for. And they say, in that example, in the definition, it says the morning star. The morning star and the evening star are have the same referent. The planet Venus. Now I was not gonna add that. I was not gonna clip that because it had planet in it. I was like, no, that's perfect. Because we don't believe in planets how the heliocentric model describes it. but the morning star and the evening star are the same referent. It's the exact same celestial body, right? So that's the meaning. That is a term. The referent. What is the thing that word points to? Dictionary definitions, we use them, but there's an issue with that. There's an issue with that. Here's why. If we think the dictionary is the official definition, look what I just put in the nest right now. Oxford, Webster, even Google, etc., are catering to agendas. They're redefining woman. And we already know how that goes. I won't go into the Matt Walsh spiel. But in order to fix that, they said, okay, fine. If they keep talking about adult human female, we'll just redefine what a female is. And if take a look at that dictionary update before this caused an uproar because people are now paying attention, belonging to or relating to a woman. Wait a minute. You had a problem with us saying adult human female, so you changed the definition of female so you could cater to a subjective definition of woman where you could just identify it. Well, if woman is to live and identify as a female and female refers to a woman, then that'll circularly entail what the definition is. It's circular. It's a circular definition. That's how we could say, hey, your official definition is flawed. It's wrong. It's a bad definition. We have an objective standard. Because what is your referent pointing to? When we say time, what is time's referent? And when you ask 10 different people and you get 10 different answers, that's how you know you have a bad definition circling around in society. Some people are calling cats dogs, some people are calling dogs cats, and we don't know what the freak is the referent in reality. It's not difference between, a simple definition. If I ask 10 people what a square is, they'll pretty much say the same thing, right? They'll tell you what the referent is in reality. So that's what you got to think about when you're thinking about defining this. There's laws of defining. People don't tell us that, but there are laws of defining. So think about that, because there needs to be a referent in reality. If it's real, right? If it's not real, then the referent is pure abstraction. What's the difference between a horse and a unicorn? Wait, a unicorn is a horse-like creature, oftentimes with wings, all the time with a single horn on its head. But is a unicorn real? No, we know that. But it has a referent. The referent has to be in reality. Is time real? What's the referent in reality? Point to it. Right now, I'm getting a lot of dogs, cats. We have different reference. 10 different people have 10 different reference. That's the problem with defining these days. And as you can see with the definition of woman and female in the official quote unquote dictionaries, which is not official.
What about the pigs? Don't forget about the pigs.
Don't forget about the pigs, right? So that's just to put a button on that. Second thing I wanted to get into was the fabulous work that one of our compadres did in measuring. The thing with Taylor, I just wanted to go with three common responses that I saw. There's a lot. When you see something shakes the hornet's net, that means that means you're onto something. Globers are going nuts about that. So I just put something up new in the nest, right? This was in response to somebody. So on your own time, just take a look at that thread on the top to see Taylor's footage with her drone. Goes up quite a bit. And that horizon's looking flat. It's looking flat. But there's a quick response from somebody from Flat Earth WS that says, well, that's because you haven't gone high enough. You got to go up 50,000 feet.
Elon didn't look flat, did it?
Yo, Lester, it's beyond not funny anymore. Keep yourself on mute. Back in the day, if you didn't keep your word as a man, you weren't a man.
But
you said you would listen.
Flat.
Yo, mute your mic, dude. It's not even funny anymore.
Come on. Taylor's was flatter.
Bro.
Lester, don't interrupt, man. You interrupt one more time, I'm gonna take your mic. Go ahead, X. Unmute.
my bad. So yeah, thank you. So go up 50,000 feet left and right. That's a problem because we supposedly live on a sphere, and if you stand a little, toy on top of a basketball, it curves. That drop is everywhere around in a circle, right? It's a drop from that point on the sphere. So if you we don't live in a toilet paper roll. So if we if we aren't able to see horizon from left to right as we do it forward in a vertical field of view, that's a problem. So and that was my response. So if there's an apparent horizon, a vertical field of view, there necessarily needs to be a apparent horizon and a much wider field of view, right? So the person that showed the Flat Earth BS website, there's a counter to it because what can we do? Even if we granted that, what can we do, folks? We can turn our heads left and right. We can pan our heads left and right. So we're not limited to that frame of reference. But which brings me to my next point. I just put something else in the nest that I'm glad she had this added footage. Forget about panning. She had the drone do it. She panned the drone for a while. Oh, why? That's a lot of flat. That's a lot of flat. That's a lot of flat. So
it never drops out of eye level. It never drops out of eye level. They say, "Oh, it drops." It drops.
Whoa. Here's the thing. No. That's another response I'm going to get to. I think it was Level Earth Observer or Phuket Word. Might even been Jaren. I'm not sure. I want to give credit to where it's due, but they had another drone footage with a cross hairs on the horizon. The X. The cross. Where you could measure the horizon, it does not stay at eye level completely. It's not exactly at eye level. It will drop slightly.
Right, that's what they say.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong. We need to stop saying that.
Eye level, you need to look down.
I'll get you footage. I'll get you exact footage.
I know. But you look straight ahead. You never need to look down. It's always at eye level.
If you look straight ahead, that's what I'm talking about. If you look straight ahead, it dips slightly. It's not exactly eye level, but it does dip. But that is due to something else. That is due to optical drop. If you're looking at something in the distance that would be at eye level close, it will have optical drop. Just like you see in a theodolite and on auto level. You have to account for optical drop. That is a natural,
of course.
That is a natural apparent phenomenon where you don't have to say it's okay to have a little bit of drop eye level. Next time you have a drone, if you do get a hands on a drone, get a lens that you could have a crosshairs in. So when you have the crosshair, make sure that horizontal bar is parallel to the horizon and get it up as high as you can. You will notice it drops slightly. Not much, not significant, but it does. So flat earthers, we keep saying, it always stays exactly eye level. That is fallacious because we
not exactly.
It has to drop.
But you only have to look straight ahead. But you only look straight ahead.
Listen, dude, it has to drop for a simple reason. There's a gap between you and the ground.
Indeed.
If your face was on the ground, that would be one thing. But as soon as you start rising in elevation, you're creating a separation between you and the ground. It has to drop. There's no other choice.
Thank you.
The Globers use it fallaciously. The Globers use it fallaciously because you only have to look straight ahead. No matter how high you go.
That's what he's talking about.
Noon, you made a good point.
So if you look straight ahead and you have crosshairs on the lens and you fly it going directly vertically up, there will be slight drop from eye level. So that's okay because there's optical drop. And like India pointed out, there's a space between you and the ground. It has to drop. It has to drop. The Globers will say, well, it would be indefinite and it would actually go above your head, which is ridiculous. I don't even know their reasoning behind that, but they're saying it needs to go above the head. You'll never see a line, which is just straight up retarded. But just keep these rebuttals in mind because that's what you'll get. Another thing you'll get as an apologetics is what it's called? Lateral image compression. So they'll take this footage, right, of the latest one I put of Taylor's, and they'll say, fine, yeah, it looks like it's flat for a while, but if we scrunch the image, you'll see that it bends from left to right. And that constant bend is just showing you the curve that you couldn't see, right? Because you're just too close to the ground, et cetera, et cetera. No.
I love that you said rebuttals. I need more rebuttals.
Bro, I'm done.
Peter, can I get a mic check?
Mic check, mic check.
Bet. Go ahead, X.
So lastly, it's always when somebody's flowing, right? You got to break the concentration. COINTELPRO or an idiot. You're doing a good job. Lastly, so that collateral image compression can work on a flat surface as well. If you're on a table, Jaron did this. He was on his table, measured flat, and somebody tried to say, "Oh, his his tables must be curved." Then it's an uneven table, but you can get this at any flat surface. You can do this at home, repeatable demonstrations, right? From your footage of your camera, take that image, go on to Photoshop, compress the image as much as you can horizontally, and you will see the picture bend from left to right. That is a pixelation issue. It's not because of the curve of the Earth. So just keep in mind that the rebuttals that will come up when you have footage like this is excellent. It's so good to see people go out in the field with the equipment that they purchased to do these tests, and I'm anxious to see some more. And we should just all follow suit. Whatever we can do. Yes, not everybody can go buy get an expensive drone, but whatever you can do. There's optical tests you can do. There's tests you can do with water, etc. But just keep in mind the rebuttals ahead of time. And it's a good idea to look at Flat Earth WS because there's a lot of fallacious arguments there. There's a lot of straw man that people will just copy and paste, like the gentleman tried to do under Taylor's reply. So, yeah, thanks.
I want to let Keon jump in, but I want to read off some of the responses from the Globers X, if you feel like going over them in a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Proud, for the mic, and hi to everyone. I hope you're doing all right. I want to ask Lester a question. So I watched the video as well. The video from Elon where it specifically says that it's like it looks CGI, but it's real. So my question is,
that's what I was hanging up on. Yeah.
yeah. So my question would be like, how can we know that it's real? Because they did the same thing in '60s for the moon lander.
I am asking you. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
He said it was real, so I'm gonna go on that presumption real quick, just super quick. And I told you I only spent 15 seconds on the video, and then I saw some comments and all this other stuff. So what do you actually think then? What do you think? I'm not trying to say anything. I think it's fake.
Yeah. I mean,
so that's where I'm at, and I want to hear what you got to say. That's all I'm saying. See?
Yeah. So
there
here's
I
the
got
thing.
my 2 cents in. I'm gonna listen now.
Okay. Yeah. So I would say that I don't know, right? Because like there's no way for me to know for a fact whether it's real or fake. That's my answer.
Well, you have all the technology, not me. I don't have all this computer stuff like you got.
No, I don't have any. Like I'm not a expert, like a videography expert.
Okay, well,
I
I'm
wouldn't
going to
know.
bring some experts on. We're going to find out. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I'm telling you. But you go ahead.
No, I mean that's all I had to say. Like it's kind of impossible for us to know for a fact that it's real. That's what I'm saying. Because they convinced everyone that we went to the moon in the '60s, when we actually haven't been to the moon. So yeah, like how can we know that this is real for a fact?
Is Alan speaking?
Yeah, I can't hear him if he is.
But let me ask Lester, how do you know that it's fake? That's my question to you.
So that does seem to be the question of the day. At first, I thought it was real. and then I thought it was fake. And now I'm somewhere in between. So I have a real dilemma on my hands right now. You see what I'm saying? Does that make any sense? I hope it makes sense, because now I'm kind of getting pissed off. I'm the one of those type of guys that when I get pissed off, all hell breaks loose. So, who am I? Forget who asked the question. Sorry,
Yeah,
I forget. I can't
yeah.
see because I don't have my glasses on. I can't actually see anybody's name. But who is it though?
Kian,
So,
Kian,
Kantian?
no,
Kantian.
Kion,
Keon.
Kion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You asked me a question. How do I know it's real or fake? I do want to lend credence to Elon, but now I think he's bullshitting me. Just like NASA. So now I got a real problem on my hands. I think it's fake. I mean, well, apparently there were people on that goddamn thing. I think that was actually the first commercial motherfucking space flight. Is that true? Just like remember the first commercial thing where they went down to the deepest portions of the fucking ocean and the thing totally imploded? Remember those fuckers? Yeah, that would suck. And then everybody wants to be so afraid of space. Would you be more afraid of the deep ocean or the high space? I don't know. It seems like if you go into space, you can't get past this radiation motherfucking belt. I know that for a fact. I studied physics. That shit is fucked up. That's like Chernobyl times a million. You see what I'm saying? So, and the whole thing where, dude, that thing was fucking fake. Hey, Keon, I can't answer your question, but I know it to my heart of hearts right now. That shit was fucking fake. What do you say about that, Keon?
I'm gonna stay where I'm at. Like, I don't know, because again, there's no way for me to verify it.
I want you to make assumptions right now, actually. You got it. Hey, that's the only way anybody's ever pushed things forward. I want you to assume. What do you assume then? I'm not okay. I know you don't know. Neither does nobody in this whole fucking thing knows. So I want you to make an assumption. What's your best assumption? And I know you're an intelligent motherfucker. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know, because like I
You're not
respect
answering the
Elon.
question, Keon.
No, I'm gonna answer. So I respect Elon, for a few things that he's doing, but that's the thing. Like, you never know. It is, at the end of the day, is still working with the government. You know, so if we say that the government is NASA and Elon is working with the government, what's the difference? Like, if NASA can lie to us, why not Elon?
There probably is no difference. So there you go. Let's just keep forming this thought process here. So let's just assume that they're all one and the same then. Now what? The thing that really got me is I think if you go on all these I don't know, Air Force Ones or who knows what, all the fucking bullshit. They all have that flat earth map on that bitch.
Elon knows it's flat. He knows it's flat for a fact. He has to walk the line though.
So why doesn't he say?
He's got to get.
Okay, what's his?
He's got. Wait. Let's stop. He's feeding at that NASA
You're
troll.
right. No,
he's getting money. He's getting money. He's getting money from us, so he has to walk that line. But
right.
he knows it's flat. He said it. He said it's flashily round or something.
You're absolutely right, but I never heard him say it, so I don't know what video you're talking about or what interview.
It was a post of his. He said it's flat. It's flatishly round. He knows it's flat. He's been showing us for years.
So, Keon, now I got a little bit of a trend going on here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if Elon is lying to us, then I mean, we fucked at this point, right?
He's playing both sides of the motherfucker. He's playing both sides of this bitch.
He tells us the truth when he's showing us the firmament, which he's been trying to do for years.
He's playing the
Was
both
it
sides of the
was
fucking
it
argument.
Barstow? There was a launch from California or something. Wasn't from Florida where they dump them all in the drink, and he scraped it. And he knows exactly where it is. He knows the measurements. He knows where it is. He knows
He
how to hit it.
scraped it means he
Wants to
took
make
all the
so.
evidence. Is that what you mean when you say he scraped it? What do you mean by that? I don't know.
He scraped the lungs to show that it's water. It looked like a motorboat going through water. The only thing missing was the chop from the propeller. But
Really?
he knows. Yeah, I can find that video.
Well, I mean, I believe you. Actually, I don't need to see the.
He's not going to tell the public, "Oh, look, I'm going to announce today it's flat," because he's still getting that money from NASA. You know.
Wow.
Yeah, but Lester, you're right. At the end of the day, like it's either he's playing both sides, so it's like he's making it seem like he's on the sides of the people.
Yep.
But he's still lying about the shape of the planet, or it's just round, right?
So how are we supposed to feel about that then?
But
I mean, we're
he
talking
said,
about the
he
richest
said
guy on the
recently,
fucking planet.
He said recently something. I want to die on the. I want to die on the shores of Mars.
Did he say that?
Because he knows it's next door. It's not. It's not.
Okay.
It's not a
All
planet
right,
in
beyond
space
the
that doesn't
flat
exist.
Earth,
It's
can
a
we
realm that's
actually
next door
make
to
it
us.
Mars? Is it even?
It's next door to us. Lester, listen for a second. It's another realm. It's not a planet up in space that doesn't exist. It's another realm. It's next door to us. And he said, "I want to die on the shores of Mars." That's what he's referring to.
Mars is not what I think. I think Mars is like the third planet from the sun, or whatever the fuck it is. You know what I mean? Actually, I think that's the Earth. Is the third rock from the sun?
Yeah,
So
we
you're
would be the third
telling
rock
me-
from the sun. Like the Big Bang Theory, the show. These shows are based on
I
jokes.
know you
These
just blew
shows
my.
are.
I know because I thought Mars was like some sort of celestial planet.
Yeah, that's all. None of that's real. I mean, these are objects. Wait. These are objects or entities up in the firmament, luminaries.
You just told
they're
me
real, but they're not
you just
what you think they
totally
are.
shattered my whole fucking reality, though.
Look at the map. I have a map on my. It's pinned to my.
I
Pinned on
don't
my
have
profile.
a map of the fucking solar system, asshole.
It's
right
pinned
now.
on my profile. Listen, it's
I
pinned
didn't
on my
mean to call you
profile.
asshole. I
There's a
didn't mean to
map.
call you asshole.
It's okay. There's a map of different realms. It may or may not be real, but that's at least possible.
I
What
gotta
they're,
get one of
what
those.
they're telling you, just go to my profile and look at the map. What they're telling you to believe is not possible. At least what's pinned on those maps, that's at least
Is
possible.
this Libra? Is this
Yeah,
Libra? Okay, I'm
Go
gonna
to
look
my.
your shit up somehow. I don't know
It's
how to
pinned.
do it. I'll
It's
click
pinned on
on
my
it
profile.
and
It's
see something.
first thing you'll see. It's the first thing you'll see. It's 4 pics, you know. But he said it. It's flatishly round. He's been trying to show us. I want to die on the shores of Mars, which is another surrounded by water.
I could hear him
also,
saying something
so
like that. Like I said, I didn't hear him say that kind of shit. I didn't hear that.
It was a post. It was a post or something he said, but he drops his
now,
clues.
hold
You know,
on. Here's
it's
my
just to
next
show us he's not stupid. You know.
I know. Here's my next question.
Hold on, Lester. So what would you say to a globe earther? Matter of fact, we got Pete right there on stage. What would you say to him in regards to flat earth and globe earth? He's the only globe earther up here right now.
Yeah, what would you say to me? Did he run away?
No, you gotta unmute. Lester, you gotta mute.
Somebody muted me. I was talking to Libra. Sorry about that. I just started clicking buttons and I'll fuck it up.
That's a glitch. It's a glitch. It's a glitch.
Well, I don't know. Now I lost my train of thought. Somebody mentioned that earlier, but I don't know. Libra, what were you saying, Libra? I mean, so you're telling me I can't go to Mars?
Well, no, they asked you what you would say to a glober here, Peter.
Yeah, somebody said something about Glober. What does that mean, Glober? I am not a motherfucking Glober. Did you just, who called me a Glober?
Not you, Lester, not you.
Keon, did you call me a Glober?
No, like Peter, if you, I don't know.
I am not a motherfucking Glober. Did you just, who called me a Glober?
Not you, Lester, not you.
Keon, did you call me a Glober?
No, like Peter, if you, I don't know if you can see Peter, but he believes the Earth is a globe. So what would you say to him in terms of the video that you watched? Like Elon's video.
I have a hard time seeing who's talking. See, I don't have my
I
glasses
think
on. That's a
that's the
problem.
least of your problems right now.
Peter, there you go. What? Oh, all of a sudden you're going to come out of the woodwork. What do you got to say?
Dude, you're not tracking, are you?
What's that?
There we go.
There you go. What?
You're not tracking.
I am not. Oh, do I have a bad connection?
You have bad firmware in your brain.
Hey, I'm just asking questions, Peter. Well, I don't know where you're coming from.
Never mind, Peter. He's completely irrelevant. He's a troll. He knows it's flat. So forget about Peter Lester.
I know it's flat. Libra, what are you talking about?
Peter's a troll. Ignore him.
Oh, Peter. Oh, I didn't know that. See, Peter, I took you on face value. I thought you were going to be an honest person. No, I don't. I am trying to figure it out. I want definitive evidence, one way or the other. Keon, I told you I was on the fence. I want definitive now. So I'm taking this Elon thing. That's the latest piece of data other than the 1960s fucking NASA bullshit. And then
I'm gonna find the video. I'm gonna find the video for you of one incident when Elon tried to show us that there's no
okay,
water up
do
there.
you believe the 1960 videos? I
The
was
moon
watching
landing.
those too.
Lester, listen. A lot of Globers do not believe in the moon landing at all, and that's why that's a good. That's a whole other rabbit hole. I want to know. I want to get that out of them.
Believe in what?
They do not believe. A lot of people who believe we're on a sphere do not believe in the moon landings at all. They know that's total bullshit, and that's a whole other rabbit hole. I'd like to know. I want to get that out of them. Like what tells you it's fake? What tells them it's fake? How do they know it's fake? Because then we can get them to the next. Then we can get them to the next step. Then we can get them to the next step. So, guys, help me out here. Am I making sense?
I didn't understand what you said. They don't believe in what?
A lot of people that believe we're on a globe do not believe in the moon. The moon landings are a hoax. A lot of people I don't know if I was cut off there. A lot of people who believe we're on a sphere, spinning, wobbling, shooting, spinning through space, do not believe in the moon landings for very good reasons. I want to try to get them over that hump.
Listen to me. Listen to me. I have parents, and they were alive. I bet I could just imagine them sitting there when they're 10, 12, 13, 14 years old. What year was the moon? 6. I could just see them sitting there watching a black and white TV and watching those goddamn videos of them fucking going on the black and white bullshit. I've seen it.
Yeah, my mother still believes in that. My mother still believes in the moon landing.
And then I compared it to the Elon video, and I'm like, and then I compare it. Well, and then when I say so, I argued with someone the other day. And then they wanted to say, oh, well, what about the Hubble telescope that's like on the edge of the fucking universe or the Milky Way?
There's no Hubble. There never was. There never was. There was never even a Hubble in inventory. It's a plane. It's called Sophia. Strategic.
Say that again. There was never a Hubble telescope.
No, there was never a Hubble telescope. There was never a Hubble in inventory. It's called Sophia.
I believe that, and now you're blowing my mind, and now I'm fucked.
It's a plane. It's been retrofitted with a radio telescope in it and a sliding panel.
Well, now I got to rethink this. Now I got to sleep. Yeah. You know what? This is going to take me 24 hours to get. I'm going to have to wait to talk to you guys next week to think about all this shit. So, okay, let's go into this.
Find videos. Don't stop researching because we're not around. Yeah, plenty out there. Sorry, go ahead.
So you're saying there's no Hubble telescope?
No. There's no space. Sure? There's no space to put it into. There's no weightlessness. There's no, there's no zero G. You're looking up at a fancy planetarium.
No, you're not. No, not that. That doesn't satisfy me. You got to tell me a little bit more. I know you said horizontal and G and all that. I don't know what that means.
Every test ever done, just only every test ever done tells us we're in a level and stationary environment. That's why they have the burden of proof. We're still waiting. If anybody's got any proof that we're on a globe that's void of logically fallacious reasoning, lies, and we're here.
I
Grab a
agree.
mic.
You're right. They
We're
have the
here.
burden of truth. I like that. I like that. You're right. They do. See, that's the fucking conundrum I'm fucking stuck in right now. Someone has to fucking make sense like I'm fucking 5 years old type thing. You know what I mean? And I haven't seen it. So you know what? I don't know what to fucking do right now. Unless I'm going to just launch my shit off. What am I going to do? Just
that's the
blow
problem,
my fucking
Lester.
tractor up
That's
and
the problem.
shoot up into the fucking space?
That's
I
the
don't
problem.
know.
Listen, it's child abuse. They got to you before they told you to believe this. They indoctrinated you. They told you to believe this before you even knew how to question anything whatsoever. You didn't question Santa Claus, but they're telling you these lies.
But
So,
Dude, you're right.
let me say this. So we
I
know.
gotta bow out because I got more to say, but I gotta think for a second. So I'm gonna just go quiet for a second.
So Libra, so we know that they faked moon landing because there has been video analysis on the video, like on the evidence they provided. But how do
that's how it got you over the video analysis. You didn't have any clue beforehand. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your question. I'm being rude. Go ahead.
No, I actually didn't know beforehand before watching those videos.
Well, I mean, none of us did. I believed it. Everyone did. My mother still believes that. But I mean, there's stuff that people, it's second nature to question. They'll question it immediately. Like, who filmed that? Who filmed him getting out of the thing? Like, who filmed the lamb taking off at the end? That stuff like that occurs to normal people today without even a thought. But back then, no, you didn't think about that. I brought up this example the other day, like Star Trek 2 and 3. In Star Trek 2, when Spock is dying, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Then in Star Trek 3, they show the same footage. Like, there's not a camera up in the corner of the room looking at Spock dying and Kirk can't touch him because of the containment, right? That's footage from the second movie. Like, what are we, stupid? But that's stuff they didn't think ahead to film. But for us, that's we get old and like, what the fuck? Who filmed that? And they make up shit, the mechanical arm coming out and filming the guy stepping off. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. When we get older, this stuff doesn't make any fucking sense because we're not completely hopelessly indoctrinated.
Hey, Keon, let me ask you, that Elon footage, you think that's what it's supposed to look like if it was real?
I don't know. I have no idea. Like, I watched the video. I don't know. Like, there's nothing for me to go off, Like, it could be, for me personally, it's a 50% case because I don't know.
You're lucky you start waking up before the technology gets better, because the technology will get better, but we'll always know it's fake.
But see, that's the whole
cat's out of the bag.
the whole point though, Libra.
Yeah,
like, so with the technology that we got in 2024, Keon, is it supposed to look like that?
Like, what do you mean? It is supposed to look better, or?
I'm asking you.
Like,
it could. I'm asking you what you think.
Could.
I don't know. I don't know what camera they use, the quality of the camera, how the footage is taken. I don't know anything about that. So
you think that Elon used top quality or mid or low quality?
I mean, the footage looks pretty clear. So I don't know. I would say maybe mid quality. I believe they may have better than that. Like, it's not like 8K or more than that. Probably it was 4K. So I'm assuming they may have better cameras.
But I can picture Keon in 10 years. In 10 years, yelling at people, "It's fake! It's fake! Damn it! It's fake! What's wrong with you?"
They like using this quality of images, the one that look like Bigfoot images. Have you seen them? They are never clear images intentionally, but they can have 4K cameras if they want to. It's not that expensive. They're using billions to build rockets. Putting a camera isn't that difficult.
Yeah, but this problem here, I think, is like that again, there's no way for us to know that, right? So technically they can show us anything they want, right? Like once
Like,
we
for
get to the
example,
point,
speaker,
Yeah,
let's
that's
think
that's a
logically.
benefit for them.
You're going
We
on
don't
the
got no
moon.
reference.
It's a new place. You're going in the moon is a new place. No one has ever been there. Wouldn't you want to get the best data you can get from there? Why would you be sending lame camera to come and fetch data that you're scientists exploring the universe and so-called, when you're not even using the best equipment that you can have at that time? That doesn't add up.
You guys think photo and video look different depending on the medium you're in? Like, I don't know that I've ever seen a photo and a video taken from a vacuum chamber, like specifically in the vacuum chamber. Like, I've never literally looked that up to see what the difference would be in quality. But do you guys think that would have an effect? I don't know if we have any photographer heads in here.
Well, the Globies hate video anyway. You never see them posting video, rarely if ever. So that's a whole other. You can freak them out.
I think it has no effect because a vacuum doesn't affect light. And to take images, you're just dealing with light.
Interesting.
Remember the guy in the vacuum chamber that almost died? The astronaut? His blood started to boil or whatever. I'm sure they had a camera on him, you know. But yeah, well, I mean, what are you talking about? Like a vacuum where and the vacuum, you're filming in a vacuum here and then you're filming in a vacuum there. Like, what are we talking about, you know?
I don't know if you guys know. You guys probably wouldn't. But Witsit was on TikTok one time talking to this toxic anti-flat earther. He made that guy change his name. Fun fact. That guy was basically saying that like the moon landing photos have been analyzed by professionals to verify the validity of it. Someone asked, how do you verify if something's real or not, if it's CGI or not? So even though there probably are people who quote unquote verify and analyze footage to see if it's legitimate or not, like how do you get a credential for that? Like, how do you become a photo analyzer? Like,
Yeah, it's muddying the waters. Like, they didn't need they had to remove stuff from the NASA archives because it was obviously stage lighting. It was a signature, like, I don't know if anybody knows about stage lighting. It was signature. It's a conical shaped light because it's coming out of a stage light. They had to remove stuff from, not just that, they had to remove all kinds of crap from NASA archives because it was clearly fake. It was clearly filmed on a soundstage or whatever it was, but that's all bullshit. So, I mean, look how many people here, the flatties, have become experts on. You look at something that you looked at, say, 10 years ago, you might not pick them anything out, but you look at it now, it's like, it's laughable. We've become, we're all scientists now.
So look, I just actually posted that,
We
right?
have degrees.
We were just talking about that because Keon was like, we don't got no reference. But we actually do got some type of reference, right? So Keon, I posted this up top, historic vids. It says Americans' first spacewalk during NASA's Gemini 4 mission in 1965. Take like 43, 44 seconds and watch that clip. I want to see if I want to get your reaction, whether this is real or not, because they're claiming that it is.
Well, I gotta record this. I gotta record Keandre.
Wait, did you say 43 seconds then?
I said watch it up until 43 seconds. So yeah, you do got to sit there for 40 seconds. But and if you're listening, I put it up in the nest. It's the first post to the left. They claim this is real footage.
Yeah, I just watched it.
I think every time I see somebody in NASA merch, I'm gonna come up to them and ask them a question. See how much they know about NASA. I'm gonna make
Ask
a
him,
series.
where's all your flat Earth merch, Mr. NASA man?
Who's the leading consumer of helium? Go.
Keon, react.
I wouldn't know. What do you think? I don't know.
Would you? Well, I mean, you're already saying you
Tell
wouldn't
us
know.
what you really think. It's okay, Keon. Tell us what you really think.
I mean, of course, it looks like low quality video for sure. But other than that, I wouldn't know what to say.
What about the
Actually, I think
way?
the video quality is not that bad. Yeah.
What about the way the human is moving? Is there anything peculiar about that?
Not really. I mean, it looks like either like in a vacuum chamber or supposedly in space.
Even when he salutes, that look like a normal person doing a salute. That look normal to you? Or do it look like an animation? Like Gumby or Robot Chicken?
Is this the black and white one or the newer stuff?
It's the way his arms move out from the salute. It's robotic like.
I mean, if you don't got a reaction, we could look at something else. Because I do got something else I want to talk to y'all about.
Yeah, I mean, about this video, I wouldn't know. Like, again, I'm not an expert, so I don't know. Yeah, I mean, in comparison to what we just watched from Elon, this is definitely low quality. Yeah, I mean, it could be an animation. No way for me to say that. But yeah, I don't know. I have no idea.
I'm gonna just say it. To me, this is not what it's supposed to look like. Now it's hard to say what it is supposed to look like because again, I don't really got no reference other than this and the movie theater.
You mean that like it's supposed to be more fluid in the movement, like the astronaut moving is supposed to be more fluid,
Especially the astronaut, because everything else could be like, oh, it could be frame rate and this and that and the third, but the way his body moves so mechanically, it's like he's positioned.
Look at the video I just shared.
The Polaris one.
Yeah, Polaris Dawn.
Yeah, oh yeah, I watched this probably 10 times.
React.
I don't know. To me, like the guy looks kind of weird. The way he's moving, you know, the arm. Yeah, it looks like the other one, kind of mechanical. The movement.
So when I was looking into it, this whole space walk was to test the technology that Elon created. The spacesuits are new technology. So the way that they move is like mechanical. It is literally robotic. Like the actual mechanism of the suits is a mechanical, like it turns, it oscillates. It's not like he has free range of motion. It's actually turning like if it was part robot. So I'm looking at this and I'm like, well, how is that safe in space to have like mechanical suits that limit your mobility? That seems dumb to me. And watching them test the arm mobility and the movement and the control, it's like that's what the claim is. The claim is that that's what the suits are. They're now using new technology, and that this walk was to test it. So that might explain why it looks robotic, but I think that's counterproductive as far
I
as
think that
like
sounds like a story.
functionality.
I think that sounds like a cover. Like, oh, testing it. That's why it looks like shit. You know.
Also, if you guys notice, like it's always one frame, you know. Like I would think if you go to space, you wanna kind of film around a little bit, you know.
I think the cameras are fixed, no?
I think they're testing in maybe a vacuum chamber next to that big thing they project the space on, and wherever that is, they project their fixed space, and then that's what they're testing. Because I mean, give me a break. I mean,
Man, they
where's
got
that old
enough
black and white
budget.
one? That old black and white video outside the caps.
That's a green screen, obviously. They just added the earth on the green screen.
They got
They might
enough
be having
budget to put cameras all over the thing.
But you know, unfortunately, this is how it's gonna be for the moon landing, for the next moon landing. That's the same thing they're gonna do.
Not gonna. There won't be a moon landing. There's not gonna be a moon landing. They'll call it off. They'll push it back. They'll cancel it. It's not gonna happen. This is what they always do.
They're gonna have a mass landing.
No.
Yo, in 60 years, I hope in 60 years, the new generation of flat earthers are looking at this and they're like, yo, how the fuck did they fall for this? Like, I really hope.
May not even be that long.
Do you know they were supposed to be on Mars?
His thought
They
experiment.
had some goals a while back, huh?
That's how we felt about that first video.
If they show you
even
proof,
the
if they show
speed
you
of the
proof,
Earth.
if they show you proof that looks so good beyond a shadow, it doesn't matter. Past a certain point, that we know the truth, so it's all going to be fake by definition. No matter how good the technology gets, no matter how good put the rocket on put the rocket on a fucking roller coaster and hypnotize me and blah, blah. It's going to be fake because we already know the truth. So it's got to be by definition, it's going to be fake. You know,
Libra,
no matter
what
how
if people
good the technology gets.
But Libra, what if people start actually going to Mars? Like we don't
We
see
know
them
it
no
doesn't
more.
exist. We know Mars doesn't exist as they have made you believe it does. We know that for a fact. It's proven beyond a shadow of doubt that we're in a level and stationary environment. The thing is, this isn't for us. This is for people who still believe it and will buy it. And when the technology gets better and better to fake it better, they'll be hopeless. They might be hopeless. But I mean, it's too late anyway. This is the 2012
Libra.
problem is about flat Earth, and you can't put
Why
that
do you say
toothpaste
Mars does
back in
not
the tube,
exist?
huh? Sorry,
Why
go
do you
ahead.
say Mars does not exist?
Space does not exist. Not the way they tell you it does. You're looking up at a big fancy planetarium. It's a little more than that, but those luminaries and you know, that's real. There's luminaries in the firmament. You know, they're entities or objects that are very powerful. When you see a shooting star, I think it's a star being shot at something. And I know a lot of us know this person, that they see stuff up there that other people don't see. And he had it confirmed by someone else that started describing. So, shooting star, it's a star. It's being propelled at something else, you know. But by star, I mean a luminary, an object in the firmament, in the water, you know.
Do you know how when water freezes, it forms a freckle? I don't know what they call it. Is it a freckle? That
Sorry?
pattern.
A fractal, you
When
said?
water, I don't know, is it freckle or something? The pattern when water freezes, it has a beautiful pattern. I don't know what they call it. It's usually very geometric
I
in
know what you're
nature.
saying. A fractal, like, yeah, snowflakes are fractals, which I can't. How is that not some kind of intelligence behind that? I mean, crystals,
That's just how the stars are.
like
Like most of, if you look at what they call these planets, they tend to have this impression on them
they're more like
that
an
they
object, like
appear like
behind water, like behind water. There was video of a kid
yeah.
with a clear bowl of water, like next to a swimming pool, walking, and you could see, on the ground you could see the bowl with shimmering light, which is the sun, and it's exactly like what we're looking up at. Like it's like a dance of light. Some of these things, I swear they look like they're alive.
What if we also look the same to them? Because I've read a book, I don't know which book. It's a while back when I was researching these things. I read a book, they were describing how life is on other planets, how people survive on Venus, what people focus on there, what people focus on Mars. And it's not what these stories NASA tell us. They describe it in a different way. They're not saying that you go there through spaceship and all these other things,
Well,
but there are physical realities in those places.
Mr. X has his hand up, but well, the other guys here would know more about that. Just like water, I mean, air is a medium, right? So they're behind water up there, looking at us down here at a distance, but we're still in some kind of medium. So, yeah, I mean, sorry, go ahead, Mr. X.
No, you can round it off. I could wait.
That's all I got. I mean, that was a really good question. How do they see us down here? And that's a loaded question because we're up to some bad business down here, you know. All right, I'm in trouble with my mic. Go ahead.
Cool. Double mute. I didn't probably none of that came through. Okay, so I just wanted to answer Proud's question before I go to bed. Can't hang tonight. So just to bring up what India brought up, and as a side note, you guys got to really, if you're not already following Indio, follow Indio. He is the OG for a reason. He's not just here with a cool avatar. He is a wealth of information, and a lot of stuff I got was from him, and he's taught a lot of people in the flat earth community. So what he was talking about earlier with there's a lot of narratives, and to be cynical, I think a lot of flat earthers were in the beginning of this and just spread a lot of fake narratives so we could repeat them ad nauseum, and then it'll be easily debunked, right? And there's an Antarctic trip because of a narrative that was said over and over and over again. One of those narratives was the sun is only about 3,000 miles above us due to triangulation. We could triangulate the position of the sun. If you don't think the sun is an apparent object and you think it's a physical object with an actual location of which you can triangulate from, people would just ask you distance questions like they've been doing lately to trip you up, right? If you have known distances, we could trip you up. And if it doesn't match up with predictive distances, Houston, you have a problem. So one of those, along with the triangulation for the sun being up 3,000 miles, there was the horizon always stays at eye level. And Proud just posted something sixth from the last. I'm so glad she posted this because this is a great example of one of the rebuttals. And this is, she just used the same footage and put a still line. The footage of the drone looking straight ahead is, they put a horizontal line. You can see that dips shortly. Why is that important? Remember when Indio said there's a gap between you and the floor? What if there was no gap? What if you were laying on your belly, looking straight ahead, chin to the ground at the horizon? Would you be looking at eye height? No, the horizon would be slightly above your eye level. Why is that? Because the angle of view. You have to think about the angle of view, right? So let me think about what that means and how perspective has been hijacked. Why is Shane putting so many videos out of perspective and how it was hijacked? how the 3959 circumference was derived, right? Or radius, which one? It's late. I can't think of the numbers right now. But third from the last, I put an example of such. There was a guy named Ranty. For those of you who've been in the game for a while, he was a quote unquote flat earther who changed his mind due to evidence for the globe Earth. And it's strange because he did a lot of long distance observation, and this is nothing new to him. He debunked things like that before, which is why everybody didn't believe him, because you've seen this before. Well, Dell, another flat earther who believes in rising Earth theory, that's something else that we put aside. But Dell had did an excellent debunk talking about the angle of view, right? And altitude. This was Blackpool Tower, third tweet in the nest from the last again. Blackpool Tower, the observation was cropped. So it looked like you were looking at it horizontally at standing height, but no, you were at an angle where it was tilted and then it was cropped. So what does that mean? So what? What does that mean? If at your leisure, there's a video no more than 2 minutes that demonstrates how a simple angle of view, altitude, could change the perception of the horizon. The horizon that was deemed to have dipping because of the curve of the Earth was simply a perspective issue, hijacked perspective. Everything that you can see with perspective is backwards compatible to a asserted globe Earth. That's why their math, quote unquote, works out, right? That's why it works out, because it's backwards derived from perspective. A perspective that has the horizon drop slightly from eye level at high altitudes. They'll assert, like the tweet that Todd put in the nest, that that's due to Earth curve. No, it is not. That's due to perspective. We know that because the left and right observations that she did also, panning that whole drone continuously, did not observe curvature once. So you can't have toilet paper roll Earth, where you have a drop in vertical field of view and not in the horizontal field of view. So that's an explanation to that. And if that comes up, be ready for all of these rebuttals, right? Horizon drops at high level, lateral image compression. What else?
We have to redefine the terms then. We have to redefine terms, because I shut them down all the time. They tell me, "Oh,
yeah," because a lot of people are circulating wrong images.
Shut them down. Just shut them down. Say, listen, if you only have to look straight ahead, it's not dropping at eye level. Oh, I shut them down all the time. If I only have to look straight ahead,
Proud just put something in. Proud just put something in the nest right now that you can't shut down. Probably 90% of the people you can't shut down. It's not about shutting down.
Do you look straight ahead? Yeah. Do you look straight ahead?
Libra, please.
Eye level.
Please, Libra, let me get to the end of my sentence.
Redefine that term. That's all I'm saying.
Well, redefined, it's not about redefining. It's not about dunking on globers. It's about the truth. Is it true that the horizon stays exactly at high level, at high altitudes? No. That is an objectively wrong statement. I don't care if 99% of the people don't know this. That's their own ignorance. We know better. We know perspective has been hijacked.
You're splitting hairs, though. You're splitting hairs.
It's not splitting hairs if somebody says the horizon stays exactly at a level. It's not.
It is. If you look straight ahead, if you only have to look straight ahead,
I'm not going to do no. I'm not going to do no. Libra, you said you let me finish. You're acting like a glober now. Stop. The point being that they're hijacking that slight drop, which is insignificant, due to the angle of view is why you see the slight drop. They're hijacking and saying that's Earth curve. That's the important bit. How do we know it's not Earth curve? Because we can demonstrate the optical drop, which is a tweet I put before that, as well as angle of view with the third tweet from the last, which Dell did an excellent debunk of. Empirical demonstration, empirical truth debunk. That's it. True and false statements. What we can prove. It's not about what we can convince. There's people who agree and disagree with you. Forget that. Remove. I keep saying that. My slogan is remove agree and disagree from the equation. What can we prove to be true? What can we prove to be false? That's what we should stick on. And I learned that from people like Indio. He knows about this already. He knows about that triangular faulty argument. Rob Skibo, rest in peace, before he died, he corrected a lot of his arguments. I forget there's a couple more that's circulating in the flat earth community that people repeat ad nauseum that is objectively wrong. We can't keep saying things that are false. I don't care who we dunk on, and they don't have nothing to say. It's not about them trapping him. Oh, they got nothing to say. We won. High fives, bro. We're in a spiritual war. We gotta spread the truth. We have the gift of discernment, and if we can dissect some of this stuff to evaluate true and false, we should share that information with as many people as possible. And again, learn more of that from Indio. He has a wealth of information, more than me, way more than me, and he knows some of these faulty arguments. So if you want to learn, follow him right. And I guess that's it. I hope that was enough. Proud. If you have another tweet that you want to review, we could do that. But yeah, that was that.
Yeah, especially if we about the truth too, right? Like we always want to hone in on our position and make sure that we're accurate and not just trying to win something. So I agree.
That tweet was similar to one of the other ones where a glober basically quoted the pictures and was like, excellent example of the horizon rising to eye level. So stuff like this, like arguments like this are frustrating because we, as flat earthers, say that this disproves the curve, and then globers will come behind us and say, no, this proves the curve. And it's like, how can we both feel like this is evidence for our side? Like there should only be one way that this works, or one way that it's possible, or one way that this proves definitively like something is, like the horizon is a certain place, or like I don't know if I'm making sense.
They know it's not evidence for curvature, because where's the curvature? They know it's not evidence for curvature.
Yeah, I agree. They know that it's not evidence. Well, especially those sneaky ones that come here that are suspiciously acting like trolls. But even if they know it's not, it's about it's a numbers game for them. They can't let too many people know about that. If they're have an invested interest, whether they're working for somebody or not, they have an invested interest to not let the numbers grow. So it's a numbers game for them. So they have to stop these arguments no matter what. And like Proud said, there's an equivalence here. It could be the Earth moving or the stars moving. We have other tests. There's other tests that we can do to narrow it down if it's one or the other, Aries, etc. But the optical thing, I'm going to be honest with you, I haven't used Shane's arguments because I'm not thorough in it yet. There's a lot of gaps that I haven't flushed out, and we haven't had free time to talk to him one-on-one to see that. So in my standard is, if I don't know the argument 100% enough to have rebuttals, and when they come, because they will come, I'm not going to use the argument. People can do what they want. That's my standard. So until I understand how Shane isolated for it being one or the other, that it's not Earth curve, that it's definitely field of view, it's definitely optics, et cetera, I will learn from him, and then I'll be more knowledgeable and to educate others. But until then, that's what we need to figure out. How do you isolate one or the other? Is it the stars moving? Is the Earth moving? We already know that with a number of different tests. What about the long distance observations? The Battle of the Beams, excellent one. But there's so many different ones. That's the great thing about these conversations. There's not one angle of attack. There's so many different angles that'll support other arguments. So that's just my 2 cents in that.
Are there laws of optics? I know that sounds like what, but like law of perspective, I guess would be technically law of optics. You got Newton's laws. I guess that falls in the same category.
I think there are those that Newton came with when he thought light were like shooting arrows. Those are the only thing I've read about optics that speaks about law and all these refraction things. The lens is concave and concave lenses and convex lenses, things like that. I don't know any other laws.
Just as far as there had to be a starting point. They had to have a starting baseline when they first started making these laws. There had to be a starting point to say, hey, the horizon rises at eye level. Like they had to start from somewhere
Well, right there,
based on
the
observation.
semantics. Some people say rises with or stays at. You know, it's like what are we defining here? You know.
But most of their sciences, don't they take light to be like a shooting arrow?
But it's definitely not. We know it's not evidence of curvature. It would curve and drop away. It wouldn't just drop negligibly or that minuscule drop they're talking about. It would curve and drop away like as if it was a sphere, which it's not. So it doesn't.
I don't. Which perspective are they claiming that is supporting both the
They'll put a picture,
flat Earth and the
like they'll
globe?
put a picture from the dashboard of an airplane with you see the horizon, and then they put a bottle of water that's filled, so the level looks like it's lower than horizon or above or whatever. It's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, who are you trying to kid with that shit? They don't do that anymore. Not recently. I mean, if the next time it comes up, they'll do it, or they'll put the HUD, the heads up display from a fighter or something, and they'll show horizon or artificial, and then the real horizon. And it's like, who are you kidding? It's classic misdirection. It's like, you're not fooling anybody with that shit. We're in a level stationary environment, and everything you look at, anything you test is going to reflect that.
If Dave gets up here at Stationary Saturday, just remember to ask him. He has a couple of different videos. One on angle of attack, one on angular resolution limit, one on Rayleigh's criteria, and he does a really good job breaking it down for normies coming into this conversation. So if he gets a chance to come up here, remember to ask him those questions. But I'm gonna call it a night. I can't hang tonight, sorry, but it's been good conversations in the beginning of this and everything else. I'm bad at chopping you off, Libra. I just wanted to get that out, and there's been a lot of interruptions with Lester, and I just about had it with all the interruptions. So you're my ninja. But anyway, good night all, and see you on Stationary Saturdays if you're still up. Peace.
Yes, sir. Shout out to X.
Probably not. Feels like we're winding down.
Oh, is Keon still in here?
Yep, I'm here.
I put a video in the chat pill down there. Stars from space. When NASA showed us stars from space, I wanted to see what you think of that one.
The other thing that I completely forgot to mention earlier this evening for Flatter Fridays, Stationary Saturdays now, is the beginning of my pin tweet. There was a guy on TikTok Live. I don't even think he's a flat earther. I think he just records the moon and goes live. And he's sitting in front of his live, recording the moon to all of his, I don't know, chat, I guess. All his viewers.
I'm watching it as we speak.
And then he catches the two lunar waves just randomly out of sync.
Wow.
On TikTok Live.
And it's not even the first time that happened to him. Like, this happened to him a couple times.
That looks like it looked like it could be on a screen. Something about the video, but wow.
Yeah, I had messaged him, and he was saying that his first time seeing that was Crow777, who had posted something like that. So he was like, "Oh shit!" Like, I wonder if this is, something that happens and if I could catch it one day. And he ended up catching it a couple times. So now that's like his whole entire, like that's all his content. It's about that lunar wave, the moon, and what that is. And he still doesn't even know. Oh, sorry, Fikr, go ahead.
Nah, you know more about it than me. Go ahead, give the the back scoop.
Would anybody here really be shocked if we found out we were just looking up at a video of the moon or whatever?
Yeah.
Who here would be really shocked?
I definitely invited him and I told him, it's an open panel. He could come, he could listen, he could grab a mic, he could basically have the floor to tell us everything. And he kind of seemed like he said, that sounds cool, but like my schedule is packed. Like, and not even like, oh, I have to work, I have to kids to tend to. Like, it seemed like he's doing a lot of interviews about this or talking to a lot of people about this. And to make time for this was just like, he couldn't give me a definite time. But yeah, I do think he's a glober. He hasn't at all like agreed with flat earth or anything like that. He doesn't really engage in the flat earth part of it, but that lunar thing to him is very like, it's something that he really is interested in. I'd be interested to know if he thinks people landed on the moon, because like if you believe it's a solid surface, which I do think he does, then you believe that people have gone there if you believe in the globe model. But he has no explanation for that lunar wave, so he doesn't think it's refraction or like atmospheric phenomena.
Turbulence.
Right. He
It's
did think at
uh,
first that it was a plane. Like his first time seeing it, he thought it was a plane going by. And then he zoomed out. He's like, "Wait, ain't no fucking planes outside." Like, what? So his own logic was like stopping him from really thinking through it, but then he really stepped back and like looked at it like, "Yo, that's not a plane. Like that's actually happening to the moon."
in the middle of a TikTok live, not like he's just recording it with, a device. Like he's literally live on TikTok. And now he's like searching for them because it's not something that I guess happens all the time or something. I don't even know.
But I've been hearing for a long time that the moon is a hologram. If this is a constant phenomenon that's observed, it proves this. Then
He
what's
thinks
his
it's
name?
solid because of the craters. I do believe that he believes in like the shadows and the way the shadows form on the moon. He thinks it's a solid surface. I don't think he's ever talked about it being concave or convex or anything like that. So maybe that's another question I'll have for him.
But I think that's part of the interest and the confusion is like, if it appears to be a solid surface, then, how are we getting this horizontal refresh bar? That only happens with projections. And we got Flat Earth Dave up here, but I think Sweet had his hand up. You want to comment on this, Brian?
I saw this video last night and I totally forgot it because we started talking about our new moon that's going to come in and hang out for 56 days and then say, peace out, I got to go, man. But yeah, saw that other one that you posted a few months back. I think that was from that Triple Crow 7, which I still haven't found where he's at, but I'm still figuring out how to do all this stuff. But has anybody, this is not obviously just happening. This has been going on. People got telescopes. Did Galileo or Copernicus see this? What about Einstein? What's going on? Any mention of this ever? There ain't no way some TikToker or some random dude on the internet just sit up and saw this. But yeah, it kind of reminds me of like you said, a projection or whatever. You don't really see it nowadays because cable goes 24/7. Back in the day, man, TVs used to go off the air, and then they have subliminal messages on there says obey your masters. But they would actually go up and down like that. And that's kind of, it's definitely looks like a pulsation there, man. Any globies out there got any explanation for this? I could totally see all these craters and what looks like shadows and stuff, man. I thought it was a rock too, man. But
Keon, you see what I'm talking about? Keon, don't let me down.
What's up? It's okay, man. They once you get used to the.
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Brian. Sorry.
Come over to the good side.
You got 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
We're cooler. I mean, just straight on coolness.
That's for sure.
Nah, but Keon, I was asking, did you see the beginning part of my pin tweet with this lunar wave? The guy was on TikTok live, and then he caught like a horizontal, like 2 horizontal refresh bars. That's how I kind of explain it. But they call it a lunar wave, and it looked like it's some refresher. It's in my pin tweets in the first part before the drop.
Oh yeah, I'm watching it right now.
They're gonna say it's something with the camera that's facing the moon, because I've seen lunar waves. They look more natural. I mean, that could be a lunar wave, but I know what they're gonna say is they're gonna say, it's just the camera. It's just the camera refreshing, or you know what they're gonna say.
This isn't the same one that you posted a few months back, is it, Sacred?
No, this somebody on TikTok live. That's what I'm saying. Like, and it's not even like it happens like at a like a cyclical periodic rate. Like I had to fast forward it because he was sitting there for a long time. So I edited. You'll see it says fast forward. I edited like 5-6 minutes. That's like 6 minutes that go by in that short little fast forward period. And I
thought that was.
Yeah, then he's just talking to his chat. He's like, yeah, you know, here's like, and all of a sudden he sees these 2 bars just come down. Like, he's like, whoa, like, it's not even like that happens like every 30 seconds or every 45 seconds or every 90 seconds. It was just 2 random bars that he was just sitting out watching the moon on TikTok live, bro.
I don't know how anybody want to reconcile that, man.
Yeah, I mean, my question would be like, have we ever recorded lunar waves before?
Dude,
Yes, this in my playlist. There's one, at least one, but it didn't look like that. It looked more. I don't know how to describe it, like natural, like I said. This thing gonna say, "Oh, it's a camera."
Hey, bro, you gotta find a better word. Ain't nothing about this natural, brother.
No, I know it doesn't. I know it doesn't. I mean, saying what I've seen. I mean, lunar waves I've seen in the past look like a wave.
The only thing
like firmament, like it's behind the firmament, the moon. But I know what you're saying. No, it doesn't look natural. It looks like.
The only thing they could possibly say that would make any sense is an earthquake of some sort, and that wouldn't even make sense because it's so
moonquake.
Man, I don't know, man.
I'm gonna let Holistic jump in here, but I mean, you can already see like the atmospheric turbulence. Like you can already see what that looks like as he's like panning across the moon. But then those 2 bars at the end over there, that just looked crazy, man. Like I don't know what would cause that without it being like something cyclical or something that happens. I'm telling you, it's like a whole clip of him just sitting there regular with nothing going on except just the moon. And then just out of nowhere, these 2 bars just drop from the top of the moon. Like, bro, what is this?
And he's like, oh shit.
I had to leave that part.
He's freaked out. You don't know what to do.
This is not a flat earther, by the way. He totally
I have a
believes
question.
that the Earth is a globe. He totally believes, well, according to Proud, he probably believes that they landed on the moon. And now he's like the moon man. And he's like, what the hell is this?
Well, I have a question before Holistic goes really quick. Did anybody? I still have to find it about the new moon coming in or whatever. It looked like someone caught something of an image that looked like if you were being examined in a microscope and you looked up and saw the eye looking down at you, like it looked like someone. I mean, it could be fake. I'm trying to find it. It looked like someone looking at a screen, like they were looking down at us. So I want to know if anybody heard anything about it or saw it. Because it makes a lot of sense. It would make a lot of sense. Like I keep saying, when the moon phases, I think part of it is outside the other liquid medium, the planetarium wall, I call it. So, maybe they're checking our progress or something, or the moon. It has a lot of strange behavior, but that I want to find because it looked weird. It looked like a face looking down at a screen. Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, a lot of weird stuff, man. Go ahead, Holistic.
Yeah, what's up, Sacred? Haven't spoken to you in a while. How's it going?
Yo, chilling. Working on stationary Saturdays.
Nice. So I wanted to say something else, but I guess I'll keep it topical on the moon. But I have grown about 1,000 times more extreme, Sacred, in my crusade against these people. Man, they're trying to mathematize our mothers. Oh my God! It's every field of science. Oh yeah, I'm so sick of the math. But what about the time before the moon? Have you read about any of these histories that seem to line up pretty well? Where whatever the moon is today, there does seem to have been a time where there was no moon, and it's spoken of in the same way everywhere from Japan to the oral histories of the American Indians to the Arcadians to the Greeks write about this. What do you think of that? I think this would line up with I think they call it the vapor canopy, and some people hypothesize the flood, Noah's flood, the Orlando Book flood, the Atlantis flood, the Bronze Age collapse flood, would be the collapse of said vapor canopy. So what the hell is the time before the moon, Sacred?
Yo, that's crazy, right? Because I've heard about that. Like the moon isn't something that's been here the whole time. Like it's something that was added afterwards. One of the main things that I've always thought about is like, okay, if that were true, then what do that say about the Bible religious text? Because it say that the sun and the moon was created at the same time. So if there's some type of civilization that's claiming that the moon wasn't always there, like now I'm a little bit confused on what's going on. Just saying, it's just something that I was thinking about.
Didn't we always have tides?
Well, what's the globe Earth claim for that? Did the moon appear at the same time during the Big Bang?
If we didn't have, don't the moons control our tides, man? Was there a point in our history where I've never heard of this? The moon was never there. I mean, I could see it not being seen because sometimes I go out at night and I don't see the moon, but.
So they call them the Greeks call them pre-Selenites. So there's like terminology that seems to be used consistently. Selenites, I think, means a time where the moon is there. So I think it checks out as pretty. Most scholars think it's like legitimate histories, at least.
Well, the moon controls the tides, allegedly.
That's not correct.
Yeah, no way.
Well, I know it.
Maybe our tides. The people.
I control the tides with my mind, just like the price of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Well, in the Bible, says he created a greater light for the day and a lesser light for the night, but it doesn't say how long in between, like how long the sun was there before they created the moon. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know.
In the Bible, I don't think there's a place they've mentioned them creating the moon specifically.
Well, he did create it on day 4, and a day is 1,000 years. Could have been there. It could have been moonless for 4,000 years.
But if I can say this, like if the moon was not here the whole time, that would mean that it's artificial, right? That somebody brought it here.
Well, remember, it's supposed to be a map of Earth. Remember, maybe it's a warning. Like I said, maybe it is a warning of what could happen. Because
from what I've heard,
that's not for nothing.
some
That's
say
not
it's
just
a
a
spaceship.
coincidence. But it's not just a
spaceship with
coincidence.
a hologram.
It's a map. It's a map up there. It has a dome. It's showing the realm and then what's outside of it in Antarctica. I mean, that's not
Did
a coincidence.
it really ring like a bell? Is that story? You've probably heard that.
I'm starting to think that's
that apocryphal.
I don't know
From
about
what
that
I've
anymore.
heard, the closest story that I've gotten that explain where the moon came from is from a bunch of people who believes that there was galactic wars out here. Then that war spew into Earth, and they created the moon to lock the Earth so that people from outside could not get in and people from in could not get outside. Something like that. That the moon itself is a spaceship used to lock us energetically so that we don't have external interaction with other people.
Right, and that has implications, right? Because it would mean that somebody probably more intelligent brought it here, right? It's like it's not us they're putting up there, someone else.
So according to mainstream science, just real quick, it says that the moon is 4.53 billion years old. The Earth is 4.54 billion years old, and the Sun is 4.6.
You know,
So the numbers are showing that
No,
there
I believe
was
it's
some type of
3.6. I think it's 3.6 million, not 4.6 million.
I
billion,
gotta update the
million,
numbers,
billion.
man. You never know. Gotta update the facts sometime.
I was watching this debate with that preacher guy Ken Hovind, and he was actually going over this, and I want to rewatch it, but he was bringing up. He's like, you guys say the moon is 4.5 billion years old, and he thinks we live on a ball too, and he actually thinks the moon's moving away from us. We got to get him over here, man, because he doesn't.
But why?
Of course, man. He's a truther, but he's a globy, man. It's like, wow, he doesn't. But yeah, he said that the moon could only be a billion years old, around a billion years old.
But like, my question would be, why would the Mayans, for example, they talk about this, right? And other civilizations. Somebody said this earlier. I can't remember who. But like, why would they tell the story if it's if it's not real?
Better question about those Mayans is, how did they know anything, man? They had monkey brains, and they weren't as technologically advanced as we did, and they built some massive pyramids and stuff, man. That have a snake go up, the shadow of a snake go up in one equinox, and the shadow go down on the other equinox. And I just don't think you luck into that. I think you need the skills there, man. So I want to know how they were smart, man. So it's cool, these Mayans and stories and stuff, but I want to know why they were smart, because I don't think they were unintelligent.
I think there have been research on Earth intentionally. I think there was a time they shifted the poles, which make technology to be non-functional when the north becomes the south. When someone intentionally does that, the lands would shift and things will no longer work. I think that happened on Earth, and it also, I think it relates with the moon, because even I've heard people claiming that there was a time when women didn't have menstrual cycle, but all these things start appearing when the moon came along. It has affected a lot of things, including our lifespan. And we hear these stories that
Where
God
did you
said
read
that.
that about the menstrual
Yeah?
cycle? That's interesting.
Yeah. Women are not supposed to have menstrual cycle. A woman who has a balanced emotional body, they don't go through these menstrual cycles. They control it.
Well, the
Women,
menstrual cycle
they are
is
not
the
in
most
control of them.
robust
As a
detox
woman,
mechanism.
I beg to differ with your conclusions.
No, it has nothing to do with your conclusion. You are not a yogi. You have not tapped into your spiritual capacity. The waves of the moon is still guiding your emotions. So you'll follow its wave guides, but not your own will.
Hold on, before we get into that, right? I want to see if Flat Earth Dave had anything to offer, and then we'll slide over to Axel, and then Chrissy gonna close it off with some rationale for you men out here.
What's up, guys?
Dave, what's good, bro?
Hey, man. I heard you said when Dave gets up here, there's a lot of Daves, but I presumptively assumed that you were speaking about me.
That's right.
Okay. I mean, I'm not the only Dave, though. I don't know, going backwards, I forget some of the things that I wanted to comment on, but the moon controlling the tides is a half truth, because it's not. I believe that the moon affects the tides electromagnetically, not gravitationally. And the way to prove that is when there's a new moon, that means the moon in the heliocentric system is lined up with the sun. So you have the sun's gravity and the moon's gravity pulling on the oceans, but the tides are lower than they are when the moon is across from the sun. So you'd have a push and a pull at the same time. You'd have pulling from both directions. And so when there's a full moon, there's higher tides.
And if the moon affects the tides, like, they say, and I think it does too in some sort of fashion, but if they're saying it does, and if it wasn't there, and this is the heliocentric model saying the moon controls the tides, but if it wasn't there, did we not have tides at one point in time?
Well, I don't know the answer to that but there's also a thing called tidal nodes. They're all over the earth, all over the oceans, and there's areas that have no tide, and then high and low tides circle around that point of no tide. that completely destroys the gravitational tidal model. And it shows us that we don't know a whole lot about the reasons of the tides. Have you guys looked into what's the channel's name? It's in the tide section on the frequently asked questions page on the app. A guy did an analysis. He's super smart. I'm spacing on his name, and about the fountains of the deep, where the Earth is breathing in and out twice every day.
The four rivers. I was going to
Well,
ask
no,
you
that would be a result of what this guy talks about. But it's I can see the name. It's on the tip of my mind. If anyone that has the app, if you go to the frequently asked questions page, scroll down to the bottom row. There's a tides button, bottom or second to bottom, and then it's the first few videos in that playlist. It's actually really good, and it's about the fountains of the deep. And again, a lot of historical religious books talk about the fountains of the deeps. So it's interesting, and again, our understanding of the tides is slightly more than our understanding of the sky, but neither one of them negate the measurements of the physical Earth.
Hey Dave, can you comment on the lenses inside of these telescopes and instruments? You said something recently about how they mimic the way the eye works. I've heard that before, but I don't quite. Is that like a real thing? They engineer these tools to work like the eye in order to obfuscate or something, or is that?
I don't know if I don't think I actually commented exactly on that. Now the lenses are curved and our eyes are curved. We've all heard that argument, and that does affect the way that we see, but it's not the reason that things look curved. Like when you look out at a perfectly calm ocean where you have nothing blocking your vision from 180 degrees, that line is curved. It's not straight. It's flat, but it's curved. And then if you draw a straight line across that photo, that picture, that image, whatever it is that you're looking at, you will see a what you want to call a hump, but you'll see a section in the middle of the picture that sticks out farther than the edges. That's not Earth curvature. That is curvature of vision, because we see in the same distance in all directions. So think of this. You're on the ocean, you're looking out at the horizon, it looks really flat. And then we can, we know that the distance to the horizon is actually shorter than our left field to our right field. And we're like, how much curvature has to be there? And flat earthers are saying, if the Earth was curved, there'd be a hump, but that's not true, right? So if you drew a line from your eyes straight forward to 12 o'clock to the horizon, it's X distance. You have that, whatever that distance is. And then if you drew a line from your eyes to 2 o'clock, but hitting that straight line, and then 3 o'clock, that those lines are getting longer and longer. Well, we don't see farther and farther. We see the same distance in all directions. So it's like putting your head in the middle of a hula hoop. That hula hoop is your horizon. It's not a hump. It's flat, but it's curved. So, and the way our eyes work and telescopes work the same is, I thought of this on a show the other day. I don't know if you guys heard it. And, people say we might be in some sort of a simulation. In a video game, you only what's on the screen in the situation you're in is what renders. Things that are beyond that screen aren't rendered yet. Well, that's exactly how we see. Like we look out at the horizon, it's empty, but we take our attention and focus it out there, and we zoom in out there. All of a sudden, boats, they just start rendering, and buildings start popping up, and everything just starts rendering into our reality. And things in the distance have very little detail, but as you bring your attention closer and closer to them, they get more and more detailed. So more and more data is added to them. When you're looking at a building 50 miles away, it's just a flat blob. You don't really see much detail. But as you get closer and closer, all of a sudden you start seeing the corners and the windows and the items inside the windows. And and everything, it literally renders just like a video game would render. And it doesn't exist in your visual range until you bring your attention there.
But if someone else is playing the game, it's being rendered for them if they're closer to that building or if they're on the
How do you
outside
know
of the
that they're
building.
not just another character in the game? You're the only player, you know? You don't do it. But again,
because they curse and shit and
yeah, but that's okay. So maybe we all have our own video game. I'm not saying we live in a physical world, but it sure behaves like a virtual, a virtual world. It behaves, it renders like a video game would render. But it is a physical world, and I can prove it. If I was there, I could punch you in the shoulder and it would hurt.
Well, would you say the rendering mechanism would be the primacy of the senses? I think, like the tree falling in the woods, there is no sound unless there's a sense organ. Yeah,
If a tree fell in the woods and nobody was there to see it, did it really fall?
It's like I'm looking in a direction right now, but I can't really see if there's really anything behind me. Is there anything really behind me until I look behind there?
Yeah, these are all fun questions. I think that our field of awareness, literally, there is stuff behind me, even though I'm not looking at it. But 20 miles away, I can't render anything. I can't. There's not enough data, and maybe that's just the way our minds work. Because if we could render everything, we wouldn't be able to move. Like if you could see all of the stuff that was happening around you on all of the wavelengths, you wouldn't be able to drive a car or walk down the road because you'd be too distracted. Our minds filter out all the extraneous stuff to allow us to navigate through this three-dimensional physical reality that we're living in.
And a great example of that, have you've heard of the dancing bear experiment, right?
Yeah.
And that's it right there. We focus on everything else, and it just filters out the stuff that our brain doesn't feel important at the time. We're focused on one thing, and the dancing bear can just go right by us. And
it's like if you've ever done ayahuasca or DMT, it pulls the veil back, and all of a sudden you can see the stuff that's going around. I couldn't imagine walking through town, being able to see that much stuff. It's just, our brains and the way we see and the way we interpret data is it's fascinating. It's fascinating. So, your attention, energy flows where attention goes. Is that the saying? And that's really, really true. And it shows everything in your life is what you pay attention to, where you let that energy. And this world is an energetic world, and everything is connected energetically. You guys have heard of the thing where they take a drop of blood and move it to the other side of the world, but it's still connected to that person. Quantum entanglement, I think it's called. That stuff is real. It's amazing. Like where we go when you touch something, when you have intimate relationships with somebody, you are quantumly entangled forever. It's amazing.
What's the effect on the blood?
Would you consider
how do they do the test?
perception is a learned behavior, and we have more modes of perception than we're using, but we're just using this because it's the only one we're used to using. I'm sure our ancestors who used to hunt during the dark, they awakened some perception that we don't awaken. They tapped into their dreams because they didn't sleep long like us. Basically, the arrangement of the things they perceive is not the same as us. And we'll hear them talking about dragons, fairies, and all these other things we will not understand. But they are still here. But how the modern society, we have taught ourselves to perceive and pick specific information, makes us blind to other information.
When
you take ayahuasca, I'd just like to add, when you take ayahuasca and all those other things, even weed, all it does, it either slows your perception or make it faster. For example, if you want to awaken a different perception in yourself, try remembering an event. By remembering that event happening slowly or faster, you'll start picking more information that is in that event that you're not perceiving, because you'll be training your senses to pick more data than you usually pick. But there's usually more things encoded in the events we perceive, but we only see what we focus on.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was you that just mentioned a few minutes ago that women didn't have periods or don't need to have their menstrual cycles. I've never heard that, but that's very interesting. It's something I definitely would look into. But I just know that I don't think that people used to eat. I think that we used to all just get energy from the sun and from the earth. And if you look at all of the old buildings from the old world, there's giant buildings, 500 rooms and 0 bathrooms, or 1 bathroom. It's like, wait, what's going on here? Don't tell me they had outhouses when they built palaces that were incredible. I think that this world was something very, very different. And then you mentioned dragons. That's another thing. If any of you, I mean, dragons were real, are real, and they've removed them from our history. On the app, if you go to the images section and just type in dragons, I have a snapshot of a 1920 something dictionary where you look up dragons and it says now very rare. It doesn't say extinct. It doesn't say fictional. It says now very rare.
I found a few dragons out there. There's one on the East Coast with that the ones the Mayans like there with the plumes on there.
Oh man, there's so many. But just the fact that it was in dictionaries, it says now very rare.
They had to be. I mean, you just don't make up some mythical dragon and put it on your zodiac when you got a panda bear out there.
Well, you got 12 other real animals and 1 fake animal. That's what I would do if I was making a zodiac. I'd have 1 fake one just to screw everybody up.
And they got the panda. They could have put the panda bear up there. That's all I'm saying.
Pandas aren't real.
They're totally real. I see them.
They're not real in nature. They're a man-made monstrosity. They
and
don't
the
live
only
in
reason
nature.
why they're alive is because humans are keeping pandas alive.
They're the best. They got the best camouflage. I heard they're totally good. And it could have been on the zodiac, but
they look vertical, like the what's it called? The bamboo forest. Exactly. They blend so well in that bamboo forest. Oh my god.
They're canine. They are canine, right? They are canine. That's what I want to ask Mr. X too. Like, when I say canine, what do you think of? Just dogs, or do you think of bears and wolves? And because regular bears are canine. I'm curious about pandas now.
Interesting.
I think Axel was next, and then we were going to slide to Chrissy.
Good. I'll keep quiet unless somebody has a question for me.
Bears aren't canine; they're ursine. And 3 other points in no particular order. The Mayans, much of their stuff was lost for obvious reasons, but they did seem to have rather sophisticated astronomical observations, and so they had come to a theory that was very similar to European theory at roughly the same time. They kept track of the planets. They had a theory of epicycles and stuff like that. Some people claim, I think without a lot of evidence, that they on their own had come to a heliocentric model, but I'll leave that to the experts. Moving backwards into what we were talking about, people were talking about, most religions have theories about where the sun and moon come from, right? They're not there at the beginning. They had to show up at some point. Even, Christianity, even the Abrahamic religions, it's the same thing. Sun and moon weren't there from the beginning. They get created on the 4th day. Someone else said that. I might have my own days in Genesis wrong. So if that's wrong, I apologize. So, that in its own way is not that unusual. I know in Greek mythology, there's sort of this division between the Titans and the gods, where the Titans are kind of like the physical objects and the gods are kind of their personifications. So like the Greek Titan of the moon, Selene, or in Rome, Luna, is sort of like the physical moon, and then later Artemis or Minerva. No, damn it, I can't remember what the Roman goddess of the moon is, but they're sort of more the personification of the moon. And then the last thing I was going to say is sort of scientifically, not a whole lot of evidence for this, but the the general theory is that early in the development of the solar system, the, I guess, primordial Earth was hit by another large planetoid, which caused the cores of the two planetoids to combine and some of the excess material to form our moon. I mean, this is their explanation. I don't find this terribly convincing, but this is their explanation for why the Earth has such a larger metal core compared to the other planets in the solar system that are roughly our size. And the name for that primordial planet is traditionally Theia, which is the Titan of divine light, which is the mother of Helios and Selene, the Titans of the sun and moon. So that was what I had to say. I yield the floor.
I posted up top a couple links of the ancient civilizations that, you know, make claims of the moon not being in the sky at some point in time.
Did they have tides?
Yeah. Personally, I believe the tides are caused by the vortices of the Earth and other vortices that are influenced by the larger vortices. That's why it's not universal principle that you can get even in a place in an ocean and it's calm. It's normal because the force that makes the water to want to rise up is not there. The vortex is, like I was explaining the other day, depending on how the angle of the axis is in relation to the surface, it determines whether it will be able to pull the water up or not, and then the velocity of the spin of the vortex too. So these things usually vary, it's not universal, and don't think it has anything to do with the moon.
The vortex is in the Arctic Circle.
I'm talking about the Earth's vortex. I'm not speaking about the actual, like, you know, we're not on a globe, but the Earth itself has its own vortex of energy.
May I? So, to address the women don't menstruate, of course, if you read a lot of mythology, like I did, because I love it, and I wandered off many paths. Yeah, if you go further away from God, you lose your God given right to carry babies, so you won't menstruate anymore. Even cats and dogs menstruate. You can't breathe life into beings without having this relationship with blood. And if you read your Bible carefully, it's going to tell you that in hell there is no blood because there is no life. So if you don't menstruate as a woman, you have a problem, a spiritual problem and a physical one. Usually it's cancer in the physical realm. That's one. For a second, I was gonna say, everyone, I found a lot of stuff at my school with dragons and stuff, even in traditional Romanian architecture, which I never saw before, as they usually looked like plants, but now I can see the little dragons. They're like everywhere. Like literally everywhere. It's kind of fascinating. Um, and as for, we were discussing mythology, right? If we discuss Greek mythology, you have to understand where it came from. They didn't have it when they came to Europe. They imported it from the Pelasgian people, my people. We believed in one God, and then they invented all that shit. Why did they invent all that shit? To explain themselves some phenomenon. So, if you read ancient Greek, if you go to the ancient Greek mythology texts, you'll find that the first god was actually a serpent egg. And then you, through their genealogy, because it's like they had children and children and children and children and children, you will understand that it's just a satanic vision on the world. A world that became out of nothing, out of a serpent's egg. Exactly like the Big Bang. That's why they call everything with the names of gods. Because it's the same It's the same tactic. Tell you nothing and let you wonder in awe on the magical mysticism of the mystical priests. They did it in Egypt, they did it in Greece, they did it everywhere, really. They even hijacked Christianity and did the same. You have to understand that other cultures, if you look at their history, they all have a flat earth model. But you can see that the the concept of heliocentrism came from Heliopolis, a place where they literally worshipped Apollo. You have to understand who Apollo is, and then look at his father, look at his grandfather, look at his great grandfather, and go back to the egg of a serpent, and then you'll understand how they see the world. So if you want to talk mythology, study it. Like literally do your research. Study it very carefully. Go back in time. Figure it out. It's quite plainly. It's a big deception. And you can see exactly where when historical figures tried to course correct, like tried to tell the truth or try to get close to God. And what happened to the peoples that tried to do that? What usually happened to them? They were attacked. They were destroyed. Their houses were burned. They were invaded. That's what happens. You can see it all throughout history, even this modified version of history that they keep pushing, right? But they can't hide everything. They need to leave breadcrumbs. They're obligated. It's their belief that the karmic system exists, which does not, because we don't know God's agenda, and we don't know how God reaches guilty or not guilty verdict, right? So we don't know. They believe in the karmic system. I don't believe. That's Satanism. But in their belief, they need to inform you. So they need to leave some parts of the truth visible, right? So they will leave you breadcrumbs. But if you follow them and you create your own little tree that connects all the dots, you will find it. And I wanted to thank Dave for the app. It's awesome. I can't wait to add friends. Thank you. And that's it.
Fun.
Yes, Chrissy, I had a menstrual question. Is that right?
Sure. I'm an open book.
So my understanding is that the menstrual cycle, at least right now, is one of the most robust detox mechanisms of humans. That's
Yeah.
perhaps why
Yeah.
women's may live a bit longer.
Yeah.
Because you saw all these women shedding their decidual cast, like when they were getting all these injections.
You have to understand.
So a lot of women don't realize if they're having like a huge, massive, like heavy flow, they're extremely toxic, and that's like a rare fact that people need to
It's
consider.
like a purge. I did this last year. I found out about the kids, and we all know about the kids. And I cried myself to sleep. I didn't sleep, but I cried and prayed. And I was on my period. You have to understand, period is it's our fallen response to divinity, right? Because only God can create life. But women's wombs are the vehicle for His creation, right? It says it in the Bible, right? He created me in my mother's womb, right? So, in order to create life, you need to purge yourself. And you need to purge yourself every 28 days because this whole reality is a clock. If you don't purge yourself every 28 days, you have a problem. You're not doing what God made you to do. So, this in the Bible is called a curse, but it's not really a curse. It's kind of like God extending himself extending himself to us. So you will sacrifice this pain and you will suffer through this so you can be able to bring life into my world or something like that. So you do sacrifice because periods can be painful, right? Proud, you can tell me if they're not. They can be painful, right? They can sometimes be very heavy and sometimes not, depending on what you eat, on what you do, on what you think. Your thought process affects your period too, depending on the moon, depending on the men you're with, depending on the females you're with. So everything's interconnected. It's not only a physical purge, it's also a spiritual purge. And I do encourage women during their period to fast, like really fast, like try their best to fast, like eat an apple, don't eat other stuff, eat some honey on that day, don't go
Stay
eat
away from
shawarma.
meat.
You prefer meat?
No, stay away
Meat.
from meat.
Yeah, stay away from meat and
Sometimes
eat meat
caffeine,
after, because after you need the, how it's it
iron.
called, the
Yeah.
iron, yeah, and the vitamin B12 that you lose during the period. So during the period you should purge, and after the period you should eat meat, and healthy meat preferably. So it's a far more complex subject than
Can I
medicine
ask you a question
activities.
before you wind up on this topic?
Yeah.
Do you also think that it's normal for women to have labor pains? Is that part of God's plan?
I didn't say it's normal for women to have labor pains. I
I'm
didn't
just
say
asking
that.
if you're familiar with it, and it's not a must a woman to go through labor pains. The pain
I
actually
believe
caused by
I
something.
Yes, I believe the pain is from God. That's why we
yeah.
even
Not only that,
our wisdom
if
teachers let's go through
if
pain
you
as well.
if you're pure of spirit and if you love your baby, I believe God will deliver that baby and you will feel nothing. I've heard plenty of women from like my rural parts of the country that didn't feel any birthing pains and had 10 children, 12 children.
Me, I
So it's
know women
all
who are
about
like that.
it's all about how you are. Right now I can never birth naturally because I took the
But you
vax
see,
and I
I
had
wanted
an
to explain,
intervention.
you know, that pain,
But
so that you see it links with the menstrual thing. Do you know that
no, it's
pain is
about
coming
how
because
your vibration is.
when you have a child out of lust and not out of love, the pain is to remind you of the love of creation. But if you had
I
out of
could
love,
be.
you'll be having joy instead of
I
pain.
believe in God,
You'll be
not
having
creation.
labor joy instead of labor pains.
I believe in God, not creation.
No, that's not
We
the
are not
question.
created.
See, but
I've
that's
not
what I
questioned if
won't
you
get
believe in God
behind.
or not. But you understand, you said the mind. Your mind is what controls the clock in your body, which they call
No, it's
menstrual
your
or whatever.
soul, not
Huh?
your mind, because your mind can be a vegetable and you can still birth a child.
Do you know what
It's
is a
not a
mind?
mind, it's a soul. It's your soul. This is the soul system. This
What is
isn't
a
the
soul?
mind system. It's the
No, what is a
soul.
soul? I just want to clarify. You mean what when you say
What
these
do you
things?
think
What
you
do you
are?
consider a
What
soul?
are you? What are
Me,
you? Are you the
me, I'm a
voice in your
conscious
mind?
being
Are you the
experiencing
voice
physical
that speaks to
reality.
me?
Pardon?
So are you the voice that's speaking to me, or are you the voice inside your head? Which one of you
No,
is you?
me. I'm all those
Mm.
things. I'm everything. What do you mean? I'm the air I'm breathing. The air you're breathing might be having the oxygen
See,
that
you're
came out of my
missing my
mouth.
point. You're missing it entirely.
Who's
You're
speaking
missing
is
it.
what
I'm
she
not
wants to know.
separated. I'm trying to understand. You understand? I don't see anything separated.
It's a
I'm one in
simple
everything.
question. Which is
Yeah.
you? The voice that speaks with me right now, or the voice inside your head? Which is you?
The one that's causing me to breathe, that is me.
That could be.
So that could be. It's usually what I think. It's the soul. It's the something that controls both
But you need to understand
everything
the
and
soul,
anything.
how I perceive the soul is not how you
The soul has
people in the
actually been
religion
measured. It
perceive.
has
For
40,
example,
14 grams.
to me, even a grass has a soul. Even a mountain has a soul. It's not only limited to human beings. You people like talking about hell. What happens to a chicken when it dies? Does it go to hell or heaven? Or does it have a soul? People confuse spirit, mind, and soul. These are not the
Spirit
same
is
thing.
one thing, soul is another. Spirit is
The
one thing
soul
and
can
soul is
contain all of
another.
these things.
A spirit is something, a
The
soul
soul is
is
what
another.
branches to become a spirit. The spirit is what branches to become a mind. The mind is what might develop physically to be a brain.
In what kind of culture are we discussing? Because if we go to the Ainu civilization or Japanese civilization or Chinese civilization or even ancient Greek, the soul is
Yeah, I'm
different
talking about,
from the
let me
spirit.
give it to you, a Bantu culture. I'm an African.
Well, you're an African and you're very well versed in just your own. I'm
No,
very
I'm not
well
just
versed
versed in
in
my own. I
everyone
read
else's.
everyone's. I read all
So the
cultures, all
soul and a
mythology.
spirit are different things. So
Pardon?
grass can have spirit. Also, the whole world can have a spirit. It can be a spirit. It can be a spirit. It can be imbued by God with spirit. A soul is something else.
What is it?
And you need to understand it, and I can't explain that to you because I would waste hours and you'll still not get it.
No, I want to get it. You're saying you can't explain it. You haven't even tried
Well,
it.
I can explain it, but why should I waste hours? You need to research it yourself and you need to come to
Me,
that
I've told you
conclusion
what I know, the
yourself.
soul. The soul is what branches to become the spirit, what branches to
No,
become the mind.
spirit is
The soul
something less than
contains,
soul.
the soul is a
You
body
don't
of
understand the
experience.
English language.
Hmm?
Soul and spirit
Hmm.
are not synonymous. They're not synonymous. They don't mean the
In
same thing.
Hinduism, they call it Atma. In India, in what is it called? In ancient Egypt, they had a similar name, something
They
Atman,
have
something like that.
four,
They talk about
in
it.
ancient Egypt, there were 4 aspects of the soul.
No,
And the
there are
most
9
important
aspects
was
of the
Ka.
soul. In
4.
Egypt, there are 9, not 4.
4.
9.
4. 4.
Okay, name those 4.
Off the top of my head, I only remember Ka and Sehet.
Those are
But
just
I know
3.
it's
It's
4
9.
because no, I know
Iskaraba,
it's
Sechura. It's up to 9. 9 syllables. It's not just that.
but those
Ka
were
is part
not
of the
part of the
spirit.
soul. Those are
But the
part
soul
of the
is not a
body
spirit.
too. Oh my god.
Hmm?
Oh my god.
Chrissy, so
9
you
parts
know the
make a
original.
human. 4 parts make a soul. When you die, those 4 parts go to Anubis.
No,
It's
that is just a myth
no.
explaining something. It doesn't have to require Anubis or anything. You need to
Oh my
understand
god.
mythology. In Egypt, they also had different priesthood. They don't all believe the same thing. When I went to the temple of Amun, do you think they'll be doing the same thing they're doing in the temple of Isis? Do you think they'll be doing the same thing they'll be doing in the temple of Sobek? They'll be doing different things. They're not practicing the same thing. It's just like how India
They
is
all
today.
were
They have
born.
different
They all
sampradayas.
were
The
born
Shivites do
from
their
mud,
own
right?
things. Huh?
All Egyptians, all Egyptian gods and goddesses were born from mud, right? They were
Including the
all born.
Adam. What was Adam made out of?
I'm not
Even the
talking
word
about
Adam
Adam.
means
We're
red,
talking mythology
dam.
here. All
No,
the
the
gods and
mythology, they have a
goddesses.
meaning to it. The mythology, they're not
Do all
based out of
do
common
all
sense.
the
Most of the
gods and
mythology
goddesses do
explain
all the
cosmology.
do all the gods and goddesses are born from mud?
No, me, I was born from my mother and I am a god too. So not all the cases.
all of the of the Egyptian pantheon has one mother. That mother is Maat.
No,
Yes, it is, and she's the
they are,
sky goddess. And the father is I forget his name, the troglodyte that looks very creepy, and that's the
who was the
earth
spinner
part.
of the wheel? Let's go back to the story of the creation. Who was the
You
potter
need
in the
to
Egyptian
study more,
mythology?
and
Hmm?
I'm really, really tired of this discussion.
You wanted to.
Well, the
I'm saying this
Greeks would
because
bully us.
I'm only bringing this conversation because I'm trying to make you understand what I believe the soul is. You are just bringing it to relate, labeling it what I'm not saying
No,
it is.
you don't
But I don't
understand
really have to go into any
the
myth to
term
explain.
soul in English. You don't understand the difference between spirit and soul in the English language to begin with.
Okay,
So you
what is
don't
a spirit
understand
to
the
you?
semantic meaning of the word. And that's how people have lost their ways entirely. Now women are men, for Christ's sake.
In English, they don't even try to clarify there's a difference between the mind and the brain. What do you mean? English is
Yeah,
the least
but it
adequate
is.
language you
But it
can say
is.
to
In the
explain
English language
metaphysical
it is.
concepts. Yeah?
It is. It is a difference between the brain and the mind. Look it up in a
But does the language
in
really
an English
clarify
dictionary.
that?
But it is defined differently. The fact that
No.
you don't know the language does not excuse you from using the words wrongly. So a soul and a spirit are two different things, and a ghost is a different thing. Everything has meaning. Every word
So,
has a
to you,
spiritual
let me
meaning.
ask you, when you're talking about gods and all this, what do you consider God? And what do you consider this big God with capital G? What's your difference? Where is it coming from?
The creator, the one God, the true God,
So, the creator
the
is not
one
God. There are
true
many gods,
God.
but there's only one creator.
No, no,
Stop
they're not
confusing these
any
things.
gods. There's no other God. They're
Gods
just
are created beings.
mysticism and Satanism rebranded. That's all it
No,
is.
Satanism is just something recently made by
No,
who's this
it
guy?
was there
Templars
from
are
the
the ones who
beginning.
started these things with
No,
Baphomet, Muhammad.
no,
It
no.
doesn't go
If
way
I
back
can
like you
show
people
you an
portray it to be.
Apollo, I can show you an Apollo statue and you will see Baphomet.
Do you know
Shut up.
Apollo? For example, you are looking at these symbols that you know the meaning. When you see that pole, it represents the phallus, which is the wand, the magical wand. It talks the principles of creation. Like when you go into India, they usually have this pillar. What do they call it? Shiva Linga.
It represents the phallus, and if you look below that Shingvalinga, it's something that looks like a yoni. It represents the womb. They're talking about the concepts of the masculine and the feminine parts of creation. It has nothing to do that they are worshipping a pole. That's what the people who are Templars who are killing people, saying that they were pagans, that were using these excuses to kill people, labeling everything that does not fit their belief as evil or against their god.
It is evil. It is.
So you kill
It
me.
is. No, it is because it kills people.
It
If they
doesn't
do
kill
it,
people. What do you
if they
mean?
sacrifice children for their deities, it's evil. They all
Which
did it.
people? You need to be specific. Which
All the
culture? Which
ancient
priest was doing
civilization
this
did
thing?
it.
Don't
Greeks
just
did
label
it.
everything because it
Greeks
was
did it.
propaganda that was being pushed
Egyptians did it.
by Catholic priests
Egyptians
at that
did it.
time.
Hindus did it. They
Who
all
did
did
it?
it.
You say Hindus did it. Which Hindus? You know there are many Hindus.
I don't care if this sect or that sect. They all believe
So
the
don't just
same
label everyone,
mysticism.
because the most peaceful people I know is Hindus. They are the least judgmental people. Me, Christians and Muslims are the most judgmental, less accommodative to new ideas. They're always judging, thinking they are better than everyone else.
I see it in you right now. The less judgmental. Yeah. You don't know
Yeah?
the meaning of the word soul. You don't know the meaning of the world's spirit. You're using every which way. You told us that yogis can stop their menstrual cycles, and that's a good thing.
You can too.
So
It's not
excuse
bad.
me.
For
Excuse me.
example, let me ask
Excuse
you, what do you
yourself.
understand a yogi is? Even your Christ was a yogi. Just read your
No, he
Bible keenly
wasn't.
and
And
understand it.
stop. Take Christ out of your mouth right now.
Is it your name? It's a title. What do you mean? That name is even found in the Egyptian temples. It's not your own. It's not something you possess. It's way older than your religion.
I want to start. I want
Della,
to
can
start
I get?
redirecting
Go
back
ahead.
to the conversation.
Yeah, Sacred. I was just gonna tell our friends here that the Greeks in a situation like this, they would bully all of us right now in both sides, and they would be like, "You need to get back to speaking like a common sense human, and stop even speculating on these metaphysical abstractions with no criteria for proof." Now, this is just a byproduct of multiculturalism. All this dispute, because they were interested, the original Greek skeptics, in a eudaimonistic philosophy of life, meaning an orderly life, a happy life. So this is sort of like related to Einstein, what he was doing, going beyond anything that could ever be proven, warping number lines. They would bully Einstein so bad, they would write poems about him. They would do plays. They would be like, "Shut up, retard." There's like very interesting philosophy how to defend against these people who want to make the sun like a trillion, badillion, bazillion
Yeah,
miles big.
especially Aristotle. He has a lot of writings on how to demount fallacies, and he always tells you the same old thing. Look at the meaning of the words. If you read a lot of Aristotle, that's exactly what's going to be drilled into your mind. You need to understand the words. If you don't understand the words, you know not what they're speaking. It's very fascinating to read him.
Well, Saker, can I ask you a question? It's very general, but it's something. I guess I'll just ask it. So what is the general sense of what a description is, and what authority it has, in relation to causation? Is everybody on the same page, or do people differ? Because even with the prediction, my opinion is that's just a one level more abstracted description of a future event. So prediction, in my opinion, has nothing to do with anything but another description. So no causation. Is that like unorthodox, or do you think that even matters? Because I have heard a lot of people talking about predictions today. And I can never quite grasp what they're getting at. Nobody speaking. I'll be right back in here.
I don't get the question. Can you repeat? I don't understand it.
Sager, you can't hear holistic?
What is he asking?
Sacred, can you hear anybody?
Yeah, I'll try to clarify. I heard someone ask. They didn't get the question. So
I
the
don't even
question
know
is,
if you can
what
hear
is?
us.
Was someone else speaking? Sorry.
Can you hear Sacred? Ugh, I'm tired. I don't know if you can hear him to answer your question.
He's on mute.
Well,
Showing
Flirt,
he's
you
on
asked
mute.
about the laws of the eye. I think there's one that's like it's 3,000 times its own diameter is what the eye can resolve. So, like a 1-inch penny can be resolved by the average eye 3,000 inches away. I think it's something like that.
We were talking about like the horizon, rising eye level, and I was thinking like, aren't there laws for these? But I think we kind of like settled on the laws of perspective being basically the laws of optics.
Guys, can we talk about these particle collider boys, people? These guys, I think all of modern science might just be money laundering. These people are just, they're smashing concepts into each other. They're taking measurements, they're telling us we're doing stuff. They're not giving us the data so we can even possibly replicate it. As if we have a $10 trillion quote particle collider thingy. Show me a particle you're colliding in the first place, retard. It's like they're just looking for ways to bilk the taxpayer funds. That's my current thinking.
I can confirm that. I'm working with a research institute, and from what I see, it's just money laundering. I haven't run a single program because I want to do stuff for real, and apparently you don't get funding for real stuff, only for fantasy shit. So I can confirm that's all it is.
My
I'm a
friends are like,
director. I know my shit.
you think you're smarter than like the physicists and the doctors? I'm like, well, first of all, yes. Most of them don't know how to think. They're retards. Second of all, show me an atom that you're smashing in the first place, and tell me what the difference between mass and weight is. If you could just do that one thing, I would be open to like listening to these people. But they're so deluded in their mathematization of everything, which is to say nothing but to describe something. Like they don't even realize all they're doing is saying a car going 100 miles per hour will be 100 miles away and won't. Wow, so amazing. It's like they want me to be impressed by this. And I'm like, yes, the fact that I can realize this little game you're playing is just model fitting. And I've been looking a lot into statistics lately, Sacred, and I'm starting to figure out exactly how they're aligned with a lot of these statistics. Because it's always obvious, like it doesn't fit exactly, but to figure out exactly how they're lying and the mechanisms they're using to obfuscate the methods, that's always the task. But yeah, I'll just
May
leave it
I?
there.
Just to make your day a little happier, you understand the concept of architecture, right, in buildings as a practical science, right? It could be a practical science, right? We build
Yeah.
buildings, right? Let me tell you this. This week, a colleague of mine, whoever is interrupting is not nice. A colleague of mine told the rest of the world that she is researching for her PhD the fact that climate change is destroying buildings by melting the stone. Climate change is melting the stone, people. I've worked 10 years for my PhD, and this is my future colleague. Oh my God. My God. Please enjoy the show. You can't make this shit up.
Well, Chrissy, I'm starting to think that it's across all sciences. It's hard to fit how to like verbalize it, but it's all the same problem. Like they're attempting to go beyond anything. Like they're just attempting to mathematize. That's all they're doing. It's like they're getting
But
nowhere.
climate change.
Yeah,
Climate
but
change. Do you understand the concept? Climate change, melting rocks. We are architects. We know rocks. What?
well, this is why AI is impossible, because the climate is a complex system. Like every complex system, it cannot be mathematized. This is why like our smartest people are spinning their wheels trying to create driverless cars. But I mean, this has been known since David Hume, since Sextus Empiricus. It doesn't matter how much data you have. It doesn't matter how much compute you have. P could equal NP. This is my concern. All our smart people are spinning their wheels, getting exhausted, trying to like create computer board number stuff that literally is impossible, in my opinion.
Yeah, and they forget practical stuff like climate change
Like,
isn't
stop
just wind
teaching the kids
blocks.
about anal sex in the schools. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, Sacred. I'm done.
Me too, Sacred.
They're just trying to mathematize the grandmas. We got to stop them, Sacred.
They made sure people they lost all the important skills with this artificial system they have created. Now people are going to get jobs to create useless things that they never needed, and they've forgotten how to live on off the land by themselves, how to extract the metals by themselves. So they are crippled. They are crippled, and they have to
How to
depend on the system.
bake bread. How to bake bread. Romanian people used to bake bread 5 days a week. Now we buy it from like Turks. We fought the Turks for 2,000 years not to come here, and now we're buying their bread. You can't make this shit up.
Mic check, mic check.
They call that industrialization.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Nice. What's up, Chrissy? It's a new perspective. Yeah, it's you can't make this shit up. It just makes you think if there are outer ponders or another civilization that is way more advanced on the Earth, a lot of that would make a lot more sense. Because if it was the only place, right, with all the only the area that we're told about, you'd think that they would invest more in the people to make sure that the place doesn't go to shit, right? The education. I mean, misinforming the people just lets them keep control, of course, still. But I mean, it's obviously just limiting our ability to put one and one together so that they can keep control. But if there was an outside civilization that was also treating the people right, then things would make a lot more sense, you know? You guys think of that?
Have you ever heard of the Stockholm experiment?
Of
This
course.
professor in not the Stockholm syndrome experiment. There was this
Oh, okay.
experiment in Stockholm University. This philosophy professor used to never fail a student, right? He never failed anyone, but he graded everyone individually, right? With grades from 1 to 10, right? But the students kept asking about communism and equality and all that blah 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 you see nowadays. And he did an experiment with them and told them, okay, we'll implement the communist system of grading. So what did he do? He used to have three term papers until the end of the term, and your average would have been your final grade, right? So at the first paper, he added all the grades and gave everyone an average. So the kids who deserved a 10 got an 8, right? And the kids who deserved a 3 got a 7, right? What do you think happened in the next paper and the one after that? The kids that used to learn for a 10 learned less. Okay, the other ones couldn't be bothered, and the ones in the middle didn't even bother. So they got to a 5, and at the end of the semester, everyone failed. Everyone failed. Because if you don't reward uh, critical thinking, right, in school, or asking questions, or any kind of personal involvement in something, the whole system will run itself into the ground. And it's actually, they don't need us to think. They need little robots. Do you know what robot means? Like in real Russian, because it's a Russian word? It means slave. That's exactly what a robot is. It's the
That's
synonymous
interesting.
word for slave.
How do you
Is
say
that
robot
exact
in Russian?
translation? That's really interesting.
What's the,
Robot. Robot
it's
means
just
slave.
same exact
Robot.
spelling and everything?
Yeah, robot. Because
Wow.
slave in English language comes from the Slavs. Because
Hmm.
Russians and Romanians and other people in Eastern Europe were brought as slaves. That's where the word slave comes from. But the word robot was used for military conquered people that were enslaved. So they weren't
Makes
to the
sense.
bone or anything. They were just prisoners of war. But it means slave. They were the only people who didn't have a right under Slavic language. So that's what a robot is, a slave. They
Right.
want you slaves. They even tell you they wanted everything
Hey,
robotic,
I
right?
object to that.
Oh, come on. Not sacred. Sacred is a free spirit.
Are you here, Sacred, now? You couldn't hear you for a while.
Oh yeah, my bad, I'm back. What up? What happened? What I missed? All I heard was
Somebody
robot
was asking
slave,
you
and I was
about
like, no.
predictions. Somebody was trying to ask you a question, but you couldn't hear anybody or something.
My bad, I
That's
was glitching
interesting,
out.
Sissy. Did you hear that? She was saying that the word robot in Russian means slave. That's where the word comes from. It's Russian.
Do I gotta
Yep.
accept that truth? Can I just blatantly deny that?
Well,
Yeah,
you
we're
can set
talking to an
yourself
android here.
free.
He's taking that personally because he's an android.
No, he's free.
Android's different than robot, though. Robot's kind of just like
Yeah. But
program and do. Android is a thinking robot.
yeah,
Identify as cyborg.
Cyborg, yeah.
cyborg is half
Half man,
robot,
half
half
machine.
human.
Oh, half slave. Oh no.
Don't worry, we're all little slaves in their little pond.
We could say
A robot is not even.
enhanced
It's
human. We'll
just
just call
something
it
that
enhanced
does
human.
what it was made to do. Only the task it was built for. No creativity of its own. No inspiration coming out of its own. It's just following a bunch of instructions like a soulless being. I think that's what the slave will really fit to describe a robot. It's soulless. Like what will a slave be doing creatively? A slave owner will encourage a slave to be creative and have passion and hope in them. They won't be able to control them. They'd rather them have just stick to a routine, do specific things to get the same results every time. That's what we all are talking about AI when we're the real robots here.
Well, this is a topic of great interest to me, and I have like
I
extreme
put in the
opinion.
purple pill the information on robot and rabota and rob and what rob means. Even in my language, rob means slave.
Rob. Yeah,
Rob.
so I think all of this makes sense in the same way of the latter-day idol that is modern astronomy, modern science, and they're going to use the robots. Now I know it means in slavery, the idea of the robots having some sort of actual common sense human intelligence, which is impossible. That's my opinion. I see no way to ever do it with the tools of
Yeah, I
science.
agree.
But the belief in this is going to end up in a position where just imagine everything what AI is good at. Analyze like setting the house up to the Amazon thing, saying that it can do stuff that if people believe it, well, now you know Sacred's doing a space right now. SuperDuperAI.com says that's going to be bad for the economy. So we're just going to have to do it. So we don't even have nobody to blame anymore, which is who you have to blame under democracy because nobody is in charge. There's no king to depose. Now we will have in the future not even a human to possibly blame because we'll be believing that these super intelligent AI is possible, and people will be like, "Well, I guess we just gotta believe the AI." We need to
Let
annihilate every robot except Sacred. But Sacred, if you ever robotize in my presence, I'm gonna karate chop you directly in the neck.
I wanted to add to holistic's view. What does democratic means? What does those words mean? People never pay attention to language. What are the roots of the word democratic?
Isn't
Does
it
anyone
Greek?
know?
I think it just means gay.
It's Greek,
No,
yeah, but
it's come
what does
from
it
Greek.
mean? Demo and kratik.
Mob justice or something like that. Mob rule.
No, no, shut up. No. Anyone else?
Demos from
Like
demonstration. What do
power.
you mean?
I got this. So power of the people.
No. If you read about ancient Greek, you know that the people had no power. Most of them were slaves. Only the ones in the citadel had power. Next, does anyone know what democratic means?
Well, demos is the
Demos.
people, right?
Demos.
Demos is the
Okay.
Demon.
people.
What does the demos stand for?
Isn't that the people?
No. Demos. The word demos.
Lie.
You can call it a lie. So it's also, it can be translated as a lie. It can be translated as a magic. It can also be translated in Latin as demon. And kratic means brain. So demon brain rules, basically.
And do you
Basically.
know the etymology of the word demon? Because to me, that word doesn't mean anything bad. Like they make you think.
I don't know. My language is the oldest language spoken. And I
Okay.
know exactly what demon means. In
What does it mean in your
Pelasgian
language?
language, it means evil spirit, moroi, vampire. Everything else derives from it. Everything came from here. Everything.
Yeah, we
But
have those
but
two in here.
hold on, Chrissy. So I just literally double checked to make sure that I got the
Yeah.
definition.
What is
So
demo?
it literally said demos, which is people,
Yeah.
and kratos, which means
Look at the
power.
word, at the root word for demo, for demos. Where does the
Yeah, that's
demos
the
come from? Look at the
Greek.
wait.
root word. No, the root.
That's the root word.
No.
It
That
comes
is
from the
demos
Greek
from
word, which came into the Roman word. And the Greeks, they used for demon, they adapted it from the Egyptians. The Egyptians didn't use the demon to refer to as vile beings or vampires. It was referring to the decans of astrology.
Oh my
That's the
God.
origin of the word demons that you're claiming is evil.
No.
Is the decans.
No. No.
Okay.
You basically don't. Look at the root of the word demo.
Okay, let me
Look
look
at
at
the
the
root of the
etymology.
word, not just what is presented to you on YouTube. Look at the root of the word. Pick up a dictionary. Look at the root. Look at the synonyms. Look at the language. It's stated plainly obvious. It's obvious.
Okay, let's look at the etymology dictionary. Okay.
Look at it and you'll find it. You'll see it because it's everywhere. They need to leave you breadcrumbs. You have to make an informed choice. They have to give you that. Give us all that, but not really because they put it all in fine print like good little lawyers that they are.
Before
Wait,
1913, the word masturbation used to mean solely self-pollution and nothing else. So these are facts we should consider.
so
Yeah.
Chrissy, what does the democracy means again?
Hold on, I've gotten the dictionary.
Demon
Here it
brain over
says,
your brain. It's like you
it
are
says,
renouncing your will to the demons. That's the best interpretation I can give you.
okay, here it says the term democracy comes from ancient Greek word demos, meaning common people, and kratos, meaning force or might. It was coined in the city-state of Athens during classical antiquity to denote the political system existing in some Greek city-states. The word entered English from Middle French and Latin, ultimately originating from the Greek demokratia, which means ruled by the people.
No, that's what you found out, what Google is promoting, and what everyone's not considering.
But that's the origin of the word democracy.
No, that's
If you
not
go
the
back to
origin
the,
of the
let's
word.
look at the
I'm
word
telling you it's
demo.
not, and you're contradicting me using Google.
No, I'm not using Google. It's
I
Etimo
don't
online. It's
I
not
don't know
Google.
what you're using. I'm telling
It's
you to look at the
etymology
root of the
dictionary.
word.
It's a
Look at the root
etymological
of the
dictionary
word.
that's online. It's
Look
not
at the
Google.
root of the word demo. Where does it come from? It doesn't come from Greek. You'll find that it comes from the Pelagians, which is a different kind of people, from a different place than Greece. But that's besides the point. If you want to research it, you better pick up a book, like a real physical book.
You know, you're assuming a lot. You'd think I don't read books. I'm asking this because I want clarity, because I don't want to speak some things I don't understand. So if you can explain it clearly, it never become an issue again. That's
I
my
can
point.
explain
Not that I don't
clearly
read books.
the
So I'm
history
asking,
books,
in the word
the history
democracy, we
books.
get two root
But if
words, demo
okay,
and kratos, right?
did you ask me, or
No,
because
I'm just
if
stating
you're
the
gonna
obvious the way I've
interrupt, I'm
gotten.
gonna shut up.
Oh, no, I'm
Okay.
just clarifying. In the word democratos or whatever, we have two root words there, demo and kratos. So I wanted to look the root of the word demos. You're saying this word demo is coming from which language? Falash what?
Pelasgian language.
A Falashian
You don't
language.
even know who the Pelasgians are.
Can you spell it?
Do you know? Have you ever heard of these peoples?
Spell it. I'll tell you if I've known. Maybe I pronounce them differently.
Pelasgian. You've never heard of
No,
them because
I've
they're
heard this
not in
name
your
before,
history
but I
books.
don't know anything specific about them.
Well, I
I've
know
come across
many
them
things
in
about
dictionaries.
them. I know many things about them. Even the Greeks know many things about them. They're all across ancient Greek literature, and they have a lot of things to say about these people that taught them everything. Even
And
the words.
who are
Even the
these
words.
Phoenicians? Are they referred by any other culture, or are they exclusively referred by Greeks alone?
Yep. Also the Egyptian. Yep. Also the
So
Sumerian. Yep. Also the Hittite. Yep. They all mention them. They all
let me
mention
look
them.
up this name, Philagnian.
Well, look at it and figure it out. But you can also find it in any Greek dictionary. You will find the word demo, and demo doesn't stand for a normal human being, but a special kind of human being. And if you look at synonyms of it in Greek, you will see that even demon is a synonym for it.
Well,
So
demon actually comes from Greek, and it's like diamond, which means like a honorable man.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
It
it's
also
in
means
Greek.
honorable men because the democratic system was never for the public. It was only for the elites of Athens. It was never meant for the public. And if you read Aristotle, he contested the democratic system in the Agora.
But
That's why they had
the
meetings in the Agora.
the way they like portraying democracy is really socialism, and it's for a class people, which is different from the republic. They make people confuse the republic from
Exactly,
democracy.
because the republic gives power to the people. Every country on this planet is supposedly a republic, but none of them operate as a republic. This is
We are
so
told we are
twisted.
Wait, so
democratic.
who did you say that it was the people that told the Greek, Christian?
Pelagian.
Galatians, like which region of the world these people were?
I'm trying to get
Central
also the
European.
period of history
It's
they
called
existed.
Eastern European now.
Which region? Are
Eastern
you talking about the Black Sea region also?
Yeah, that's the region.
So I did find some on Twitter. I don't know if we could take this for what it is, but this comes from the team behind BBC TV. It's from this account called Quite Interesting. It says democracy and demon came from the same Greek root, damo, which is the distance between different types of people, both citizens and which is demos, and gods and humans, which is daimon, meaning divider. I posted up top.
Okay, so you found it. See, it's not hard to do research, people.
But for example, that's most of these things I research occult things. When I look at the word demons, I've looked at the origin of the word angel, demons, and all these things. It all relates
The
back to
original
culture.
word comes
It all
from the Pelagian language. You don't even know the
That's not the
people.
oldest language, by the way. If you look, the most
It
diverse
is older
place
than
with most
Sumer.
languages is Africa. That
No,
cannot be
it's
the
not.
oldest language. Can you show me any place more diverse than Africa? You can meet
It's
all
not
types of
about
people in Africa.
diversity. It's not about diversity. It's about
Even the
who
language
wrote
itself.
the language first, who spoke the language, who kept their language with it.
As we kept our languages. For example, I've met many words that people claim originate from English or Indo-European, and they're in my Bantu languages here. They just change how they pronounce those words, but it's still the same root words.
There's only one language that's an automatopoeic language. and everyone concurs, even in science. There's only one language.
Me, I'm not
Figure out
looking at
which
it from
language is
science,
that,
but do you
and you'll
understand
understand
language
which language
also
is
stores
that.
history?
You'll see.
Huh?
See. If you understand which language is that, and if you research languages, you will understand that no, they didn't come from Asia.
Okay, let me ask you: have you done analysis on all the languages,
Most
or
of them
just this
came from
specific
Asia
language?
Minor, from the Turkish area, right? And were propelled in the Western world through the Roman Empire. Even in Africa, the Roman
By the
Empire
hands,
was
yeah.
vastly powerful in Africa.
I know they were
So
pushed
many
into
words
Europe by the
came from
hands.
Roman in Africa, not from other languages from Africa.
But do you understand the Romans are the Carthaginians, and they are not the same people that you see there today? Like Rome was invaded by the Vandals, Visigoths, and all these other people.
No,
They're not the actual representation of the people
Rome
who were
were
there originally.
Dacians. No, Rome were displaced Dacians that were expelled from their homeland, and they went out into exile and created a new city using their pagan
Let's
beliefs
go
that
back
were
to the
not
culture,
accepted at
the Latin
home.
language. Since we're talking about language, Romans spoke
Latin
which
language
language?
was never spoken. It
Hold
was
on, I'm
just
just
a
trying to look at from a
written
cultural
language.
perspective. I'm asking Romans which language they use in their records that you can still find
Dacian.
today. Yeah.
They used Dacian to speak. They spoke
And
Dacian.
which language is it related to?
It's related to Romanian, Spanish, even English.
Yeah,
It's
you can also
related
go
to
back
many.
to Carthage, right? The oldest form you can go
No,
back is to Carthage.
no. You can go back to Dacians. You can go
Do
back to the
you know Slavic
Palaestians.
language? Do you know
No,
Slavic
it's
language?
not. No, it's not. The
No, I'm not
Slavic
saying
people
Slavic. I'm
didn't
asking you, do
even
you know
came
Slavic
in
language?
Europe at the time. There were no Slavs in Europe
Hold
at the
on. I'm
time.
just asking, do you know Slavic languages? I'm not saying that I'm
Yes,
talking
I
about
do.
Slavic language.
Yes, of
Are you
course I do.
familiar? There's a girl I know called Sylvia Ivanova. She went to Carthage and they were saying that this is a dead language, that no one can speak it, but she's just able to read that language. It's all Slavic words. But they say it's a dead language, but it's written in a different way.
You
But they
have to
don't call it that.
understand. You don't understand languages. Why am I discussing it with you? You don't understand languages. There
What
are
makes
two
you think
types
I
of
don't understand
languages.
languages?
There's a spoken language and a written language. You don't differentiate
Which
between
came
the two.
first, the writing or the spoken?
The spoken, logically, because most of
Yeah.
traditions all across the world have been oral transmissions.
90% of information is oral. Most of the things we write is a fraction of what we experience.
So Latin was just a written language. It was never spoken aloud. Never. Never, ever, ever. It was
But
never
are you familiar
spoken.
with the Carthaginians? That's all
Yes,
I
I'm very
wanted to say.
familiar with the Cartesian.
Are
I'm
you
very
familiar with
familiar with
the
history
influence
in
and
general.
civilization?
Yeah, I know. And I know how satanic they were
Do you
too.
know
I know
what
everything.
kind of people these were?
Satanic. I don't know.
What is the meaning? You stop labeling everything satanic. What do you mean by satanic?
Who
Let's
say
clarify.
that they were from Babylon. There are historians who say that they were from Palestine. There are some historians who say that they were from the Hittite Empire. No one really knows who they were. That's the consensus.
I can tell you the Carthaginians were from America. They're the same people as the Algonquians people. They're the same people as the people from Barbary.
I don't think so.
It's just the same people. What do you mean? It's the
It
same
makes no
civilization
sense.
that was in America. They're the ones who
It
set
makes
up
no
Carthage.
sense.
Cherokee spoke Greek.
But that's a different kind of thing with the Cherokees. And if you look at the migration of the peoples through Asia, because I like Asia
Are you
too,
aware that there was
you'll
an
see
Algonquian conquest of Europe?
how they evolved the civilization in North America and South America too. But it wasn't as if we adhere to the timeline that they set for history, we have to take into consideration how they moved across the continents. And if you look at that, they can't be old peoples. They need to be newer peoples, like new people groups. They weren't settling in America when the rest of Europe became habitable. I mean, like had
That's a
tribes
lie.
and stuff.
People are sailing
Not
in America way longer than they say. That's the official narrative they give people. You need to look up this guy called Anatoly Fomenko. He has debunked most of the fake history they have made up. They're just rehashing the same story. They say this was a Greek, this was a Roman here. But you look, the story is the same person doing the same thing. They've just given him a different name on a different period because they are creating fake narratives and stories to add up for the fake 1,000
I
years the
agree.
Catholic Church
Because
added on
you
our
don't
history.
know about the Pelestians, and it's free knowledge. It's on the internet.
No, I don't know about a lot of people, but I've read a lot of things. I don't keep them on top of my head. It's not my priority, but I can read about them if I want to. I can go refer to the things that I cannot get information about them. I don't read things so that I come and present to people. I read them to understand for my own sake. Just because I don't know the Philippians or whatever you spell them, doesn't mean I lack knowledge.
No, it means you can interpret stuff without knowing the root cause of them. And you saw Sacred doing what I asked,
No,
and
for
he
example,
found
you
the root
said
word, and he found
Satanist.
the root meaning, and he proved
For
me
example,
right,
let's
right?
find the root meaning of this word Satanist. You label their culture satanic. What do you mean by satanic?
If you sacrifice children to a god, you're satanic. I
Were they
don't care what other words you
sacrificing their
use.
children to God? I just want to be clear.
I was pretty clear. I told you.
No,
It's the third time. It doesn't matter
do you have
which god.
evidence that they were sacrificing their children to a god?
Call it a laptop if you want. If you sacrifice a baby for a laptop, I'm gonna
So
call you a
because you say
Satanist.
so, I just believe you say so. The
Hold
Carthaginians
on.
were
What do
sacrificing
y'all
babies to a god.
actually?
It
What do y'all
happened.
actually? What do y'all actually disagree about?
Is labeling them satanic, and the culture is not satanic in itself. I just want her to clarify. What does she mean by satanic? She said it means they're sacrificing babies. I'm asking her to clarify. Do you have any evidence that they were sacrificing babies in Carthage?
Yes, yes.
Which
There's
evidence? Show
plenty
them.
of evidence. There's
Show
plenty
just
of
one.
Greek. There's been plenty of Greek stelas that
I'm
talk
asking about
about.
Carthage. They are not the same as Greek.
Yeah, Carthage. Yeah, they visited Carthage. They had economic exchange with Carthage, and they
No,
called
that's not the
them
evidence of
monsters.
child sacrifice. You know, you're talking about
Well,
gruesome things. Child
Well,
sacrifice.
well, there's also the megalithic stones near Carthage, where underneath them there are skeletons of little babies that were sacrificed there in ritualistic purposes. So the Greeks weren't insane when they called them savages and monsters on
So you mean
stelas.
Carthaginians were savages?
Yeah.
You know, you are so biased in your
Well,
analysis.
they
Do
had
you know any?
gold,
Do
they
you,
had
for example,
vessels, they
can you
had
refer to any
everything. They were pieces
archaeological?
of shit.
Hold on, I'm not being judgmental. I just want to go and read more about these things you're saying. The child sacrifice, the Carthage, they were savages, and all these things. Can you provide an author or at least a researcher who's well knowledgeable in this
Well,
area
I
so that
can
I can do my own
provide you what
research?
I found myself, but why should I? Because if I do, then you're gonna say I fabricated them or
No,
whatever. Research them
for
yourself.
example, I'm asking you so that I know where you are getting these stories from. You know, that's all.
Reading books.
Which books?
Reading books.
Which
History
books?
books. In
Name
my
the book.
language, in English language, in Greek. I
Yeah, which
translate
book?
them
For
myself
example, I'm
with
asking
Google Earth.
specifically about the child sacrifice. Which book did you get that information from?
Oh, I forget the name. I'll look it up and I'll leave it in the purple pill here.
Or you can just
It's
inbox
a
me.
book made by an archaeologist that excavated the site, and he actually made a comparison with some biblical accounts of these people, and he's actually very accurate, and it's very true. It's very true,
What
and the
makes you
Greeks
think it's
support it
accurate? Because I just
because
meet a bunch of skulls
two
and
people support it,
I
right?
associate it with some
The
Bible
Hebrew
narrative.
people. The
Huh?
Hebrew people said something about them. The Greeks said something about
Who are
them
the
too.
Hebrew
And the
people? Let me
Romans
ask you.
also, who are the Greek people.
Hebrew.
Are
Who
we
are the Hebrew
discussing
people?
this? The Hebrew people. Hebrew people are different than the Jew people.
Who
There
are
are more
they? I'm
people
asking
in
who are
the
they?
Hebrew people than Jews.
Who are the Hebrew?
Hebrew is a bigger it's a bigger term, just like the Pelasgian is a bigger term for Dacians.
You have
Okay?
described to me the Phalasians. I'm asking who are the Hebrew people?
The Hebrew people are the peoples of Abraham, right? The descendants of Abraham.
Do you know
Right?
their descent? Are they still there today?
Some of them are, yeah, but most of them went to Europe.
Where?
Actually, we don't know exactly because it's not
So it's
something
probably
that
made up,
anyone
yeah?
researched.
Because there's never an Abraham.
There was
It's
never
all
an
made up.
Abraham.
There was
Okay,
never an
so it's
Abraham.
all made up. It's all made up. But your culture, every
Yeah,
culture,
it's
it
the
came
same
from
way. It's the same
Africa,
way
but
they
that's
made up
not made up.
Brahman. The people who made up Brahman in India, the same people who made up Abraham. It's the same people who invaded those civilizations and created this
No.
chaos.
No. Don't, let's not obfuscate. And let's keep our opinions,
I'm
which
not
are actually opinions,
obfuscating. For
to our.
example, Abraham is not even there. He's not a physical person. Was never there. Even the Bible itself, it tells you all these things are allegorical. I've
What do
forgotten
you
the verse,
mean?
but I can give you.
Joseph is
Mhm.
mentioned. It's mentioned.
Which
Is
Joseph?
mentioned. The son of Abraham, Joseph, the one with the coats of many colors, which you know nothing of, was
I
mentioned
know he was
by
doing
Ramses
specific breeding. What
himself.
makes you think I don't know Joseph?
Ramses the first mentions his
Mhm.
best advisor who saved Egypt on his fucking monument. So he
Why
existed.
is
So
the,
his
do you say
daddy
that there's a
definitely
record of Joseph
existed
in Egypt?
too.
Or what are you saying? Is there a record of Joseph being in Egypt?
Yep. The fact
Which
that you
record
don't
is
know
that?
doesn't make it not true.
Which record is that?
Go look at the monuments. Look
Which
at the
monument?
monuments.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. If I knew, I won't ask. Which
Well,
monument?
you're kind of pissing me off, really. Look at all of them and you figure it out yourself.
Because I studied this Egyptian thing. I haven't met anywhere they're talking about
I don't
Joseph.
see that. I don't
All
see
I
that
hear
at
is
all.
about Hyksos invasion. The record that is there and the time period that you're claiming Joseph was there, they are talking about the Hyksos invasion in Egypt. They're not talking about Joseph who came and became a prince among them and saved them from starving. That
Well,
narrative, I've not
CLW,
found it in the Egyptians.
here's what I think should happen. I no longer believe in history. I debunked history. So if there isn't child sacrifice in your culture's history, I'm going to falsify this history. We should be creating our own history. They do it. Why can't we do it? We should be forging documents. We should be creating entire new religions and narratives. Except the only thing that is not arguable is we're putting the baby sacrifice in CLW's history, because I'm Team Chris. I don't know why, Chrissy, you're so funny when you argue. You're like an emotional woman, but also like an intelligent in a way, which is really, which is funny. And you're trying not to scream at CLW, but I think he's just trolling you a little bit, to be honest.
No, I'm trolling her because she's labeling people evil, because she assumes they're sacrificing babies when she doesn't even understand what they're doing.
Oh, I
If you
know.
don't understand something, it doesn't
No,
make
I
it
do
evil.
know. I do know. The
What do
fact
they
that you
do?
don't
When I
is
ask you
your
these
problem.
specific questions, you just keep on
I
blanket answers
told
and
you to do
statements.
your own research like Sacred did. And Sacred proved
So
me right.
child
In
sacrifice,
5
me, I
minutes,
personally
shut
know
up.
there are child sacrifice. I've not denied that. And those people are doing child sacrifice. None of them even believed in Satan or anything like this. All this thing you're calling Satanism is modern. It started with from the Romans, the Templars, that period.
You're quoting semantics and you don't know semantics. Sit down.
It's not even semantics. You are even claiming the Carthaginians, they are all these kind of people. You don't even know their connection to America and many other places. It was not just that one place. Let me just shut up. I
Have
know
you
more
guys
than you
read
think I
Behold the
know, and most of I know
Proton by
doesn't fit the
Stanislav
narrative. If I have to
Bukowski?
present my evidence, we can offer a live where I just come
Your
show you
evidence sucks.
document
We
after
should talk
document
about
after document.
Zermatism
This is
and
not the best
Stanislav
place to present
Bukowski.
evidences of the things you're talking about, because it just goes way off. I try to get to the specific things so that I can clarify, but you just say, go do your research.
Yeah,
That's not
go
the
do
issue.
your research. Yeah, I'm gonna
I'm
keep
asking you so
saying
that
to
I can
everyone
start
to
the
do
research
their own
based on what you
research,
said.
for God's sake.
For example, I've not come across a document claiming Carthaginians were killing children in mass.
Well, you didn't. That means you need to research more.
So
I did.
you're the one who know. Aren't you supposed to even give me at least one author or
No,
a
I'm not
archaeologist
supposed to
deal with
spoon
it?
feed you information. You're supposed to figure it out yourself.
So
That's
why
what
should I
this
waste
whole
my time
truth
figuring it
movement
out
is.
because you say so?
Figuring it
Shouldn't
out
it be
yourself.
interesting to me to look it up? Because that's not a thing I'll put
Look
my
it up
effort into.
yourself and get off your high horse that you believe you're on from your perspective of being from Africa and everything comes from Africa. If you get
I've
off
not
of
said
that high
everything comes from
horse for
Africa. You
5
see, you're
minutes
also
and do
putting
your
words
own
in my mouth.
research, you'll understand better this reality, this show, this planet, and everything else. And if you
So
were
you
honest, you would
understand
have
better.
done what
You have
Sacred
figured it
did.
out.
You're not an honest person and you keep talking over me, and this is annoying.
Because you keep on talking down about me. So you have figured out.
So, Chris, I don't want you to straw man because I never heard him say that everything came from Africa, even though I don't know, maybe he does believe that, but I never heard him say that. Also, CLW, have you tried to search the things that Chrissy has said before, or is this the first time you're hearing about it?
It's not the first time I'm hearing it. Most of this argument I've come across when arguing with Christians when they judge ancient civilizations. But they've never even read a thing about them. They just have opinions, general opinions and assumptions. They can't tell you any specific which temple, which priesthoods, what scriptures were they reading when they were doing this. They're just assuming. I'm not saying this didn't happen, but
saying that, but it would make more sense if you say, "Yo, I tried to look this up before, or I went to search this particular thing and I couldn't find it. Can you direct me to your source?" That's one thing. But if you're saying that you haven't even heard or researched this at all, then it would just make sense to say, like, all right, let me go see if I could do my own research first, then come double back. Because like at a certain point, it's just an unlimited amount of questions.
It's not unlimited. Like I wanted to clarify that she might not know everything about what she's talking about. And I also don't know, but we can talk about what we know. And you can give me reference where you know what you talk about. That's the constructive way of going about it. But just when you just start labeling, oh, that's satanic, they were evil, they are barbarians, just read about it. I know language more than you. That's not proving anything. It's not constructive. You're not giving me more information about what I'm seeking to understand.
Yeah, you need to relax. I'm the top language knower in this sphere, so you need to report to me for all etymologies. Just note that, please.
Pardon? Whoever was speaking so low, I couldn't hear them.
Repeat it again. I'm the top language knower in this sphere, and you need to report directly to me and my Lieutenant Sacred for all etymologies. If you want to know a word, you ask Chrissy first, and then I'll decide.
Do you only study etymology or also into linguistics?
I think
sure.
Sacred proved my point in like 30 seconds.
I don't think sarcasm's going to work right now because it's like.
I need to have some fun.
Yeah, things that are being said. I like everybody who's talking. I don't know. We just stop bickering and trying to, personally go at each other.
I think we should yell more and start screaming and start literally like fighting each other physically.
It'd be more entertaining, maybe. But yeah, everyone talking sounds like they have a lot of knowledge and they're just sharing the knowledge rather than accusing somebody of not knowing something or being better or worse than the other.
No, I'm trying to make people research themselves because if I give you books and stuff like that, and you're gonna get them at face value without doing it your own selves, you're gonna think I influence people and stuff like that, which is something I don't want to do. That's why I encourage people by asking questions. My first statement was, "What is democracy?" And go look at the root word. Then I said,
"Yeah, I looked it up. I was having a hard time finding demon. You were saying demos is demon. I was having a hard time finding that. So you'd have to actually give the reference that says that's your translation.
I can
for people to just be able to quickly reference it and know what you're talking about.
Okay, then look at it this way. You found the words, right? You found the same explanation that Sacred gave, right? That it refers to common folk and to demos and what is a demos and what's defined as a demos. And then if you go on and look at other languages that use the word demos that are older than the Greek, you'll understand it will lead you on the path to what demos is and where it comes from. And
you know what? You'd be the
that
perfect
the word
person
demon
to talk
is
to.
older. Huh?
Yeah, you'd be the perfect person to. I'll have to send this. Are you on Discord at all? You don't go to Discord, huh?
I am, but I don't know how to use it. I'm very new over there.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
and I need to finish my
it's just easier to
so I'm
send
kind
stuff
of
to people
offline.
there for me, but I can also send it to you on Twitter.
Okay,
but there's
send it there
I've talked about Michael Brenner before. You've heard me mention him, or maybe somebody else here.
Yeah, I
Michael
heard
Brenner.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he talks about the origins of all language come from this ancient. Let's see. It's an ancient text that actually describes the ether.
Yeah.
And it shows that these people actually understood the ether physics. Right? And that's where our language comes from, which is so interesting.
Yeah, that's
that
what
it
I'm
started
trying
with
to lead you to.
understanding the ether. That makes more sense, right?
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to lead you to. There's this original language that everyone shits on. And there's this original culture that everyone shits on. And there's this land that everyone wants to get at for like 3,000 years. And I'm trying to point everyone towards it because it's hidden. And the only
Yeah, it is
person
hidden.
who tried to speak about it was a Vatican former librarian. He spoke once about it publicly in an English language that other people may understand, and he was silenced in 24 hours. That's how they keep your secrets hidden. But I'm giving you breadcrumbs. You can follow the breadcrumbs yourselves, and you'll find it. You'll find it. You'll
Yeah,
see
this was
it.
a lucky one to Brenner was just a lucky I stumbled upon him and I was looking up counter space because I was listening to Witsit talk and then now Witsit's a Brenner fan because I found him by listening to Witsit, so that's good. And as well as other people. But I'll read the one paragraph that talks about the language that I'm speaking of, and I'll send this to you as well. He says, the totally unfounded and irrational abolishment of the ether has an interesting parallel with the total negation of anything culturally advanced associated with the Slavic people. This begins with death threats against a scholar who found out that the Etruscan is very much readable the moment you understand it is a Slavic language. The Etruscans call themselves Rosina, which is a well-known Slavic tribe, and their gods Asir, which is also a well-established Slavic.
Yep.
He says all our writing systems stem from the ancient Slavic runic system called Karuna, something that is, of
Go
course, completely off the
backwards.
record and forbidden. Karuna.
Go backwards. Even backwards than Karuna. Go backwards. There's a language before Karuna.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
There's a
interesting. That's
language
why I want to
before.
send this to you and find out more.
Send it, and I'll send you what I have. Okay.
Yeah, because I've been trying
But
to
you'll
get.
have to
There's a book
use
that's really
Google
hard to
Translate
find.
yourself. You'll have to use
Yeah.
Google Translate yourself because I don't have anything in English language. No one does it
Right.
in English. We're not allowed to.
I know that's crazy. It's hard to find I was asking. Actually, I've been messaging with Brenner, and I asked him about this runic uh, language called Karuna, and he said all of his stuff's in Russian, and
Yeah, and
finding
if
an
you
English
go further
translation is
back,
too hard.
you'll find the Dacian, the Pelasgian, the ancient writing systems, what the Greeks told about these people that taught them how to build everything and how to make wine and shit like that.
The Greeks were
You'll get it.
before the Slavics. The Greeks were before the
Yeah.
Slavics, or the Slavics were
Yeah,
before the
the
Greeks.
Greeks came here and found the people. And these people taught them how to use the land of Europe. And then they started settling in the peninsula. Then they made an exodus out south and connected back with the ancient Greeks. Okay, during that time, you may have heard of the Iliad, right?
Of course.
Okay, so you know about the Trojan War, but
Yep.
did you look at the roster? Who were the fighters that came to help Troy? What were they called? What was that people? Why did they have armor that the other people didn't? Why did they have swords that the other people didn't? Where did they come from? You're not allowed to research that.
Are they the sea people? Because
No,
that's the. What about the
no,
sea people? What do you know about the sea people?
no. They're the Pelagian people. In German, they're called Goths. In French, they're also called Goths. We call ourselves Gedi or Pelagian. We were called Dacian at one point when we had a kingdom. It's very complicated to look back at it. But if you look
Where do
at
they
this
come from
writing
then? What's the
system,
origin? What's the
they
belief of the
came from
origin of the
here,
gods?
here,
Here, okay. So they were the original
here, where
people.
I'm at. They're originally here, indigenous. That's what they told, that's what Herodotus said, that they were as many as the Hindus in India here when they came. So they knew they found these people when they came. These people were living here when they came. It's very fascinating, and you're not
Scythians.
allowed to say it. I'm not allowed to say it.
Why not?
Okay, can I address something like
Because
Chrissy?
if it's true, then Rome isn't the center of the universe.
Chrissy, there's
And
one
Rome,
thing
you
you have
said Rome is the
misunderstood
center?
about me, about the demon. I was having stress because of the demon. I was trying to link this demon thing because this demon word, I can deconstruct it. Let me just end the argument from what I was standing from. The word demon has two words, D and mon in it. The word D means of, and mon refers to man. So that word, it just means of man. It just refers to person in its real sense if you break down etymologically and linguistically. I was arguing from
Well,
that point of view.
yeah, but it's interesting. I was going to mention when that came up. The translation also could mean demon in a way, because if you look up the definition of human, if you look it up in the right place, it'll say that human means monster.
Wait, really? I thought it meant from the earth.
Well, it depends on where you're looking
No,
at.
that's
It means sea
rumen.
monster.
Rumen means of the earth. Rumen is the word for man from dirt, man made out of clay. That's the original ancient word for a man, rumen. That's why they were called Romans.
Interesting.
Yeah, what does human mean then?
Human is a construct. It's a construct. It's a language construct. Like many languages that they created, like German, English, they created them. They created them to use on the people. So they're created languages. They're created to dominate, to put spells on people, to dominate them, to stop them from speaking the ancient languages, to stop them from communicating. That's what they
Chrissy,
do.
what do you
Look it up.
so what do you think about this reverse Tower of Babel moment of history I read about in
Oh,
I
they
forget
did it
the
on purpose. They made English the most spoken language on purpose, yeah. But then
So do you
again,
think perhaps the confusing of the tongues, the common narrative is that God did that in order to divide the people for whatever reason? There's different theories, but this theory is like an inversion of that, whereas sort of like an overclass divided the people and confused the tongues from the original root
yeah,
language
but in
that had qualities like, if you told a lie
mm-hmm.
in the oldest language I'm aware of,
Yeah,
you could not speak a lie
yeah,
if you had
yeah,
if you were of pale skin without your cheeks growing ruddy
yeah. We
and
have
red.
this too in our tradition. Very old, very old. If it's a red man, what's a red man? A red man is it's a person who doesn't have hair, facial hair, and is pigmented as red, reddish hue. You know, it doesn't get tanned. You're not supposed to mingle with that. Just for an instance, Romanian men used to not be able to get married to Romanian women unless they proved that for 7 generations they have been Romanian, born and bred. So they knew something that we don't anymore. They knew how
Can
to
I?
keep themselves safe. It's very complicated. If you look at traditions across the world, you'll see that there are 2 types of traditions. There are traditions of the land, of the people of the land, and traditions of the migrants. And if you look at the migrants, you can see that most of them, not all of them, most of them were really savage. And when I say really savage, they came with things that were anti land and people that were already settling there. And you can see that.
Oops, my bad.
Can everybody do me a favor? I need you guys to take deep breaths in your nose and out their mouth. Just 3. Everybody, if you can stretch.
Meditation.
Deep breath in your nose with the bowls. Out your mouth. Deep breath. 2 in, out. In, out. Last one. In, out.
This is Flat Earth Fridays, Stationary Saturdays. If this is your first time tuning in, we have these discussions every week. We are a little bit off normal topic, but it is open mic. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, feel free to grab a mic.
Thank you, Proud. Yeah, I'm gonna stop talking.
I wanted to address something about the human and the languages. Can you allow me if you're interested in that?
Hold on, I think Galatrix.
Denied. As a language top guy, we're done with the language talk. We're getting back to the globe heads. We're going to start bullying
No,
globies again.
I'm also a language guy, but I wanted to share from my perspective.
I said
because many
denied.
people never talk about my language or my people's language. They don't study it, so they don't compare about anything. I just wanted to share how my languages can also explain some of these things. And looking at the origin of a language, you need to look at all languages to see the pattern. For example, I'm trying to compare it to the languages in America, like in what they call Cherokee or Kahoria in America, Cayuga. They call a man Gui. In Mohawk, they call a man Kwe. In Oneida, they call a man Kwe. In Seneca, they call a man Kwe. In Tuscarora, they call a man Kwe. In Muskogee, they call a man Gua. In Shahata, they call a man Kla or Gua. In Ojibwe, they call Kwe. In Salagi, they call Gua. And these are languages that in America. And you find these same words rooted in many African languages. They call people Gwe or Hue, which the white people have misconceptualized as the Khoisan. But actually that name is a click, Hue, something like that. To me, the oldest languages, you always trace it, go back to a click sound, a language with a click sound.
That's interesting. And I kind of believe you on that, to be totally honest. But I'm not well versed in linguistics as you are. But that was a dope back and forth. I think Gala wanted to jump in here. And I see D3's back. Gala, what up?
Actually, I think D3 had his hand raised like way before me. So if you're here, you can go first, brother.
All right, that's cool. Slide to D3. D3, what up?
What's up? I had a question for Flat Earth Dave if he's still here. I see him as a speaker, but I'm not sure if he's here. Yeah, I guess maybe he's not here, so you can go on.
He was. I'm not really sure yet.
I'll wait till I hear his voice, and then I'll put my hand back up.
Yeah, if Dave shows up mid thing, I'll just pass it to him. So I'm big on etymology. I think language in and of itself is a tool, an ineffective one at that, or the current iteration of it is ineffective. You know, it's you have thoughts, right? And then you try to translate those thoughts to any type of meaning, and then someone else has to interpret that audible meaning, and then they have thoughts. So it's already a game of telephone, right? And telephone obviously comes from the word like phonetic, and tele, I guess, I think that's the transference of something. But anyways, when you make an argument about etymology, there's something you have to avoid called the etymological fallacy, which is the idea that words have the original meaning as intended. The reason you have to avoid this is because it's almost near impossible to know the original meaning of a word. And while I do think words have power, and I do think like if you're a Bible believer, you'll say that like in the beginning there was the Word, and it's like, well, why would the Word be so powerful? Well, you can kind of prove it. Like it's almost an alchemical process, right? So like if I say something super hurtful to Sacred, I don't know why I'm choosing you, but if I say something super hurtful to you, I can cause a feeling, right? Or if I say something really nice to you, right? Or if I make a joke and I make something super joyous, I can cause a very bright feeling. Sorry, it's a little bit earlier. But the point is that you can cause this sort of alchemical process with the words you use. So there's proof in the idea that the words you choose to use and the intent behind them, right? It's not just the words, it's also the intent behind them, you can actually cause someone either, great joy or even despair. So I do think it's important that we're mindful with words. For example, I stopped using the term good morning, right? Because morning is a state of death, and I think, wishing death upon someone's bad. I stopped using the words awake, because awake is when, that's when you're mourning someone who died, right? So there's almost I personally view it as a death cult. I know it's hyperbolic, but anyway, I just wanted to point out that language is a tool. And then one last thing is that when you're, it's just more for the room in general, but when you're trying to guide someone towards like something interesting or something new, it's like one thing to say like, hey, check this out, this is good, and you say, oh, this channel or this YouTube channel or this website's a good site to go to. This will tell you like everything you need to know about this, or this will give you a good start. It's another thing to say like, look it up, but also don't use this, don't use that, don't go here. That tends to lead towards like, that's overcorrection. You're telling someone what not to do and why it's bad. Rather, you should tell them what to do if they're asking you. So anyway, I just think that's a more fruitful way to go about it. But yeah, language is a tool, ineffective at that, and probably on purpose. That's my opinion.
May I address you since that was something that was addressed to me? So I never asked anyone to ask me for stuff because I don't have stuff in English. There is no site where you can find information. No site. You have to pick up your breadcrumbs and follow them yourselves. That's what I keep telling people to do. I never told anyone to trust me. Period. I always told people to look up the root of the word, look up that, look up this, look up that. I'm not here to educate anyone. I'm here to tell that there may be avenues that you haven't found. And since the narrative pushes the idea that everything came from Africa, I'm asking people to start contesting this narrative. And I'm hinting at something else. And other people are hinting at something else. And in order to find them, you need to research it yourself because there is no site. There is no one site. There are plenty of books, but they're written in different languages, from Spanish to Catalan to Romanian and even Italian. And if you're really interested, you need to pick them up. That's it. I'm done.
Okay, so like what books, where should we start, right?
Well,
Otherwise, it becomes
I can
just
give you a
trust me,
list
bro.
of books, but if you usually go at the root of the words, you can find the meanings, just like Sacred did. And he found the meaning, even the nefarious meaning behind it, just in 5 minutes.
Right, but you can
Because
tell based on what I said that I also
yeah, I
look
can
at
tell you, I can give you a list of books. I can do that. But I can do that in private. I can't list them over the top of my head because I don't know. I've read a lot of books in the last 6 years, not only for my PhD, but in general. I have no clue which one is which. I need to look into my bibliography and my library and tell you which is which.
Hey, speaking of which, I sent you that Michael Brenner
Yeah, thank you,
prompt that I
thank
made
you.
up
I
on
appreciate it.
Ether. And then, yeah,
I
send me
appreciate it.
the name. Let me
Yeah,
know where
I'll send
the
you.
origins before Karuna or anything that you
Yeah.
could find on those on the Slavic texts. It's
Yeah,
interesting.
it's called the Tartarian tablets. It's an ancient language, and it's far older than Sumerian by 2,000 years.
I'll post it for everybody
Chrissy,
else.
here's
Are you
one I want
saying,
to run
Chris? Are
by
you
you.
saying like the Tartaria existed before ancient Sumer,
Yep,
and this was in Eastern Europe?
Central Europe. I call it Central because geographically it's in the middle. It actually looks like yin yang if you look at it from like a map.
Right, because I'm asking because of course I heard of Tartaria, but there's no much information about Tartaria, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very suppressed. It's very suppressed even about my language in my country too. They don't want people to know. They really don't. They don't want people to figure it out. Because if they do, then they won't get at it. And there's something they want to get at in our mountains, and I don't know what it is. I keep trying to find out what they want exactly. Why do they keep wanting these mountains? For what purpose? They have other mountains. They have continents, for Christ's sake. What is it about these particular mountains? And if you guys help me figure it out, I'll be grateful.
But why don't we
Because
have?
I'm trying to figure it out.
But that, like, why don't we have anything from this civilization, like in terms of buildings and stuff?
I think because they destroyed them. I think they destroyed them. And I actually work on monuments. I actually do. This is my job, right? I did it. And I can tell you this, even now when I worked on the monuments, I can tell when they changed stuff. And we tried to restore them, but we don't know exactly what was changed. We just know that they changed something. Does
Hey,
that make sense? Because
hey,
I'm
Chris, you,
tired.
I have a question. Do you know anything
What
about
would be the criteria for understanding a change? That's interesting. Like, how can you tell?
Oh, we can tell because there's different kinds of mortar. Ancient people use different kinds of mortar. Even in the early 1900s, there was a different type of mortar. We know exactly how to date buildings as architects, better than archaeologists actually. But nowadays, I just told you what the PhD student spouted in my face. So in like 5 years, everyone's gonna forget it anyway. But
Hey,
as for right now,
Chrissy,
we
can you
know
hear
how
me?
to make it different. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, sure.
All right, guys. Here's a rare one on dating.
Hold on,
for the
holistic. I don't think you can hear D3.
Oh, my bad. I'll leave and come back.
I'll bring you back.
I've been asking people about the flag, the Russian flag. I don't know if you ever read about it, but if you have, do you know what is the depiction of that? I think it's like a black bird, or I forgot the other word for it. It's being trampled and stabbed on the.
On Saint George. Yeah, that's Saint George.
Do you
Yeah.
know anything about that? The symbolism
Well,
there?
yeah, there are many layers of symbolism, but it's different than the griffin.
It's
The
different than the
griffin,
griffin, right?
yeah, it's different. So griffin is referring to like protection. It's always linked to protection, even in its evil meaning. It's also protective. It's very different than a sphinx.
Okay,
A
so what
sphinx is a
about this thing
sphinx.
that's being trampled by the horse and stabbed by the guy riding the horse?
That's Saint George, and he's
Okay.
supposed to kill the dragon. And if we come to the conclusion that dragons exist, which is my personal uh, uh, opinion, I don't believe this, but it is my personal opinion that
Okay.
they did exist. Uh, it represents the triumph of Christianity against evil. And it also represents the Orthodox Church's struggle to keep Lucifer at bay. They did, in the Orthodox vision of Christianity, it's not our place to conquer Satan, okay, or to stop Satanists or whatever. It's our goal to keep him from destroying us completely, because Jesus already won, right? He won at the cross. So all this meaning on that flag is the entire tradition. Also, think of it this way: the Slavs were slaves, so were our people. So we were slaves. They tried to enslave us, right? So the manifestation of this kind of struggle against foreign entities and foreign belief systems and foreign religions that we believe are evil in one sense or another is also depicted in icons of Saint George. So
Did she go off for y'all too, or just me?
Yeah, I can't hear her.
Yeah, she bleeped out. I'm gonna share the Russian flag for everybody up top in a hot second, just so everybody can see what I'm talking about.
The Russian flag kind of looks also like Haiti's flag and France. I've seen. Is it the red? Is it white, blue, or something?
May I
Because not the
finish?
first time I hear someone
Because
comparing the
my
flags.
app shut me down.
Hmm?
My app shut me down. It disappeared, the whole app. Okay, so I was gonna finish.
Who's
And
sharing the
the three colors, right? White is for the uncreated light.